When you discover the ability to summon the Fierce Beast Clan's mechs, which will you choose? The blue poison beast with its ghostly sonic powers. The wild orangutan with full defensive stats. The Tyrannosaurus god whose ultimate move transcends dimensions. Or the Tiger King mech armed with a tempestuous stellar blaze? It turns out that everyone here upon reaching the age of 18 awakens to their Lord Core, enabling them to summon powerful troops for battle. The goal for everyone is to acquire king-tier dragons and flame demons. Yet the mechanical clan, seen as unpopular and scorned, has never been able to bring forth any heroic units. This has proven disadvantageous during beast tides, as there is no leader to coordinate the defense and most struggle even to defeat F-class beasts. However, I take pride in awakening a Black Panther beast robot. For each possesses the capability for limitless growth. In my previous life, due to the initial attributes of the Black Panther beast, I chose to lie low at home for 2.5 years. This ultimately led to watching helplessly as my parents activated the hidden energy source in their backs and self-destructed during a fierce beast tide. After that, I believed that reaching level 90 through diligent training would prevent such a tragedy from recurring. Yet I still met my end under the foot of the Beast Emperor due to insufficient strength. Now reborn with 10 years until the full-scale invasion of the beasts, I am determined to maximize the potential of the Black Panther beast to stand a chance against the Beast Emperor. Currently I am but a level 1 small novice. And the once million-strong mechanical legion has long vanished. Now only an iron-tier Black Panther beast is by my side in this world where troop types range from iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, legend to mythic. 99% of troop types can only evolve twice. But the Black Panther beast can evolve indefinitely. To top the college entrance exams in 2.5 days and secure resources, I plan to purchase an evolution crystal from the market and then enter a novice dungeon to solo level up. Just then a clear notification sound rings in my mind. Congratulations to the host for binding with the mechanical frenzy system. You have obtained a bronze tier evolution crystal. Completing any novice dungeon will reward you with a random mechanical hero unit summoning stone. My heartbeat accelerates with each notification, without hesitation. I open the Lord space, retrieve the evolution crystal, and summon the only iron tier Black Panther beast I have. Its body is covered with a layer of shiny black metal armor, which under the light flashes a daunting cold gleam. As a flash of light passes over the Black Panther beast, it instantly evolves and a machine gun appears on its back. After checking its attributes, I nod in satisfaction. It has now advanced from iron tier to bronze tier, and whether in spirit, physique strength, or agility, it has reached over 200 points. These attributes already rival the level 5 stats from my previous life. Originally, when I awakened the infinite energy purple crystal, it not only temporarily boosted the troop's attributes by tenfold during sacrifice, but also provided a substantial enhancement during normal times. This skill is now perfectly preserved. With such a splendid start, how could I lose? Soon I accumulate 500 energy points and summon 8 more bronze tier Black Panther beasts. After doing all this, about 10 more minutes pass, and I arrive at the entrance of a novice dungeon. A crowd of novice lords has gathered here, but their levels and attributes are relatively low. Even those who have awakened strong troops dare only solo the level 3 bronze dungeons. The entrances to levels 4 and 5 remain conspicuously empty, as higher level dungeons imply greater dangers and challenges. For a novice, it is crucial to prioritize survival and development. Yet I alone head towards the entrance of the level 5 dungeon. As I swipe the honor medal across the control panel, the dungeon board immediately issues a stern warning. This is a level 5 dungeon. The dungeon boss is a bronze tier fierce beast. There is a high risk of death. Please confirm again if you choose to enter. After several confirmations, the blue light rod at the dungeon entrance starts to rotate and I vanish from sight under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Look at his gear, he must be a novice lord, someone comments. Daring to challenge a higher level beast directly, does this kid have a death wish? As soon as I enter an open area of the hellish landscape, a wolf howl instantly breaks the forest's silence. Suddenly a gray wolf about 2.5 meters long springs out. Following the sound of the pistol hitting its target, a crisp notification sound rings next to my ear. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wild wolf, experience plus 50. The experience provided by defeating higher level monsters is indeed substantial. Just by slaying one wild wolf, my experience climbs to 5%. meaning that killing 20 would elevate me to level 2. I then summon 8 Black Panther beasts. As they land, they receive the command to attack and immediately transform into forms suitable for forest combat. Their eyes flicker with red light as they move forward. In the dense forest, 8 Black Panther beasts tread steadily forward in their agile beast forms. Their eyes glimmered with a red light scanning the surroundings. The forest was silent, filled only with the soft sounds of their advancing footsteps and the faint hum of machinery. However, as the panther beasts moved on, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly 5 wild wolves emerged from behind the trees. Their bodies were nimble and their eyes revealed a fierce and cunning nature. Their sharp teeth glinted coldly, clearly poised to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting panther beasts. But how could these wolves know that the eyes of the panther beasts were equipped with thermal imaging? A surprise attack? How could you know that your so-called ambush was not just walking into a trap? Almost at the moment the wolves left the cover of the trees, the machine guns on the backs of the panther beasts roared angrily. Flames burst forth and bullets rained down on the wolves. Like raindrops, the wolves had no chance to react and were instantly annihilated by the panther beasts' gunfire. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wild wolf. Experience plus 50, repeated the system as each wolf fell, totaling an additional 250 experience points, which took Su Jin's experience to 30%, just 14 more wolves to reach level 2. Such efficiency was something Su Jin had never experienced in his previous life. Moreover, among these 5 wolves, 2 had even dropped Lord Energy. With another 300 points he could summon another panther beast, accelerating his leveling speed even further. Su Jin nodded in satisfaction, but in the next moment, perhaps attracted by the bloodshed, more wild wolves were drawn by the scent. Su Jin felt vibrations through the ground and heard wild howling nearby. Glancing around, 7 or 8 wolves were already in close proximity. A wolf pack. Su Jin's lips curved into a handsome, confident smile. To other novice lords, a wolf pack was a terrifying prospect. Even groups of 5 or 10 wouldn't dare to provoke a pack of wolves at the same level. But for Su Jin, this was an excellent opportunity for rapid leveling. His firepower was truly formidable. As the 8 incoming wolves entered firing range, the machine guns on the panther beasts burst into action once more. In less than 30 seconds, Su Jin's ears were filled with the delightful sounds of the system's notifications. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wild wolf. Experience plus 50, and congratulations, you have obtained 300 Lord Energy and a bronze level item, Wolfskin Boots. Wolfskin Boots, bronze level constitution plus 20-inch agility plus 50 equipment trait, warm in summer, cool in winter. Such a high drop rate. Holding the equipment card in his hand, Su Jin felt somewhat surprised. Normally, the drop rate for equipment from beasts like these was only 1%. Even the drop rate for Lord Energy was merely 10%. The recent drop of 200 points of energy had led Su Jin to believe it was just a stroke of good luck. But this time, nearly 8 wolves had dropped 300 Lord Energy plus a pair of wolfskin boots. Such a drop rate truly astonished him. However, Su Jin didn't dwell too much on this fortuitous occurrence. He simply attributed it to fighting monsters above his level, coupled with his rebirth in the system, which he believed had increased his hidden attribute of luck. With the dropped energy totaling 500, Su Jin decided to summon another Black Panther beast. He put on the wolfskin boots immediately. Their property of being warm in winter and cool in summer was something many would find hard to accept, but as a former soldier in his past life, Su Jin knew that any boost in strength was worth it, especially since most dungeons maintained a constant temperature and he could simply remove the boots once he left the dungeon. Su Jin waved his hand, signaling the Black Panther beast by his side to keep firing at the corpses of the wolves and to swing its saber-toothed tusks to help disperse the bloody scent faster, attracting the remaining wolves. Moments later, he sensed the ground vibrating and sat up from the ground. Upon his command, the 9 Black Panther beasts swiftly transformed into their humanoid defensive mode and formed a protective circle around him. A deafening wolf howl echoed through the forest, chilling to the bone and carrying a hint of authority more profound than any Su Jin had heard before. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw a significantly larger and more ferocious Wolf King leading a pack of wolves slowly emerging. The Wolf King's gaze was filled with intense murderous intent, and the wolves behind it bared their teeth aggressively, their numbers seemingly endless. With the Wolf King at the helm, the pack resembled a well-trained army. Under the Wolf King's command, the pack split into several squads and charged at Su Jin from all directions. The simultaneous charge of the numerous wolves gave Su Jin the sensation of being on a battlefield. It also made him understand why many lords, even those who had reached level 5, preferred not to venture into this dungeon. Facing such an experienced and coordinated pack of wolves was a hassle, especially for novice lords without overwhelming strength. However, Su Jin remained utterly composed. His gaze was still calm as he observed the movements of the Wolf King in the pack while pulling out a rookie rifle from his space. Suddenly, the entire forest resonated with the sounds of rapid gunfire. Bullets fired as if they cost nothing crazily spewed forth. Each bullet, no matter how off-target, still managed to hit the wolves in the head. Before the prowess of 10 master marksmen, the fierce wolves fell one after another. Congratulations on slaying a level 5 wild wolf, experience plus 50. Congratulations on slaying another level 5 wild wolf, experience plus 50. Congratulations on the Lord's promotion to level 2, spirit plus 100, constitution plus 20, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. The Black Panther beast has also been promoted to level 2, spirit plus 100, constitution plus 30, strength plus 20, agility plus 20. Congratulations on obtaining a wolfskin coat, wolfskin pants, and a wolfskin hat. Congratulations on acquiring 500 Lord Energy. A barrage of notifications rings by the ear. Su Jin, seemingly oblivious to the notifications, waits for his magazine to refill and then continues to spin around, unleashing a hail of bullets on the wolf pack. However, this time, the number of wild wolves is overwhelming. Even in death, the bodies of these beasts do not disperse quickly in the instance. A wolf only slightly smaller than the Wolf King seizes the opportunity as Su Jin turns around. Using the bodies and carcasses of its fellows as cover, it lunges at Su Jin at a breakneck pace. In response, the Black Panther beast behind Su Jin swiftly swaps its machine gun for saber teeth, leaps high and slashes swiftly. With a squelch, the head of the wolf, now mid-leap, soars into the air. Su Jin, having just turned around, witnesses this scene. Quite clever, but not overly so. The mechanical species, despite its many flaws, has clear advantages. It syncs almost telepathically with its Lord, sharing battle experience. It's even more formidable than controlling 5 accounts simultaneously in a MOBA game because this mechanical species is also strong in troop explosion tactics. After the recent battle, the numbers of the wolf pack have significantly decreased. Su Jin quickly tallies his gains, spending 1,500 points of Lord Energy to summon 3 Black Panther beasts. He dons the wolfskin coat, pants, and hat, further enhancing his attributes. Clear the remaining enemies, he commands calmly, completing these operations in just 2 seconds. The 12 Black Panther beasts move in batches. 6 maintain their humanoid form to suppress the surrounding wolves with firepower. The other 6 transform into beast form, speeding up to create an opening and break out of the wolf pack. At this moment, Su Jin's focus remains on the Wolf King, as he notices the Wolf King's hind muscles bulge. Bang, bang. 2 shots ring out, hitting the Wolf King directly in the eyes. Although not fatal, the Wolf King, now blind, howls, signaling the pack to retreat. But Su Jin, having anticipated all these moves, had already led the 6 Black Panther beasts out of the encirclement. The machine guns on their backs blaze, and a dense volley of bullets enters the Wolf King's head, killing it. Shortly after, the 12 Black Panther beasts coordinate their fire, and in less than 3 minutes, the entire wolf pack is annihilated. Congratulations on slaying a level 5 wild wolf, experience plus 40. Congratulations on slaying a level 5 Wolf King, experience plus 80. Congratulations on obtaining wolfskin gloves and a wolf tooth necklace. Congratulations on acquiring 1800 Lord Energy. Once again, a dense cluster of notification sounds. As Su Jin's level increased, the experience gained from defeating level 5 wild wolves decreased. However, the advantage lay in the large number of wolves in the pack. Even though the experience was reduced, Su Jin was still close to advancing to level 3. More surprising than the experience were the Lord Energy and equipment obtained. He gained another 1800 Lord Energy on top of the previous 200. For Black Panther beasts also appeared in the instance. Even though the summonable Black Panther beast had been upgraded to level 2, the Lord Energy required to summon it remained at 500 points. This was because the value of a troop type is only related to its quality. Beyond experience and energy, the equipment gained from killing the entire wolf pack was substantial, particularly a wolf tooth necklace emitting a silvery white glow caught Su Jin's attention. Wolf tooth necklace, silver grade, spirit plus 500, inch strength plus 50, agility plus 50, constitution minus 100. Note: contains the resentment of the Wolf King. If a lord below level 5 wears it, the reduction in attributes may permanently take effect. This was an unexpected high quality drop. A 500-point increase in spirit was more than a doubling, and the boosts of 50 points each in strength and agility were nearly half of Su Jin's current panel attributes. The only downside was a decrease of 100 in Constitution, a serious flaw for other lords since Constitution represents life and defense. For a novice lord, a 100-point reduction in Constitution was akin to losing half a life. However, Su Jin possessed the Energy Amethyst skill, which allowed his troops to take all the damage he would have received. Having used this ability countless times, Su Jin clearly understood its effects. For instance, if a person with 200 strength hit Su Jin, he could first redirect the attack target to a Black Panther beast. Currently, a Black Panther beast had a constitution of 250, health of 500, and defense of 125. Thus, the damage calculation for this hit would be 200 to 125 divided by 16 is equal to 46,875. This meant that each of the 16 Black Panther beasts Su Jin owned would take 46875 damage. With the Energy Amethyst skill mechanism, a trait like Constitution really wasn't a big deal for Su Jin. He also didn't pay attention to the words resentment of the Wolf King in the brackets. This was a special mechanism for lords wearing equipment. If one chose to buy equipment from others who had killed wild or fierce beasts, such negative attributes would exist, requiring a certain level to ignore. However, since the Wolf King that dropped this equipment was killed by Su Jin's troops, the negative effect would not occur. Su Jin immediately equipped it, further enhancing his attributes. After organizing the items obtained from killing the wolf pack, Su Jin was ready for his next challenge. Su Jin looked into the eyes of the panther beast, seeing his current reflection, and muttered, after killing the replica boss, reaching level 3 shouldn't be a problem, and today's mission could also be completed, of course, if it could drop a better weapon that would make today even more perfect. As he spoke, he mounted the back of one of the panther beasts, letting it carry him deep into the forest. The panther beast was fast. In no time at all, Su Jin spotted the boss in the secret realm, a wild boar as big as an elephant. Its body was covered with hard bristles sharp as steel needles. Its eyes glinted red and its tusks exposed from its mouth gleamed with a chilling light. Wasn't this the steel bristled boar from the Lord's ingredient list? It looks like Aunt Yang's stewed pork would be on the dinner table every night for the next few days. Having returned from rebirth with a deep understanding of ferocious beasts, Su Jin immediately recognized the identity of this creature. Most of the pork sold in the market came from such beasts. Of course, being an ingredient didn't mean it was weak, especially these wild, non-domestically bred creatures. Their terror level ranked high among beasts of the same class. After all, the saying went, first the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. With sharp tusks and a strong body combined with its charge, even a level 10 lord struck by this creature would be doomed. However, in Su Jin's eyes, this creature was a prime ingredient. He licked his lips and signaled the panther beast to spread out. Roar! Spotting a human, the steel bristle boar let out a low growl, its red eyes instantly locking onto the target. Then it fiercely lowered its head, its sharp tusks thrusting forward. Its massive body, like an out-of-control heavy tank, charged at an incredibly fast speed. As it ran, the ground trembled slightly and leaves shook off the trees. Su Jin watched the charging steel bristle boar, his eyes devoid of any panic. He and the other 15 panther beasts kept firing bullets at its head. As the steel bristle boar approached within 20 meters of Su Jin, the panther beast beneath him displayed astonishing agility. With just a few slight jumps, it easily dodged the charge. Even though its target deviated, the steel bristle boar couldn't stop in time and continued forward. With a loud crack, a large tree was instantly snapped by the impact of the steel bristle boar and thunderously fell to the ground. Yet, this did not stop the steel bristle boar's momentum. It continued forward, smashing through several more trees. The trees it broke lay scattered on the ground, branches and leaves flying everywhere, all showcasing the terrifying destructive power of the steel bristle boar. However, its weakness had also been very clearly exposed. Once the charge is initiated, the steel bristle boar cannot change its direction and can only move in a straight line. Coupled with its not particularly fast speed, it is not difficult for a normal level 5 lord to dodge. However, even so, there are still many novice lords who die at the hands of the steel bristle boar each year. This is why such beasts are labeled as ferocious. Ferocious beasts by nature are brutal and possess a unique aura of fierceness. Being targeted by one feels like having a kitchen knife held to your throat. This is why many people, when facing a ferocious beast for the first time, despite having strength far surpassing that of the beast, are overcome by fear and may even forget that they are lords, thus giving up resistance. Sujin, having been reborn, is naturally not affected by this aura. He continues to unload ammunition on the steel bristle boar along with 15 Black Panther beasts. Since the boar is still facing away from Sujin, he who always aims for weak spots targets the area near the boar's anus and its hind legs. Damn beast, truly disgusting, he curses, watching the red numbers float above the boar's head. Although he understands the reason, Sujin still feels a bit sickened. This is another characteristic of ferocious beasts. Other creatures would feel severe pain when attacked in such areas, suffering at least triple damage and likely exposing weaknesses or even losing combat ability. However, ferocious beasts do not. They have no sense of pain, and no matter which part is attacked, they can only sustain up to double damage. After ramming through several trees, the steel bristle boar quickly turns around and locks onto Sujin again, charging forward with relentless momentum. Sujin calmly observes the boar's movements. As it approaches, he commands the Black Panther beast beneath him to leap aside, easily dodging the charge. In this manner, Sujin patiently avoids the boar's charges time after time. He is well aware that currently, as a level 2 lord without a good weapon and with lower grade troops, the only way to defeat a level 5 ferocious beast is to wear it down. Throughout this process, Sujin continues to fire bullets at the steel bristle boar along with the other 15 Black Panther beasts. As time passes, the boar's health bar gradually decreases, yet it remains fearless, stubbornly launching attack after attack. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, a bullet fired by Sujin directly shatters the boar's whip without any hindrance. Boom! Accompanied by a tremor in the ground, the steel bristle boar collapses. Congratulations on killing a level 5 ferocious beast, steel bristle boar. You have gained 400 experience points, a silver grade steel fur repeater crossbow, a skill book, scouting technique, and 1000 lord energy. Congratulations on advancing to level 3 with increases in spirit plus 100, constitution plus 20, strength plus 10 and agility plus 10, announces the system. Sujin waves his hand, directing the Black Panther beasts to butcher the steel bristle boar's corpse before he begins to examine the rewards from killing the boar. First, the 400 experience points directly elevate Sujin to level 3, achieving his goal for the day. Next is the steel fur repeater crossbow, silver grade equipment, steel fur crossbow. Attributes: strength plus 300 points, effect, capable of firing steel fur arrows to inflict physical damage with a maximum storage of 50 arrows and a recovery rate of 25 seconds per arrow. Each arrow fired consumes 10 points of mental power. Sujin feels incredibly lucky as he had just been hoping for a better weapon, and here it is. Seeing the attributes of the steel fur crossbow, he decisively chooses to retire the novice rifle. He then retrieves the last item dropped by the iron bristle boar he defeated, a scouting technique skill book. This skill book, a guaranteed drop from the first beast slain by all novice lords, is quickly learned by Sujin, who then reflects on his thoughts through his personal panel. Skill: scouting technique allows the user to scout information on any target not exceeding 20 levels above oneself. Just as expected, Sujin is somewhat excited. Normally, the newly learned scouting technique would only allow scouting of units one level higher than oneself, and it would require use on 10 different targets to reach level 2. However, the scouting technique Sujin now possesses is already at the peak level of 20. This implies that the skills Sujin had in his previous life, such as energy amethyst and scouting technique, will be the same this time. By learning and understanding them in this life, he will retain the proficiency from his past life. This confirmed fact excites Sujin immensely because he knows exactly what this means. In his past life, he had a skill called Mecha Integration, whose max level attributes were as follows. Mecha Integration allows the Lord to merge with mechanical troop types to become a mecha, inheriting 100% of the Lord's attributes plus 200% of the mechanical troop type's attributes. Such a skill, if available in the early stages, would be like adding wings to a tiger for Sujin, allowing him to improve faster and provide him with the strength to prevent those tragedies from occurring. However, the skill book seems to be with the troops. Sujin closes his eyes and contemplates. He has no particular aversion to joining the troops, but there are indeed many rules within the military, such as the mandatory 3 months of training, a regulation difficult to change. Having already mastered the training materials, continuing the training would merely waste 3 months of development time. Moreover, the military emphasizes the spirit of team heroism. Without exceptionally strong talents, one is generally required to form teams, which could somewhat hinder his own growth. Pace: it's a bit troublesome. Sujin sighs deeply. It's not that Su Jin necessarily wants to be the hero who saves the world, but there really is no other way. The Beast Emperor's strength is too fearsome. Even with 1,000,000 troops and the effects of a level 4 energy amethyst, it could easily slay him. And yet even when Su Jin tapped into his reserve and hidden energy, he found himself lacking the ability to defeat it. If he couldn't place his hopes on the Su Jin of this life, he truly couldn't think of anyone else who could be the towering tree capable of supporting the heavens. In his previous life, Su Jin had sparred with the top fighters of the older generation. The strongest among them were at a standstill with him, neither able to best the other. The young lords emerging after 2014, however, lacked anyone truly formidable. It was at this moment that Su Jin suddenly remembered something. His eyes snapped open, a gleam flashing through them. If he could secure the top position in the college entrance exam, this situation could be resolved. Although the military valued the spirit of team heroism, this was after all a world of lords. A powerful lord could indeed easily match 1,000,000 strong soldiers, hence even the military had an annual assessment known as the Solo Nuclear Weapon Program. Passing this assessment allowed one to receive a substantial influx of resources. Su Jin in his past life had passed this assessment 2 years after joining the army, which enabled his rapid growth, if he remembered correctly, even now with the inferior quality of his Black Panther beast. As long as he could place in the top 3 of the college entrance exam and choose to join the military academy, he could also apply for the Solo Nuclear Weapon Program assessment. Although the difficulty would be higher, it wouldn't pose much of a problem for him. With this realization, all problems would be solved. After figuring this out, a smile once again spread across Su Jin's face. Turning his head, he noticed that the Black Panther beast had already finished disassembling the steel whisker pig. Without hesitation, he packed the assorted chunks of meat, ribs and head meat along with all the spoils from the Black Panther beast into his storage space and then exited the dungeon. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a system newbie task. Completing the dungeon for the first time would reward him with a hero-level unit summoning crystal. He was very curious about the hero-level units that might appear for the mech tribe. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon entrance, despite nearing mealtime, the queue was still incredibly long. People continuously entered and newcomers kept arriving, resulting in a considerable line even before the level 4 dungeon entrance. Only the entrance to the level 5 dungeon remained eerily quiet. Many lords in the back of the line watching the long queue ahead felt a surge of desire to challenge the higher level dungeons. Should we try the level 5 dungeon? Suggested a lord wearing glasses to his companions. After all, this is just a newbie dungeon. If it gets dangerous, a single thought can take us out, so there's no risk of actual harm. I think it's a good idea. With so many of us, it's not like all of us will be scared off by the beasts, agreed another. However, just as they were preparing to leave the line, a flash of light suddenly burst from the level 5 dungeon entrance. Xin Yan and his teammates appeared in front of the dungeon. A person nearby teased Xin, "Don't be too discouraged. Not wetting your pants the first time you face a beast is already pretty good. You'll get used to it after a few more times." Xin Yan nodded, his pale face still showing signs of lingering shock. Seeing this, the group ready to enter the level 5 dungeon abruptly halted their steps. "It's Xin Yan, are the beasts really that frightening?" Even Xin Yan was frightened like this. The group exchanged glances. Their urge to enter the level 5 dungeon instantly dissipated. "Let's just queue up, at least it's safe," decided the lord with glasses, turning back to join the level 4 line. The incident also drew the attention of several novice lords nearby. "Did you see that just now? The white light, does that mean even Xin Yan can't defeat a level 5 beast? Are these beasts really that hard to kill?" someone said, turning to his friend with a complex expression. However, his friend didn't respond, just pointed towards the level 5 dungeon. Shocked, "Huh?" The man turned to look, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The entrance to the level 5 secret realm was once again flashing. This time, however, it was not the white light that appeared when Xin Yan emerged. It was a red light mixed with purple. The red light indicated that the challenger had completed the dungeon solely on personal ability. The purple light signified that this person was a newly awakened lord this year. A lord who had just awakened today had cleared a level 5 dungeon on his own. This terrifying fact made everyone's scalp tingle. Even Xin Yan and Wang Yan from the capital's university couldn't help but widen their eyes. Everyone stared intently at the entrance, eager to see who this person was. When the light dissipated, a handsome figure appeared before everyone. "Hello fellow student, I am Wang Yan from the Capital University. Are you interested in our university? I could talk to my mentor, maybe you could be recommended for admission. Wang An spoke as Su Jin stepped out of the dungeon feeling hundreds of eyes on him. He politely replied, sorry Senior Wang, each lord only has one chance at the college entrance exam and I'd like to experience it myself. Su Jin's refusal was clear, but Wang An was not ready to give up. He approached Su Jin again, maybe you could reconsider our offer from the Capital University. Seeing that Wang An kept blocking his path, Su Jin was somewhat helpless. He took out his phone showing his contact information. How about this Senior, I'll discuss it with my family and we can exchange contact information for now. Hearing this, Wang An pondered for a moment, realizing it was best not to press further, and after adding each other as contacts he no longer obstructed Su Jin. Watching Su Jin's figure recede, Wang An turned curiously to Qin Yan. What do you know about this Su Jin? Do you know his parents? What, he's Su Jin? Upon hearing Wang An's question, Qin Yan, who had been curious about who could have cleared the level 5 secret realm so capably, suddenly realized, he is Su Angua's son. Are you sure? Yes, we were classmates. Wang An slapped his thigh abruptly. The name Su Angua is familiar to every lord in Huaxia, the youngest level 90 lord in Huaxia. Moreover, according to rumors, it won't be long before Su Angua is granted the rank of Grand General. He had thought about telling his mentor applying for some funds to send gifts to Su's parents, hoping they could persuade Su to choose the Capital University. But now it seems better not to give gifts to a lieutenant general. How? With what? Thinking of this, Wang An shook his head while also expressing some admiration. Indeed, like father, like son. Yes. Qin Yan also felt somewhat sentimental and regretful at the same time. It's just a pity that his troops are of the mechanical race and only of black iron quality. What? Wang An stared at Qin Yan incredulously. After confirming he had heard correctly, disappointment also appeared on his face. While the two were chatting, Su Jin had already boarded the ride home. He closed his eyes tightly and checked the system interface. The interface was very simple with only one message: congratulations on exceeding the novice mission. First blood hereby awarded. Mechanical race king level hero unit Fierce Tiger King summoning crystal. I Fierce Tiger King, that name sounds familiar. Upon arriving home, Su Jin immediately chose to use the summoning crystal. In the Lord's space, a brilliant light flashed and the Fierce Tiger King summoning crystal released a powerful wave of energy. Subsequently, a figure gradually appeared. It was immensely tall, nearly 5 meters high even in its beast form. Its primary colors were purple and gold, mysterious and commanding. The head was uniquely shaped, truly resembling a fierce tiger, with a conspicuous character for king on its forehead. With thermal imaging capabilities, ears that could collect sound waves, paws designed for gripping, a blade-like tail, sensors all over its body, and small thrusters, all of this was enough to prove that it was a fusion of power and speed, a presence filled with deterrence. And when the Fierce Tiger King first appeared, a glow suddenly lit up on 16 Black Panther beasts, hero-level units. They were actually hero-level units. At that moment, Su Jin felt his heart might jump out of his throat. No wonder he was so excited. After all, even in his previous life when he had reached level 90, Su Jin had no hero-level units, only a golden iron beast, which was the most promising among his troops to be promoted to hero level. Golden Iron Beast, that's right, I seem to recall the Golden Iron Beast mentioning the name Fierce Tiger King, the mechanical beast tribe speed-type robot known for its cunning and speed. Its combat power ranks third in the world of mechanical beasts. Recalling the Golden Iron Beast's description of the Fierce Tiger King, Su Jin's eyes brightened, even more eager to check the attributes of the Fierce Tiger King. Mechanical Beast Tribe, Tiger King, King Level Hero, Spirit, 1900. Constitution, 940-inch Strength, 1020 Agility, 1020 Equipment, Saber-tooth Machine Gun, Tail Whip. Active Skills, Reserve Hidden Energy, Storm Nebula / Tiger Wings. Tiger emerges, Storm Nebula / swings the saber-tooth to cause high damage. Attack power equals strength plus agility. Tiger Wings increases self-agility by 200% and gains temporary flying ability. Lasts 3 minutes. Tiger emerges, increases allied units' strength and agility by 20%. Passive skills, top saber-tooth technique, top gunmanship, top whip skill, top climbing, top flying. Truly befitting of a king-level hero. Without the added attributes from the Energy Amethyst, Tiger King's attributes are 5 times that of the Black Panther Beast. With over 1,000 in strength and skills like Storm Nebula / and Tiger Wings, Su Jin feels he can face most level 10 fierce beasts. Even more, if Tiger King uses Tiger Wings first followed by Storm Nebula / it could instantly defeat most level 10 fierce beasts. Furthermore, becoming a hero level unit requires two conditions: having skills and having team enhancing skills. Tiger King's team enhancing skills are indeed impressive, increasing allied unit strength and agility by 20%, a noble percentage boost. Currently, with 1000 Lord energy points left, Su Jin can still summon 2 more Black Panther beasts. 18 Black Panther beasts with Tiger King's attribute enhancement on top of Tiger King's terrifying attributes make attempting level 10 dungeons seem truly feasible. Realizing this, Su Jin suddenly stands up. But as he walks to the door, he stops abruptly, turns around, walks back, and sits down on the couch. He suddenly remembers something important. According to what the Metal Beast had told him, their world has both the Motor Tribe and Mechanical Beast Tribe. Since Tiger King, a king-level hero, can be obtained through completing system beginner tasks, perhaps completing other tasks might also award heroes like Wild Orangutan, Tyrannosaurus God, Vanguard, Thunderbolt, Tornado. Thinking of this, Su Jin's eyes brighten even more. This type of hero that can enhance attributes of all troops is something no one would have too many of. He quickly reopens the system interface, which is no longer the simple appearance it was before, but now lists 5 new tasks: break the record, break any dungeon speedrun record, reward, knowledge fruits, up to 10, based on the number of records broken. First Legion, reach a troop count of 50, currently at 16, reward, 10,000 Lord energy. Unstoppable, clear 10 dungeons. Reward, Troop Awakening Charm, Center of Attention, participate in the college entrance exam, achieving first place. Reward, Thunder Palace, a rare territorial building. Life choices, choose a favored school after the college entrance exam. Reward, Random Armor Battlesuit. Su Jin shakes his head, still adjusting to the presence of the system, almost forgetting it. He begins to carefully review these 5 new tasks, with Center of Attention catching his interest the most. The reward for completing this task is a rare territorial building. Su Jin was naturally quite familiar with territorial buildings. In his previous life, he was fortunate enough to acquire a mechanical processing plant as a territorial building. Its attributes allowed all types of troops under his command to increase their attributes by 10%. For a lord, the importance of a lord's building was almost on par with that of a hero-level unit. Next was the Unstoppable mission. The reward for this mission was a Troop Awakening token, which also delighted Su Jin immensely. Having an additional type of troop meant more varied battle strategies for a lord, allowing him to handle more types of crises, whether it was the Beast Machine race with air combat capabilities and ice magic damage from the Ice Wolf Beast, the Black Iron Beast known for its excellent defense and attack, or the battle planes, helicopters, sports cars, bulldozers of the motor race. Awakening any second troop type would greatly enhance Su Jin's current capabilities. Then there was the mission of the First Legion. The reward of Lord Energy was naturally of great importance to a lord. Not only was it needed to summon troops, but some skills also required the consumption of Lord Energy. 10,000 Lord Energy, equivalent to 100,000 Dragon Coins, was also a significant fortune for Su Jin. As for the rewards of the remaining 2 missions, Su Jin was somewhat unclear. In his view, it seemed to be a combination of spirit fruit and armor-type equipment. He didn't pay much attention and casually chose to accept them. After all, considering these 5 missions as a whole, his main short-term goal was still to perform well in the college entrance examination. Other tasks, whether breaking records, increasing the number of Black Panthers, or clearing multiple instances, could all be completed in the process of strengthening himself, especially the record-breaking mission. If it had been 10 minutes earlier, Su Jin might not have accepted it, because with his current abilities, breaking the record of a level 5 instance was really too difficult. He simply couldn't kill the final beast quickly enough, and the monsters in the lower level instances were too weak, providing too little experience upon defeat, plus there was a queue to enter which would undoubtedly slow down Su Jin's growth. But now 10 minutes later things looked different. Level 5 beast, a few shots from the Tiger King and it's done. Hero level units are really amazing. Su Jin felt somewhat emotional. What smells good or not? I knocked for so long and there was no response. I thought you hadn't come back yet. Just as Su Jin stood up, he heard an urgent voice. The voice carried a hint of reproach mixed with concern. Yang Xiaoyun was slightly frowning, her eyes showing a bit of anxiety. No, I've been back for a while, Su Jin quickly replied, his face showing a smile of apology. This isn't just about killing a steel brisket boar in the replica today, is it? Just when I was handling it, I suddenly thought of Aunt Yang's cooking skills. I was just about to go to Aunt Yang's house, speaking of which. Su Jin quickly took out the head of the steel brisket boar from his space to show to Yang Xiaoyun. Actually, Su Jin didn't need to explain so much, he could have chosen not to respond, but for Yang Xiaoyun, Su Jin felt grateful and didn't want to be indifferent, because in his previous life, no matter how bad or degenerate Su Jin was, Yang Xiaoyun never despised him. It's like marriage in a way. When you're young, your parents don't let you date early, but at a certain age they start despising you for not dating or getting married. It's the same with the Lord. Initially he's afraid of you facing dangerous beasts too soon, but at a certain stage, many parents despise you if you still refuse to face the beasts, feeling it's embarrassing. But Yang Xiaoyun wasn't like that. No matter what choices Su Jin made, she was always good to him. Su Jin always considered Yang Xiaoyun as a second mother. However, no matter who it is, the existence of the system must not be exposed. Su Jin then found this reasonable excuse. However, he forgot one thing. When Yang Xiaoyun confirmed that it was indeed the head of a steel brisket boar, she quickly ran to Su Jin's side, touching and looking it over. Her eyes were full of worry, ensuring Su Jin was indeed unharmed. Before her tense nerves finally relaxed, she sighed deeply and the tension on her face gradually faded. But the matter wasn't over yet. When Su Jin saw Yang Xiaoyun's expression at that moment, he knew he was doomed. Suddenly Yang Xiaoyun's face changed, she widened her eyes, her face flushed red, and with clenched fists she stared angrily at Su Jin, shouting, "Su Jin, are you out of your mind? That's a steel brisket boar, a fierce beast. You've just awakened your Lord Core and dared to rush in recklessly. What if something had happened to you? Why are you men so impulsive? Your Uncle Lu was like this, your father was like this, and now even you." Yang Xiaoyun's words poured out non-stop, continuously scolding Su Jin. She paced back and forth, visibly agitated. Listening to Yang Xiaoyun's endless nagging, Su Jin didn't feel the slightest dissatisfaction because he knew she cared about him. He vividly remembered how, in his previous life, his parents entrusted him to Yang Xiaoyun's care before they went to kill the Beast King. But the Beast Uprising was too vast, fierce beasts were everywhere in the city. At that time, the city's defense forces simply couldn't cover everything. To protect herself, Yang Xiaoyun also died in front of Su Jin. Thinking of this, Su Jin was once again moved and made up his mind once more. He must grow quickly. The prerequisite to protect everything he wanted to protect was his own sufficient strength. However, Yang Xiaoyun seemed unable to stop talking for a while, therefore Su Jin had to make up another well-intended lie to handle the situation at hand. First, don't worry, I've already talked to Uncle Lu before going. He has arranged for someone to protect me when I enter the dungeon, so my safety is definitely guaranteed. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun's slightly furrowed brows eased and the anger in her eyes diminished a bit. You really scared me to death. It was Xiao Wang who went with you, right? I will speak to your Uncle Lu in a moment and have Xiao Wang stay with you for a while. Upon hearing this, Su Jin scratched his head and did not deny it. That won't be necessary. Brother Wang has a lot of things to handle. Besides, the weakness of the steel bristle pig is very obvious. This time Brother Wang didn't make a move and I took it down myself. I can go by myself in the future. Yang Xiaoyun gave Su Jin a sideways glance, not amused. Look at you being all capable. Wait until you get half killed by a beast like your Uncle Lu, then you won't be saying this. The two of them chatted and walked towards the door. When they arrived at Yang Xiaoyun's home, Lu Zhenyan and Lu Xiaoyun had already been waiting at the dining table for a while. Uncle Lu, Su Jin greeted him politely, his face showing respect. Jin, you're just in time, come join me for a couple of drinks. Seeing Su Jin, Lu Zhenyan seemed very happy and immediately took out a bottle of white liquor from the cabinet. What's got you in such a good mood to drink today? Yang Xiaoyun said as she placed some of the steel bristle pig meat in the kitchen, just in time to see the scene. Today is a happy day. Our Quan City has produced another person who just awakened their Lord Core and can solo a level 5 dungeon. Lu Zhenyan was clearly excited, winking at Su Jin. He currently works at the Quan City Dungeon Management Office and is naturally very familiar with the achievements Su Jin had made. I'll drink to you. Su Jin didn't respond to Lu Zhenyun's words, just lifting his glass. After putting down their glasses, Yang Xiaoyun spoke up. Is it that Qin Yan who owns the Flame Demon troops? Without waiting for Lu Zhenyan to reply, she continued. Whoever it is, our Jin is no worse than anyone. The first time he saw a fierce beast, he was much stronger than you were. I heard from Jin that Xiao Wang didn't make a move. It was Jin who found the weak spot and defeated the steel bristle pig. Not like you, your legs were trembling when you first saw a fierce beast. Yang Xiaoyun truly treated Su Jin as her own son, her voice filled with pride. However, Lu Zhenyun's expression turned a bit strange when he heard this, but when he saw Su Jin's eyes he quickly understood. He laughed. Xiao Wang was sent by me, he told me about it right away, how could I not know about it? It seems we've managed to smooth things over for now. Hearing this, Su Jin slightly relaxed and the tension on his face also faded a little. Just then, Lu Xiaoyun suddenly peeked her little head out from the kitchen, saying with a touch of surprise, "There's so much meat in the kitchen. Does that mean we don't have to eat green beans anymore? You little rascal, when did you sneak into the kitchen? Come here and eat," someone replied. "No, you promised me 3 days, no. At least a week without green beans before I'll eat," she retorted. "Hey, look at you now, you've even learned to threaten me," came the amused reply. After a satisfying meal, Lu Xingyan gently patted Su Jin on the shoulder. "Ah Jin, come, let's have a chat in the study," he said. Su Jin nodded slightly and followed Lu Xingyan's steps towards the study. The room was filled with a faint scent of books and ink. Once seated, Lu Xingyan didn't beat around the bush. His gaze fixed on Su Jin, he spoke in a somewhat peculiar tone. "My boy, you really have some nerve. You've just awakened your Lord Core and rushed off to challenge a level 5 dungeon. What will happen when you reach levels 10 or 20? Will you shoot up to the heavens?" Su Jin smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Lu, you jest. I only dared to go because I knew about the weaknesses of the steel bristle boar. I knew that it wouldn't be too difficult to kill." Lu Xingyan shook his head with a smile, a glint of pride flashing in his eyes. "It's not that the steel bristle boar is easy to deal with, it's that everyone has underestimated you. When the dungeon management office found out it was you, no one could believe it. A lord with only an iron-grade mechanical troop managed to achieve such a feat." After speaking, Lu Xingyan took out a cigarette from the box on the desk. Su Jin, quick to assist, picked up a lighter from the side and stepped forward to light Lu Xingyan's cigarette. The latter took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the smoke, his eyes growing deeper. "Even I can hardly believe it, a level 1 lord soloing a level 5 dungeon. You're even more incredible than your father and I were at your age. But remember, the increase in strength isn't instantaneous. You must not be too hasty. Your father asked me to look after you, and I must take responsibility for you in the future. Don't undertake anything unless you're more than 90% sure of it. Consider all possible outcomes carefully." Lu Xingyan's voice deepened amidst the smoke. Su Jin showed no signs of impatience and nodded earnestly. "Uncle Lu, I understand. I'll be careful from now on." He knew that Lu was using his own life experiences to advise him. Lu Xingyan and Su Jin's father had been comrades in arms. The reason he had returned to work in Quancheng was because of a past incident where he felt confident he could defeat a fierce beast and went ahead with it. Although he ultimately killed the beast, he nearly lost his life in the process. While the visible injuries had healed over time, his strength could never progress further. Thus he chose not to stay in the army but to return to his hometown and continue to make a difference. Seeing Su Jin's current expression, Lu Xingyan didn't want the atmosphere to become too heavy. He spoke with a hint of irritation. "Give me a break, I've been through your age too. When young, after experiencing the high rewards from beating higher level monsters who can settle down to fight the weaker ones." As he spoke, he pulled a bag from the space and tossed it to Su Jin, who caught it swiftly. There was no need to check its contents, the touch through the bag told him enough. Inside were energy crystals with a conversion ratio of 1 to 1000 compared to the Lord's energy. Judging by the weight in his hand, there should be 5 crystals equating to enough energy to summon 10 Black Panther beasts. So much? Su Jin was surprised. He hadn't expected such a generous reward for just clearing such a simple instance. Could Lu Xingyan be pulling strings for him, or was he giving away his personal stash too? "There's also a chance to choose a golden level item. What do you want? I'll bring it to you tomorrow," Lu Xingyan said as Su Jin pondered. "Another reward, golden level, and I can choose?" Su Jin's eyes gleamed. "Evolution crystal," he blurted out without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyan was taken aback, slightly lost in thought. He knew Su Jin well. He was not the type to be greedy. Ever since childhood, he only ever asked for what he truly needed. He also knew that Su Jin's troop type was the iron-grade Black Panther beast, which normally could only evolve up to the silver level. Choosing a golden-grade evolution crystal meant he could actually use it. The Black Panther beast has the potential to reach the king grade, Su Jin stated seriously, seeing the realization dawning on Lu Xingyan's face. He said this not to deceive Lu Xingyan but rather because if he outright said the Black Panther beast could evolve into legendary or mythic levels, who would believe him? An iron-grade troop possessing king-grade potential was historically traceable, not beyond belief. Good, 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 Lu Xingyan exclaimed excitedly, repeating the word thrice. The significance of a king-grade mechanical troop type was clear to him. Powerful races like dragons, angels, demons rarely produced hero-grade units. For instance, Xinyan's flame demon with chances as low as 1 in a million or even 1 in 10 million. Yet, someone like Qin Yan would still be envied and could be specially admitted to the capital's university simply because the flame demon was king grade. Even without ever awakening, a hero grade unit possessing a troop of king grade quality could surpass 99% of lords. Moreover, at the same level of quality, the mechanical race had incomparable advantages. Watching Su Jin's departing figure, Lu Jinyun's excitement didn't fade in the slightest, as an elder even when Su Jin first awakened. With the black iron level Black Panther beast, there was no disdain in his heart. He didn't care about Su Jin's potential. If the potential is weak, I have the ability to keep you safe. If the potential is strong, I also have the means to support your growth. But as an elder, naturally, I would still hope to see my younger relatives excel. It's only human nature. Holding the bag as he stepped out of the study, Su Jin heard Yang Shoyun's voice. He subconsciously caught the bag in a string of skull beads thrown at him, slightly stunned. Hurry back with these, he thought. With enough troops and this equipment, at least you won't die too quickly at the hands of ferocious beasts. Yang Shoyun, who was still mopping the floor, promptly smacked Su Jin's buttocks with the mop handle, driving him out of the house. Thump! Hearing this dull sound, Su Jin couldn't help but smile wryly. He almost forgot Aunt Yang was also a formidable lord. Whether it was a team dungeon or a solo dungeon, she was well aware of the level one could reach. The debt of gratitude was growing ever larger. Su Jin's gaze firmly fixed on the equipment in his hand, feeling somewhat emotional. The burial wristband, special lord equipment, with no wearing requirements or attributes, had an additional effect. Ancient troll magic protected the wearer, granting invincibility for 10 seconds when sustaining a fatal injury, ineffective against units more than 10 levels above the lord and units above level 50, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. The value of such special equipment like the burial wristband was truly immeasurable. Even a random piece of special equipment with mediocre effects with no wearing requirements could fetch at least 500,000 in the market, and for a life-saving artifact like this, its value was literally linked to life itself. As soon as such effective equipment appeared on the market, wealthy lords would come sniffing around. To save their lives, these wealthy individuals would be willing to pay a price unknown to others. Yet, such a precious piece of special equipment was something Yang Shoyun chose to simply give away, and by the looks of her chasing him out, she had no intention of asking for anything in return or allowing him to refuse. As for the energy crystals in the bag, there were a total of 100 pieces equivalent to 100,000 lord energy. Not only could Su Jin max out his troops, but there would also be a great deal left over. Such help and favor made Su Jin feel a profound sense of gratitude. To repay, one must first have sufficient ability, Su Jin muttered to himself. In his heart, become stronger. He must become stronger quickly. Only with sufficient strength could he protect those he wished to protect and repay those who cared for him. Su Jin's eyes became resolute. He decisively converted all 105 energy crystals into Lord energy. In the Lord space, 73 Black Panther beasts appeared. Simultaneously, as the first Legion task was completed, Su Jin's remaining Lord energy increased by another 10,000, reaching 79500. Time quietly passed and the stillness of the night was broken by the first rays of morning light. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Su Jin opened his eyes right on schedule. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, and sent a message to Yang Shoyun, his movements crisp and decisive, not a second wasted. In just 5 minutes, Su Jin had finished all his morning routine and resolutely left his home. At the 24-hour convenience store next to his residential area, he bought several bottles of mineral water and some food items like steamed buns, boxed meals, and instant noodles. He didn't plan to return home for the next 2 days. This water and food would be his main supplies during this time. While munching on a steamed bun, Su Jin waited for his ride to arrive. He was determined to use these 2 days to enhance his capabilities to ensure he could complete the highly anticipated task. According to the first task, called First Blood, exceeding the task would yield higher rewards. The task center of attention simply indicated a leader. Whether it's the leader of Xinjiang or the national leader, getting the national leader would surely bring better rewards. Achieving the top scorer in the national college entrance exam was indeed a significant challenge. He had to do everything within his power to maximize his abilities in these last 2 preparation days. When Su Jin arrived at the eastern trial grounds at 5:30 a.m., the morning sun bathed the trial field in a serene yet hopeful light. Ignoring the envious or surprised looks from others at the level 1 to 3 dungeon entrance, he went straight to the level 5 dungeon. He swiped his honor medal on the control panel. This time, without much prompting, a vortex appeared immediately. Sujin stepped in without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. 89 Black Panther beasts and a Tiger King emerged from the portal, their steps thundering on the ground. Led by the Tiger King, they formed a squadron in front of Sujin, showcasing the imposing presence of a mechanical legion. Destroy them all. Sujin commanded, his voice firm and resolute. Yes, the Black Panther beasts. And the Tiger King, upon receiving the order, transformed into a faster beast form and charged into the forest. Sujin rode on the back of another Black Panther beast, closely following behind them. Bang, bang. Congratulations for killing a level 5 wild wolf, plus 30 experience, announced the system as the fastest Tiger King successfully took down a wild wolf. This gunshot and the system prompt acted like a switch, plunging the entire forest into a one-sided slaughter. The dense sounds of gunfire and the system's kill notifications echoed around, almost like playing a stirring war song. In less than 5 minutes, the wild wolves in the forest had been completely wiped out. Compared to yesterday's pace, the speed was incomparably faster. Although the experience gained had decreased with the advantage in numbers, Sujin smoothly advanced to level 4. He glanced at the troop counter, 90/100, and his Lord energy balance, 81700. With a mere thought, 10 more Panther beasts appeared beside him. He sped up his pace. After doing all this, Sujin patted the Panther beast on its hindquarters. Within the entire instance, the ferocious steel bristle boar had yet to be slain. He needed to hurry over and witness the scene of the Tiger King versus steel bristle boar. Congratulations on slaying the level 5 ferocious steel bristle boar. You have gained 200 experience points and 1000 Lord energy. The prompt sounded beside his ear, and Sujin couldn't help but laugh from atop his Panther beast. Although there was no sense of challenge one couldn't deny, it was truly exhilarating. I apologize, my lord, I did not expect such a large boar to be so weak, he thought to himself. When Sujin arrived, he saw the Tiger King standing somewhat confusedly, posing helplessly next to the separated corpse of the steel bristle boar. Indeed, there was not a single bullet hole on the boar's body. This meant that the steel bristle boar, which he had been grinding against yesterday, was instantly killed by the Tiger King today. Although the data showed that the Tiger King indeed had such strength, Sujin's pupils still couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. Of course he didn't dwell on it. After collecting all the troops and the steel bristle boar's corpse, he decisively left the instance. The moment he stepped out of the instance, the entrance to the level 5 secret realm shone with red, purple and gold lights. The people in front of the entrance, who had been either chatting idly or preparing to enter the instance, were now stunned by the sudden burst of light, their eyes filled with disbelief, their mouths slightly agape as if frozen in place. It's a record breaking moment. Why are you pinching me? So it's not a dream, we actually broke the record. Moments later, a series of astonished exclamations erupted among the crowd. The commotion was continuous, filled with surprise and shock, all because even though this was just a record for a beginner's instance, it was a record that might not have been broken by anyone in Quanchang or even the whole of China in a decade. Yet, such an event had indeed happened right before their eyes. Many people were doubting if they had seen incorrectly. However, Sujin paid no attention to all this. There were only 2 days left. The sooner he completed the mission, the better. Without any hesitation, he walked to the nearby level 4 secret realm entrance, his medal of honor once again presented. Just as the announcement began with a single word, Sujin had already stepped into the swirling portal of the level 4 instance. As soon as Sujin entered, the atmosphere at the scene seemed to have been paused, then like a shock grenade thrown into the mix, it exploded into chaos. Red, purple and gold lights swirled together. It was true, it really was. The crowd's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the lights danced until they faded, their eyes filled with disbelief. One person's eyes were wide open, his mouth slightly agape as if he could fit an egg in it. His voice trembled as he spoke. Did the newly awakened lord just break the record all by himself? Who is that guy? To achieve something like this, it's unbelievable. Another person, face full of shock, kept shaking his head. How powerful must his troops be to accomplish this? It's almost impossible to believe. People around them started murmuring, their faces etched with astonishment. Just then, a man wearing glasses slightly adjusted them, revealing an expression that seemed to say he had seen it all coming. As far as I know, the final boss of the 5th level dungeon is the steel bristle boar, a beast with high defense. For a novice lord to break the record, he must have the capability to defeat it instantly. Only 2 possibilities exist for such an accomplishment. His words dropped like a stone into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. What possibilities? Go on, explain. The crowd's attention converged on the man with the glasses. Seeing their eager anticipation, he smirked proudly and continued, first, this person could be rich, equipped with unlimited rare gear. But judging from his outfit, most of it seems to be from the common wolf set, so there's a 90% chance that's not the case. Thus, only one possibility remains. The man pushed his glasses up, the lenses flashing a white light. A hero tier unit. His voice was decisive, as if that were the only answer. Hearing this, the people around first froze, then collectively gasped in shock. Some widened their eyes, standing still as if frozen. Others covered their mouths, fearing they might exclaim aloud. The analysis of the man with glasses seemed very plausible. Apart from the possibility of a hero tier unit, they could not think of any other reason at the moment. That was also why they were so astounded. Although hero tier units could appear during troop summoning, this was a lord who had just awakened his crystal. It had only been one day. Even if he trained 24 hours straight, he would only be around level 5 at most. With that level, and mostly equipped to enhance mental strength, let's say he had 200 troop slots, to summon 200 troops and get a hero tier unit? Even with the human race known for the quickest emergence of hero tier units, it wouldn't happen so fast. Such talent and luck left all the lords present not only shocked but also enviously astounded. But before they could recover, the entrance to the 4th level dungeon also emitted red, purple and gold light. The dazzling light once again captured everyone's attention. They almost turned their heads in disbelief, instinctively swallowing. How long had it been? 3 minutes. The 4th level dungeon was already cleared? No way, man, although you can break the level 5 dungeon record. Level 4 dungeons are nothing in comparison. But can we not go so fast? You fight so quickly, it makes us look pretty useless. Everyone stared at Su Jin's departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions within. Just then, a somewhat skinny tall guy pointed at Su Jin's back and stuttered, "That's Su Jin." It turned out his name was Su Jin. Some showed a realization with an O expression, while those who knew about Su Jin widened their eyes in surprise. What? He's Su Jin? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The skinny guy's friend grabbed his shoulders and began shaking him vigorously. "I'm not wrong, my goddess confessed to him and he rejected her. I would recognize his face even if it turned to ash," the skinny man said through gritted teeth. Yet when these words were spoken, no one laughed at him for being a lovesick fool. Instead, everyone looked bewildered, especially the guy with glasses, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. As the son of Suangwa, Su Jin's reputation was not universally known, but many in Quan City knew of this military 2nd generation. They also knew that he awakened the Lord's Corps belonging to the mechanical race, with his initial troop type being a Black Iron Black Panther beast. Impossible, how could my deductions be wrong? If it's not an awakened hero level unit, how could such equipment instantly kill a steel whisker pig? But it's a known fact that the mechanical race has no hero level units, right? Could it be that it's not that the mechanical race doesn't have hero level units, but that their hero level units are extremely difficult to awaken? Or does he have some powerful equipment he hasn't shown? Is his troop quality not black iron? Or did he awaken some terrifying skill? Questions swirled in the bespectacled man's mind, plunging him into anxiety. In his entangled and anxious state, Su Jin had already reached the entrance of the trial dungeon in the western part of Quan City. This place, compared to the eastern trial grounds, was more luxurious. Also, being close to Quan City University, many students often came here to level up. Thus, the number of dungeons here was greater. Not only did they have single-player dungeons up to level 50, but there were also various types of group dungeons. There were 1 to 5 level 1-star dungeons, 5 to 10 level 2-star dungeons, and 10 to 15 level 3-star dungeons. And Su Jin's purpose this time was exactly to challenge a 2-star dungeon. His main goal was to challenge beasts of various levels to see where his limits truly were. As everyone knows, university students, well, most of them can't get up before 6 in the morning. Therefore, the entire training field looked rather deserted at the moment. There was no need to queue, just a swipe of the honor medal at the control console was enough. After a series of confirmations, a vortex to the instance appeared, and Su Jin stepped right into it. This instance was a type of fortress defense. Ancient city walls towered high, their massive stones covered with mottled marks and various scratches. Below the walls lay a wide moat, devoid of any water. Not far in front of the walls was a barren land overgrown with weeds. The moment Su Jin was transported to the top of the walls, beams of light appeared on the barren land. As the light faded, about 50 level 5 ferocious beasts suddenly appeared, including 25 screaming chickens and 25 steel whisker pigs. The moment they spotted Sujin, the 50 beasts charged towards the walls furiously. The difficulty of this 2-star instance was indeed quite high. The monsters inside were divided into 6 waves, with the first and the 6th wave consisting of powerful ferocious beasts. Moreover, these beasts weren't just 1 or 2 in number, they were quite numerous. Just the first wave alone had as many as 50 beasts, and there wasn't just one type of beast. Not only were there terrestrial steel whisker pigs, but there were also aerial screaming chickens. Such a lineup not only had a numerical advantage but also possessed good cooperative combat capabilities, making them of very high overall quality. Typically, only 2 types of people would choose to enter such a mysterious realm. Firstly, university students led by a counselor as a whole class for training after entering university. Secondly, after joining the army led by a squad leader, every new soldier would enter such instances to train various skills. Sujin in his past had entered a similar instance for training the day after he joined the army. However, now even alone I could easily cope. Sujin's lips curled into a confident smile. He waved his arm gently. 99 Black Panther beasts and Tiger Kings instantly appeared atop the walls. Compared to the steel whisker pigs, the screaming chickens, which had the ability for short flights, were significantly faster. They approached menacingly, now only 100 meters away from the walls. Their bizarre appearance was chilling, their sharp beaks and claws glistening in the sunlight. Suddenly, they opened their mouths and emitted an extremely sharp scream, a kind of subsonic wave attack similar to a mental attack. Although the damage wasn't very high, it could stimulate the ears, causing a moment of dizziness in the brain. Unfortunately, such a bizarre mode of attack was completely ineffective against the mechanical race. Each Black Panther beast, with an expressionless face and a cold metallic body, transformed into human form and uniformly drew their machine guns. In an instant, the sound of rapid gunfire erupted like a torrential rain, with flames spewing from the barrels and bullets flying densely. Even though the screaming chickens could fly, changing positions frequently in the air and flapping around chaotically, the Black Panther beast's gaze was incredibly sharp. Being of the mechanical race, they hardly ever made mistakes and each had top-tier marksmanship, just like Sujin. Every time he pulled the trigger, it was as if an aimbot was enabled, hitting the target with unerring accuracy, and the numbers that floated above their heads were bright red, indicating double damage. Congratulations on killing a level 5 beast, the screaming chicken, and gaining plus 100 experience. Congratulations on obtaining bronze tier equipment, Screaming Chicken Sonic Gun, and gaining 300 Lord Energy. The advantage of the Screaming Chicken lies in its sonic control along with formidable attack speed, though its defenses are notably weak. Facing a level 4 Black Panther beast with the Tiger King buff, the Screaming Chicken stood no chance. One by one they fell under the overwhelming firepower, feathers flying everywhere, their blood staining the ground red. But the mechanical tribe warriors showed no mercy, they simply obeyed every command from their lord. The Black Panther beasts continued their ruthless shooting until the last Screaming Chicken was annihilated. Congratulations to the Lord for advancing to level 5, gaining plus 100 spirit, plus 20 constitution, plus 10 strength, plus 10 agility. The dense series of notification sounds chimed again. The vast experience gained had already promoted Sujin to level 5 and he was already halfway to level 6. This was another reason why Sujin chose to enter this type of composite dungeon. The combat style in composite dungeons was completely different from that in individual dungeons, where monsters seldom appeared in groups. In composite dungeons, not only did the types and levels of beasts vary, but it also suggested that lords should form teams to enter, as monsters would appear in swarms, increasing both in number and strength. From the first wave of 50 beasts to the second wave of 100 ordinary monsters, and then to a third wave of 150 ordinary monsters, until the final sixth wave, where they would face a level 10 beast along with 300 level 5 beasts at once. The difficulty of such a 2-star composite dungeon was so high that even an entire class of university freshmen would struggle to clear it. To ensure the students' safety, the school would have instructors accompany them. However, to Sujin, such a dungeon was perfect. Killing beasts yielded higher experience than ordinary monsters, and there were 2 waves of them in the dungeon. Moreover, there was no need to roam the streets actively looking for monsters, they would come right to him. Watching the Tiger King now wielding his saber-toothed sword and leaping off the city walls to massacre the steel whisker pigs, Sujin couldn't help but smile silently. He thought to himself, this guy really doesn't like using firearms much. But it didn't matter, a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice is a good cat. Then with a thought, Sujin summoned 10 more Black Panther beasts from the portal. They quickly formed a battle formation ready to engage at any moment. Cover. At Su Jin's command, the 109 Black Panther beasts in their hands simultaneously spat out tongues of fire from their machine guns. The dense bullets rained down like torrential rain, aiming for the eyes of the steel-whiskered pigs. However, the scene before Su Jin was somewhat surprising. The Tiger King was simply too arrogant among the beasts. With its extremely high attack power and agility, it could almost instantly kill a steel-whiskered pig with each strike. Moreover, the prowess of the Tiger King was astonishing. Its movements were fluid like flowing clouds in water, effortlessly leaping onto the bodies of the steel-whiskered pigs, even stepping on their teeth to change its position. These series of smooth actions were as delightful to watch as appreciating fish and flowers. Under the artistic slaughter of the Tiger King and the hail of bullets from the Black Panther beasts, the number of steel-whiskered pigs was completely cleared. Although Su Jin had now reached level 5, killing a steel-whiskered pig only yielded 100 experience points. Yet with the number of 25, Su Jin was still able to advance directly to level 6. This made Su Jin even more satisfied with this instance. However, he did not feel proud because of such a rapid growth rate. Leveling up a lord was like playing a game. The experience required for each level up was not much at the beginning, but as the lord's level got higher, the experience needed for each upgrade would multiply geometrically. According to his expectations, if he wanted to stand above the rest in the college entrance examination, crushing others in all aspects, he would need to reach at least level 12. There was less than 2 days left to reach level 12 inch, and he could not afford to slack off. With these thoughts in mind, Su Jin once again exchanged for 10 Black Panther beasts, the dense gunfire echoing through the air. Facing the second wave of 100 ordinary monsters' fierce attack, the scene was utterly one-sided. 120 mechanical soldiers in a round of shooting swept away the invading enemies like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Although these monsters were not fierce beasts, the experience gained from killing them was relatively lower. However, due to their large numbers and the fact that there was no need to actively search for them, the rate of experience gain was still much faster compared to other city instances. Additionally, there was the hero-level unit, the Tiger King. As a king-level hero unit, its own attack power was as high as 1490. Plus, hero units also have the ability to issue commands and direct battles to ordinary soldiers. These invading monsters didn't even require Su Jin's intervention. He was happy to relax, beginning to simply review some of the gains during this time. It must be said, the luck of this life of mine is simply off the charts. Looking at the pile of equipment in front of him, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in Su Jin's heart. He clearly remembered how unlucky he was in his previous life. Damn it, not dropping anything from killing small monsters was one thing, but he even had experiences where he killed instance bosses and nothing dropped. But now, killing 50 low-level fierce beasts had yielded a very substantial number of lord energy. Before starting the leveling today, he had a total remaining 79,500 lord energy. The number of Black Panther beasts had increased from the original 89 to the current 119. With the addition of 30 Black Panther beasts, his lord energy paradoxically reached 817W. Instead of decreasing, it increased. Not only that, but what surprised him even more was that just by killing such a small number of monsters, so much equipment had dropped. Among these, there was not only a piece of silver-grade equipment, but also as many as 23 pieces of bronze and black iron-grade equipment of various forms. These lower-quality equipments were hardly enough to catch Su Jin's discerning eye. Perhaps for many common or novice lords, some of these items could even be considered quite exceptional, especially the weapon named Screaming Chicken Sonic Gun, bronze-grade equipment. Screaming Chicken Sonic Gun is strength plus 80 effect. The bullets fired carry a sonic attack, causing mental disturbance within a certain range. Such equipment is absolutely a divine tool for most novice lords. For instance, when encountering a pack of wolves in a level 5 dungeon, acquiring this sonic gun could be key to turning the tide of battle. The sonic waves it emits can cause significant mental disturbance to the fierce wolves, making their movements sluggish and reducing their judgment. However, such capabilities did not play a particularly significant role for Su Jin. After all, the enemies he currently faced were mainly ferocious beasts. These creatures do not feel pain, and beasts that rely on hearing to lock onto targets are extremely rare. Thus, from the current situation, this piece of equipment offered him only minimal assistance. As for the silver-grade equipment, however, it certainly caught Su Jin's attention. Silver-grade equipment, quiver attributes, strength plus 20 effect, increases storage limit of bow and crossbow weapons, speeds up the recovery. Rate of arrows effects vary with equipment quality, comes with the skill. Chain arrows. For a piece of silver-grade equipment, the added 20 points of strength were somewhat disappointing. However, the effects of the quiver were truly impressive and very suitable for Su Jin to use. It matched perfectly with Su Jin's steel for a crossbow. Once Su Jin equipped the quiver, the properties of the steel for a crossbow changed. Firstly, its storage limit increased from the original 50 shots to now 100 shots. Secondly, the recovery rate also improved from 1 arrow every 25 seconds to 1 arrow every 125 seconds. With this, Su Jin could fire more arrows in a shorter period. This increased arrow storage limit and recovery speed, combined with the energy amethyst skill, could turn the steel for a crossbow into an unstoppable shooting machine with no reload time and no consumption. Moreover, the quiver possesses an additional skill, chain arrows. Chain arrows inflicts continuous damage on the same target, increasing damage by 5%, and if striking the same spot repeatedly, the damage increases by 20%. This skill is especially outstanding for those master crossbowmen, essentially granting an extra 20% damage to the target. Su Jin himself is also undoubtedly a master crossbowman. Facing a stationary target, he is over 95% confident that each arrow will hit the same spot. Even against moving targets, he has a 50% chance of hitting the same position, with new equipment and monsters nearby. It's time for a simple test. Thinking this, Su Jin's gaze firmly fixes on the distance, quietly waiting for the next wave of monsters to arrive. As time ticks by, soon a sharp piercing cry with great penetrative power comes from the sky. Looking up, the once clear blue sky is suddenly engulfed by a vast, dark shadow. On closer inspection, it is a large flock of eagles with black and gold feathers. These eagles are enormous, with wingspans several meters long, appearing like a surging cloud of darkness sweeping across the sky. Black feather eagles, interesting. For most novice lords, flying monsters are undoubtedly a headache. Compared to land-based monsters, these creatures soaring in the skies are not only faster and more agile but also possess a wider field of vision and range of attack. Without proper measures, one could only wait for them to dive from the sky, seizing that fleeting moment to counterattack. And these are black feather eagles, a particularly intelligent type of monster. They often use their unique feathers to disrupt their prey's vision during an attack. Even experienced lords might find themselves in a passive situation when facing such a squadron of black feather eagles. However, such formidable enemies do not intimidate Su Jin in the slightest. On the contrary, a confident smile slightly lifts the corners of his mouth. Then, without hesitation, he raises his right arm towards the direction of the black feather eagles and loudly commands, "Activate the Panther Beast formation." Yes. At Su Jin's command, 119 ready Panther Beasts ignite. Instantly, accompanied by a deep roar, they swiftly transform from human to beast form. One by one, agile mechanical black panthers appear. Panther Beast formation, usable with 50 or more Panther Beasts. After activation, the formation increases all units' anti-air range by 119%, anti-air damage by 119%, and anti-air defense by 119%, up to a maximum of 1000%. Then, these formidable Black Panthers begin to arrange themselves in a specific formation. They crouch on the ground, supporting their bodies with their strong forelimbs while raising the machine guns on their backs high. As the black feather eagles enter the attack range of the Panther Beasts, machine guns roared behind them, spewing angry flames as they crazily fired bullets at the black-feathered eagles soaring in the sky. The barrage was like a curtain of rain, and under this sudden attack, the black-feathered eagles were thrown into disarray. Feathers flew everywhere, blood splattered. Some of the eagles fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. However, the black-feathered eagles were indeed very clever creatures. They wouldn't recklessly charge at their enemies without thought like mindless beasts. These creatures quickly reacted. Realizing that a frontal conflict with the Panther Beasts formation would lead to defeat, they immediately adjusted their strategy. They began to scatter, dodging bullets while swiftly charging towards Su Jin like dark arrows slicing through the sky. Clearly, they understood the principle of capturing the leader first. By targeting Su Jin, they hoped to disrupt the formation of the Panther Beast Legion. Watching this unfold, Su Jin felt not a hint of fear in his heart. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. 3, 2. Su Jin's lips barely moved, silently counting down. his gaze was focused and sharp, firmly fixed on the group of eagles in the sky. As the last number 1 slipped from his lips, it signified that the target had entered his shooting range. In an instant, Sujin did not hesitate to pull the trigger repeatedly. Arrow after arrow, as sharp as lightning, sped out, cutting through the air with a piercing sound. These arrows, as if they had eyes, flew with astonishing speed and accuracy towards the soaring eagles. Each arrow struck precisely at the critical spots, either the eyes or the necks of the eagles. Such precise shooting skills caused every hit to inflict triple the damage on their weak spots. Although Su Jin's attributes were indeed inferior to those of the panther beasts, thanks to the effects of multiple pieces of equipment, his strength attribute had also climbed to a high of 550. With such formidable strength, coupled with the bonus damage to weak spots, killing these less than peak condition black-feathered eagles was as easy as turning over one's hand. Not only that, the Tiger King, who had not participated in the panther beast formation, also stayed by Su Jin's side. As a king-level hero, its attacks were even more fierce and dominant. Its strikes, regardless of where they hit, would result in a black-feathered eagle tragically falling from the sky. The eagles, believing themselves to be clever, did not realize that their actions were precisely the catalyst for their demise. As the saying goes, cleverness may overreach itself. Meanwhile, although the group at the Eastern Trial Grounds was baffled by Su Jin's ability to break records in 2 secret realms consecutively, news of his feats spread like a storm, and in the City Lord's mansion of Quan City a meeting concerning Su Jin was underway. Many influential figures from within Quan City had already gathered there. They whispered in low voices or pondered in silence, each bearing a solemn expression on their face. Just then, the city lord entered the conference room with a steady stride. Everyone immediately fell silent, their gazes turning to him. With a piercing look, the city lord scanned the room and then spoke in a calm and measured tone. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding Su Jin's successful breaking of the dungeon record, what reward should we, as the authorities, offer? Although they had already thought about or discussed this issue when the moment arrived, everyone looked around, seemingly waiting for someone else to speak first. Finally, unable to hold back, someone said, "I believe that we should by all means adhere to the rules and treat everyone equally." A young man in a splendid robe added, "Indeed, and by doing so we can better motivate other novice lords." An elderly man with white hair nodded slightly, "Such is sensible. Only by treating everyone equally can we demonstrate fairness and motivate more people to strive forward." Most in the room nodded in agreement with these views, but just then a voice suddenly plunged the room back into silence. "However, the current situation no longer allows us to waste resources." As these words were spoken, many sighed quietly, their expressions complex. Everyone understood the implication of his words. Currently, 95% of the population in Huaxia believed that the ferocious beasts were within controllable limits, yet, in reality, these beasts had begun to exhibit uncontrollable behavior. In just half a year, such incidents had occurred globally no less than 20 times, enough to prove that the beasts had reached an uncontrollable stage. However, to avoid causing panic among the domestic population, the nation had blocked news of this aspect and most people were unaware. Under such circumstances, many pieces of equipment and items had been deemed strategic resources, and for a novice lord to break a dungeon record was indeed an extraordinary feat. Despite the populace and talented Huaxia, from the establishment of novice dungeons in the cities to now, there had been fewer than 1,000. On average, each of the 34 provinces produced one in 17 years. These individuals were among the elite of human lords. For such talents, the authorities would provide very costly rewards. Indeed, receiving such rewards not only sped up their growth by 10% but also enhanced their combat effectiveness by at least 10%, truly making it a strategic resource. Normally, even in such times, rewards would be duly given to accelerate the growth of geniuses. However, the record breaker this time was Su Jin, whose initial troop type was merely of black iron grade and his lord's core belonged to the mechanical race. City Lord Wang Haitian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his face showing his dilemma. The reward was definitely necessary, but the issue of bestowing a human emperor weapon indeed required careful consideration. Well, let's temporarily award Su Jin a gradeless platinum item as a reward for breaking the dungeon record. Of course, if he later proves himself worthy of wielding a humane imperial weapon, we'll present it to him then. I believe that if he is capable, it won't take long, nor will it greatly affect the usage of the humane imperial weapon. The Lord's decision was supported by most, and the atmosphere in the meeting room gradually heated up. Just as everyone agreed to issue the reward according to the Lord's words, Lu Zhenyan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stood up. He straightened his back slightly, his hands gently clenched into fists by his sides, and said meaningfully, "Ladies and gentlemen. How can you assume that Su Jin, once in possession of the humane imperial weapon, would not be able to maximize its potential?" Upon hearing this, Wang Haitian coughed lightly and asked, "Minister Lu, what do you mean by that?" Everyone looked at him, puzzled, then began to whisper among themselves, guessing what Lu Jinyun's real intentions might be. Some frowned, their eyes filled with confusion, their heads unconsciously tilting to one side. They didn't understand why Lu Jinyun would say such a thing. Yet Lu Jinyun's face remained as calm as ever. After a few moments, he turned his head towards Wang Haitian, who was seated at the main seat, and said, "Just now Su Jin has successfully defeated the fourth wave of the 2-star level trial in the Western training grounds." Wang Haitian's pupils suddenly shrank. After taking a deep breath, he almost couldn't believe what he heard. "Are you sure it was a 2-star level dungeon?" Lu Jinyun's face showed a mix of emotions: nostalgia, excitement, shock, and relief. He didn't say anything but simply nodded, displaying the information he had just received in mid-air. Gulp. Seeing Lu Jinyun's earnest expression combined with the information that appeared in the air, someone swallowed hard. "It really is a 2-star level dungeon, and it's the fourth wave," someone gasped, contributing their bit to global warming and shock. "How did he do it?" Everyone present was astounded. This was a 2-star level dungeon. Even those capable of entering Quancheng University are at least level 10 elite novice lords. Very few people could pass the fourth wave, even more so, more than half of the new students couldn't even get past the first wave of 50 ferocious beasts. But what did they see? Su Jin had actually cleared the fourth wave. No one thought this news was fake. After all, the 2-star level dungeon was right there. Faking it made no sense. A prodigy. Quancheng has produced another prodigy. Some of the relatively younger lords couldn't help but shout out, their expressions filled with excitement. In the current stage, achieving such a feat, if this isn't a monstrous talent, then what is? Yet, some of the veteran lords had complex expressions, their emotions relatively stable. Su Jin is indeed an outstanding child, but... Sigh. With these words, the lords who were initially agitated calmed down once again. They all understood the meaning of this statement. Indeed, even if he could pass the fourth wave of the 2-star instance, what then? Mechanical race, black iron rank. Such a basic unit type is placed here. The quality is simply too low. Even if it can grow, there will still be a huge gap compared to other lords. The meeting room fell into a brief silence again. Just then Wang Haitian smiled and looked at Lu Jinyun. "Minister Lu, you might as well stop hiding it from everyone." Creak. Everyone once again turned their heads in unison towards Lu Jinyun. Someone moved a bit too vigorously, causing a slight noise from the chair scraping the floor. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Jinyun's lips moved slightly. "King level. Yesterday I had a chat with Ajin, and the upper limit of his initial unit's growth quality is king level." "What?" Wang Haitian stared at Lu Jinyun in astonishment, his eyes fixated on him. The latter nodded seriously, confirming he had made no mistake. Seeing Lu Jinyun confirm again at this moment, including Wang Haitian, everyone's eyes widened, extremely excited. Mechanical race, king level. How could they not understand the significance of these 6 words? A Chinese military general Ai Sealy is an entity with a king-level mechanical unit type. His units: Dongfeng Missile Vehicle, J-20 Fighter Jet, 055 Destroyer. The first 3 are all powerful king-level units, especially the Dongfeng Missile Vehicle. Because of it, China holds a leading position globally in terms of precision strikes and the speed of continuously eliminating large groups of beasts. Now knowing that Quancheng has produced Su Jin, who also possesses a king-level mechanical unit, how can they not be excited? Good, good, good. Wang Haitian said the word good 3 times repeatedly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, orders were issued one after another. Moments later, Wang Haitian and some personnel were already preparing application materials. If the situation is confirmed tonight, the capital will send humanitarian imperial soldiers to escort them. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyun and others have temporarily taken some rewards to the Western trial grounds. While breaking the instance record, they can also further verify the upper limit of Su Jin's unit growth. As long as it can be confirmed again that Su Jin's Black Panther beast possesses king-level potential, even if the mechanical race does not have hero-level units, just relying on the king-level units' precise operation, powerful sustained firepower, efficient teamwork, absolute combat will, and strong soldier explosion ability With such advantages, as long as Su Jin can grow, he alone could definitely be considered a heavy armored combined brigade of China. Moreover, he has only just initially awakened one unit type. At levels 20-30 up to level 100 he will have at least 9 more opportunities to awaken unit types. If luck were a bit kinder, Su Jin would awaken a mechanical troop type almost identical to General AI's Dongfeng missile vehicle. For China's Su Jin would then be a national strategic resource. Realizing this, everyone became even more excited. In just 3 minutes, these powerful lords, each at least level 60, had already made their appearance in a room at the Western Trial Ground. Using special privileges, they successfully accessed the footage from the instance where Su Jin was, level 7, so fast, such marksmanship, such precision. Damn, did this kid start practicing shooting in his mother's womb? When the footage appeared, the first thing that caught everyone's eye was the figure of 129 Black Panther beasts and Su Jin, who had reached level 7, as well as nearly a full screen of red damage numbers marked with exclamation points. Everyone was dumbfounded, some even rubbed their eyes, doubting if they had seen wrong. After repeatedly confirming, they finally accepted this fact. It was all true. How did he do it? A middle-aged man murmured incredulously, although according to previous data they were all aware. Su Jin, who had already broken 2 instance records and had killed all the waves of monsters in a 2-star instance, would definitely have a frightening level and combat experience far surpassing other novice lords at this stage. However, when such a scene was actually displayed before their eyes, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This was too terrifying. Even the leader of the Huaxia mechanical troop type AI, silly, wasn't this terrifying initially. They all knew General AI's growth history. As a mechanical troop lord, the early battle capability was truly the weakest among troop types, because the combat experience of the mechanical troops was entirely linked to the lord. Even if the initial troop quality was high, the lack of levels would still impose many restrictions. That's why even General AI's real power phase started at level 30. But what about Su Jin now? He had only awakened his Lord Core for a day, such a short time. No one would believe he could have reached level 7 now with such terrifying battle experience. The early deficiencies of the mechanical troop type didn't seem to manifest in him at all. Truly like father like son, General Su's son was equally excessively outstanding. While everyone was reflecting on this, Lu Jinyun pressed a button on the side, watching the clearer footage. He quietly said, "Take a closer look at that gold and purple mixed troop type." Everyone's gaze then shifted to the Tiger King. Instantly, the temperature in the room rose slightly. Heroic units? How could this be possible? Aren't the mech race supposed to lack heroic units? Everyone gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The larger figure, the more splendid armor, and the fiercer red glow in its eyes. Everything indicated that this was a heroic unit. But how could this be? It has been a universally acknowledged fact for thousands of years that the mech race has no heroic units. Even because of the existence of AI in China, the beautiful country was jealous of the Dongfeng missile vehicle, a king-level troop that performed excellently in many aspects. In order to possess such a powerful weapon, they aimed to start with heroic units. But what was the result? The beautiful country spent a whole 100 trillion lord energy and summoned 20 million troops through a lord who owned the Dark Hawk missile vehicle, yet they failed to get a single heroic unit. Since then, the fact that the mech race had no heroic units was as certain as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. But now, the reality unfolding before their eyes was different. Su Jin, as a mech race lord, actually possessed a heroic unit. This news was as unbelievable as being told that the sun would rise from the west, yet everything they saw was real. Su Jin really possessed a mech race hero. Shocked, everyone did not know what to say, standing there silently for a long time. Lu Jinyun, although relatively calm, was equally astonished. Knowing Su Jin for many years, he was aware of Su Jin's compulsions. If it wasn't necessary, he would always try to keep the number of troops to a whole number. Yet he had just seen Su Jin with 1300 spiritual power and over 80,000 lord energy, but upon closer inspection he had only summoned 129 Black Panther beasts. When Lu Jinyun realized this, he almost instantly sensed something was off. Indeed, when the Tiger King appeared beneath the city walls, he confirmed this fact. Su Jin truly broke the mech race's restriction on having no heroic units, and this mech race hero bore some resemblance to the Black Panther beasts. The growth potential of the Black Panther beasts was at the king level, meaning this tiger robot also had at the very least king level potential. Such terrifying talent plus king level mech race troop plus king level mech race heroic unit. Just based on these, the potential heights Su Jin could reach in the future were unimaginable. Lu Xingyun could think of these things, and naturally others would come to similar conclusions after reacting. Initially, everyone still thought about waiting for Su Jin to come out to verify whether the growth limit of the Black Panther beasts truly reached the king level. However, at this moment they completely abandoned this thought. Minister Lu hurried quickly informed the city lord about this situation and urged the city lord to apply to the capital. Yes, that's right, there's no need to check for a mech race heroic unit. People urged each other with one saying after another. Lu Xinyan smiled and showed everyone the chat records with Wang Haitian. After confirming that the tiger-shaped robot was a hero-class unit, he immediately relayed the message. The recipients seemed startled by the news. It took a while before they responded, stating that the humanitarian imperial weapons would be delivered to Su Jin in an hour. The room erupted in excited laughter upon receiving this message. Fortunately, everyone present was a strong individual who knew better than to recklessly release their energy in such a place, otherwise the nearby glass would have had a few choice words for them. Once everyone had processed the shock that Su Jin had brought them, they refocused their attention on the screen. Their 129 Black Panther beasts crouched atop the city walls, their eyes cold and sharp. Clutching machine guns tightly, their fingers pulled the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets like a downpour. Each bullet, as if guided by sight, flew precisely towards the mammoths. Despite their massive size, the mammoths were powerless under the barrage. Bullets continuously struck their eyes and skulls, weak points that elicited painful roars as blood gushed from their sockets and their huge bodies began to sway. Meanwhile, the Tiger King rampaged through the beast horde like a fierce whirlwind, clutching his saber-toothed swords which glinted coldly in the sunlight. Each swing of his blades was accompanied by a spray of blood mist. He charged through the horde, and despite being alone, his clearing speed was nearly as fast as that of the Black Panther beasts. The entire battlefield had turned into a slaughterhouse. Seeing this, a burly man clutched his platinum-braid rifle, a look of envy in his eyes. Talent really is something you can't fight against, he said. I only have been a lord for over 40 years and I consider myself quite talented with firearms. But seeing this kid's performance, I can't confidently say I'd win against him. Hearing this, someone patted Li Yunfei on the shoulder and teased, "Is old Li itching for a challenge? It seems Su Jin will be out soon. Why don't you wait and see who's better with a gun?" Li Yunfei brushed off the hand on his shoulder and waved dismissively. My bullets cost 500 lord energy each. It's more worthwhile to use them on fierce beasts. I'll sponsor the contest. Whomever wins gets 10,000 lord energy from me. But let's not bully the kid, right? Laughter filled the room and it was clear to all that Li Yunfei was backing down. However, everyone agreed that Su Jin would soon emerge victorious. Even though he had already cleared the 5th wave of monsters, they were all aware of what the 6th wave might bring, but they believed that Su Jin could easily handle the 300 level 5 fierce beasts, but that level 10 beast was beyond his ability to handle. After all, this beast was called the steel-armored ape, a terrifying creature whose defensive and offensive capabilities were comparable to those of a regular level 15 beast. Its defense was so formidable that even a typical level 20 lord would struggle to kill it. They knew something about Su Jin's strength as well. In their view, the current Su Jin could potentially contend with some of the elite level 15 lords. However, a beast is still a beast, and no matter where it was attacked, it would at most sustain double damage. They did not believe that Su Jin now possessed the ability to defeat the steel-armored ape. In the tension-filled dungeon, a roar, accompanied by deafening roars, a crisis descended once again. The 6th wave of monsters surged like a tidal wave, 30 level 5 beasts, each exuding a chilling aura, varied in form, some like wolves with fierce red glows in their eyes, others like leopards, agile and bursting with power. The claws of these beasts scraped the ground, producing a grating sound like the symphony of death. The roars of 300 beasts merged into a terrifying wave of sound, as if to burst through the heavens. Among these beasts, the steel-armored ape was particularly striking. It stood like a moving hill, tall and formidable. Its body was covered with an armor-like shell that reflected a cold metallic sheen under the faint light. Roar, accompanied by a roar like a dull thunderclap. The 300 beasts behind the steel-armored ape suddenly exerted their muscles. Like an unstoppable torrent, they surged towards Su Jin, filled with endless murderous intent. If only I could awaken a mass attack troop type. Seeing the horrifying scene before him, Su Jin couldn't help but mutter softly. In fact, dealing with these beasts with his current Black Panther beast legion was not a troublesome matter. However, although there were many of these beasts, their levels were too low. Unable to clear them out quickly, he always felt somewhat unsatisfied. If he could awaken a troop type similar to Grandpa AI's Dongfeng missile vehicle or a hero-level unit in this life, dealing with these swarms of beasts would be incredibly satisfying with just one shot. However, Su Jin did not indulge in too much fantasy, although he never had that chance in his previous life. This life he had the system. As long as he kept leveling up, accepting and completing more tasks, he believed that one day he would obtain what he desired. As Su Jin pondered, the Black Panther beasts and the Tiger King showed no slack. The entire scene unfolded with Su Jin's barrage-style attack. The Tiger King charged bravely at the forefront like a sharp flash of lightning, rushing towards the 300 beasts with a fearless demeanor. The Black Panther Beast Legion was ready on the city walls, calmly and focusedly providing cover fire. Bullets fell like raindrops, all moving at almost the same speed, targeting the flanks of the beast group and the units in the front row. Like a moving wall of fire, it allowed the Tiger King to charge forward without facing too many fierce beasts at once, paving the way for his assault. The cooperation between them was impeccably in sync, every movement and attack executed just right. Describing the spectacle of the battle as artistic wouldn't be an overstatement at all. Watching him fight was like appreciating fish swimming or flowers blooming. Every glance was a moment less to cherish. An elderly man gently stroked his white beard, his eyes filled with admiration. Everyone around nodded in agreement without a word. Only Lu Jian furrowed his brows slightly, his mind brimming with questions. In this lord-based world, Su Jin-style barrage still exists. Although lords can form teams and their troops cannot harm each other, bullets, including some magic troops using skills, all consume mental strength or lord energy. To reduce consumption, the Su Jin-style barrage was developed. Su Jin's current fighting style closely resembles the military's frequent use of Su Jin barrage, but how did he learn it? When the Tiger King accelerates, the Panther Beast's bullet firing changes accordingly. Their coordination is seamless. Even some battle-hardened veterans may not be able to achieve such perfect teamwork. How does Su Jin possess such battle experience? Could there really be such a natural-born combat genius in the world? Just by looking at theories and summoning troops he can cleverly utilize them, or is it because his name is Su Jin so he instinctively knows Su Jin barrage? Just as Lu Jian felt puzzled, Li Yunfei suddenly widened his eyes, shouting in astonishment, "What is this kid trying to do?" Another person immediately added, "He's trying to kill the steel-armored gorilla." Lu Jian suddenly looked up, a wave of tension surging in his heart. Everyone's emotions tensed instantly, their eyes glued to the screen. At that moment, under the cover of the Panther Beast, the Tiger King had already approached not far from the steel-armored gorilla. Its hind legs burst with power, leaping over a considerable distance. Its saber-toothed sword collided with the skin of the steel-armored gorilla. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. Sparks exploded on the arm of the steel-armored gorilla, causing only slight damage. Roar! The steel-armored gorilla, eyes red with rage, roared furiously. Its arm, as hard as steel, gathered strength before swinging violently. The powerful force stirred the surrounding air, creating a howling wind. However, the Tiger King, showing the agility of a king-level hero, dodged nimbly to the side. The gorilla's arm heavily struck the ground. A loud boom sounded, as if the ground had been struck by a meteor. The tremendous impact created visible cracks on the ground, spreading out like a spider web, evidence of the powerful strike. The armored gorilla, having missed its target, became even more enraged. With a deafening roar, it opened its massive mouth and bellowed. The roar carried such force that even Su Jin, who stood at a considerable distance, felt a slight dizziness. The beast then charged towards the Tiger King with heavy, forceful steps, its giant arms pounding repeatedly, causing stones to scatter all around. Unfortunately for the gorilla, its speed was too slow to even touch the Tiger King. Under Su Jin's command, the Tiger King did not rush to continue tangling with the adversary, instead leveraging its agility far superior to that of the armored gorilla, it dodged the attacks and took the opportunity to slay other ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Lu Jian and others felt a weight lift off their hearts and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it didn't get hit, that's what matters. Indeed, if this unique mechanical hero unit in the world were to be compromised, it would be a tremendous loss for China. The best strategy now was to use the agile tiger robot to keep the armored gorilla occupied while other troops dealt with the remaining beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement, yet they remained silent, eyes glued to the screen. About 3 minutes later, they saw Su Jin chose not to continue attacking the armored gorilla but focused instead on slaying the other ferocious beasts, which allowed them to relax slightly. However, almost immediately Sujin the Tiger King and all the Panther soldiers began to glow with light. For some reason Lu Xinyan felt a sudden tug at his heart. It had to be said that the armored gorilla was indeed powerful. At just level 10, its constitution had already reached 1500, such stats would pose a challenge for most ordinary level 20 lords to defeat, not to mention the gorilla was no ordinary beast but had a better functioning brain than other ferocious beasts. It wasn't filled with mush blindly charging into battle, which only increased the difficulty of defeating it, yet the gorilla's weakness was also clear. Despite its strength and constitution, its agility was quite low. Even the Tiger King, who had just been level 7 and needed only a bit more time, could defeat it without a scratch, not to mention now the Tiger King had advanced to level 8. Its agility and strength had significantly improved. I wonder what good loot I could get from you. Thanks to my luck in this lifetime, Sujin pondered, watching the battle beneath the city walls with a profound gaze. The Tiger King, agile and sharp, whipped its saber-toothed tail through the air, creating a streak of cold light aimed at the gorilla's head. Seeing this, the armored gorilla immediately raised its iron-like arms, swinging powerfully at the Tiger King, hoping to trade blow for blow. But the Tiger King, equipped with all of Sujin's combat experience, was not about to comply. With a nimble sidestep, it dodged the lethal strike. At the same time, its tail, like a steel whip, viciously lashed at the gorilla's flank. With a loud bang, the steel-armored gorilla was struck on its side. However, its shell only emitted a dull thud and wasn't severely damaged. But a beast is still a beast, easily provoked. Even the intelligent steel-armored gorilla was no different. It roared furiously, digging its arms into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, like a heavy tank, it charged towards the Tiger King. Facing such a charge, the Tiger King was not intimidated at all. It leaped high into the air, arms crossed, hands placed on its shoulders, then swiped fiercely. The spinning saber teeth, carrying sharp currents, flew towards the steel-armored gorilla. The gorilla shielded its vitals with its arms again, the currents chopping at its arms and sparking a chain of sparks. Then, seizing the moment the Tiger King landed, it launched another fierce attack. Its massive fist, carrying a howling wind, smashed towards the Tiger King. From these maneuvers, it was clear that the difficulty level of a 2-star boss was indeed high, far surpassing most novice lords in combat experience. Those unfamiliar with it, facing it for the first time, even if they had powerful hero-class troops, would definitely suffer a great deal. The purpose of setting such a beast as the boss in this instance was also to let the novice lords entering the game understand that not all beasts are mindless creatures. One must never relax when facing them. Unfortunately, all this was within my grasp. Sujin smiled slightly, his mind moved, and he gave orders to the Tiger King. Tiger Heavenly Wings. Upon receiving the command, the Tiger King swiftly transformed into its beast form in midair. Using the brief ability to fly after activating Tiger Heavenly Wings, it easily dodged the steel-armored gorilla's attack and agilely jumped back, increasing the distance between them. Since the Lord has commanded, let me show you my ultimate move. The Tiger King's sharp eyes stared tightly at the steel-armored gorilla. As soon as the words fell, the aura on its body suddenly changed. Storm Nebula split. A surge of energy powerful to the extreme burst forth from the Tiger King's body. The surrounding air seemed to stir with its power. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, it touched down on all fours, muscles taut, and charged towards the steel-armored gorilla at an extremely fast speed. Each leap carried a powerful impact. The ground beneath its claws dug out with deep marks. Just as it was about to reach the steel-armored gorilla's Storm Nebula split, the Tiger King transformed back into its human form, hands gripping the saber teeth tightly. The currents around the saber teeth were incredibly fierce, carrying a momentum that could sever everything, and it viciously slashed towards the steel-armored gorilla. With the use of Tiger Heavenly Wings, the agility of the Tiger King had increased by 200%. Its speed so fast that in the eyes of the steel-armored gorilla there was only a flash of light too late to react in any way. Its ears already heard the sharp saber teeth slicing through its own neck, and its body and limbs became unresponsive. Gazing at the steel-armored gorilla, which had already lost its ability to fight, the Tiger King's eyes were filled with an indiscernible complexity. He sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "You are not it after all." As his words fell, the Tiger King pulled his saber teeth from the opponent's neck. The massive body of the steel-armored gorilla heavily crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 beast steel-armored gorilla. Experience plus 2000. Congratulations on acquiring the skill book, Immovable as a Mountain, Troop Skill. Congratulations on gaining 3000 Lord's Energy, announced the system prompt. At that moment the room in the Western Trial Grounds erupted with a sound of thumping hearts. Several high-ranking officials from Kwancheng, shocked beyond words, didn't know what to say, although it was only a level 10. Steel-armored gorilla which in their view could be killed with a mere breath. Su Jin had awakened his Lord's Core less than 2 days ago. Many who awaken their Lord's Core take half a month or even a month and don't even qualify to face a steel-armored gorilla, let alone kill one, yet Su Jin, who had his Lord's Core awakened for just 2 days, had actually done it without deploying a single soldier or suffering any damage. A monster. Kwancheng has truly produced another monster. At this moment everyone in the room was extremely excited. Some felt their blood surge more vigorously through their veins, their faces slowly turning red with heat. Lu Zhenyan pushed the door open and rushed towards the entrance of the dungeon, followed quickly by others. At the entrance of the Western Trial Grounds, a group of vibrant Kwancheng University students were originally waiting to enter the dungeon. Suddenly a rush of Chuancheng's bigwigs hurried towards them. Their fast pace and excited, expectant expressions disrupted the original atmosphere. The students cast surprised glances at each other and began whispering, "Is there a problem with the dungeon? Otherwise, why would these big shots come personally? I don't think so. If there was a problem with the dungeon, we would have been kicked out already. Moreover, a problem wouldn't warrant so many big shots coming. Oh my, has there really been an incident with the dungeon?" Just as people were gossiping and whispering, suddenly someone with a face full of terror frantically pointed towards the entrance of the 2-star dungeon. In that instant everyone's gaze followed the direction of his pointing finger. A jaw-dropping scene unfolded before their eyes. The entire entrance to the dungeon, which had been calm a moment ago, burst forth with dazzling red and purple lights without warning. The intertwining and flickering of these two colors was self-explanatory. "Oh my goodness, what's happening?" someone gasped in astonishment, murmuring to themselves, "Red and purple together?" Just this year a novice lord awakening anew managed to single-handedly conquer a 2-star dungeon? Could that even be true? Yet just then. But, look at the expressions on those big shots, someone shouted and everyone turned to look. That glance was chilling. Known figures, always steady and calm like Lu Zhenyan and Li Yunfei from Kwancheng, were now staring intently at the dungeon entrance with unusually excited expressions. Seeing this scene, a wave of inexplicable tension and anticipation surged among the crowd. Could it be? Gulp! Suddenly, the entire trial field fell into a dead silence, punctuated only by the sound of a few throats swallowing saliva with difficulty. Everyone present was focused intensely on the direction of the dungeon entrance. Finally, the dazzling light gradually faded away, revealing a strikingly handsome figure emerging slowly into everyone's view. "Su Jin?" One person nearly shouted out in astonishment, his voice filled with disbelief. Just this morning he had received a message from his younger brother saying that Su Jin had actually broken the records for the level 4 and 5 dungeons in the Eastern Trial Grounds. He was intrigued at the time and went to look up information on Su Jin. However, when he learned that Su Jin's awakened troop type was merely the Black Iron rank of the Mechanical Tribe, he immediately felt like his brother was joking with him. A Mechanical Tribe lord with just a Black Iron initial troop type breaking dungeon records? That seemed like a fantasy. But now the man standing before him, both in appearance and equipment, truly matched Su Jin to a T. That man's eyes widened, first glancing down at the smartphone he was clutching, then shifting his gaze back to Su Jin near the dungeon entrance. His face, initially filled with surprise, had now turned stiff and numb, expressionless. He was utterly stunned. A strong intuition surged in his heart. Perhaps his younger brother was not lying after all. At that moment an older student suddenly yelled excitedly, "Level 8! Level 8! Level 8! These words instantly silenced the previously noisy scene. Then, as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake, every student present felt an immense shock. This time this level, this place, a novice lord, a level 8. All these factors intertwined, pointing to one key issue. This 2-star dungeon, which 95% of the students present couldn't pass by themselves, was indeed cleared by Su Jin, who had only recently awakened his core as a lord. So it turns out that those rumors are all true. Truly, it's unbelievable but true. While the other trainees were still in shock, Su Jin had already followed several big shots into a room at the training ground. "You really took my words yesterday lightly, didn't you, Lu?" Zhenyan said with a smile, patting Su Jin on the shoulder as he entered the room. Facing this questioning, Su Jin calmly replied, "Not at all," his lips slightly curving into a confident smile, and then he explained, "Didn't you say yesterday that if there was more than a 90% certainty one should go for it?" After this, they shared a smile. Alright, enough about that, let me introduce you. Lu Jinyun said, pulling Su Jin along to introduce the people present. The Finance Department Head, Shen Shengqian, the City Defense Department Head, Li Yunfei. As Lu Jinyun introduced them, Su Jin politely greeted everyone. At the same time, he felt somewhat astonished. Just 15 minutes ago, when facing the fifth wave of monster invasions, he had a feeling of being watched. From that moment on, he knew that the officials of Quan City were aware of his record-breaking in the trials and had sent someone to award him. Therefore, he didn't pay much special attention to it. However, Su Jin had never imagined that the officials of Quan City would value him so highly. These department heads were actually waiting here for so long, and there were so many of them. This was completely different from his previous life in the military. In the military, discipline was very strict. Even if awards were distributed for outstanding contributions, it was often done collectively by a leader to inspire others and to prevent any talented individuals from becoming arrogant due to special treatment. Nevertheless, Su Jin didn't think too much about it. He was very clear in his heart. He belonged to a country named Huaxia. For everyone born and raised on this land, whether ordinary lord soldiers or officials, the deep-seated wish was the same: to rejuvenate Huaxia. Only when the country is prosperous can the people on this land live in peace. After Lu Jinyun finished introducing everyone present, Li Yunfei, a man who disliked unnecessary talk, cut straight to the point. Originally, we wanted to see if your troops had the potential to reach the king's level. Now we don't even need to check. Take your reward, and it's best not to enter the trials today, there will be bigger rewards soon. While speaking, Li Yunfei grabbed the prepared rewards from Qin Xingchen and tossed them to Su Jin. He didn't wait for Su Jin's response and immediately led the others out of the room, leaving only Su Jin and Lu Jinyun. Pack these up, the rewards given to you are just minor things, the real significant ones are yet to come, Lu Jinyun said, waving his hand and passing a cup of water to Su Jin. These are not the big ones? Su Jin was somewhat stunned. Even though he was holding it, he did not know exactly what was inside the package. However, he knew that this bag was a spatial artifact. Normally, to use such a precious spatial artifact as a container for distributing rewards, wouldn't that mean the rewards would be substantial? Did he really do anything that extraordinary? All he did was break a couple of records and clear a 2-star instance, and they gave him so many rewards? Lu Jinyun knew Su Jin very well. He could tell what Su Jin was thinking with just one glance. At the same time, when he thought about the human-tier divine weapon to be awarded to Su Jin, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional and said, I'm not fooling you. When you get that item in your hands, you'll realize that these resources are nothing compared to it. Hearing this, Su Jin's curiosity was piqued. He was incredibly intrigued. But before he could even ask, Lu Jinyun spoke again. In the spatial bag there are evolution crystals ranging from bronze level to platinum level. He paused briefly, then continued, although many people don't say it, they still feel a bit uncomfortable. Now that we're alone, just use them. I'll record it and report it so we avoid any gossip. Su Jin nodded repeatedly in agreement and then reached out to open the spatial bag. The moment he opened it and saw what was inside, he was struck as if by lightning. Could this really be a reward for a novice lord? Inside the spatial bag there were 10 compartments, each containing an item. 1,000 energy crystals, a bronze to platinum level evolution crystal package, platinum level lord equipment, lord skill books, soul intimidation, traceless, troop skill books, frenzy state, and a Quancheng honor badge. No rank equipment. Resurrected Su Jin was naturally very aware of the value of these items. In his view, the cheapest item here was the 1,000 energy crystals, which equaled 1 million lord energy. Thank you, nation. Su Jin sincerely expressed his gratitude. Just the 1,000 energy crystals alone would relieve his worries about lord energy for a long time, not to mention the other rewards that were even more precious. Lu Jinyun nodded with satisfaction. Jin, remember, no matter how far you can go in the future, you are always a child of Huaxia. Because of your excellence, the nation is willing to cultivate you. What you need to do most is to grow up quickly. Feeling that it might be a bit too early to discuss these matters with Su Jin, he did not continue. Smiling, he joked, alright, I won't say too much. Summon your troops to evolve sooner. Thanks to you, the organization has given me a day off. After I report everything, I have to go home to be with my wife and kids. Su Jin nodded lightly, first fusing the Quancheng honor badge with the honor badge left to him by his father, turning it into an all attributes plus 100 badge. This boosted his spiritual power to its peak. Adhering to the principle of saving whenever possible, he first summoned 20 panther beasts to fill up his troop count. Then he summoned one more Panther Beast and opened the Evolution Crystal gift pack. Under Lu Jinyun's record, he sequentially used the silvered, gold and platinum evolution crystals. 3 beams of light flickered one after the other. The Panther Beast was successively equipped with a machete, a dagger and a sniper rifle that could be switched with a machine gun. Its basic attributes as well as the attributes that could grow with leveling were all enhanced. Initial attributes, growth attributes, 100, 150, 100, 150, 100, 150, 30, 45, 150, 225, 20, 30, 150, 225, 20, 30. Correspondingly, the energy cost to summon a basic Iron Beast had also risen from 500 to 2000. Although Lu Jinyun was certain that Su Jin would not deceive him when he witnessed the Panther Beast evolving from bronze to platinum level right before his eyes, his heart still experienced an indescribable thrill. After calming his emotions a bit, Lu Jinyun put away the records and said to Su Jin, "Come, let's go to my office first, your reward awaits." In the training grounds, a group of new lords who had just arrived were quietly discussing the departure of the two. They originally thought the record-breaking feat of Su Jin was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. Indeed, if it weren't for achieving something remarkable in the dungeon, how could he have attracted such attention? It's really frustrating to compare ourselves to others. We are still struggling in low-level dungeons while others are already making their mark in high-difficulty ones. Their voices were not loud, but filled with envy and admiration. Enough talk, the college entrance exam is just around the corner. We too need to work hard. Maybe we can also receive some rewards from the city. Right, we all have 2 eyes and 2 legs. We can't let Su Jin get too far ahead. Anyone forming a team to enter a level 4 dungeon, take me with you. I'm a human archer, I can attack from a distance. Unbeknownst to Su Jin, his actions had inspired a group of novice lords to strive harder. Meanwhile, he was still busy organizing his gains, including 4 skill books, one of which was the unyielding skill obtained from defeating an armored gorilla. Troop skill, immovable as a mountain effect. Troops standing still for 150 seconds gain a 10% increase in strength and a 30% increase in constitution. Note, no cooldown, no consumption. The buff disappears if moved, knocked back, knocked into the air, stunned. Troop skill, frenzy state effect. Upon activation, it increases troop attack speed by 50%, attack power by 20% and 20% life steal. Note, 30 minutes cooldown, lasts for 10 minutes. Using the skill consumes twice the amount of lord energy per second per troop. Excess life steal is converted into a shield, with the shield maxing out at 200% of the troop's health. Lord skill, soul intimidation effect, psychically locks onto a target, forcibly stunning them for tens and inducing a 100% fear state. Note, 3 minutes cooldown, consumes 10,000 psychic energy. Stun duration may increase or decrease based on the level difference between parties. Fear forces the target to retreat 10 paces. Lord skill, traceless effect 1, active, increases one's agility by 100% and dodge by 45%. Effect 2, passive, hides all attributes of oneself and troops, ineffective against entities more than 20 levels above. Note, 10 minutes cooldown, consumes 20,000 psychic energy. Active effect lasts for 5 minutes. Seeing these 4 skills, Su Jin was both excited and embarrassed. Excited because in his past life he had learned all these skills and he had mastered them right from the start. Whether it was immovable as a mountain, frenzy state or traceless, all were prestigious percentage-based skills. Moreover, with his energy amethyst skill effect 3, using these skills would consume no energy, of course. What satisfied Su Jin the most was soul intimidation. The dominance of control skills needs no further explanation. Even a control time of just 0.1 seconds could disrupt key abilities and turn the tide of battle for Su Jin, not to mention that this skill could stun for tens and had a 100% fear effect. With this skill combined with traceless for his own survival, it was unimaginable how much his capabilities had enhanced. Quan City officials were willing to gift him these 2 skills, which showed how much they valued him. However, what embarrassed Su Jin was that these skills being at full level might not always be a good thing. Although the effects were enhanced, the consumption also increased. The energy amethyst's effect 3 only meant that using skills wouldn't deduct psychic energy. With the 2 skills consuming 10 to 20,000 psychic energy each, he simply didn't have the necessary psychic energy. This situation left Su Jin feeling quite helpless, but he had no choice but to accept it. Now the biggest problem troubling him was indeed psychic energy. Otherwise, why not boldly use a skill that consumes 10,000 spirit power with only 1,500? Want to experience brain death? When I get the reward Uncle Lou mentioned, I'll head to the wilderness to check it out, he thought to himself. I remember the Scorpion Pang Valley dungeon to the south of Quancheng is known for producing equipment that increases spirit power. I could go there this afternoon. Having made up his mind, Su Jin set aside any further considerations. He put away the immovable mountain skill book, which was not quite suitable for his agile attack type robot, the Black Panther Beast. He immediately used the other 3 skill books. Then Su Jin took out the last reward he hadn't yet checked, a gun embodying an advanced technological and futuristic aesthetic, entirely silver-white, named Breath of the Wild Wind, a platinum-grade weapon. Breath of the Wild Wind requiring level 15 to equip attributes, strength plus 500, agility plus 500, effect 1, it can fire wild wind bullets that ignore 5% of the enemy's defense, effect 2. It features 3 shooting modes: sniper rifle, machine gun and automatic rifle, with each mode consuming different amounts of Lord's energy and inflicting different attack powers. Additional skills: Wild Wind Extreme Assault and Wind Barrier. Wild Wind Extreme Assault consumes 5% spirit power, moves a distance equal to agility in any direction, during which it is untargetable, cooldown 5 minutes. Wind Barrier consumes 5% spirit power, forms a transparent barrier in front of the user made of high-speed rotating airflow lasting 5 seconds. The barrier has a fixed defense of 5,000 points and 100,000 points of health, able to withstand all attacks, cooldown 5 minutes. Breath of the Wild Wind is definitely an exceptional weapon. Although its attribute enhancements are relatively lower compared to other level 15 platinum grade equipment, its basic effects and additional skills perfectly compensate for these shortcomings. Bullets that ignore 5% of defense can significantly boost the weapon's damage output. The ability to switch freely between 3 shooting modes allows the user to adapt to different situations: sniper rifle for high single target burst, machine gun for sustained damage, and automatic rifle for versatility. Depending on the situation, one can choose different shooting modes. Su Jin couldn't be more satisfied. Its additional skills, the combination of untargetable movement and a shield capability, are admittedly not the damage type skills Su Jin prefers, but it's undeniable that such a skill set is premium. Meanwhile, Su Jin's appreciation for the Quancheng officials grew once again. With the 2 Lord skill books and the Breath of the Wild Wind, it was easy to see the importance the officials placed on him. After all, for a Lord, to live is to output. To live is to have a future. Currently unable to equip it due to his level, Su Jin temporarily stored it in his Lord's space. When Su Jin finished checking the rewards given by the Quancheng officials, the 2 had already arrived at Lu Jinyun's office. Seeing Lu Jinyun coming, the gatekeeper quickly opened the access control. Minister Lu is back. You've worked hard. Entering the Quancheng Dungeon Management Complex, it took about another minute before they reached the office area. As soon as their figures appeared, the previously somewhat noisy management office quieted down a bit. A crowd of people turned their eyes to Su Jin. Although no words were spoken, expressions of envy, amazement and shock were still clearly visible on their faces. Take a seat for a moment, I'll arrange some things. According to the message, people from the capital will arrive in about 10 minutes. Okay, Uncle Liu, go ahead. Waiting until Lu Jinyun left the office, a gleam of light flashed in Su Jin's eyes. From the keyword capital in Lu Jinyun's recent statement, combined with what he had previously said, that item was of immense value, Su Jin already had a guess about the so-called reward, but he didn't dwell on it too much before anything was confirmed. Instead, he reopened the system interface. On the screen, aside from the 4 tasks he had yet to complete, there appeared 2 new tasks available for acceptance: Vigorous Spirit, elevate your mental attribute to 10,000, reward, a random summoning crystal for a golden level mechanical race hero unit, Field Training, slay wild beasts and complete any field instance, reward, Wisdom Fruits, up to 10, depending on the number of beasts slain and instances completed. Su Jin accepted both tasks immediately. Through this series of tasks, he gained a deeper understanding of the system. In his view, this system was a powerful assistant, triggering tasks based on the short-term actions he wanted to undertake and the difficulties he encountered. Completing tasks would garner extra rewards. He wasn't concerned about potentially impossible future tasks, he could simply choose not to accept them. Clicking to break the record, he first claimed 2 knowledge fruits from the task list. Knowledge fruit from the knowledge tree below you and me. Effects: increase Lord's base mental strength by 100, base strength by 10. What a loss! Seeing the effects of the knowledge fruit, Su Jin slapped his thigh. The effects were truly powerful for him. Firstly, it could enhance his most needed attribute, mental strength. Secondly, as a type of spirit fruit, the energy within would disperse into the Lord's body, enhancing base attributes rather than just providing an accessory or item-based boost. Thus, under the effect of the energy purple crystal, as soon as Su Jin consumed them, his existing forces, Black Panther beasts and Tiger Kings, as well as future forces, would receive the same attribute enhancement. He was very satisfied with this effect. If only he had known earlier that this item could increase base mental strength, he would have claimed and consumed these 2 knowledge fruits before promoting his Black Panther beasts. Now, the 20 Black Panther beasts, each costing 1500 Lord energy, amounted to a direct loss of 3 billion. What a terrible loss! 3 minutes later, in the office of the Instance Comprehensive Management, the staff were each busy with their duties. However, they suddenly looked towards the door in surprise. Standing there were several middle-aged lords dressed neatly. Among them one person stood out, not for his stature, which was shorter and leaner compared to the others, but because he stood at the very forefront. His presence seemed to carry a magical aura, as if solidifying the air around him. The entire office fell into a profound silence, only the faint tapping of keyboards persisted. He didn't need to flaunt his aura deliberately, nor did he need to utter a single word. Simply by standing there, a chilling menace naturally emanated from him, pressing down like a heavy mountain on everyone's hearts. Everyone in the office instinctively straightened up, their hearts filled with tension and awe, until that suffocating aura gradually faded. No one dared to break the silence. They only exchanged messages in hushed tones in the workgroup chat. "Doesn't the person at the front look like General AI?" Someone cautiously typed. "Definitely, it's General AI. Otherwise, why would the city lord and several ministers follow him?" Another quickly replied, "With such a setup, and he even went to the minister's office. I remember Su Jin is still there. Could it be that General AI is here for Su Jin?" Another speculated, "Possibly." As these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances of shock. They had never imagined that even a person of General AI's significance would come personally. Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed he was here for Su Jin. This filled everyone with confusion. What exactly did Su Jin do in the dungeon to warrant such attention? They all remembered that Lu Jinyun had concealed all the dungeon information regarding Su Jin's visits. They felt a hidden connection must exist. Meanwhile, Su Jin, who had been lost in thought, suddenly sensed a familiar presence nearby. His heart skipped a beat and he instinctively turned around sharply. "General AI." "General AI." Su Jin's voice trembled with surprise and excitement. In his previous life, he had been extremely close to AI Silei. One could say that in the first half of his life, his family consisted of his parents Lu Jinyan, Yang Shoyun, and others, but this elderly man was his only family in the latter half of his life. At that moment, seeing AI Silei again, he almost blurted out, "Grandfather AI." However, everyone present was a formidable figure and their senses were incredibly sharp. Although Su Jin changed his words in time, the almost uttered "Grandpa AI" did not escape everyone's ears. However, due to Su Jin's identity, they all thought it was something related to him previously mentioned by Su Onghua, thus, they didn't find it inappropriate. On the contrary, AI Silly's face showed great excitement and he laughed heartily, saying, "I have wanted that kid Su Onghua to be my godson for not just a day or two. But that kid is too proud." He said, "Give him a few more years and he will surpass me," and he stubbornly refused to acknowledge me as his godfather. You all heard it, his son just called me Grandpa AI. Now I don't even care about having that godson anymore. The people beside AI Silly quickly nodded in agreement, their eyes on Su Jin filled with envy. Even Lu Jinyan secretly gave Su Jin a thumbs up in the dark. This relationship was well established. He knew very well that AI Silly was not only a high-ranking military officer but also the world's foremost authority on mechanized troops. As a fellow leader of the mechanized tribe, having such an elder was invaluable for Su Jin's growth. Without much small talk, AI Silly thought for a moment and suddenly a small robot appeared. Its eyes emitted beams of energy rays that surrounded both him and Su Jin, including Wang Haitian and the other powerhouses. They had no way of knowing what was happening inside. However, everyone was clear about the upcoming events and simply waited quietly on the side, conversing softly. At that moment, Su Jin, looking at the robot that appeared beside AI Silly, felt quite emotional. This robot, named Cloud Computing Robot, although not strong in combat, its support capabilities were exceptional. It could handle the number of forces, damage, weapon efficiency, visibility, terrain, logistics, all kinds of combat calculations, and command large troop operations without any human intervention. "Come on, kid, the humanitarian imperial soldiers are related to the fate of the nation. "Let me see your troops." AI Silly regained his usual seriousness and said sternly to Su Jin, "Humanitarian Imperial soldiers." Hearing AI Silly's words, even though Su Jin had guessed it, his heart still felt like a stormy sea. The humanitarian Imperial soldier, rather than being a piece of equipment, was more a symbol and heritage of the Chinese spirit, born from China's long history and profound cultural heritage. There were only 36 in all of China, each possessing unimaginable abilities, and the conditions to obtain them were extremely stringent. The least were those who passed the military's annual individual nuclear weapons plan assessment, an event that only produced a super genius once a year in the entire Chinese military. But now, according to AI Silly, was he about to receive one? Almost subconsciously, Su Jin summoned the King Tiger and a Black Panther beast. The cloud computing robot immediately emitted 2 scanning beams from its pupils to carefully examine the attributes of King Tiger and Black Panther beast. Mech Beast Tribe. King Tiger, King Level Hero, Spirit, 4400 plus 1100 Constitution, 1690 plus 240 Strength, 1520 plus 140 Agility, 1520 plus 120 Black Panther Beast, Platinum Level Evolvable, Spirit, 1200 plus 1100 Constitution, for 65 plus 240 Strength, for 35 plus 140 Agility, for 35 plus 120. Soon, the detailed attributes of King Tiger and Black Panther Beast were clearly explored by the cloud computing robot. Even though the Black Panther Beast had an unrestricted quality enhancement trait, it couldn't be fully explored. But when such a detailed panel was known to AI Silly, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was true, the mechanical race actually possesses hero-class units. This terrifying fact struck Ashley like a bolt of lightning, deeply shocking him. It wasn't just the Tiger King, there was also the Panther Beast, a unit with air defense capabilities pushed to the max. With strong attributes and sufficient numbers, the kind of air defense these units could provide was simply terrifying. As a veteran who had seen many battles, he understood exactly what this meant. It wasn't just because of the advantages the mechanical races units possessed, but also because of another unique feature of the mechanical races units: they could be artificially manufactured. This was precisely why countries around the world, including the United States and Japan, placed such high value on the mechanical races units. As a high-ranking military officer, Ashley was privy to many of China's secrets. China was already at the forefront of the world, through the research of a group of scientists. Prototypes of their own Dongfeng missile vehicles and J-20 fighter jets had been developed. Once these could be thoroughly researched, even if he were to die in battle against fierce beasts, his units would not just wait to be unlocked or summoned by a destined person, they could be artificially manufactured. Even just an ordinary combatant, by investing energy crystals, could control the Dongfeng missile vehicle to face the fierce beasts. Now, Su Jin's units also possessed extremely high quality, including mechanical races hero-class units. Once he unlocked more units and his strength reached a certain level, by analyzing the characteristics and abilities of his units, China's scientists could spend some time to create similar mechanical equipment. Thinking of this, Ashley could hardly describe his feelings, to the extent that his hands slightly trembled as he retrieved the diamond-grade evolution crystal from his Lord Space. Taking the evolution crystal, Su Jin first filled up the unit slots, then used it directly. A flash of light shimmered and the Panther Beast successfully evolved. Panther Beast, Diamond Grade Evolvable, Spirit, 1440 plus 1100 Physique, 558 plus 240 Strength, 522 plus 140 Agility, 522 plus 120. After ascending to the Diamond Grade, the Panther Beast's initial and growth attributes all received a 30% increase based on the initial values. Correspondingly, what originally required 2,000 to summon a Panther Beast now doubled to 4,000. The reason for such dramatic price fluctuations mainly lies in their ability to unlock the use of catapults. The Black Panther Catapult, Diamond Level, is a type of ranged attack item. It requires 5 Black Panther Beasts to operate simultaneously. Its effect includes launching gunpowder rocks at a target point, causing a knockback effect. The attack distance is twice the troop range in meters, and the attack radius is half the troop level in meters. The attack damage is 5 times the troop's attack power, with a fixed interval of 2 seconds per launch. It is particularly effective in siege scenarios, against any building type. It amplifies the attack power by 5 times and includes a destructive effect, making the damage irreparable. The cost involves an initial exchange of 10 W Lord energy for the device itself, plus 1000 Lord energy per gunpowder rock launched. This made Su Jin feel both happy and distressed. He was happy because the unlocked catapults were genuinely powerful, featuring strong attack power, long range, and area damage. Now, with a level 8 Black Panther beast operating it, it could cause a 4x4 area damage, satisfying Su Jin's need for area damage for the moment. The only flaw might be that it can only launch once every 2 seconds, moreover each launch requires 1000 points of Lord energy, but that seemed not to be a problem. What's the harm if it launches once every 2 seconds? I could simply exchange for 10,000 units, then how would you cope? And each launch still needs 1000 points of Lord energy. Sorry, I have the Energy Amethyst Effect 3, making the Lord energy cost effectively free for me. However, the Black Panther beasts and the Black Panther catapult itself require Lord energy to exchange. 4,000 per Black Panther beast, 100,000 per catapult. Moreover, this is just one type of troop. As my own troops, troop equipment, and even Lord buildings increase, the consumption of Lord energy will also multiply by an unknown factor. Suddenly Su Jin felt that his current holding of 10819W Lord energy seemed very little. Meanwhile, through the probing ability of cloud computing robots, Ashley also confirmed that the Black Panther beast truly possesses the potential for king-level growth. His hands unconsciously trembled slightly, a loss of composure he had never experienced in his many years of military career, but soon a different kind of excitement began to spread within his heart. His brain was already starting to frantically calculate a king-level hero unit plus a king-level Black Panther beast. If it could reach level 90, what kind of leap would it bring to China's National Defense Force? As this thought grew in his heart, Ashley couldn't help but clench his fists. He took a deep breath, pulled out a piece of parchment from his bosom and handed it to Su Jin. Su Jin took it with both hands, glanced over it, then looked directly at the other person, bent his right arm, clenched his fist, held it level with his shoulder, and assumed a solemn and respectful expression. I grew up on the land of Huaxia, majestic China, shielded by the dragon spirit. We must remember the mission of the descendants of Yan and Huang, with our youth, for the people, for China. For the nation, I have no regrets dedicating my life to China. As Su Jin finished speaking, the parchment in his hands ignited, the flames merging into his body. Yet Su Jin felt no pain, instead his spiritual power surged by 1,000. Good. Ashley felt Su Jin's unwavering conviction. I have no regrets dedicating my life to China, he said, slowly raising his hands. In front of him, the imposing and majestic human path imperial weapon suddenly appeared. It was a divine seal, deep bronze in color, with golden patterns winding around it like dragons. These patterns, engraved with endless years, each contained a mysterious power. A determined look flashed in Ashley's eyes. He began to channel his own power, transferring the essence of the human path imperial weapon into it. A dazzling light flashed. The human path imperial weapon slipped from Ashley's control and slowly flew towards Su Jin. Su Jin extended his hands solemnly to receive it. The moment he touched it, he felt the overwhelming power from within the imperial weapon, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him. But then that power vanished, replaced by a mysterious and familiar force flowing within him. Ashley looked at Su Jin, his voice deep and forceful. This is a significant weapon of our nation, now entrusted to you. I hope you will use it well to fight for our shared beliefs. Su Jin gripped the human path imperial weapon tightly and nodded solemnly. I will not let down the glory of China. Ashley nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand, retracting the robot into the troop space, and the energy barrier shattered. Before Wang Haitian and the others could speak, they saw Ashley's gesture and followed him out the door. Has the exam topic for this year's Quanching College entrance examination been finalized? Yes, it's been set, number 23653. Good, send me Su Jin's file after the exam ends. In the office, Su Jin looked at the human path imperial weapon in his hand, his face a mix of emotions. The human path imperial weapon. Heaven rewards the diligent. Wearing requirements, Chinese nationality attributes. Experience gain plus 10%, troop growth attributes plus 10%, lord growth attributes plus 10%, additional skill. Heaven rewards the diligent, a familiar feeling. Su Jin caressed the imperial weapon, bit his finger, and performed a blood recognition ritual. The human path imperial weapon, Heaven rewards the diligent, was actually a powerful artifact he owned in his past life. It was the most suitable of the 36 for the mechanical troop type. Its presence had reduced the growth time of Su Jin's previous life by at least 50%. Experience gain plus 10%, troop growth attributes plus 10%, lord growth attributes plus 10%. such attributes need no further explanation. The effect and capability of this one human path imperial weapon, Heaven Rewards the Diligent, was extremely fearsome. Sujin was able to max out so many skills in his previous life because of this skill. Normally, improving many skills is relatively simple in the early stages but becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses to the mid and late stages. At this point, simply using the skill repeatedly is not enough to enhance it. Instead, it often requires the intuition of the Lord or the troops themselves. However, the skill Heaven Rewards the Diligent can perfectly avoid this problem. With this skill, no matter what other skills are used, their proficiency will rapidly increase. Moreover, the proficiency gained in this way does not differ from that of others. Furthermore, after binding with the human path imperial weapon, the skills learned, experience gained, and attributes increased are all permanently retained. They will not be affected even if they need to be passed down to the next generation of Huaxia, nor will they impact the old lords. Truly, its value is incomparable. Sujin had never expected that the transfer of human path imperial weapons would happen so quickly. Part of this might be due to the nation's high regard for his Black Panther beast and Tiger King. Additionally, he felt that the signs of the beast invasion were appearing sooner than in his previous life. A form of invisible pressure and a sense of responsibility weighed on his mind. Glancing at the time, Sujin decided not to linger any longer. Given the current circumstances, if he wanted to continue enhancing his strength, the dungeons within the city were no longer sufficient. The lower level ones offered too little experience, and he might not be able to handle the higher level ones. The dungeons that were a good fit were too time consuming, therefore venturing into the wilderness was undoubtedly the best choice. The monsters there were not only fierce beasts offering higher experience but also dropped better equipment and more lord energy. Safety was not a concern either. Before he had grown stronger, he would not do anything foolish. To the south of Quan City lay a hilly region where the fierce beasts generally had thick health bars and relatively slow movement speeds. With the agility now possessed by his Tiger King, he could escape if he encountered danger and couldn't overcome it. Having made up his mind, Sujin sent a message to Lu Jinyun, then took a taxi to the south gate of Quan City. On the way, he checked the current attributes of the Tiger King and suddenly felt that he might not need to flee after all. With a strength and agility of 1737" after deploying the Tiger Wing of the Sky, his Storm Nebula Slash could reach an attack power of 6,948. With such an attack, he could significantly damage a top-level 20th grade defense-type beast with a single strike. In the low-level beast area of levels 10 to 20 in the southern hills, defending himself was absolutely feasible. Still need to get used to being a hero unit, huh? Sujin mused internally. After paying the taxi fare, he arrived near the south gate. He paid no attention to the vendors calling out to him, hawking their wares on both sides of the road. Instead, he headed straight to the city gate to process his exit. No complicated procedures were required. As soon as Sujin presented his honor badge, the city guards immediately saluted him with military precision. Triumphant return. Thank you. Sujin returned the salute, then stepped out of the city. Elementary school textbooks say, a city wall divides the inside and outside into two worlds. Within the city are thousands of households, outside are ferocious beasts. Of course, this is not true. Such situations might exist abroad, but in Huaxia you can always trust the Huaxia soldiers. The city guards are also Huaxia soldiers. As long as they have not sacrificed themselves, no ferocious beast can approach the city walls anywhere in Huaxia. After walking for about 10 minutes, the paved road turned into a rugged dirt path. The air was filled with the scent of soil, the fragrance of grass, and the aroma of distant mountains and forests. Looking far into the distance, rolling green mountains were enveloped in a thin mist, appearing elusive and mysterious. Occasionally, city guards could be seen clearing ferocious beasts in the area. A thought crossed Sujin's mind, and 10 Black Panther beasts emerged from the summoning space. He spotted a large rock ahead and commanded the Black Panther beasts to eliminate the fierce creature hiding behind it. At the sound, the beasts transformed into their beast forms, enclosing the creature in a pincer movement and swiftly taking action. The cunning hare that had hoped to hide behind the rock and ambush Sujin had no time to react. In no time, its body was riddled with bullet holes. Killing a level 10 cunning hare, experience plus 220. Congratulations on obtaining braised rabbit head, announced a system prompt in Sujin's space, and a hat resembling braised meat magically appeared. This hat, while not enhancing any attributes, emitted a special scent that attracted cunning hares, barely qualifying as a monster-attracting artifact. Sujin smiled and thought before finding the outdoor dungeon it wouldn't hurt to hunt some cunning hares. With a thought, 169 Black Panther beasts were released. As Sujin placed the meat-like hat on one of the panther beasts' heads, he ignored its confused look and patted its back. Go on, spread the scent of the braised rabbit head. Although the panther beast felt awkward with the strange hat on its head, it promptly moved its limbs and sprinted towards the distance as per Sujin's command. Meanwhile, Sujin sat on another black panther beast, slowly moving in the same direction. Minutes ticked by, and about 10 minutes later a faint noise arose. Looking up, he saw dozens of cunning hares like a tide bounding towards them. The black panther beast had successfully attracted them, their eyes gleaming with intense greed. Bang! Without needing a command, a barrage of bullets like raindrops swarmed towards them. Killing a level 10 cunning hare, experience plus 220. Congratulations on the Lord's promotion to level 9, spirit plus 110, constitution plus 22, strength plus 11, agility plus 11, announced the system, followed by another message, killing a level 10 cunning hare, experience plus 110. Congratulations on obtaining double-edged incisor. The flood of notifications was like a barrage of comments in a busy livestream, making it somewhat difficult for Sujin to read clearly. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring the skill, Weakness Strike, advancing to level 10. From now on, not only has the experience required for leveling up increased significantly, but even the growth from levels 9 to 10 has doubled. The same applies to the troops under his command. However, Sujin did not pay too much attention to checking the changes in attributes. In the world of lords, every 10 levels, the Lord automatically comprehends a skill suited to his rank. What truly interests him is the skill awakened upon reaching level 10. Lord skill, Weakness Strike effect. The Lord and all troop types hit the target's weak spot, gaining a 20% increase in damage without a doubt. This skill was also a passive skill possessed by Sujin in his previous life. It is precisely because of its existence that Sujin is so familiar with the weaknesses of most ferocious beasts and how to strike them. A 20% increase in damage might not seem like much, but don't forget, weak point damage even against ferocious beasts is double the damage. A 20% increase on double damage is not a small figure at all. It can greatly accelerate the speed of killing ferocious beasts. At level 10 with Weakness Strike, he should try that secret realm. Sujin briefly analyzed his own strength. After making his decision, he did not linger here any longer. He clearly remembered the purpose of his outing. While leveling up, he aimed to conquer the outdoor dungeons and acquire equipment that could increase his mental strength and successfully unlock the second type of troops. It was already approaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sujin did not delay any further. He gathered the other panther beasts into his space and headed towards the nearest outdoor dungeon. Outdoor dungeon, rather than calling it an outdoor dungeon, it might be better to describe it as a secret realm. It is a type of comprehensive dungeon with a time limit for existence. The monsters inside each secret realm are not only ferocious beasts but also vary in level, similar to the normal monsters. Elite monsters and bosses in city dungeons. When the time limit of a certain secret realm is reached, it will shatter. At that time, not only can the Lord enter, but the ferocious beasts inside can also come out directly. This is one of the reasons why beast tides occur. When many secret realms shatter simultaneously, the ferocious beasts emerge in the wilderness. When the food in the wilderness is devoured, they will attack human cities. About 15 minutes later, Sujin slowly arrived near his target. The first thing that caught his eye was the stunning sight of thousands of Buddha statues. These Buddha statues varied in form. Some were solemn and dignified, others had kind and benevolent faces, and some had a majestic appearance. Whether seated or standing, they exuded a holy and ancient aura under the sunlight. Because of their presence, the secrets beneath their feet have surpassed the constraint of time by more than 100 years, preventing the fierce beasts within from emerging. Are there any teams lacking support? Goblin priests here, missing 1 inch, looking for a defensive lord level 15 or above. Level 20 small teams for first-time clears, negotiable rates. As Sujin gets closer to the location, a flood of messages about team formations and first-time clears can be heard. One could also see groups of lords vanishing at the base of the Buddha, all because this mysterious place is known as Scorpion Pang Valley. The venomous scorpions and thunder pangs inside are among the most troublesome creatures. If one enters alone, a sudden sting from a scorpion or a shock from a thunder pang can be difficult to handle. Therefore, most people choose to enter in teams for safety. However, for Sujin, toxins and airborne creatures have no effect on him. Naturally he wouldn't join a team and share his experience with others. Approaching the entrance of the mysterious realm, Sujin touches the vortex with one hand. Mysterious realm. Scorpion Pang Valley level 10 to 20 monsters, venomous scorpions. Thunderpang's clearance condition: defeat the purple lightning Thunderpang bird, first time entry, clearance 20%, extra reward Thunder Feather boots 40%, Thunder Feather pants 60%, Thunder Feather top 80%, Thunder Feather weapon 100%, Thunder Feather ornament. Team member Sujin confirm entry into Scorpion Pang Valley? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Sujin immediately chooses to confirm. The vortex bursts with a strong suction force, absorbing Sujin inside. Sujin, how is it possible? Xin Yan, who had just arrived, murmurs in a low voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never expected that Sujin had already met the requirements to enter the Scorpion Pang Valley. Hearing Xin Yan's words, Wang Yan also frowns. Are you sure you're not mistaken? No mistake, my flame demon medal recorded his scent. Hearing this, Wang Yan's mind is filled with question marks, all about how Sujin could level up so quickly. Even for Qin Yan today, reaching level 10 required him to gather a large number of fierce beasts and allow Qin Yan to bomb them continuously since leaving the level 5 dungeon without any rest to achieve such results. So how could Sujin level up so fast? And if he were in a team, why would he enter Scorpion Pang Valley alone? He can't figure out the reason. Never mind, it's just a waste of a first time clear, let's go in too. Wang Yan stops pondering these pointless questions. For him, the most pressing task is to help Qin Yan level up quickly so that Qin Yan can perform better in the college entrance exam and have something to boast about. Meanwhile, inside the Scorpion Pang Valley. Upon entering the mysterious realm, a hot and humid air hits him. Sujin habitually surveys everything around him. It's a lengthy valley surrounded by a faint mist. Above the valley, several huge pang birds are circling. Their wings, spanning over 10 meters wide, cast large shadows. Below are patches of muddy ground with mounds of earth not far away. Without a doubt, it was the venomous scorpions that lurked beneath the ground. Advance with a scanning formation, maintain the panther beast formation, came the command. The Black Panther beasts demonstrated astounding efficiency and execution. In the blink of an eye, 100 Black Panther beasts had switched formations. Their agile and explosive beast forms made them even more formidable. Subsequently, 50 of the Black Panther beasts nimbly leapt onto the backs of their 50 comrades. With their backs serving as the foundation, they activated the Panther Beast formation, creating a mobile anti-air battle fortress. Meanwhile, the remaining 99 Black Panther beasts, still in human form, divided into 9 squads. Each one wore a stern expression, gripping machine guns firmly with both hands, each squad taking charge of a different direction. Their eyes emitted infrared beams, scanning the ground back and forth like a fine mesh, not missing any signs of movement. Even if a scorpion attempted to sneak out from underground, it would be immediately detected by their sharp senses. Witnessing this scene, Sujin, positioned on the last Black Panther beast, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Immune to poison, invincible in the air and impervious to underground sneak attacks, such a secret realm was simply perfect for the Black Panther beasts. My lord, came the voice of the Tiger King. Sujin turned his head. And what about me? Oh right, there's also the Tiger King. Old habits really are hard to break, Sujin said with an awkward laugh, then glanced at the current formation. He suggested to the Tiger King, how about I ride you? Or would you prefer to roam freely? Your size is too large. Joining in might create blind spots. The Tiger King somewhat helplessly spread his hands outward. I'll move freely then. With a sigh, he immediately transformed into his beast form. With a powerful thrust against the ground, he sped along the walls of the valley like a bolt of lightning. Stones crumbled under his powerful stomps, yet nothing could hinder his progress. His speed was swift, stirring up a windstorm that howled through the valley. Soon the Tiger King majestically entered the heart of the valley. His massive body and powerful aura instantly caused a great disturbance. The previously hidden venomous scorpions were enraged by this sudden intruder. They crawled out from their hiding spots, countless scorpions surging forth, emitting a chilling rustling sound. The scorpions raised their venomous stingers high, the cold gleam of their stingers particularly striking in the dim valley. Their pincers also continuously snapped open and closed, seemingly threatening the Tiger King. The battle atmosphere in the entire valley surged instantly. The scorpions surrounded the Tiger King, trying to use their numerical advantage against this formidable foe. However, the Tiger King remained undeterred. He teasingly drew out his saber tooth, each swing creating a sharp gust of wind. The charging scorpions couldn't get within 2 meters of him. all the scorpions have been drawn out, haven't they? Sujin chuckled bitterly, then waved his hand. The Black Panther beasts uniformly aimed their guns at the scorpions, flashes of gunfire lit up and a barrage of bullets poured out, with the firepower support of the Black Panther beasts. The scorpions were dying faster now. Even though these level 12 scorpions were armored in tough exoskeletons, sometimes the bullets would stray and not inflict significant damage. However, as they charged directly towards the panther beast, their heads faced forward, making almost every bullet hit their eyes, triggering critical damage. A barrage of bullets swept through and the scorpions posed no threat at all. Even those that burrowed underground were instantly targeted and fell swiftly. Sujin was leisurely positioned within the formation, occasionally shooting a cold arrow to warm up his hands and checking his experience points now and then. Although leveling up past level 10 became significantly harder, Sujin, armed with a humanitarian imperial weapon, was capable of killing higher level beasts. Each kill granted him a substantial amount of experience. Moreover, being in a large secret realm filled with numerous monsters, Sujin's experience still managed to increase by about 20% in just a short time. The name of this secret realm was Scorpion Pang Valley. Besides these scorpions, level 15 Thunder Pang birds from the skies were also drawn to the area. Unfortunately for them, with their naturally low defense and the advantage of being fast-flying beasts, they were nothing in front of the panther beasts' formation. Their speed and ability to fly were useless against the anti-air damage boost provided by the panther beast formation. They too could only turn into experience and lord energy for Sujin. Congratulations on killing the level 15 Thunder Pang bird, experience plus 880. Congratulations on killing the level 12 Poison Scorpion, experience plus 440. Congratulations on obtaining the military skill book, Electromagnetic Charge *2. Congratulations on obtaining special equipment, Thunder Feather Wings. Was his luck that good? Holding the two newly acquired items, Sujin could hardly believe his fortune. The military skill Electromagnetic Charge temporarily boosts the movement speed of the troop by 300% and launches a charge forward, dealing 200% damage to the first target hit. Note: 30-minute cooldown, maximum advance distance 500 meters. The skill cannot be upgraded and the charging state cannot be selected. This skill was quite fierce. It was a pity that it only increased speed, not agility, or else it would have been a perfect match with the Tiger King, if, as Sujin suggested, Electromagnetic Charge actually increased agility by 300%, teaching it to the Tiger King, who would first use Tiger Wings, then Electromagnetic Charge, followed by Storm Nebula Split. The damage inflicted would be absolutely terrifying. However, it did not. Sujin thus decided to keep one book for himself and let the Panther Beast Corps learn the other. Thunder Feather Wings, Special Lord Equipment, Wearing Requirement, Level 15 Attributes, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 500, Effect, Flight Equipment. This too was quite remarkable. The Lepeng bird family is truly a family of good people. Flight gear, as the name implies, is equipment that grants the wearer the ability to fly directly. Flying is a huge temptation for many lords who do not possess flying troops. In the world of lords, if a lord wants to have the ability to fly independently, they must reach at least level 50. Therefore, this type of flight equipment holds a top-tier value in the market, only slightly below life-saving equipment. For an ordinary gold farming lord, obtaining a Thunder Feather Wing during a short venture into the Scorpion Pang Valley dungeon would mean the trip was well worth it, eliminating the need to continue gold farming for at least a year. Of course, Sujin had no intention of selling it, not to mention that it was obtained by defeating a fierce beast on his own, which allowed him to wear it regardless of level restrictions. More importantly, it looks cool. For a man, being stylish is a lifelong affair. About half an hour later, Sujin, following the Black Panther beast troops, had deeply penetrated into the later stages of the Scorpion Pang Valley. However, it must be said that after reaching level 10, the difficulty of leveling up had indeed increased significantly. The fierce beasts slain by the Black Panther beasts and the Tiger King were not few, yet Sujin's experience was still about 10% short of reaching level 11. Fortunately, the fierce beasts in this area were also stronger than before. Although there were no more Thunder Pang birds in the sky, the level 12 venomous scorpions, with the weakest among them being level 15, not only had greater strength, constitution, and agility, but their scorpion tails also spread out with a green hue, possessing the ability to spray venom from a distance. Upon seeing the arrival of the Tiger King and the Black Panther beasts, the scorpions instantly sprang into action. Their hard shells shimmered with an eerie gloss under the faint light. the eyes of countless scorpions revealed a deep murderous intent. They quickly raised their tails, which were like daggers aiming at the Tiger King, then streams of green venom sprayed from the scorpion tails. These venom streams traced arcs through the air towards the Tiger King. Despite the Tiger King's high agility and nimble movements, the scorpion's venom spray was also fast, and given their numbers, many still struck the Tiger King, causing numbers to float above his head. However, the venom that the Tiger King dodged instantly corroded the ground into small pits, emitting a sizzling sound showing how potent the venom was. Cross-moving firing, activate frenzy mode. Su Jin's expression changed slightly as he immediately adjusted his strategy. The Tiger King's constitution was far superior to that of the Black Panther beast, and it could endure several hits of venom without serious harm. After all, as a mechanical tribe soldier, it would only suffer initial damage from the venom attack and not sustain ongoing venom damage. Even a single blow with the constitution of the Black Panther beast could not withstand being hit multiple times simultaneously. The direct damage was 4,000 Lord energy. Yes, upon receiving the order, the Black Panther beast legion sprang into action. At the same time, Su Jin conjured a purple crystal in his hands and hurled it toward the direction of the Tiger King. The purple crystal embedded itself into the Tiger King, instantly restoring him to his original state. Then, the entire scene once again tipped overwhelmingly in their favor. The constitution of the Black Panther beasts was poor, but that did not mean their attack power was weak. With the Tiger King's buff and an additional 20% increase in attack power from the frenzied state, the Black Panther beasts now possessed a terrifying strength attribute of 113,932, coupled with the same precision as Su Jin and an extra 20% damage from targeting weaknesses. These creatures were far superior to the level 12 scorpions outside. They simply couldn't withstand such firepower and fell one by one. Congratulations on slaying the level 15 venomous scorpion, experience plus 880. Congratulations on slaying the level 16 venomous scorpion, experience plus 990. Congratulations on acquiring the gold level equipment, Scorpion Tail Spike Gauntlets. A series of prompt sounds rang out. Su Jin's experience and Lord energy increased at an astonishing rate. In just about 3 minutes, all the scorpions in the area had been cleared. By this time, Su Jin had also successfully advanced to level 11 and pressed forward rapidly. However, Su Jin did not feel joy from this. After using the energy purple crystal on the Tiger King again, he immediately ordered all troop types to accelerate. After all, the frenzied state skill only lasted for 10 minutes. If the time expired, reducing 20% of the attack power would definitely impact the overall advancement speed. Under the lead of the Tiger King and the Earth soldiers, about 2 minutes later, Su Jin arrived at the true core area of the Scorpion Pang Valley. There were no more scorpions here, the ground was flat and silent. Looking up, many nests of Thunder Pang birds were hanging on the surrounding cliffs and tall trees. Around the nests, faint electrical lights occasionally flickered, traces of the Thunder Pang birds' residual power. It seemed they sensed the presence of enemies. Instantly, Thunder Pang birds of various sizes surged out of each nest. Through scouting techniques, Su Jin could clearly determine the attributes of these Thunder Pang birds. The weakest were only level 8-inch while the strongest had reached level 18. When the highest leveled Thunder Pang bird slightly flapped its wings, the electrical power contained within its body was clearly visible. Arcs of electricity jumped and sparkled between its feathers like numerous agile little snakes, but Su Jin was not frightened by such foes. Activate the Panther Beast formation. With a command, all Black Panther beasts transformed into their beast form at the same time, and the Panther Beast formation was immediately activated. A strange glow enveloped them, and the aura of the 199 Black Panther beasts surged instantaneously. A 199% increase in anti-air range and a 199% boost in anti-air damage. For the soaring Thunder Rock, this was undoubtedly a catastrophic crisis. The Thunder Rocks suffered a devastating blow. The muzzles of 199 Panther beasts flashed with gunfire simultaneously. A barrage of bullets like ferocious metal locusts rapidly closed in on the Thunder Rocks. With the frenzy state buff still active and augmented by the powerful buffs of the Panther formation, even bullets merely grazing the feathers of the Thunder Rocks tore open gashes in their wings. Those bullets that struck the bodies of the Thunder Rocks need no further description. They punched bloody holes directly through them. The Thunder Rocks cried out in agony, their bodies plummeting through the air one after another, yet the Panther Beasts did not cease firing, their machine guns continued to spit flames, sending an unending stream of bullets into the sky, showing no mercy even towards the level 8 Thunder Rock chicks and their nests. Congratulations on killing the level 18 ferocious Thunder Rock, experience plus 1540, congratulations on obtaining the Thunder Feather Necklace, another piece from the Thunder Feather series has dropped. The drop rate is really high. Su Jin was extremely excited upon hearing the drop of the Thunder Feather Necklace. He was just about to check the attributes when suddenly, screech, an exceedingly angry bird cry exploded in his ears. The sound, carrying endless majesty and fury, made the air itself tremble. Then a gigantic Thunder Rock appeared in sight. Its form was much larger than the average Thunder Rock, its feathers shimmering with a blend of blue and purple light, like purple lightning coursing through the feathers. Boss, killing you should drop quite a few good items, right? Scorpion Valley Boss. Purple Lightning Thunder Rock, level 20, Spirit 50,000. Constitution 6,000 inch strength, 2,500 agility, 2,800 skills. Purple Lightning Strike, Static Barrier, Thunderous Fury. Truly, it is worthy of being the final boss of Scorpion Valley. The attributes of the Purple Lightning Thunder Rock were astounding. 6,000 Constitution, 2,500 Strength and 2,800 Agility, combined with fast attack speed, enhanced defense and area of effect burst capabilities. Even some level 20 regular Lord parties would need a solid strategy to take it down, but for Su Jin it was just a bit tricky. No orders needed to be given the moment the Purple Lightning Thunder Rock was spotted. The 199 Panther Beasts had already aimed their guns at it. Taking advantage of the last few seconds of the frenzy state, their attack reached 34,065, capable of breaking through its 3,000 defense. A torrent of bullets rained down like a storm towards the sky. A dense array of numbers floated above the head of the Purple Lightning Thunder Rock. Its body trembled slightly, clearly in extreme pain. Its instinct for survival prompted it to react quickly, beginning to move rapidly to dodge. With an agility rating of 2,800, the Purple Lightning Thunderbird streaked across the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. The multitude of bullets fired by the Black Panther Beasts were nimbly dodged, falling harmlessly away. Still, a few bullets managed to hit the bird, igniting even more fury in its already blazing eyes. In response, the Thunderbird activated its Purple Lightning Strike ability. A purple lightning bolt resembling an eagle swiftly formed and shot down towards Su Jin's head in a mere instant. Clearly, the creature knew the strategy of capturing the king first. At this moment, Su Jin, hearing the crackling sound near his ear and feeling the immense pressure, felt no fear. When the strike hit of -0 suddenly appeared above his head. Meanwhile, having set the attack's target to the physically strongest, the Tiger King, a number of 1163 appeared above all the Black Panther Beasts and the Tiger King. The attack did not succeed, and fueled by rage, the Thunderbird did not cease its actions. It wasn't all muddled in its head, it quickly covered itself with a layer of shimmering electric light to form a static barrier for protection. Then it began to focus its energy on gathering the formidable thunderous wrath. The surrounding air flickered with endless electric arcs, attracting the thunder elements in the entire Scorpion Valley towards it. Such an area of effect skill, once fully formed, would be tremendous. However, Su Jin would not give it the chance. With a wave of his hand, the Black Panther Beasts started moving. They continued to pull their triggers without hesitation, bombarding the Thunderbird with a torrent of bullets that damaged its static barrier. At the same time, Tiger King roared mightily, instantly transforming into a formidable beast form. Utilizing the brief flying ability provided by the tiger wings, the Tiger King swiftly approached the Thunderbird. At this moment, the latter's static barrier had been broken. The former immediately activated his special move, Storm Nebula Split. A tiger's roar sounded, and the Tiger King, now in human form, wielded his saber-toothed sword, which shone with a chilling light. With unparalleled destructive power, he fiercely attacked the Thunderbird. Two large damage numbers floated above the Thunderbird's head, and in an instant its life was depleted. Boom! Its massive body plummeted from the sky, staining the ground red. Congratulations on defeating the level 20 ferocious beast. Purple Lightning Thunderbird experience plus 3,960. Congratulations on obtaining 1W Lord Energy. Congratulations on obtaining the Thunder Feather Suit Select Box. Congratulations on the first pass through the Scorpion Valley Secret Realm, obtaining 5 Thunder Feather Suit Parts Select Boxes. A Thunder Feather Suit Select Box, such a thing could also drop. Su Jin was once again amazed by his luck in this life. Although killing the purple lightning thunderbird did not grant any skills, the value of this thunder feather suit select chest is simply too high. As a selectable chest, it allows you to choose any part of the thunder feather suit. This effect is incredibly powerful. The reason is simple. Collecting the full set is like collecting all 5 blessings. Do you think you can easily get the first blessing of dedication? Therefore, the value of this thunder feather suit select chest is higher than some ordinary skill books, and of course Su Jin has no plans to sell it. With this chest, combined with the first time secret realm reward, he has managed to gather the complete thunder feather suit. This equipment significantly boosts spiritual power. Without any hesitation, Su Jin opened the 5-part selectable chest and made his choices based on the combat suit he was most familiar with. For accessories and weapons, he chose a ring and a long sword as his secondary weapon. As for the thunder feather suit select chest, he chose a hat. Such choices ensure that all parts do not conflict with each other. They also do not affect Su Jin's already owned morning bracelet and the soon-to-be-worn Gale's Breath. The thunder feather suit. Quantity: 8. Attributes: Spirit plus 2,500. Constitution plus 2000, inch strength plus 800, agility plus 1000, set bonus, spirit plus 1200, strength plus 200, agility plus 200. Truly worthy of being one of the strongest lord sets before level 30. Although it lacks any additional skills, the attributes are genuinely impressive. Looking at the attributes added by his new suit, Su Jin once again showed a satisfied smile. After wearing it, his spiritual power has now reached 6,450, getting ever closer to 10,000. Even considering using a steel crossbow as the main weapon and a long sword as the secondary weapon, his strength attribute is now nearly 1,800. Such attack power is even stronger than a diamond-class Black Panther beast, simply unmatched. Not only that, the suit not only significantly boosts attributes, but it is also extremely stylish. Even Su Jin himself, looking at his current appearance in a smooth stone wall, couldn't help but nod in approval. Clothes make the man, as the old saying goes, and this suit proves it true. Meanwhile, in another part of the Scorpio Pang Valley secret realm, 10 huge flame demons have surrounded a group of purple lightning thunder pang birds. They emit intense flames continuously, launching various attacks at the latter. However, the speed of the purple lightning thunder pang birds is too fast. Every time a flame demon's attack is about to hit, the purple lightning thunder pang bird can incredibly dodge it in a blink of an eye, while also shooting lightning bolts trying to kill Qin Yan. But all their attacks are intercepted by Wang Yan's human troops when Mo's shield. Thus the scene falls into a stalemate, with the flame demons roaring angrily, constantly adjusting the direction and angle of their attacks, but they can never hit their target. The purple lightning thunder pang bird utilized its speed advantage, continuously weaving through the encirclements of the flame demons. From time to time, it launched attacks at Qin Yan. However, the outcome was a stalemate. Neither side could overcome the other. Did you really think you could kill it with your own strength? Indeed, the attack power of your flame demon troop is strong, but its attack speed is a significant disadvantage. Additionally, you completely failed to capitalize on the explosive power of the flame demons. Several opportunities to severely wound the purple lightning thunder pang bird slipped through your fingers. If it were just you facing it alone, you probably would have died several times over. Being too proud and arrogant is going to cost you dearly. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Qin Yan sighed deeply. Seeing this, Wang Yan patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't be too discouraged. You're still young, and the road ahead must be taken one step at a time. As he spoke, Wang Yan waved his hand. The troops behind him, dressed as scholars, waved their writing brushes. Swirls of ink transformed into sharp swords, piercing through the wings of the purple lightning thunder pang bird at an incredible speed. Boom! With a loud noise, the massive body of the purple lightning thunder pang bird heavily fell to the ground. Go on, the final blow is yours. When did I complete 8 tasks? In the Valley of Scorpion Pang. Su Jin did not leave immediately. Such a secret realm was absolutely free from prying eyes. Thus, he took this opportunity to check the progress of his tasks. However, he was shocked to find that the task, which required clearing 10 dungeons, had unexpectedly progressed to 8 tenths, fighting 5 enemies alone in the wilderness secret realm. Or did the previous combined dungeon count as 5 separate dungeons? Su Jin was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't think too much of it. Getting his second troop type earlier was not a bad thing for him. But what would my second troop type be? Iron Beast, Ice Wolf Beast, Black Poison Beast, Racing Car Troop, Helicopter Troop, Fighter Jet Troop. as Su Jin pondered. All troop types within the Valley of Scorpion Pang vanished. Immediately after, Su Jin was enveloped in a beam of light, a complete thunder feather suit. What kind of luck is this, young man? Do you have any extra thunder feather necklaces? The price is negotiable. Just as he exited the secret realm of the Valley of Scorpion Pang, Su Jin was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Most of these were lords who came to the valley to farm gold. There were also many merchants who came here to buy thunder feather suits to sell elsewhere. Hearing the chattering around him, Su Jin instantly felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, since these people weren't high level, they couldn't probe Su Jin's current level. Unable to gauge the reality naturally, everyone was very disciplined. Despite their bluster, not a single person approached within 3 meters of Su Jin. Sorry everyone, I just managed to assemble the thunder feather suit today. I really don't have any extra, Su Jin said, nodding to the many lords around him, preparing to leave. He had no time to waste here chatting. He needed to hurry to other secret realms, complete tasks and unlock the second troop type that was the real deal. He hadn't walked far when a cry of surprise came from behind. Su Jin, how did you finish so quickly? Su Jin turned around to see his classmate Qin Yan and Wang Yan, whom he had met once before, staring at him with astonished faces. What a coincidence, meeting you here again, he greeted with a casual smile. I finished the kills and came out. Ignoring their incredulous expressions, Su Jin turned and left. Qin Yan and Wang Yan looked at each other in shock after hearing Su Jin's reply. How is this possible? A single person, moreover a newcomer lord who had just awakened his core not long ago, soloing the Scorpion Pang Valley secret realm and coming out so quickly. Even Qin Yan, who possessed the flame demon troops, could only clear it so quickly with Wang Yan's help. The minor monsters were contained by Wang Yan's ink soldiers, who used their skills to trap them in one place, allowing the flame demon troops to deploy their area burst skills to swiftly clear them. And the final boss, the purple lightning thunder pang bird, had 95% of its damage dealt by Wang Yan alone. Even so, Su Jin's completion time was nearly the same as theirs. It was as unbelievable as a 6th grader solving a complex math problem faster than a high school student. Could he be deceiving us? Qin Yan asked, his expression slightly stiff. No, Wang Yan closed his eyes. He's wearing the thunder feather set, and at least a 6-piece set at that. Qin Yan shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, Su Jin has only just become a lord not long ago. If it's a purchased thunder feather set, you'd need to be at least level 15 to wear the whole set. Leveling up to 15 in such a short time, that's as difficult as a primary school student getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. The two stood there in shock, their stunned expressions drawing some curious looks from the people around, but they didn't care. After a moment, Qin Yan snapped back to reality, a hint of fighting spirit rising in his eyes as he watched the direction Su Jin had gone. I refuse to believe you're that strong. In the final exams, only the equipment you've earned yourself will count. I will have to challenge you then. Meanwhile, not long after leaving, Su Jin suddenly received a message from his honor badge. Class B incident: beasts in the southern Red Leaf Valley have gone berserk. His eyes grew cold at the sight of these words, and when he saw the name Ice Wolf King, the murderous intent nearly became tangible. He would never forget. In his past life, Yang Shoyun died under the claws of the Ice Wolf King while trying to protect him. King Tiger, advance at full speed. Su Jin immediately summoned the Tiger King. At this moment, the Tiger King also realized the gravity of the situation and did not hesitate. Transforming into his beast form, he swiftly carried Su Jin toward the direction of Red Leaf Valley. Simultaneously, a message popped up in the system: prevent disaster before it happens. The Red Leaf Valley secret realm boss, the Ice Wolf King, has acquired an unknown power. Please eliminate it before it fully absorbs this power. Mission reward: random mutation of 50 Black Panther beasts. However, Su Jin didn't pay much attention to it because some things must be done regardless of the rewards or honor. The Tiger King was fast. In just 17 or 18 minutes he reached a camp near Red Leaf Valley. This camp was a temporary base for Qianlong, a branch of the Huaxia military. Qianlong, belonging to the Huaxia military, its mission scope includes, but is not limited to, discovering and dealing with the outbreaks of ferocious beasts outside cities, preventing hazards before they occur. The team's motto: even if you are a dragon on the map of Huaxia, you must remain hidden. Huaxia has only one true dragon. Stop. Number 597382, pass. When Su Jin approached the camp, he was immediately stopped by two soldiers, but when they saw Su Jin presenting his honor badge and reciting his number, they understood the context and immediately let him pass. However, about 20 seconds after Su Jin walked in, one of the soldiers suddenly widened his eyes. 597382, isn't that the number on this year's honor badges? The other soldier also realized the gravity of the situation and immediately ran to the guard post to report. What, a rookie from this year daring to participate in a Class B event? Are the young people nowadays all so brave? What's the situation, alone? Goodness, I originally thought you new soldiers were brave enough to come forward voluntarily. It turns out there are even braver ones. When Xiao Meng heard the report from the soldier, his face showed more and more admiration, but soon his expression changed. However, if this guy is some noble lady's son coming here to goldplate his resume, don't blame me if I assign him the most dangerous mission. Saying this, Xiao Meng immediately checked Su Jin's data. However, when he saw the prompt on the computer, he was stunned. Number 597382, information, no right to view, security level 3 stars. Damn, I am major, don't have the authority to view this year's rookie data. 1237. What the hell, is this a system glitch? Xiao Meng was completely baffled. He refreshed several times until a pop-up window appeared, and then he realized, his face changed again. Truly a fine son of Huaxia, but bravery alone isn't enough without strategy. Xiao Meng immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, Oldly, it's me, Xiao Meng. You come and describe this person to him. Following Xiao Meng's instructions, the soldier briefly reported the news of Su Jin arriving at the Red Leaf Valley temporary base. Alright, you check who it is. Damn it, these youngsters love looking for thrills too much, don't they? Having only just become a lord, he dared to venture here. Meanwhile, in the official meeting room of Quancheng, Ashley was discussing with some officials about how to make changes to this year's college entrance examination. However, just at that moment, a series of urgent knocks suddenly interrupted their discussion. Li Yunfei rushed in, his face bearing a hint of apology as he spoke. Sorry, Mr. Ashley, I just received news that Su Jin has gone to the temporary base in Red Leaf Valley after receiving the honor badge. Yet Ashley simply asked indifferently, is that all? Li Yunfei was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Disorganized and undisciplined, Ashley frowned, his tone becoming serious. For the next month, you will be solely responsible for clearing the beasts near the northern part of Chuancheng's urban area. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Li Yunfei and continued discussing with the others. Li Yunfei stood there, his brow furrowed, his face showing a mix of helplessness and confusion. I accept this punishment, but Su Jin's safety is a major issue. Hearing this, Ashley gave a slight smile, turned his head to Lu Jinyun and waved his hand. Lu Jinyun naturally understood and took out his phone, sending Li Yunfei a screenshot of a chat record. The screenshot clearly showed that Su Jin had completed the Scorping Valley alone in less than 2 hours. Su Jin now should not be viewed as a newcomer anymore. What is this? Seeing the image on the phone, Li Yunfei was momentarily stunned, his face filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Su Jin just awakened to his Lord Core a few days ago? How could he have gone to Scorping Valley so quickly? And to complete it alone, in less than 2 hours. Li Yunfei's mind was instantly filled with countless questions. However, seeing Lu Jinyun's expression, which did not seem deceitful, he quickly came to his senses. Right, if Su Jin had the capability to complete the Scorping Valley mission, then with his strength, as long as he was careful and cautious in Red Leaf Valley, preserving his life shouldn't be too difficult. Got it now? Yes, I've understood, then go take your punishment. Alright. Simultaneously, Su Jin had already been waiting for quite some time at the temporary base. During this period, new lords kept arriving. Like Su Jin, they were there to participate in the mission to quell the beast uprising. About 70% of the lords had various scars on their bodies, and some even had bloodstains on their equipment that had solidified. The remaining lords, although relatively clean, also had a particularly seasoned look about them. Most of these lords were in groups of 3 to 5 inch, with Su Jin being the only individual lord naturally drawing more glances. However, they did not pay him special attention. In everyone's eyes, the inscrutable information about Su Jin and his luxurious equipment had already proven his strength. Everyone's here. No one had to wait too long. As Xiao Meng walked over, it was just this statement, including Su Jin. Everyone immediately stood up straight. Warriors, do not take this mission lightly. Any mission that involves defending our country and protecting our people is a battlefield. Fear does not belong to us, for we are the warriors of Huaxia, declared Xiao Meng, pausing for a moment before waving his hand towards the side. A team of soldiers began distributing packages to each individual. Su Jin glanced at his package, which contained a bag of compressed biscuits that could quickly restore physical strength and gradually heal life points, a potion to slowly restore mental energy, a map, a flare gun, and a spherical device that could expand into a protective barrier. Enter the Red Leaf Valley, and at the first sign of danger, shoot the flare and use the barrier ball, Chow Meng said seriously, giving Su Jin a meaningful look. This made the latter somewhat uneasy. What does that mean? Does he think I'm not capable? Damn, does this mean I'll be assigned the simplest task later? Despite his many thoughts, Su Jin remained silent and listened attentively to Chow Meng's arrangements. According to our intelligence, the areas of monster activity are as follows. Your tasks are to secure positions from points B, C, D, through 7 different approaches, advancing steadily. I and the other warriors will start from point A, clearing our way into Red Leaf Valley at the fastest speed. Everyone's tasks are already marked on the map and must not be changed arbitrarily. Those not marked will act as reserves, ready to provide support at any moment. You may depart now. As soon as the words were spoken, the various leaders quickly opened their maps and contacted their teams. Most were around level 20, so many formed groups of 2 to 3 teams to take charge of a specific point. However, when Su Jin opened his map, his heart sank. Under Chow Meng's arrangement, he was personally responsible for point H. On one hand, it looked good, one person clearing a section of monsters, but this point was located across a cliff from the core area of Red Leaf Valley. It would take more time to reach the core area. Although this arrangement made sense in a way, if he couldn't reach the core area, what was the point of killing monsters on the periphery? By the time he reached Red Leaf Valley, everyone else would have been inside for half an hour. Moreover, the Ice Wolf King from his past life hadn't died, meaning that these people hadn't succeeded in killing it before. Thinking this, Su Jin frowned, but soon he realized something. A cliff, time to learn about the Tiger King and the Thunder Wing. If I clear the area fast enough, all the core area's monsters will be mine. With that, Su Jin headed alone towards point H. The monster level at point H was similar to other points, originally at levels 15 and 20, but entered a berserk state with an overall strength increase of 20%. The reason this place only needed 1 leader was, it wasn't just because traveling to the core area took longer. It was also due to the relatively fewer dangerous beasts in this area. All these factors clearly indicated that Chow Meng did indeed show some concern for Su Jin, or perhaps for the newcomer. He wanted to train Su Jin's abilities while ensuring his safety as much as possible. However, he could never have anticipated that Su Jin wouldn't play by the rules. After reaching starting point H, he immediately summoned 200 Black Panther beasts and spent 800,000 Lord energy to exchange for another 200 Black Panther beasts. Grouping them in teams of 20, he cleared all the ferocious beasts in the area. Yes, after Su Jin's command, the 400 Black Panther beasts transformed into beast mode, divided into 20 teams, and conducted a carpet-like search. Each Black Panther beast had thermal imaging capabilities in their eyes. Even though it was now getting dark and slightly gloomy, the Black Panther beasts could quickly lock onto their targets. Congratulations on killing a level 15 poison fog spider, earning 1040 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 15 armored giant deer, earning 1040 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining the giant deer helmet. Congratulations on the Lord's promotion to level 12, Spirit plus 220, Constitution plus 44, Strength plus 22, Agility plus 22. Before long, a series of prompt tones echoed in his ears. Su Jin, as if deaf to the notifications, swiftly rode on the back of the Tiger King towards the core area of Red Leaf Valley, continuously pulling the trigger of his steel wool crossbow, attacking the wild beasts along the path. Wearing a full set of 8 thunder feather armors, Su Jin's attack power was formidable. Amidst the whooshing sounds of the crossbow bolts, the wind caused by the running Tiger King, and the screams of the wild beasts, one beast after another fell to the arrows. As these beasts were in a frenzied state, not only their attributes but also their experience points were increased by an extra 20%, coupled with the 10% additional experience bonus from the Human Emperor's weapon. Su Jin's experience bar rose quickly. They were getting closer and closer to the cliff. Meanwhile, at the temporary base of the Hidden Dragon Army, a large number of combat personnel had already gone on missions. The remaining personnel stayed behind, responsible for observing the situation of the wild beasts at various points and ready to provide support at any moment. In front of them was a simulated sand table connected to a barrier sphere, which allowed them to observe the progress of the warriors and the number of beasts they had killed. Dragon Armoray frowned as he looked at the several light points on the sand table. This pace of advance might indicate that Red Leaf Valley is more complex than we imagined. Hearing this, Dragon Tao Ding beside him patted his shoulder. Kid, you're still too young. There are many things you don't understand. Look closely, those moving slowly aren't regular troops. They haven't undergone professional training, and no matter how seasoned they are, they can't match the speed of our regular troops. Dragon Armory nodded and looked away. The next second he froze, then suddenly pulled out the prearranged mission list. How is this guy at point H moving so fast? Point H, that new lord. Dragon Tao Ding quickly turned his head. Just then, the marker representing Su Jin was moving at a breathtaking speed of several meters per second. Compared to the other markers, he was in a league of his own, even outpacing the regular army led by Chao Meng at point A. How can he be so fast? Long Tao Ding rubbed his eyes, finding it hard to believe what he saw, and asked incredulously, although the number of beasts at point H was fewer, the level of the beasts was not much different. Moreover, although there were more beasts at other points, the lords who went there were also more numerous, typically teams of at least 10 people. Apart from point A, the difficulty of the tasks at other points could be said to be entirely the same. But Su Jin was moving too quickly. Could it be that this guy is just rushing through without clearing the beasts? Long Tao Ding asked incredulously. I've thought about this issue too. Long Tao Jiao replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He then showed Long Tao Ding a tablet recording the score changes. Chao Meng number 581,532, score 926. Su Jin number 597,382, score 638. Long Tao Bing number 589,264, score 462. Seeing the information displayed on the tablet and noticing Su Jin's score still rapidly rising, Long Tao Ding gasped in shock. Damn it, are all the newbies this fierce this year? My brother Long Tao Bing is already level 24 inch and he can't even keep up, right? According to what Major Chao said, wasn't he placed here to stop him from entering Hongye Valley? With his current speed, won't he get there very soon? Long Tao Jia's voice snapped Long Tao Ding back to reality. The latter turned his head to the former and reassured, don't worry, there's a very high cliff there. It's not that easy to cross. Look, he stopped there, hasn't he? Long Tao Ding pointed to Su Jin's position. Did you really think he could fly that high right now? My lord, be careful, that cliff is not easy to climb. Watching the towering cliff that soared into the clouds, the Tiger King warned in a low voice. No need for that hassle. There are more beasts in the 5 o'clock direction. Go help out there first, Su Jin said, and then jumped directly off the back of the Tiger King. A pair of dazzling thunder feather wings suddenly unfolded from his back, flashing with blue electric arcs crackling. Impressively, by manipulating his psychic power, Su Jin flapped the thunder feather wings and his body soared into the air, shooting towards the towering cliff like an arrow. But the cliff wasn't as simple as he imagined. As he continued to ascend, a large cloud of poison fog suddenly burst out from a cave in the cliff. The fog spread quickly, and within it, a giant poison fog spider quietly appeared. Its furry long legs moved rapidly on the cliff wall, and its pair of red eyes emitted a sinister glow. A strand of highly poisonous spider silk shot directly at Su Jin, who quickly dodged it. Damn it, I didn't want to waste time on you, but you're asking for it. Su Jin's gaze sharpened as he quickly drew his crossbow. With practiced precision he aimed and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. With a whoosh, the bolt shot out like lightning, striking with immense force and embedding deeply into the vital spot of the poison fog spider, piercing it instantly. Although it did not kill the spider outright, it caused the creature to tumble off the cliff. The result of such a high fall was naturally self-explanatory, but at that moment a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the cave where the spider resided, and Su Jin found himself powerless to resist. Before he could even react, his body was sucked into the mysterious force. Debuting dungeon, the Spider Queen's treasure, level 15 debut buff. All fierce beast drop rates increased by 50%, experience doubled, first clearance reward, special equipment, silk soft armor. Unlike the few conventional dungeons, the dungeons known as mysteries are extraordinarily numerous in this world. They are like love, elusive and unpredictable. No one can accurately predict where they will appear or when they will emerge. The unfathomable depths of the ocean, the vast expanses above the sky, the dense and dark depths of forests. Even in some sparsely populated cities, there have been instances of mysterious dungeons suddenly appearing, and a debut dungeon, as the name implies, is a dungeon appearing for the first time in this world, ready for pioneering. What monsters will appear, what are the conditions for clearing it, no one knows. its instability goes without saying. For this reason, the rewards for entering a debut dungeon are also higher. For instance, the dungeon Su Jin is in the Spider Queen's Treasure. Possesses buffs like all fierce beast drop rates increased by 50% and doubled experience after killing. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Su Jin smiled somewhat relievedly. His main task was to head to Maple Valley to kill the Ice Wolf King. However, the Ice Wolf King being a wolf species boss, its most formidable aspect was the wolf pack in Maple Valley. If he didn't eliminate these ice wolves beforehand, challenging the Ice Wolf King directly would be too troublesome. Su Jin's original plan was to reach Maple Valley as fast as possible and first clear some ice wolves. This way he could not only level up himself but also weaken the overall strength of the Ice Wolf King. Now, having been absorbed into the debut dungeon, the only change was the way he would enhance his strength, and the personnel handling the ice wolves had changed. As long as he cleared the dungeon quickly enough, he would still be on time to face the Ice Wolf King. With these thoughts in his mind, Su Jin summoned back 50 Black Panther beasts and the Tiger King from a great distance. The remaining 395 Black Panther beasts were left to cleanse the wild beasts outside on their own. This is one of the advantages of the mechanical race's troops. For other types of troops, if there is a strong bond between the Lord and his units and they are too far apart, especially not in the same space, there is a certain chance of desertion. However, mechanical troops are different. From the moment they are summoned, their program directive is to prioritize the Lord above all, and this cannot be altered. Attack! Su Jin's expression was stern as he raised his arm and swung it down fiercely. The Tiger King burst forth with a tremendous momentum, letting out an ear-splitting roar as it charged into the cave, followed closely by the 50 Black Panther beasts surging forward like a black tide. Their movements were uniform and the dull yet powerful sound of their steps echoed through the cave. As they entered, a poison-like mist in the cave gathered, attempting to slow their advance. However, to the mechanical troops, and to Su Jin as well, such slowing effects were completely ineffective. Whoosh! The sharp sound of saber teeth cutting through the air mingled with the booming noise of machine guns firing. Instantly, the tranquility of the valley was shattered and the battle erupted like a sudden storm. Soon after, a group of blue poison spiders appeared before Su Jin. Their numerous slender legs moved rapidly on the ground, making a slight rustling sound, and pairs of eyes glinting with a cold light revealed their ferocity and greed, ready to pounce on their prey. Yet, against the formidable Tiger King and the army of Black Panther beasts, they stood no chance. The Tiger King, like a sharp dagger, sliced through the spiders with each swing of its saber teeth, cutting them in half instantly. Behind the 50 Black Panther beasts continuously spat flames from their mounted machine guns, efficiently dealing with any that slipped through and providing solid fire support for the Tiger King at the front. The entire team coordinated seamlessly, acting as a well-oiled machine of war. Wherever they went, the blue poison spiders were forced to retreat, turning into experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 15 blue poison spider. You have gained 1980 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 5000 Lord Energy. Congratulations on obtaining silver level equipment, Azure Poison Blade, Deep Blue Poison Armor, Dark Blue Trousers. Congratulations on obtaining Special Lord equipment, Enchanting Blue Poison Charm. A series of notifications rang by the ear. Indeed, this was truly a prime secret realm. The experience buff, along with a 10% experience boost from humanitarian Imperial soldiers, meant that killing a level 15 fierce beast at level 12 could yield 1980 experience points, nearly equal to what one would gain from killing a level 20 fierce beast at level 8. The difference was well compensated by the drop rates. Notifications for Lord Energy and silver level equipment never stopped, and there was even a drop of Special Lord equipment. Special Lord equipment, Enchanting Blue Poison Charm. Attributes: Mental Strength plus 5% effect. Wearing this, attacks have a 20% chance to inflict ice poison. Ice poison deals 1% of attack power as fixed damage and reduces the target's agility by 20% for 3 seconds. A great find. Upon seeing the attributes of the charm Blue Poison Talisman, Su Jin's eyes lit up. 5% bonus to mental power, a truly noble percentage. This single attribute alone gave Su Jin reason never to replace it. After all, medals, badges, and similar types of gear didn't conflict with each other. One could wear them as long as they didn't mind the weight. But what was even more outrageous was its effect. Upon hitting an attack, there was a 20% chance to inflict an ice poison effect on the target, causing fixed damage of 1% of the attack power. In a sense, this was true damage, even if I only had 2000 attack power and you had a defense of 100 million inch. Once the ice poison effect triggered, it would deal 20 points of fixed damage. Combined with a Gatling gun firing 100 rounds per second, even gods would be shown a bleeding health bar. Sujin fastened the charm blue poison talisman around his waist and continued onward. About 10 minutes later, the message from the Black Panther beast stationed at Point H arrived, informing him that the fierce beasts had been cleared. With a thought, Sujin summoned 350 Black Panther beasts to join the battlefield. Initially, just the Tiger King plus 50 Black Panther beasts were enough to rout the blue poison spiders, not to mention now with 400 Black Panther beasts, the roaring sound of machine guns firing, the rapid scraping of spider legs on the ground, and the notifications of experience and equipment gains, all sorts of sounds arose around him. Before long, Sujin had reached level 13. Sujin was in high spirits. Originally, he had planned to reach level 15 in 2 days' time, which would have been sufficient. But the sudden beast uprising and the debut of this secret realm brought a wealth of experience, propelling him to level 13 in just a few hours. However, after reaching level 13, the treasure gained from killing spiders and in the secret realm where only level 15 blue poison spiders were found, the experience rewards were significantly reduced and seemed less impressive. Accelerate the advance. After leveling up, the Tiger King and Black Panther beasts didn't just gain 220 and 792 in strength respectively, but also an additional 22 points from Sujin's own level up. Facing the still level 15 blue poison spiders whose attributes hadn't changed, clearing them became much faster. In less than half an hour, Sujin had already reached the core area of the secret realm. As droplets of saliva fell to the ground, making a ticking sound, a gigantic poison mist spider queen slowly appeared in Sujin's view. Its ferocious appearance was chilling, its shell displaying a strange dark purple color. Especially notable was the thick poison mist surrounding it, emitting a pungent odor. As the poison mist spider queen's 8 furry long legs rubbed against the ground, creating a creepy friction sound, the poison mist seemed alive as if it were its guardian. Poison mist spider queen, level 15, spirit, 44,700 constitution, 4,000 strength, 2560 agility, 2,000 skills, spider silk shield, poison mist shield, poison spiders, poison silk, spider silk shield, poison mist shield. Both shields have a defense of 1500 and a health of 10,000. As long as the shields are intact, the poison mist spider queen will not take damage. Poison spiders summons 15 blue poison spiders. As long as the blue poison spiders are alive, the poison mist spider queen will not take damage and will slowly recover health and shield strength. It must be said, this poison mist spider queen was truly vile. A mere level 15 creature, yet its strength was even higher than that of a level 20 purple lightning thunderbird. And that wasn't all, more outrageous was it even possessed 2 armor skills, the web shield and poison mist shield, combined with the ghastly skill of the poison spider. For most other lords, it was undoubtedly a terrifying foe that was extremely difficult to deal with. Probably 9,999% of all level 15 lords worldwide, even level 20 spiritual plants, could be severely injured if they were not careful. At this moment, the atmosphere tensed up. The grotesque body behind the poison mist spider began to surge with eerie energy. It had launched the disgustingly effective poison spider skill. A mass of black mist twirled around it, and suddenly 15 blue poison spiders appeared at its side as if emerging from the netherworld. However, Sujin remained calm. Target the summons first, he commanded steadily and forcefully. The panther beasts reacted swiftly, their sharp eyes gleamed with ferocity and the machine guns on their backs spewed out tongues of scorching fire. A barrage of bullets precisely targeted the blue poison spiders. Under this fierce assault, the spiders emitted pitiful screams. The moment all 15 blue poison spiders were slain, the Tiger King made its move. Its agile body burst forth with astonishing power and its saber teeth were viciously hurled forward. Accompanied by the howling wind, they sped towards the poison mist spider at a blistering pace. Each rotation of the thrown saber teeth inflicted damage. -1,200, -1,200. Dense blue numbers floated above the head of the poison mist spider, indicating the damage to the shield. With 1,000 points of defense and 10,000 points of health, the seemingly sturdy shields of the poison mist spider could not withstand the impact of the saber teeth. Coupled with the dense rain-like bullets covering the Black Panther, 2 crisp shattering sounds were heard. The 2 shields were directly smashed, but the power of the saber teeth did not dissipate there. After breaking the shields, they fiercely severed one of the legs of the poison mist spider. The creature let out a painful roar as its massive body lost balance and was tripped to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and exposing its vulnerably soft abdomen. Sujin reacted swiftly. Just as the poison mist spider was tripped, a crossbow bolt was shot with a swoosh. At the same time, neither the panther beast nor the tiger king slackened. The former's powerful gunfire stormed like tempests, continuously striking the abdomen of the poison mist spider, while the tiger king hurled another saber tooth. The saber teeth spun rapidly through the air, slicing through the wind with a fierce sound and aimed precisely at the poison fog spider queen. The moment the saber teeth struck, the entire secret realm seemed to pause abruptly. Then boom, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the massive body of the poison fog spider queen burst apart, scattering green venom and shattered limbs everywhere. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 boss, Poison Fog Spider Queen. You've gained 2,240 experience points and 5,000 Lord energy. Damn it, that's really disgusting. Sujin muttered while using energy amethysts on a group of Black Panther beasts, his voice filled with complaint. I mean, come on, just die already. Why explode right before dying, and why does the explosion have to cause damage? If it must explode, fine, since no troops died anyway, but why only give 5,000 Lord energy, not a single piece of equipment, not a skill book? Is it necessary to be that stingy? And really, only 2240 experience for killing a level 15 boss? That's rather disappointing. Although Sujin was well aware that the experience gain would be significantly reduced when the level difference wasn't great, he still couldn't help but grumble. Afterwards, as the severely injured Black Panther beasts were healed by the energy amethysts, Sujin was about to recall his troops back to the Lord's space when he suddenly remembered the treasure of the secret realm named after the Spider Queen. Moreover, he also recalled that he hadn't received the reward for completing the secret realm. Could it be that this dungeon was a treasure-type dungeon? Sujin suddenly snapped back to his senses. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the Black Panther beasts to carefully search the area where the Poison Fog Spider Queen had been. About 30 seconds later, "My lord, there's a treasure chest here," one of the Black Panther beasts pointed at a broken wall and informed Sujin. Indeed it was a golden-level treasure chest. Sujin's face lit up with joy. In the era of lords, some secret realms were treasure-type realms. Such realms contained treasure chests, which upon opening could yield skills, special equipment, territory buildings, or energy crystals. Treasure chest grades ranged from the lowest being iron grade to the highest being mythical grade. Even an iron grade chest could potentially contain powerful items like territory buildings, which were highly expensive in the market, starting at 100,000 dragon coins. Not to mention, this was a golden grade chest. This chest had a 100% chance of containing golden grade items and even a 1% chance of containing king grade items. In his past life, Sujin, who hailed from Africa, had never even seen such a chest. Overjoyed, Sujin approached the mysterious chest with a wide, excited smile on his face. Of course, he did not open the treasure chest hastily due to his eagerness. After all, this was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had encountered such a precious gold-level treasure chest. Such a momentous occasion surely called for a special ceremonial touch. Thus, Sujin methodically began to prepare. First, he took out a bottle of water from his own space, then fetched a few bottle caps and 3 sticks that had originally been used for roasting sausages. Next, he used the 3 sticks as ceremonial incense, the bottle caps as wine bowls, and bread as the offering. He carefully placed each item in its proper position. Once everything was ready, Sujin slowly began to fill the bottle caps with water. Finally, with a devout expression and mumbling words, he said, "Ancestors of Huasha, please bless your descendant Sujin to find good things in this treasure chest. Given the limited conditions, please forgive me." Then he raised the bottle in his hand and loudly proclaimed, "I drink this, and to the ancestors, do as you will." After a series of respectful rituals, Sujin tilted his head back and drank all the water from the bottle. Then, with anticipation and excitement, he slowly placed his hand on the mysterious, glowing surface of the treasure chest. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Would you like to spend 30,000 Lord energy points to open the gold treasure chest?" Without any hesitation, Sujin decisively said, "Open." In his view, 30,000 Lord energy points were nothing. After all, he had earned far more than that in this secret realm. Even after spending 30,000, he still had 164,500, more than enough. Click. With a crisp and pleasant sound, the gold treasure chest seemed to awaken, emitting a dazzling golden glow. Then, a series of system notifications sounded in Sujin's mind. "Congratulations on acquiring Lord Energy, 100,000. Congratulations on acquiring a king-level special item, Fire God Grenade Cannon. Congratulations on clearing the Spider Queen's treasure, acquiring special equipment, Spider Silk Soft Armor. What, a chest opened for 30,000 returns 100000? A 1% chance really yielded a king-level item, and a special item at that. Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, coming back to his senses. Su Jin once again deeply bowed towards the east several times, gratefully saying thank you, ancestors of Huaxia. Only then did he start to carefully examine the properties of the two new items he had acquired. First was the eye-catching Fire God Grenade Cannon, special item. Fire God Grenade Cannon function can modify mechanical troop types to transform into grenade cannon mouths. After modification, it can fire the Fire God Grenade Cannon. Attack distance is troop range divided by 10 meters. Attack area is troop level divided by 2-inch. Attack damage is troop attack power times 2. Attack interval fixed at 15 seconds per shot. Additional skill, Chain Cannon. Doubles the attack power range and area of the Fire God Grenade Cannon. Reduces the attack interval to 5 seconds. Lasts for 10 seconds. Consumption, after use by the corresponding troop type. Troop exchange price plus 5,000 Lord Energy. Each grenade shot consumes 200 Lord Energy. This is too incredible. Su Jin was astounded as he looked at the properties of the Fire God Grenade Cannon. Although it appears that many of its attributes are inferior to the diamond-level Black Panther Catapult, we must not judge this king-tier item, the Fire God Grenade Cannon, merely by its surface. The Black Panther Catapult requires simultaneous control by 5 Black Panther beasts. In contrast, the Fire God Grenade Cannon can transform the muzzle of a mechanical troop into a tremendously powerful grenade launcher. Su Jin's mind couldn't help but recall a troop type he had unlocked in his past life, the Counterwind Helicopter. In its humanoid form, it boasted 6 bullet ports on one shoulder alone, making 12 on both. If these were equipped with the Fire God Grenade Cannon, the results would be unimaginably effective. The grenade launcher's attack range is mostly lateral. If launched from the air, it becomes a vertical distance, increasing the attack range by many multiples. Moreover, the Fire God Grenade Cannon also features a chain cannon skill, 12 launch ports firing at a rate of 5 seconds per shot for 10 continuous seconds. Imagine the spectacular scene of 1,000 helicopters deploying simultaneously. Just the thought made Su Jin's blood boil, almost too incredible to imagine. Next, he just needed to wait for the right troop type to modify. Watching that he only needed to clear one more copy to obtain the Troop Awakening token, Su Jin grew increasingly excited. Following that, he took out the special equipment he obtained after clearing the secret realm, the Spider Silk Soft Armor, Special Lord Equipment. Spider Silk Soft Armor attributes: Physique plus 1000, Mental Power plus 500. Effects: reduces 5% elemental damage taken, which for most lords is indeed a boon. After all, 999,999% of mage attacks are elemental damage. Though it states a reduction of 5% elemental damage, it essentially means a reduction in spell damage. However, for Su Jin, who possesses the effect of the Energy Amethyst level 4, even damage reduction isn't of much concern. Still, the 500 points of mental power bonus from the Spider Silk Soft Armor wasn't too disdainful for him. Moreover, it is an undergarment and does not conflict with the upper garment of the Thunder Feather suit. Thus, Su Jin immediately wore it. As for the rest of the equipment he harvested, he was too lazy to even check. The highest was just gold-level equipment, which he didn't value and planned to donate directly. Next, Su Jin opened the system interface to check on the preventive measures and task conditions. At this moment, the Ice Wolf King had already absorbed 40% of the energy. Su Jin's gaze sharpened, his eyes becoming more piercing. He quickly recalled all his troops and decisively left the secret realm. The moment he left, the Thunder Feather wings astonishingly appeared. This time on his journey, no fierce beasts hindered him. The strong air currents propelled his body, swiftly carrying him over the towering and precipitous cliffs. Just as he crossed over the cliffs at that crucial moment, the flare's red light was particularly dazzling against the backdrop of the dark night. Upon seeing the flare, Su Jin's pupils shrank dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the King Tiger and sped forward at the fastest pace. Su Jin rode steadily on the back of the King Tiger, his gaze sharply fixed toward the direction from which the flare had risen. The King Tiger's strong and powerful limbs alternately sprinted across the ground at high speed, kicking up clouds of dust. With each powerful stride, navigating the cliff-like terrain was challenging, but descending was where the King Tiger excelled. no matter the road conditions ahead, a single leap could overcome any obstacle. Su Jin clung tightly to the rig on the king tiger's shoulder, his body swaying slightly with the rhythm of its run. Watching the progress bar on the mission interface, the absorption rate of the Ice Wolf King was accelerating, fueling Su Jin's urgency even more. The wind howled past his ears, whipping his clothes with a fluttering sound. Su Jin leaned forward slightly and yelled to the king tiger, "Faster, king tiger!" In response, the king tiger let out a deep, majestic roar, increasing its speed even more. The scenery around them rapidly receded, becoming blurred streaks of light and shadow. He had no time to deal with the ferocious beasts they encountered on the way. He merely left behind some Black Panther beasts to clear them out. In his and the king tiger's mind, there was only one thought: to reach the location of the flare as quickly as possible. Even if just a second faster, it could potentially save another life. Meanwhile, at the temporary base of the hidden dragon army, when the flare lit up the night sky, 90% of the lords had already set off at top speed. Only Dragon Armor A and Dragon Tao Ding were left to keep watch and assess the situation. "He's really risking his life, isn't he? Is this something he can handle?" Dragon Armor, looking at the situation on the sand table, widened his eyes in disbelief. The white dot representing Su Jin had already entered the interior of Red Leaf Valley and was moving at a speed that Dragon Armor A couldn't comprehend. Judging by this direction, it must be the location of the Ice Wolf King, a formidable being that even Xiao Meng had needed to call for help. What could Su Jin, a new lord, possibly do? This was too reckless, the impudence of today's youth. Dragon Armor A was noticeably irritated, and facing his rant, Dragon Tao Ding could only offer gentle reassurance. "Don't worry, our support has arrived. Trust in Major Chow, trust in Captain Ian." Though he said this, Dragon Tao Ding's heart was still like a turbulent sea, unable to find peace. He was frustrated by his own mediocrity, lacking outstanding talent. Despite his efforts to slay beasts, his levels seemed to be stuck, firmly clamped by an invisible hand. No matter how fiercely he fought, how much sweat and blood he shed on the battlefield, he could not break through the bottleneck to reach level 20. And because of this, even though he was a soldier, he felt deeply helpless and resentful. With the same fiery passion and determination to protect their nation, he longed to join his comrades in the front lines rather than endure the relative safety and agony of staying behind. His comrades, out of a desire to protect him, had kept him at the rear. There he wrestled with his feelings, yearning to confront danger alongside his friends instead of feeling helpless and anxious from afar. Weighed down by the harsh realities like a heavy mountain on his shoulders, he could only stand silently at the back, watching his comrades fight, overwhelmed by a profound sense of powerlessness. Clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, Long Tao Ding silently prayed for their safe return. Meanwhile, deep in the Red Leaf Valley, the situation was far more complex than imagined. Xiao Meng had been seriously injured and had fallen beside the battlefield. A dozen agile warriors, exuding a resolute aura, were courageously battling the Ice Wolf King. Their faces were etched with fearlessness, their hands gripping weapons tightly as they, along with their respective troops, launched attacks on the Ice Wolf King. Nearby, about 30 lords who had come to aid also summoned their troops. There were heavily armored infantrymen with giant axes, orc warriors, who marched with heavy steps, attempting to leave scars on the Ice Wolf King with their axes. There were also agile ranged troops armed with crossbows and firearms, continuously firing bullets and shooting arrows. The 50 summoners had called upon thousands of troops, tightly encircling the battlefield. Surprisingly, despite such a vast number of troops and a powerful offensive, the Ice Wolf King remained effortlessly dominant. Its large, majestic body, like a crystal of ice and snow, shimmered with a cold luster under the sun. Unperturbed by the attacks of the many lords and troops, it barely flinched as axes and a rain of bullets and arrows came at it, merely shaking lightly as the arrows were deflected. "Weak ants, become my nourishment," roared the Ice Wolf King, its roar imbued with a powerful icy force that made the nearby troops shiver and slow in their movements. Seizing the moment, the Ice Wolf King moved, a massive figure that seemed to teleport, appearing instantly before the retreating orc warriors. With just a simple swipe of its paw, 3 level 23 orc warriors were turned into a mist of blood. In the breath of a moment, 150 orc warriors had 37 of their ranks slain. "Pull back the troops," Xiao Meng, pale-faced but forcing himself through the pain flooding his body like a tidal wave, yelled with all his strength. The lords who had just arrived to support, upon hearing Xiao Meng's roar, quickly snapped to action. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flickering lights, and the figures of the orc warriors gradually disappeared. Annoying creatures, the cold and fierce voice of the Ice Wolf King echoed across the battlefield after it greedily devoured the dozens of blood mists permeating the air with a scent of blood. Its deep blue eyes stared intensely at Xiao Meng. With a massive leap, it launched itself towards Xiao Meng, carrying a chilling wind in a ferocious attack. At this critical moment, Shark, agile as lightning, rushed forward. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in front of Xiao Meng, blocking the lethal strike from the Ice Wolf King. Your opponent is me. Shark raised his hand to wipe the fresh blood continuously flowing from his mouth. His gaze was filled with defiance and resolution, staring down the Ice Wolf King. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The recent attack had left him significantly wounded. This mission is more challenging than usual, Shark thought to himself, realizing they had severely underestimated the Ice Wolf King's strength. Clenching his teeth, he decisively shouted, "Mission cancelled, full retreat." "This is an order." His voice resonated across the battlefield, a decision made out of necessity but with reluctance. After a brief encounter, he recognized the overwhelming power of the Ice Wolf King, a force beyond their capabilities. "Lieutenant Ian, following orders is a soldier's duty." Despite their reluctance, all the warriors on the battlefield began to orderly retreat, escorting the injured Xiao Meng. However, in the eyes of the Ice Wolf King, they were merely sacrifices to enhance its power, and it was not about to let them escape. With a thunderous howl that pierced the sky, the Ice Wolf King's massive figure appeared before them. "I said your opponent is me." Shark summoned his heroic tier troop, the Crimson Flame Tiger, Xian Yan, and mounted it. The tiger roared and charged towards the Ice Wolf King. Shark, holding a golden grade war blade with flames dancing along the blade, delivered a powerful slash aimed at the Ice Wolf King's leg. However, the expected scene of fire melting ice did not occur. Instead, a crackling sound of freezing echoed. A chill emanated from the Ice Wolf King, freezing the flames on the warblade. The powerful frost force transmitted to Shark's arm, even causing discomfort to the Crimson Flame Tiger beneath him, which quickly retreated. "We are no match for it, but I am a soldier." Shark's expression was resolute. He was well aware of the situation. His recent strike could easily kill a level 30 beast, but it left no mark on the Ice Wolf King. This was the terror of a fierce beast, some of which cannot be judged merely by levels. Even now, at level 31, facing the mere level 25 Ice Wolf King still leaves me with a sense of powerlessness. But what of it? If I were to flee, what would become of my comrades? Xian Yan, Hm, how sure are you that you can hold it off for 3 minutes? 60%, and to seriously injure it? 20%, that's enough. The Crimson Flame Tiger deeply understood Shark's intentions. Over the years it had been by Shark's side day and night. Though just a tiger, it carried its own pride and dignity. It was no coward. "Merge, soldiers!" Shark shouted loudly. Roar! With an earth-shattering howl that seemed to pierce through the heavens, an amazing scene unfolded. The body of the Crimson Flame Tiger began to transform, gradually becoming ethereal, then turning into a set of armor glowing with intense heat, precisely appearing on Shark. The armor radiated a fierce flame aura, as if forged from the purest of flames. Each piece of armor perfectly fit Shark's body, instantly boosting his aura. The ice on his blade instantly melted. "It's time." Shark, fearless, charged towards the Ice Wolf King. As he closed in, he swung his blade fiercely. The fiery aura collided with the cold air around the Ice Wolf King, creating a sizzling sound. The flames on the Crimson Flame Tiger armor grew even more vigorous, as if powering Shark. The Ice Wolf King was forced back several steps by Shark's attack, but it quickly regained its composure. Opening its gaping maw, it exhaled an extremely cold breath, like an ice arrow shooting towards Shark. Shark swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the ice arrow's attack, then quickly moved to the Ice Wolf King's flank and launched another attack. His long sword fists and knees all worked together, each strike ablaze with fiery flames. A string of damage numbers floated above the Ice Wolf King's head. "Annoying rat." The Ice Wolf King, not to be outdone, cursed angrily. Its tail swept across like a steel whip, but Shark simply leaped up, easily dodging it. Then, in midair, he executed a beautiful spin, chopping at the Ice Wolf King's head. This strike halted the slow increase of the Ice Wolf King's attributes abruptly. The Ice Wolf King was completely enraged. It glanced at the barely visible figures of the warriors. Bang! As the power of ice surged from the Ice Wolf King, a pack of frost giants wolves driven by a ferocious airstream attacked Shark with terrifying force. Unable to dodge in time, Shark could only block with his sword. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the frost giants' wolves shattering echoed across the battlefield. but there were too many of them. Ian Shark couldn't block them all. His body, like a kite with its string cut, was forced back, crashing into a giant ice boulder, sending ice shards flying everywhere. "I'll deal with you later," sneered the Ice Wolf King, casting a contemptuous glance at Ian Shark before swiftly turning and sprinting in the direction the warriors had retreated. Its speed was remarkable, and on icy surfaces it was even faster due to a speed boost. Lieutenant Ian, who had never failed in 30 level B missions and had effortlessly slain level 30 beasts, was regarded as a deity among the warriors, yet here he was rapidly falling before the mere level 25 Ice Wolf King, a sight none had anticipated. One of the warriors reacted swiftly. His eyes sharply scanned the many lords who had come to join the mission. Without hesitation he handed over the injured Chow Meng to them. "Gentlemen, I implore your assistance," he said earnestly and solemnly. After speaking, he fiercely turned his head and summoned all his strength to shout, "Hidden Dragon Army, prepare to face the enemy." His voice boomed like a great bell across the battlefield. "Yes," the warriors responded in unison. Their expressions were resolute, reflecting a courage that embraced death. As they responded, powerful troops began to materialize beside them, ready for a desperate battle. "You think I'm useless, Lu Busy? Damn it!" Chow Meng cursed angrily as he struggled vehemently to free himself from the lord's grasp. His face was flushed red and veins bulged on his neck. "Let me down, I can still fight." But no matter how much he cursed or struggled, those around him didn't heed his calls. They knew Chow Meng was not in a state to fight, and the warriors behind him chose to ignore his protests. When the Ice Wolf King came within range, the warriors attacked not to cause damage but to buy time for Chow Meng and others to escape. However, they had underestimated the Ice Wolf King's defenses. The attacks of hundreds of troops barely scratched him, doing little to reduce his health. Realizing the Ice Wolf King's capabilities, the warriors withdrew their troops after their initial attack failed. They planned to use their lives to delay the enemy and prevent him from gaining further strength, knowing full well they might all die in battle today. Yet, none of them were cowards. Facing an unbeatable foe, they dared to draw their swords. It was a foolish bravery scorned by the Ice Wolf King, whose eyes flickered with disdain. A series of thuds resounded and several warriors were sent flying. This beast was cunning, not immediately killing the warriors but instead making a show of chasing after Chow Meng and the others. It aimed to force the warriors to summon more troops, thereby increasing its own strength. Damn it! Seeing this, the warriors' faces turned grim, their hearts filled with despair. But just then a domineering voice echoed from not far away. Storm Nebula split, the atmosphere on the battlefield tensed to the extreme. Suddenly a golden saber-tooth appeared like a bolt of lightning. The saber-tooth carried a terrifying current of air, causing a slicing sound to fill the air. It flashed past the pupils of the warriors, moving with extreme speed. In the basketball-sized eyes of the Frost Wolf King, the figure of the saber-tooth gradually enlarged. The Frost Wolf King seemed unable to react, his cold eyes still showing a hint of astonishment. The next second, with a soft sound, the saber-tooth fiercely shattered one of the Frost Wolf King's eyeballs. The moment the eyeball burst, green liquid splattered everywhere. The saber-tooth continued its relentless trajectory, carving a deep wound on the face of the Frost Wolf King. The ghastly, terrifying wound bled profusely, staining its pristine white body red. At this time, behind the Tiger King, Su Jin watched the scene unfold before the Frost Wolf King, unable to help but let out a soft exclamation. Is it that tough? It should be known that Su Jin was not the type to act rashly. He wouldn't just rush in headlong. After leaving the treasure secret realm of the Spider Queen, he was not far from reaching level 14. Coupled with the level 20 fierce beasts killed by the Black Panther beast on the way, he had successfully advanced to level 14. The attributes of the Tiger King, as well as Su Jin's own base attributes, had both been enhanced. Additionally, having chosen and submitted his wilderness training task, he received the reward of 10 wisdom fruits. Consuming these 10 wisdom fruits, his spirit and strength each increased by 1,000 points and 100 points respectively. Adding up various factors, the Tiger King's strength had now reached 3,091 and agility had come to 2,971. Using the Storm Nebula split, the attack power would be the sum of both, which is 3,091 plus 2,971 is equal to 6,062. Such attack power could almost instantly kill a level 30 fierce beast, yet he had not expected that a level 25 Frost Wolf King would be so tough. Although its eyeball was shattered by the Tiger King and a deep wound had appeared on its face, suffering multiple damages, its health had only dropped by less than a quarter. Indeed, the fierce beasts of this world should never be underestimated, Su Jin silently remarked. Meanwhile, the warriors nearby were completely stupefied. As the saying goes, without investigation there is no right to speak. They had clashed with the Frost Wolf King and knew all too well how formidable its defense was. The damage inflicted by so many of them had not decreased its health by 5%, but this young man with a snap had shattered an eyeball of the Frost Wolf King. Moreover, by the tone of it, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Are the young people of today also fierce, or is it an old man pretending to be young? While the warriors were lost in thought and speculation, the Frost Wolf King let out a roar that echoed throughout the entire battlefield, filled with rage. Damn it, have I become a one-eyed wolf now? I can't stand it, let's fight. The Frost Wolf King's body, already exuding a cold aura, became even colder and more bone-chilling. Ice formed swiftly, covering its entire body. Humans, die. The Ice Wolf King roared angrily, its hooves powerfully kicking off as it charged towards Sujin with a freezing howl. As it ran, ice spikes continuously formed under its feet and behind it, enhancing its menacing aura. Be careful. Insha, who had just recovered slightly, arrived just in time to witness this scene. His heart clenched violently. Instinctively, he sprinted towards Sujin with all his strength, but the Ice Wolf King was too fast and Insha was too far away. He could only watch helplessly as the Ice Wolf King pounced towards Sujin. In that instant, his heart seemed to jump to his throat and a mix of anxiety and despair spread within him. However, Sujin was not a defenseless lamb waiting for slaughter. With a sharp gaze and a calm demeanor, he bellowed, "Fire the cannons!" Behind him, 10 Black Panther beasts swiftly moved into action. They expertly operated 2 Black Panther catapults to start firing. Huge stones packed with gunpowder smashed towards the Ice Wolf King like meteors. The stones, with their powerful impact and explosive force, struck the Ice Wolf King hard. The fierce momentum of the Ice Wolf King's attack was forcefully repelled, and its icy armor shattered instantly. Then boom, boom, 2 deafening explosions rang out. The explosive power was immense, dealing massive damage to the Ice Wolf King. The blast engulfed the figure of the Ice Wolf King in flames, breaking its colossal body into countless pieces. The surrounding ground was blasted into deep craters, dust mixed with blood flying and splattering everywhere. Seeing the Ice Wolf King now reduced to fragments, Insha was momentarily stunned. Dead? Is it dead? Was it really that skill which had nearly defeated him in combat, that he could only barely reduce by 1/5 of its health, now killed just like that? Seeing the immense power demonstrated by the catapult causing such terrifying damage, Insha couldn't help but speculate silently, this must be at least diamond-level equipment. When did our team get such gear, or was it brought by those lords? Note, those lords should have already evacuated the battlefield with Chao Meng. By process of elimination, that means the ones operating this catapult must be the newcomer mentioned by Chao Meng and Li Yunfei. He gasped in shock. A newcomer had the capability to defeat the Ice Wolf King, a foe he himself couldn't vanquish. Are the new lords really that formidable now? Meanwhile, Sujin looked at his Black Panther catapult, which he had exchanged for 200,000 lords' energy, with great satisfaction. This was his ultimate trump card prepared for the Ice Wolf King. The Black Panther catapult in fact dealt damage in 3 stages. One instance is the impact caused by the explosive rocks hitting the target, which can cause about 30% damage. Another is the damage caused by the explosion itself, amounting to 100% damage. Then there's the burning damage following the explosion, which is relatively minor at about 5% sustained damage. With such extremes, taking down the Ice Wolf King with 2 cannon shots is really no big deal. After all, its attack power is 5 times that of the Black Panther beast. Currently, the base strength attribute of a Black Panther beast is 13186, with the passive ability of the Tiger King, the Frenzied State, which increases strength by 40%, it reaches 184604. A 5 times attack can therefore reach 92302. Such an attack power is even over 3000 more than what the Tiger King can achieve. Using the Storm Nebula split, facing the Ice Wolf King, who has only about half of its health left, defeating it is hardly surprising. After feeling emotional, Sujin also looked at the rewards he received for killing the Ice Wolf King. The rewards were indeed substantial. Congratulations on killing the level 25 Platinum Beast Ice Wolf King and receiving 19,800 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 50,000 Lord Energy. Congratulations on obtaining special troop equipment, Blood Fiend. Congratulations on obtaining a troop skill book, Shadow Raid. A string of notifications came flooding in like a tide, overwhelming Sujin. Although the Ice Wolf King was indeed slain by him, the other warriors had also inflicted certain damage on it earlier, which reduced the experience points he received. Otherwise, he felt that just this Ice Wolf King alone could have elevated him to level 15. However, Su Jin wasn't too concerned about this point. What made him happier were the other gains from killing the Ice Wolf King. The Lord Energy alone was a whopping 50,000. There was also a special troop equipment and a troop skill book. Special troop equipment is somewhat similar to special lord equipment, both being exceedingly rare. For instance, the burial bracelet previously given to him by Yang Shoyun was unquestionably valuable. Su Jin quickly looked at the special troop equipment named Blood Fiend. Blood Fiend, special troop equipment, wearing requirement. Any troop attributes, plus 20% lifesteal additional effect, Blood Fiend's soul after wearing it and killing an enemy, it can absorb the enemy's essence, blood and soul to enhance one's own attributes. Damaged state. Maximum absorbable attributes are Spirit 5000, Constitution 5000, Strength 1000, Agility 1000. Note: after the troop's death, all added attributes are reset. This equipment will sustain certain damage. Su Jin thought to himself, what a treasure. If he wasn't mistaken, a big reason why the Ice Wolf King was so powerful was likely this special equipment. Otherwise, how could a platinum-level beast have defeated so many warriors like that? With the death of the Ice Wolf King, the equipment it carried was also somewhat damaged. Although damaged, its attributes remained potent. If worn by the Tiger King, it could allow him to slay more fierce beasts, directly boosting both strength and agility by 1,000 points, which is nearly a 50% increase in attributes. Moreover, Su Jin, who has returned from rebirth, knows how to repair this special troop equipment. Already powerful, if repaired, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Troop skill, Shadow Assault effect, summons shadows of the troop type with spirit divided by 1000 to attack enemies. These shadows possess 80% of the troop's attack power and 120% agility. Note: cooldown time 30 minutes. Each shadow summoned consumes 1000 spirit points. This skill is quite fierce. If used by the Tiger King with his high agility and attack power, he could summon 14 shadows every half hour, each possessing 80% of the Tiger King's attack and agility. Combined with the effect of the energy amethyst, this incurs no consumption at all. Moreover, Su Jin in his previous life never acquired this skill. This means that the current shadow inheritance attributes are not yet maximized. If combined with the celestial reward effect of the Humanity Emperor's weapon, this skill could be elevated to the highest level, possibly creating shadows with 160% attack and agility. Such a skill book is absolutely potent. Plus, Su Jin almost immediately decided the ownership of this special troop equipment and skill book for the Tiger King. Of course, killing the Ice Wolf King was not solely his own feat, his warriors also contributed significantly. Su Jin is not the type to be overly greedy or selfish. He planned to give the other items dropped by the Ice Wolf King, along with some gold and silver level equipment he had previously acquired, to them. It only took Su Jin a few seconds to inspect these items. At this moment, not only Ian Shark but also the other warriors wore expressions of disbelief. They had witnessed the Ice Wolf King being slain by Su Jin in the blink of an eye, which seemed almost too surreal. Especially the warriors who had initially engaged the Ice Wolf King, who were utterly shocked. Previously, dozens of lords, including the level 29 Chao Meng, had not gained the slightest advantage against the Ice Wolf King. Even the health they managed to deplete was quickly regenerated. It was an understatement to say they gained no advantage. More accurately, they did not even scratch it. Yet despite this, this young man was still able to kill it so effortlessly. At this point, the warriors did not even know how to begin praising him. Their looks towards Su Jin were filled with gratitude, admiration and excitement. Meanwhile, on the back of a Lord Chao Meng, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly shook himself awake. Without hesitation, he jumped down, landed on his feet and shouted, "Who killed that wolf cub?" His voice, full of surprise and curiosity, echoed through the air. The other lords were taken aback by Chao Meng's loud shout. They all turned their heads, their gazes focusing on him. At that moment, Chao Meng radiated a different aura than before. His previously severe injuries had largely healed. His complexion was no longer pale but had turned a healthy flush, a clear sign of leveling up. Has the Ice Wolf King really been slain? One lord wondered, his eyes wide with disbelief. It must be, otherwise Chao wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Besides, my experience bar has moved slightly too, another lord observed, glancing at his own experience bar after having dealt some effective damage to the Ice Wolf King himself. Did Captain Im kill it? The lords around watched the changes in Chow Meng, both surprised and puzzled. They whispered among themselves, guessing who could possess such formidable strength to slay the fierce Ice Wolf King. But Chow Meng's expression suddenly turned grim. Although Captain Ian was stronger than him, Chow had sparred with Ian before and it was a fairly even match. However, his odds against the Ice Wolf King were worse, and it was only after 3 minutes that he could turn the tide in his favor. If no other powerful lord had intervened, even with Yin's strength alone, the cost to slay the Ice Wolf King. Thinking this, Chow Meng's face grew even more troubled. He immediately summoned his beast, the tiger leopard beast, and without hesitation mounted it, charging at top speed towards the location of the Ice Wolf King. The beast's hooves kicked up dust as it sprinted across the land, Chow Meng gripping its fur tightly, his eyes filled with anxiety and concern. He needed to get to the scene as fast as possible to understand what had really happened. Meanwhile, Su Jin had already roughly sorted out the loot obtained from slaying the Ice Wolf King. With steady steps he approached Teen Shark, who watched him with a look of astonishment. With a suave flick of his hand, Su Jin made a pile of equipment appear on the ground as if by magic. Among these items were the cobalt blue poison blade, deep blue armor, and long pants Su Jin had acquired through hardships, along with other precious equipment dropped by the Ice Wolf King, including a golden spear. This had been Su Jin's decision for a while. His fortune had been so good in this life, gaining equipment from fierce beasts. Many items he couldn't use himself, and rather than selling them, he preferred not to let them fall into unscrupulous hands. It was better to gift them to the warriors of Huaxia, allowing the equipment to be put to the best use. What are you doing? Teen Shark frowned slightly, his expression intensely serious. His voice was resolute and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. Taking nothing from the people is our principle. Moreover, without you the warriors here might have perished. Whatever the Ice Wolf King might drop, you rightfully deserve it. Before Su Jin could even open his mouth to explain his intentions, Teen Shark, with his keen intuition, had already guessed what Su Jin was thinking. He looked at Su Jin seriously, his expression as if he were guarding an insurmountable defense line. The surrounding warriors shared the same sentiment. Each of them had a look of determination and persistence in their eyes, fully aware of the reason they had miraculously survived the encounter with the Ice Wolf King. They all spoke up, urging Su Jin to take back the items. Listening to the warriors' sincere words, although Su Jin had anticipated this outcome, his heart swelled with pride. This was the unique charm of Huaxia's soldiers. They deserved the unwavering trust of every Huaxia citizen. It didn't matter who stood here, their strength, background, or the immense value of these hundreds of pieces of equipment. These warriors, fighting on the front lines against ferocious beasts, would always adhere to their principles, never deviating. This scenario, if it were soldiers from many other countries, would be starkly different. They wouldn't care about such things. If you offered, they would dare to accept. There might even be some soldiers from countries with less honorable intentions. Because they couldn't defeat you, they might not say anything now. But if you refused, once they returned to their base, they would immediately report it to their superiors, following an investigation. If they found you lacked a powerful background or extraordinary talent, no matter what you had obtained, you would have to obediently relinquish it. However, Su Jin, having chosen to act this way, naturally had a strategy prepared. He quickly walked over to Teen Shark, slightly bowed his head, and whispered a few words into Teen Shark's ear. The nearby warriors pricked their ears up but couldn't catch a word, only observing Teen Shark's rapidly changing expressions, from surprise to contemplation and finally to an epiphany. Moments later, on behalf of the warriors, I thank you for your generosity, Teen Shark said, facing Su Jin with a respectful military salute. Su Jin promptly returned the salute, his movements crisp and precise. After a brief greeting, Su Jin turned and rode away on his Black Panther beast, leaving behind the events of the Red Leaf Valley, where no fierce beasts remained. Next, Su Jin had to find another dungeon to level up. As Su Jin rode away, Captain Ian. What? The warriors all looked puzzled, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. They were eager to know what exactly Su Jin had said to Teen Shark to make him make such a decision. Seizing the equipment resources from the people of Huaxia is an act that violates military discipline, and the consequences of being caught are very severe. This is top secret and you do not have the clearance to know. Pack up the equipment, everyone pick one for yourself. The rest must be handed over to the organization. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the soldiers' faces, Teen Shark didn't explain much. He just waved his hands, signaling them to choose the equipment suitable for themselves. However, despite his actions, no one took the initiative to move. Teen Shark shook his head with a smile and could only imply from the side, sometimes gifts from superiors and donations from the people are not the same thing. After saying this, he picked a silver-level armor and slowly put it on as an example to follow. This scene was just witnessed by Chow Meng, who had hurried over. "Old Ian, did you really kill that wolf cub?" Chow Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly walked up to Ian Sha, looking him over from left to right. Eventually, as Ian Sha somewhat helplessly pushed away Chow Meng's hands that were trying to pry open his mouth to check for internal injuries, Chow Meng finally relaxed. He looked suspiciously and asked, "When did you become so strong?" Ian Sha replied irritably, "Get lost, I've always been stronger than you." Chow Meng sneered, "Cut it out, I'm not necessarily afraid of you now. Tell me, how did you do it?" Ian Sha smiled and whispered 4 words into Chow Meng's ear: "Humane Emperor Weapon, Chow." Meng's eyes widened in shock. "That rookie?" Ian Sha nodded vigorously. This was exactly what Su Jin had just told him. This was also why he had told the soldiers that the equipment was a reward from their superiors. Possessing a humane emperor weapon naturally came with the rank of a brigadier general. Seeing Ian Sha nod, Chow Meng gasped. Then, looking at the equipment in Ian Sha's hands and the pile of equipment around, he instantly understood everything. He took 3 steps and 2 leaps to the pile of equipment and unceremoniously picked up a golden-level spear. "If I had this equipment back then with an extra 200 points of strength, I could have blown that wolf cub to pieces." Seeing this, the other soldiers exchanged glances and, led by a few veterans, all rushed forward. "So many silver-level equipments, new shoes to wear, old Lu, this underwear suits you better. Get lost, I'm a normal man," laughed another. Meanwhile, Su Jin, who was originally enthusiastic about staying up all night leveling up before the college entrance exam, had a bad premonition as soon as he left the area of Red Leaf Valley. Seeing the approaching figure on a warhorse, he asked in surprise, "Uncle Lu, what brings you here?" "Looking at the direction you were heading, if I didn't come you were probably heading to Lake Naga to court death," said Lu Jinyan somewhat sternly. Su Jin chuckled. It turned out Lu Jinyan had guessed his intentions correctly. Leaving the Valley of Red Leaves, he indeed planned to head next to the shores of Naga Lake. Although the ferocious beasts there were only level 20-inch, they were plentiful in number. Not only would this allow for rapid leveling up, but it was also suitable for the Tiger King to quickly stack up the Sha blood attribute. Seeing Su Jin's expression, Lu Jinyan knew he had guessed correctly, but before he could speak, the warhorse he was riding widened its eyes, almost thinking it had seen wrong. It gently tapped Lu Jinyan's head with the axe in its hand. Hissing in pain, Lu Jinyan gasped in a cold breath, and only then did the warhorse shout out, "Level 14 old Lu are you sure he's the newcomer to this year's Awakened Lord's Corps?" Lu Jinyan, who was inexplicably hit on the head, hadn't had the chance to fight back when he heard the warhorse's shout. His movement suddenly stopped and he turned sharply to look at Su Jin, his face showing disbelief. "Really, level 14? Aren't human imperial weapons only supposed to increase experience gain by 10%? How did he manage this?" Recalling his own past and seeing how effortlessly Su Jin appeared, Lu Jinyan was at a loss for words. Even in his own early days alongside Su Wanguo, just reaching level 10 or 12 on the second day after awakening as a lord required tremendous effort. If not for his clear understanding, Lu Jinyan might have suspected someone had helped Su Jin level up. Is this the power of a diamond-level mechanical race troop and a king-level mechanical race hero? Looking at the young man riding a Black Panther beast beside him, Lu Jinyan felt as if he was witnessing the rise of a new star. This was also a talent of the mechanical race. For many lords, the speed of leveling up was just a talent for growth. Those with high talent might need only 100,000 experience to level up, while those with low talent might need 100,000. The higher the level, the slower many lords would level up, some not even managing a single level in 1 or 2 years. But the mechanical race was different. He could never forget the video of General AI advancing to level 90 needing more experience, stuck in leveling up if the Dongfeng missile vehicle stationed on the coast continuously bombarded, while the J-20 fighter jets and Type 055 destroyers kept eliminating sea beasts in the air and the sea. With the mechanical race's trait of never tiring, what does it matter how much experience is needed? Are there few sea beasts? I'll bombard them continuously for 10 days and a half month. Is that enough experience? Not enough. Reclaim land from the sea and extend the Huaxia coastline. Moreover, he didn't believe that Su Jin, who could summon troops with king-level potential from the initial troop type, lacked talent. In Lu Jinyan's view, Su Jin's first hurdle would at least be at level 50. By the way, Jin, which university do you plan to go to? On the way back to Quan City, Lu Jinyan remembered the words Ashley had said before leaving. The National Defense University. Su Jin blurted out. although he felt that if he made his demands now, the military would definitely gift him the skill books he wanted directly, but he still made the choice without hesitation, compared to the teaching methods in other academies which were akin to playing house inside instances. He preferred the instruction style of the National Defense University, where students were often organized to enter the dens of ferocious beasts. Good, hearing Su Jin's response, Lu Jinyun was quite relieved. Let's see if you have the ability to break your father's record, become the youngest major general in the new era of Huaxia. When he returned to Quancheng, it was already late at night. After eating some late-night snacks and getting scolded by Yang Xiaoyun, Su Jin finally went home. Of course, going straight to sleep was out of the question. He opened the system interface to comprehend the rewards of the task prevent minor problems from becoming major. As the light flickered, the rewards were officially issued. In the Lord space, 50 Black Panther beasts began to mutate. First, 25 of the Black Panther beasts gradually turned a deep blue, becoming Blue Panther beasts. Their eyes became sharper and their strength attributes increased by 15%. Then another 5 Black Panther beasts turned into Green Panther beasts. Green light flowed over their bodies, increasing their physique by 15%. Subsequently, a burst of purple light appeared and 5 Black Panther beasts successfully mutated into Purple Panther beasts. Noble and mysterious, these Purple Panther beasts exuded a powerful aura. Both their strength and agility attributes received an 8% increase. Finally, 15 Orange Panther beasts were also born in the light. Their agility was 15% higher than that of ordinary Black Panther beasts. Watching these mutated Black Panther beasts, Su Jin was filled with joy. This was undoubtedly another enhancement to his strength. This randomness isn't very fun though. If I could choose freely, Su Jin would definitely pick all Purple Panther beasts. 8% strength and 8% agility are very suitable for the Black Panther beast troop type. Higher attack power, faster machine gun shooting. However, thinking that the system would still issue tasks and that there were many opportunities to obtain Purple Panther beasts, Su Jin looked forward with anticipation. However, just as Su Jin was about to exit, he suddenly noticed that the task Irresistible Force was also shown as completed. Was the already shattered secret realm of Red Leaf Valley also counted? Su Jin was somewhat surprised. He tried to claim the task reward. A Troop Awakening token appeared in his hand. Special item. Troop Awakening token usage requirements. None further allows the Lord to awaken troops. Seeing the introduction of the Troop Awakening, Su Jin's face was filled with question marks, followed by deep shock. He had originally thought that the Troop Awakening token was an item that could allow a Lord to awaken a second troop type early or after reaching a certain level. Enable the Lord to 100% unlock a new troop type. But when he saw the introduction of the Troop Awakening token, he instantly felt that his initial thoughts were mistaken. According to the introduction, using this item doesn't seem to affect the ability to awaken troops when he originally reaches levels 20, 30 and so forth. This means that even if he gets 100 Troop Awakening tokens from the system, he can awaken 100 troops without affecting the 10 troops he can awaken when the Lord reaches level 100. This is simply fantastic. Su Jin was overjoyed and immediately used the Troop Awakening token. The scene was completely different from the last time he awakened the Black Panther beast. This time, a mysterious vortex slowly emerged in the air. Su Jin's eyes widened instantly and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. A flying unit, the thought flashed through his mind. Then the roaring sound of an airplane flying came through. The sound of breaking the air was like thunder in his ears. It really was a flying unit. A wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Just then, a silvery white fighter jet slowly emerged from the vortex. Its body shone with a metallic luster and its lines were smooth and beautiful. The blue patterns on the wings shimmered mysteriously under the light like the mark of ice and snow. The head of the plane, like a fierce hawk, exuded a powerful aura. Especially the bullet launch ports on the wings, which highlighted its powerful offensive capabilities. Su Jin stared dumbfounded at the snowstorm fighter, filled with awe. An airborne unit, he got an airborne unit at just level 14, and it was a fighter jet. Does that mean he could travel in a fighter jet in the future? My lord, the snowstorm fighter transformed into a robot form, knelt on one knee respectfully. Su Jin awoke as if from a dream. He quickly looked at his second troop type, snowstorm fighter. Dominate the skies, enemies will cower at my feet. In his previous life, Su Jin had always maintained a cold, silent demeanor after the death of his family. Perhaps having the opportunity to make up for regrets had changed him. He wasn't that boring anymore. Occasionally he could be quite quirky, more in line with the state of contemporary young people. Snowstorm fighter, According to the Metal Beast, this belongs to the city of Snowstorm, one of the fastest and strongest troops in the world of mechanical beasts. It had once, along with the counterwind helicopter troops, annihilated the Black Poison Beast army of the Blue Poison Beast. Also, their leader is the strongest warrior of the motorcycle tribe, Supersonic. Supersonic, Su-Jin caught the keyword. Since he had summoned the Black Panther Beast, he could summon the Tiger King through the system. Now that he had summoned the Snowstorm Fighter, could he also summon Supersonic through the system? That being, who was claimed to be the strongest warrior of the motorcycle tribe, a supremely proud existence, its signature move, Sonic Ice Slash, is also quite powerful. And being a hero-level unit, it should also have a buff that enhances the attributes of all troops, just like the Tiger King. If he could really get supersonic, then his strength would definitely see a terrifying increase. However, Su-Jin didn't get carried away with his fantasies. He didn't think the strongest warrior of the motorcycle tribe would be so easy to obtain. At least a gold-level hero summoning crystal definitely wouldn't be able to summon it, so he wasn't too anxious. He began to appreciate the super attributes of the Snowstorm Fighter. The Snowstorm Fighter, Silver tier, upgradable to Mythical, Spirit, 2288 plus 45255, Lord's bonus, Constitution, 737 plus 482 Strength, 515 plus 361 plus 211, Tiger King's bonus, Agility, 774 plus 241 plus 203, Tiger King's bonus, Equipment, Greatsword, Quad Barrel High-Speed Machine Gun Locked Equipment, Wing Missiles, Unlockable Quantity, 3, Skills, Reserve Hidden Energy, Sacrifice Life for a 500% increase in all attributes, Dominate the Skies, Passive enhances 5% Strength and 5% Agility. Passive Skills, Top-Level Swordsmanship, Top-Level Marksmanship, Top-Level Missile Technology. As a fighter, its initial tier is remarkably impressive, being Silver tier. Attribute-wise, its Spirit and Constitution are comparatively weak and its attack power is slightly lower than that of the Black Panther Beast. However, Su-Jin doesn't pay too much attention to these shortcomings. Possessing the Energy Amethyst, Su-Jin is indifferent to the Spirit and Constitution of the troop types. Since using skills doesn't consume Spirit, it hardly matters whether it's high or not. The same goes for Constitution. As long as it's not instantly killed, a single Energy Amethyst can fully restore it, which is sufficient. No need for it to be too high. As for the lower attack power, that's also not a big concern. The Snowstorm Fighter possesses terrifying agility. High agility not only equates to fast movement speed but also fast attack speed. The attack frequency of the quad-barrel high-speed machine gun when combined with high attack speed is frightening. If the damage were also terrifying, that would be bullying. Moreover, with the passive enhancement from Dominate the Skies and the aura from the Tiger King, its attack power is not really low. For a troop type that conducts guerrilla warfare, it's more than adequate. It can rely on its superior speed and range to quickly dismantle enemy formations and more swiftly draw enemy aggro with its high movement speed. If its quality continues to improve, it can also unlock wing missiles. A high-speed flying troop type with wide area damage is absolutely key for Su-Jin to dominate air control in future battles. All in all, Su-Jin is very satisfied with the Snowstorm Fighter as his second troop type. The cost of satisfaction, this thing is expensive. Just for a Silver tier, acquiring one requires 2,200 of the Lord's Energy. Su-Jin checks his remaining Lord's Energy 1145k and then his troop slots 401/905. The panel shows a Spirit force of 4,310. Troop increase attribute is 4310 by 105 due to a 5% bonus from the Charm Blue Poison symbol. The 5% bonus from the Charm Blue Poison symbol is calculated based on the equipped attributes, thus personal Spirit force is 4310 plus 4300 times 105 equals 90405 rounded to 905. Money always falls short when you need it the most. Looking at his own collection of 50 Snowstorm Fighters and the remaining 4,500 Lord's Energy, Su-Jin feels a great disparity. On the last day before the college entrance examination, Su-Jin had lost the privilege to upgrade in the wilderness. Therefore, he decided to use this final time to break records and recharge his energy. By breaking 8 dungeon records again, he could obtain 8 knowledge fruits, enhancing his spirit attribute by 800. No matter how low the monster experience in the dungeon was, playing for a day could at least get him to level 15. The spiritual power gained from these two aspects would just reach about 10,000. With this, he could also obtain a golden hero unit summoning crystal. Of course, to reduce the time spent transferring between dungeons and to avoid queuing, Su Jin entered the Quancheng Comprehensive Dungeon, specially approved for him by Lu Jingyan and the other bigwigs of Quancheng. Simply put, entering this dungeon meant he could access any dungeon within Quancheng at any time. To ensure safety, Lu Jingyan only granted Su Jin access to dungeons up to level 25. Upon entering selection mode, Su Jin first chose the level 15 dungeon. The Mad Bull tried, aiming to clear it in record time. Once selected, the surroundings instantly changed. The air became oppressive and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Looking up, hundreds of Mad Bulls surged like a tidal wave. Their massive bodies, tightly wound muscles and thunderous hoofbeats vibrated the ground, buzzing loudly. The dust they kicked up spread through the air, blurring the view. Summon the Snowstorm Fighters. The moment the savage Mad Bulls appeared, 50 Snowstorm Fighters and 400 Black Panther beasts were summoned. A barrage of gunfire erupted, fierce flames shooting from 600 gun barrels, bullets streaking through the air like meteors. Instantly, the bullets accurately struck the eyes of the Mad Bulls. Furious roars echoed as the massive bodies of the Mad Bulls shuddered violently, blinded the injured. Bulls began wildly thrashing their heads and panically stampeding around. Their hooves chaotically trampled the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and accidentally colliding with other bulls. This sudden turn of events threw the entire herd into chaos. Some of the savage Mad Bulls started to flee towards the back, but their forelegs could not match the speed of flight. The whooshing sounds of the Snowstorm Fighters bursting with unmatched speed almost instantly reached the rear of the bull herd. Together with the Black Panther beasts, they encircled the herd, commencing a slaughter. For 9,999% of novice lords, the level 15 savage Mad Bulls were an unreachable target. But for Su Jin, they could barely survive 2 seconds in his sight before collapsing, transforming into experience and Lord Energy. As the Lord Energy increased, the number of Snowstorm Fighters also crazily surged, 51, 52, 55, until the number of Snowstorm Fighters reached 58. At that moment, not a single savage Mad Bull remained in the entire dungeon. Recalling his troops, Su Jin returned to the selection space and chose the level 15 dungeon, Twisted Jungle. The transitions were smooth and swift, and the scene changed once more. The Twisted Treant appeared. The slaughter continues. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the trial ground instance in the western part of Quancheng, today is, after all, the day before the college entrance examination. Sharpening the axe at the last minute, although not ideal, is still beneficial. Even in this relatively high-level advanced instance, a large number of novice lords preparing for the college entrance exam gathered. The team was massive, stretching from the entrance of the instance all the way to the streets outside the trial ground. People were packed tightly together, creating a noisy scene. Suddenly, the entrance to the level 15 instance of the Mad Bull tribe lit up with light. Red, purple, gold, the colors flowed together. All eyes shifted there at the same time, filled with disbelief. A novice lord alone breaking the record for the level 15 instance. These words are so easy to understand individually, but together they feel so unfamiliar, don't they? Who could be so formidable? A novice lord breaking the level 15 instance record, and alone at that. Could it be the sect of Wind, Moon and Shadow? How fierce! Many lords were shocked beyond belief. Even now, to ensure passing a level 10 instance, they need to form a team. Then look at others, breaking a level 15 instance record alone. But before all the lords could react, the level 15 Twisted Jungle instance nearby also flickered with the same lights as the Mad Bull tribe. This situation feels strangely familiar. A lord who was in the eastern trial ground a few days ago muttered to himself. The previously somewhat quiet western trial ground became even quieter. Over the next hour, at the trial grounds in all 4 directions of Quancheng, in front of each level 15 instance, every 7 or 8 minutes, at most around 10 minutes, the red, gold and purple lights would flash. The entire Quancheng network was about to explode. Every place was filled with similar topics. In just 1 hour and 15 minutes, 8 level 15 instance records in Quancheng were broken by a novice lord. Shocking. The novice lord who broke the instance records was actually him, listing the novice lord Su Jin why he is the person who broke multiple instance records with 3 reasons, not only in Quancheng but throughout the entire Qilu region, even within all of Huaxia. Similar news filled the networks everywhere. Fake, right? These unscrupulous media outlets, just for traffic, really can make up anything. Please brother, can we keep it real? Obviously, even with pictures and the truth, a large number of lords still felt it was fake. After all, this is a level 15 instance. Nationally, there are indeed novice lords who can pass it, but a novice lord breaking a level 15 instance record feels a bit unreal. Thus, despite quite a few lords in Quancheng witnessing it firsthand and commenting below, the vast majority of lords still maintained a skeptical, mocking attitude towards it all. At this moment, Sujin, still in the selection space, caught sight of these messages online. Bored, Sujin shook his head, uninterested in these trivial matters. He claimed 8 knowledge fruits and swallowed them directly. Subsequently, the scenery around him began to change. Sujin chose to enter the level 25 dungeon, the Python Mountains. Inside, the monsters were all level 25 savage creatures called barbaric stone pythons. As the name suggests, these were a type of python-like beast with extremely high strength and physical attributes, massive in size. Moreover, the stones swallowed by these creatures would transform into energy crystals within their bodies. The drop rate for Lord energy was also exceptionally high. All were savage beasts, high in experience and drop rate, which suited Sujin just perfectly. The only downside was the relatively small number of beasts, necessitating multiple entries. After entering the dungeon, 73 snowstorm fighters and the Tiger King were summoned. Sujin stepped into the cockpit of a snowstorm fighter. With a buzz and a series of loud noises, the 73 snowstorm fighters soared into the air. Following this, tongues of fire spewed forth and bullets rained down from the sky, striking the vulnerable spot of the barbaric stone pythons. Hit at their weak point, the pythons were visibly enraged. But alas, despite their massive size, over 30 meters long, Sujin was flying hundreds of meters in the air. What could they possibly do to him? Attack the Tiger King? Were they just delivering themselves up for defeat? It was certain that if Sujin recorded this scene and uploaded it online, all those doubters would disappear without a trace. However, Sujin's mind was not on this. As his experience and Lord energy increased, the number of snowstorm fighters continued to grow. 73, 80, 90, 100, clearing the dungeon, entering again, clearing it faster, and continuing this cycle. On his third entry, after slaying 2 barbaric stone pythons, the long-awaited notification finally sounded. Congratulations, Lord, for advancing to level 15, spirit plus 220 constitution plus 44 strength plus 22 agility plus 22. After leveling up, Sujin's spirit attribute had reached an impressive 101115. Task of revitalizing his spirit completed. A gold tier hero unit summoning crystal appeared in Sujin's hand. Use the summoning crystal. Previously bored and somewhat listless, Sujin immediately perked up. Bang! The summoning crystal suddenly flashed a dazzling light and broke away from Sujin's palm. Then, with a loud crash, it shattered. Sujin stared intently at the bright spot, his heart filled with tension and anticipation. It was like a father waiting for his child to be born. As the light continued to flicker, a figure gradually emerged, a metal beast. Upon seeing this figure, Sujin's eyes widened, his emotions complex. The metal beast with its large and imposing body radiated a metallic sheen. Its yellow mechanical armor shone brilliantly under the light. Its head resembled that of a fierce snake, its red eyes exceptionally sharp. Mounted on each shoulder were 2 small machine guns standing imposingly. Its hands featured 3 sharp claws gleaming with a cold light. Merely standing there, it exuded an overwhelming presence. The Jintai beast, how could this be? Gazing at the figure before him, both familiar and strange, Sujin's mind was a whirl of thoughts. In his previous life, he too had summoned the Jintai beast, a kind of soldier. But back then, the Jintai beast was merely a basic elite troop. Despite having special moves, its lack of team synergy meant it could not become a hero. Yet, Sujin could never have imagined that in this life the Jintai beast had actually become a hero-level unit. Could it be? Suddenly, Sujin thought of something and hurriedly began to check the Jintai beast's attribute panel. Mechanical beast tribe, Jintai beast, gold level hero, spirit, 7,200 constitution, 7,600 strength, 2040 agility, 1,500 equipment, machine gun, golden claws, active skills. Extreme backup, hidden energy, starburst array, aurora, divine wind claw, second form, extreme backup, hidden energy. When the Lord faces a crisis at the cost of life, increase all attributes by 750%. Starburst array. Incomplete version forms a 6-pointed star array with all black iron beasts, increasing constitution by 100% and adding 5% active damage mitigation. Aurora, divine wind claw. Additionally, converts 50% of constitution attribute to attack power, 40% of constitution to agility, without reducing own constitution attribute. Second form. Jintai beast transforms into a spherical shape to attack opponents, enhancing 3-dimensional attributes by 20%, consuming 6% of spirit power per minute. Passive skills. top-level claw technique, top-level gunmanship. Note: as the Starburst array gradually improves, Gene-Tai Beast will be promoted to a diamond-level hero unit. Just seeing the Starburst array skill, Su Jin instantly understood everything. In his past life, Su Jin had studied the Starburst array together with the Gene-Tai Beast. Unfortunately, with the invasion of fierce beasts, they hardly had time to delve deeper. Ultimately, the Gene-Tai Beast had not been promoted to a hero unit. In this life, the Gene-Tai Beast summoned by Su Jin must be from the advanced phase of the mechanical beast world. By this time it had already made significant progress in studying the Starburst array. When the Starburst array is expanded and effective across all troop types, that will be the day the Gene-Tai Beast ascends to a diamond-level hero. Lord, please rise, General Gene-Tai Beast. 30 minutes later, Su Jin had arrived in a secret room. Leveling up, what a time to level up, when else could it not be done? Now, with relatively more free time, he should focus on studying the formation. Promoting the Gene-Tai Beast to a diamond level is key. Su Jin, who possesses the human emperor's weapon, heaven rewards the diligent, only needs enough time to train a skill to the top level. It's not too difficult at all. The entire room was transformed into the scene. The Tiger King at the side used group shadow strike every half hour, while Su Jin and the Gene-Tai Beast studied formation-related materials together, discussing them from time to time. At 6 o'clock in the morning on the second day, Su Jin and the Metal Beast had finally reached the top level of formation proficiency. The effects of the stellar array were impressive. The first effect allowed all the Iron Beasts to form a 6-pointed stellar array, increasing their constitution by 300% and adding 15% damage resistance. The second effect increased all troop types' active damage resistance by 10%. A max-level stellar array could enhance attributes significantly, adding 10% active damage resistance to all troop types. Compared to increasing the defensive power of all troop types, an increase of 10% in active damage resistance was evidently more potent. Damage resistance was divided into active and passive. The former meant that when an enemy attack landed, 10% was directly reduced from the attack power. The latter meant that when an enemy attack landed, the damage received by the attack was reduced by 10%. For agile troop types like the Black Panther Beast and the Snowstorm Fighter, the former was clearly stronger. The only pity was that the stellar array's enhancement was most fierce for the Iron Beasts. Su Jin currently did not possess this troop type, so the first effect of the stellar array was temporarily ineffective. Not just the stellar array, King Tiger's group shadow strike skill was also close to reaching max level. The troop shadow had 120% of the troop's attack power and 140% agility. As long as King Tiger frequently used this skill in subsequent battles, reaching max level proficiency would be a breeze. This was the terrifying aspect of the human path. Imperial Soldier, heaven rewards the diligent. With it, aside from skills restricted by level, elevating any other skill to max proficiency was as simple as breathing all day long. Quancheng had a total of 10 high schools, and the number of students preparing for the college entrance examination was nearly 25,000. In addition, each city had many who chose not to receive national education but awaited the awakening of the Lord's Core to take the exam. Just in Quancheng alone, the number of new lords taking the college entrance exam was close to 30,000. Of course, this included life-type and support-type lords who would take exams in different places from combat-type lords. The combat-type lords' exam venue was in Xuancheng's largest sports stadium. Xiao Lai, your father only asks for one thing. Don't die in there, son. Go ahead and take the exam confidently. We have connections, the Buddha, or perhaps Guanyin Bodhisattva, maybe the Comet Star. Think about it, no one worships the Comet Star, so if a believer finally comes along, he definitely won't let you die in there. As Su Jin approached the entrance of the stadium, he saw many parents giving their children final instructions. He didn't feel envious, he knew exactly what his own parents were doing. The nation before the home. Just as he was about to step into the sports stadium, Jin, over here, a voice suddenly called out. Su Jin paused his foot mid-step into the stadium and instinctively turned his head. There, not far away, were the figures of Yang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiaoyun, one tall and one small. Yang Xiaoyun gave Su Jin a sharp look, her eyes flickering with slight reproach, and spoke with a trace of annoyance. If I didn't come, I fear it would become difficult to even see you in the future. Her tone carried both complaint and a subtle concern that was hard to detect. Su Jin scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Enough of that, I won't say much more. As long as you don't throw your life away, even the college entrance exam won't be able to stop you, Yang Xiaoyun said earnestly, her brow slightly furrowed. Strive to be the top scorer in the province. Su Jin accepted the breakfast she had prepared for him, feeling a warm surge in his heart. I'll try my best, he said, though his words were casual. Deep inside he was determined to achieve the top score, not only to complete his mission but also because of the additional rewards from the city and school, which together could amount to at least 2 million Lord energy points. With that energy he could maximize his remaining troop slots and still have hundreds of thousands left over. Their conversation was not hidden and floated through the air. Many nearby people heard their bold words and couldn't help but cast curious glances their way, sizing them up a bit more than usual. Probably some young master who thinks he's above everyone else because he has good equipment, someone guessed, eyeing Su Jin's thunder feather suit with a mix of desire and resentment. Perhaps he truly had the strength. They recognized Su Jin and recalled some rumors about him. Su Jin and Yang Shouyun paid no mind to the talk. The reason was simple: if someone calls you ugly, you don't get upset because you know you're not, but if someone calls you poor, you get upset because you know it's true. Lies don't hurt, it's the truth that stings the most. Su Jin smiled softly, his expression serene and composed. After saying goodbye to Yang Shouyun, he walked with firm steps into the sports hall. The hall employed spatial compression technology. It looked regular from the outside but was incredibly spacious inside. Almost 10,000 people had gathered, yet it didn't feel crowded at all. The vast space didn't feel oppressive. Everyone understood the importance of the college entrance exam. Despite the large crowd, there was a suffocating silence, broken only by the occasional rustling of pages as some reviewed books on monster weaknesses and the soft sounds of encouragement shared between friends. As time passed, the number of novice lords in the sports hall continued to increase. Ding dong! At exactly 8 o'clock, the alarm clock went off. Everyone's attention turned to the suddenly raised podium at one end of the hall, where high officials from Quanqing sat, including Lu Jinyan and Li Yunfei. Sitting at the forefront was a somewhat short, thin old man. That must be Ji Zhangchuan from the capital's Ministry of Education, someone whispered. Their voice tinged with uncertainty. Yes, I remember, he was the chief examiner in Magic City last year. How come he is in Spring City this year? Another person responded, his tone full of bewilderment. The devilish examiner. Why do I feel that this year's exam questions are going to be abnormally tough? A third couldn't help but complain, his face showing worry. Ji Zhangchuan, hailing from the capital's Ministry of Education, is a level 85 lord. According to records from previous years, whenever he acts as the chief examiner, the difficulty of the exams in that city multiplies significantly. Therefore, when many lords saw Ji Zhangchuan appear, their faces turned pale, a bad premonition washing over them. Throughout the gymnasium, sighs of resignation could be heard everywhere. Even Su Jin, who usually didn't care about the content of the college entrance examination, couldn't help but feel a bit curious now. According to some novels, whenever the college entrance exam is different from previous years, there's an 80% chance something unexpected will happen. Either a fierce beast appears or a whole group of them suddenly breaks free. Wondering whether it was true or not, a faint smile appeared on Su Jin's face. Let some unexpected situation happen, best if it triggers some sort of mission. Just as Su Jin was lost in his boundless musings, silence fell. Ji Zhangchuan's lips barely moved, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. His presence hadn't dispersed, yet it made everyone feel a wave of pressure. Inside the gymnasium, the lords who were initially whispering instantly shut their mouths, followed by a thought from Ji Zhangchuan. A token appeared in front of each person. I am Ji Zhangchuan, the chief examiner for this college entrance exam. The exam begins now. Ji Zhangchuan didn't waste words. After introducing himself, he simply declared the start of the exam. This left many people stunned. Dude, is the college exam always this casual? No rules explained? How am I supposed to know what score is passing? Many lords were instantly bewildered, filled with confusion and incomprehension. But before they could even ask, the tokens in their hands emitted a glow. All of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. At the same time, in the middle of the gymnasium on the high platform, everyone's gaze shifted from the just vanished examinees. Regarding Ji Zhangchuan's way of doing things, everyone seemed to be accustomed to it and found it unsurprising. They then began to whisper among themselves. What do you think? How many will be eliminated in the first round? Someone asked curiously. Li Yunfei pondered for a moment, his eyes deep as if weighing various possibilities, then slowly said, I think at least half. Hearing this, Qin Shengqian was slightly startled, frowning. I don't think that many. After all, the first round doesn't test their combat abilities. His words were filled with doubt, questioning Li Yunfei's judgment. There shouldn't be that many. This year, since Jin broke the record, many new lords have grown bolder, Lu Jinyan said calmly. When Su Jin was mentioned, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. Zhang Chuang couldn't help but become curious upon hearing people discuss Su Jin. With a wave of his hand, the images of all the candidates appeared before everyone. At the same time, these images were transmitted to various top universities and a few special locations through a certain technology. Meanwhile, all the candidates had arrived in a selection space similar to the one Su Jin entered the day before. The only difference was that the panels that allowed free choice of different copies were replaced with a leaderboard. The leaderboard listed the names of 15,346 candidates, and at the top were 2 lines of text. Only equipment obtained by oneself may be used during the assessment. Other equipment will temporarily be disabled. Killing fierce beasts during the assessment will increase the drop rate. Su Jin didn't pay much attention to these 2 rules. The first rule was merely to place commoners and second-generation lords on relatively equal footing, but there is no absolute fairness in the world. As long as your family is powerful enough to wear a bunch of special rankless equipment like the morning bracelet Su Jin wore, it would still function in the assessment space since it couldn't be detected. The second rule doesn't actually increase the drop rate, rather it returns a certain amount of lord energy expended in killing fierce beasts. The purpose is to prevent those geniuses who need to consume lord energy for attacks from being eliminated simply because they run out of energy. Su Jin scratched his head, genuinely confused. The bullets his troops fired consumed lord energy, but since he possessed the energy amethyst, the consumption could be considered 100% returned. How would this space account for that? Would it return the energy again, or would it just disappear? Just as Su Jin pondered this issue, the first assessment was about to begin. A cold voice announced, "Proceed to the white light spot." Hearing this, Su Jin was surprised. A white light spot? Was this first test about speed? As Su Jin wondered, a roaring sound suddenly erupted. It was deafening, filled with endless menace and ferocity, making one's heart tremble. The surroundings dramatically changed. The ground began to tremble as if thousands of troops were charging. The sky darkened as if a storm was about to break. Su Jin looked around and saw, emerging like a tide, a total of 50 fierce beasts of various forms, some huge and intimidating, others small and exquisite, but all without exception had eyes filled with brutality and savagery, exuding a powerful oppressive force. However, these ferocious beasts were stopped by a mysterious barrier of light outside. The barrier seemed fragile but contained immense power, preventing the beasts from crossing even half a step. It turned out that the first test was about courage. Observing the light points among the beasts, Su Jin instantly understood the purpose of the first test. If he wasn't mistaken, when the official selection started, this barrier would transform into a protective mechanism. As long as one wasn't frightened by the dense group of ferocious beasts and reached the light point, they would pass the test. With just a bit of courage, passing seemed quite easy. However, a hint of a smile flashed in Su Jin's eyes. "I won't miss out on this experience." He examined the attributes of the beasts. Big mouth sawtooth bird, level 12-inch wild giant crocodile, level 15 devil tiger, level 15. Nothing impressive about the attributes, all pretty average. They all looked quite intimidating, but their strength was just mediocre, the highest being only level 15, not even as challenging as the Scorpion Valley. Killing them all wouldn't take much time. 3, 2. The countdown echoed in his ears. As the number reached 1, the first test began, and 400 black panther beasts appeared instantaneously, uniform like black ghosts. The mounted machine guns activated instantly, spewing flames and bullets poured down like a torrential rain. After a round of sweeping fire, they vanished as if they had never appeared. 50 beasts didn't even have a chance to cry out before they turned into experience points. Following that, Su Jin stepped into the white light spot and his figure disappeared. This series of actions was so fluid and fast that the detailed rules of the first test hadn't even finished playing. At this moment, in the grandstand of the gymnasium, including Ji Zhangchuang, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he really listen to the rules of the first test? It ended in a flash, and the test didn't even mention killing these beasts. This young man, now that the beasts were killed, what to do next? What else could be done? It still counts as passing. Ji Zhangchuang shook his head. If this still counts as passing, it seems a bit unfair to him. His tone filled with utter surprise. As the devil examiner, having him as the chief examiner meant the exam's difficulty was top-notch. He had seen many impressive new lords before. Some powerful new lords liked to play unconventionally, but like Su Jin, to kill all 50 beasts of an average level of 15 so quickly he had never seen before. Moved by these thoughts, Ji Zhangshuang continued, I suggest if there are other lords who act this way, we could implement a bonus point strategy, special cases, special handling. As the first lord to make such a move, a bonus of 100 points should be awarded. The crowd unanimously agreed. About half an hour later, amidst the talking of the examiners, a white light appeared on the barrier. The first assessment has officially concluded. The top scorer is Su Jin with 159 points. Following him are Ji Beicheng and Qin Yan, both tied at 51 points, and Shangguan Wan are also with 51 points. This year, it seems there are quite a few spirited lords who dared to slay fierce beasts. Indeed, more participants cleared the stage than I anticipated. Unfortunately, the world is still predominantly filled with ordinary people. Let's prepare for the second assessment and see if we can still find gold in the sand. As soon as these words were spoken, several people left the podium, escorting the eliminated lords out of the arena. Although these novice lords failed to clear the first stage, it's time to declare that their potential is just so. After all, any lord with a bit of discernment, strength and potential would hardly need half an hour to adapt and notice the screen and the fierce beasts. However, there are always exceptions. Some are capable but frightfully timid. Thus, with the conclusion of the first assessment, an additional minor screening will be conducted for these failures to ensure that no potential is wasted. Meanwhile, the leaderboard in the selection space displayed the rankings from the first assessment. The top prize was 100 points, with 50 points awarded for slaying all 50 fierce beasts, and the second to complete the assessment received 9 points. Su Jin is truly strong. Ji Beicheng's eyes widened as he suddenly realized that the rumors about Su Jin online might actually be true. Elsewhere, a serious look flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. He hadn't expected to fall 108 points behind Su Jin just in the first round, but soon a strong fighting spirit ignited within him like blazing flames. At this moment, in the myriad selection spaces, nearly 80% of the candidates were puzzled by the rankings. Did I see that wrong? 159 points, 51 points. How are these scores calculated? Is there a scandal? Isn't even the high exam fair anymore? Points for slaying fierce beasts. Some candidates had realized what was happening, but the first assessment had already ended. They no longer had the chance to retry. Meanwhile, Su Jin looked at the ranking information before him, slightly surprised. Indeed, one should never underestimate the people of the world. With his speed in clearing the stage, he wasn't the first to finish. Su Jin shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. Patiently waiting for the second assessment to begin, the second assessment's task: defend the town. Candidates will be transported to a town about to face an invasion of fierce beasts and must use all available forces to protect it. The enemies are a group of level 20 fierce beasts accompanied by NPC allies including level 25 Treant warriors, level 25 Griffin knights and level 25 dwarf mages. The challenge feels like it should be called the Ways of the World. When Su Jin finished reading the details of the second assessment, 4 characters instantly flashed in his mind: the Ways of the World. The reason was simple: the enemies in the second assessment were level 20 fierce beasts, a nightmare for 9,999% of novice lords, effectively meaning, goodbye mom, today I'm going to be done for. Especially since these were fierce beasts, even those lords capable of handling level 20 beasts find themselves overwhelmed by such vast numbers. You're using numbers against the few, that's not martial virtue, they cry. It seems there was never any intention for novice lords to clear this stage. However, the solution lies within the rules. Among the last pieces of information related to NPCs, there are lists of troops that have reached level 25. This includes their daily habits, lifestyles, personality traits, hobbies, and even some details about their family members. Combined with the mission's objective, use all available resources to protect the town. Isn't it obvious that contestants are meant to seek help from these NPCs? This also teaches a lesson to the novice lords: if you encounter an enemy too strong to defeat, don't rush to your doom. Seek help from others, use their strengths to overcome your challenges. Yet for Su Jin, all this complexity was unnecessary. In his mind, there was only one thought: they are all level 20 beasts, it's a beast tide, killing them all should at least get me to level 16. With this thought in mind, Su Jin did not hesitate to activate the teleportation. As the surroundings shifted, he found himself in a peaceful, lively town. The streets were bustling and the houses were neatly arranged. Although the passers-by were not of high levels, they were undoubtedly all troops, with even some shop owners being elite troops. Su Jin immediately confirmed that things were as he had anticipated. Upon seeing Su Jin's arrival, a panda holding a wine gourd, slightly tipsy, said, "Hey human lad, brought any wine? "Give your brother a pot of wine and I'll take you flying." It then tapped the ground with the bamboo stick it held, and a crack spread out, forming the word wine. "Not now, but there might be." "Summon the bamboo green snake among the beasts," Su Jin responded lightly. Aobao's eyes widened in disbelief, babbling incessantly. The underlying message was clear: get him some wine and he will help during the beast invasion, ensuring Su Jin's success. However, no matter what it said, it got no response. Sensing something was amiss, Aobo looked up only to see Su Jin heading towards the town walls. "This young man is so daring." Aobo hurriedly followed. It had a mission too. If a contestant dies in the instance, it would cause big trouble. Outside, in the gymnasium, everyone could see the contestants' every move through the screen. Ji Beizheng, pulling out a compilation of websites from his backpack, handed it to the goblin dirt rider. Ji Zhengchu's expression darkened. "Disgraceful to our Ji family, but this kid is clever." Knowing the goblin, Qin Yan bestowed the flame demon's flame to the dwarf mage for forging. Shangwan Wanner, after witnessing a failed confession by the Griffin cavalry, offered encouragement, observing their actions. Several examiners nodded in approval. They were smart to quickly grasp the essence of the second assessment, using various methods to foster good relationships with these level 25 heroic units. Regardless of the final scores, passing the assessment was guaranteed. However, as the screen slowly shifted to Su Jin's side, he headed straight for the town's wall with the anxious panda Obeo chasing after him. What was happening? What fine liquor had he used to make Obeo act this way? Let's rewind and see. Was this kid that audacious? This could be a deduction. Many examiners frowned. They were well aware of the difficulty of this assessment. Level 20 beasts were merely a hand swat for them, but for those who had just awakened their Lord Course 3 days ago, these beasts were a nightmare. This was also the purpose of the second assessment, complementing the first. The first test taught them to face beasts bravely, while the second was to let them understand that sometimes courage was not enough. Strength was also necessary. When one's own strength was insufficient, they needed to learn to leverage the strength of others. In simple terms, this stage was not designed for the candidates to pass on their own strength alone. Even Ji Zheng frowned, shaking his head. Still too young, needs more training. Clearly he was not optimistic about Su Jin's current strength. After all, a group of level 20 beasts was a completely different concept from a single beast. However, with a Bao behind him, he was not overly worried about Su Jin's safety. Yet, those who knew a bit about Su Jin's capabilities, like Lu Jingyan and Li Yunfei, remained silent. Their eyes were fixed on the screen, filled with anticipation. Just then a booming noise erupted. As Su Jin reached the town wall, he heard a thunderous sound outside. From the depths of the plains outside the town, bizarre beasts appeared one after another, rushing towards the wall. Their momentum was like a surging tide, terrifying to behold. Hearing the noise, Panda Obeo, who had followed Su Jin to the wall, patted his chest. "Call me brother and I'll help you out." "No need, thank you." Su Jin waved his hand and 400 black panther beasts appeared, jumping onto the wall's merlins. Those were level 20 beasts, and plenty of them. "Are you sure you can handle this alone?" "Congratulations on killing a level 20 black silk monkey, obtaining black silk liquor." The machine guns mounted on the backs of the black panther beasts continuously spat out flames. There did a sound like rapid drumbeats. Abeo kept chattering non-stop, his words firing off like a machine gun, while the sound of killing beasts chimed in clear and loud. 3 different voices interwove, creating a chaotic cacophony that buzzed annoyingly in Su Jin's ears. Just then his gaze swept over his own space and landed on an extra item named black silk liquor. Raising his eyebrows slightly, without any hesitation he tossed it to Abeo. Abeo caught it eagerly, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Great liquor," he exclaimed excitedly, then took a sniff of the wine, which exuded a unique aroma. "Is this right?" Abeo said contentedly. "Give your bro a bottle of liquor and I'll ensure you're the first to clear the level." Turning his head, he looked at the mechanical panther beast nearby. "Brother Machine Panther, please make some room for me," he said. Then with an inexplicable strength he swapped places with the panther beast. Then with a fierce jump he leaped onto the battlement of the wall, looking in the direction of the fierce beasts. Gulp! "Am I seeing things?" Abeo swallowed hard, his face full of shock. The level 15 panther beast could easily handle these level 20 ordinary fierce beasts. There was no need for the Tiger King or the Snowstorm Fighter to make a move. Just the firepower suppression from the panther beast alone was enough. These level 20 ordinary beasts couldn't advance 20 meters within their range. Abeo, who had a lot to say earlier, was now speechless, occasionally sipping his liquor, his face full of emotion. Reflecting a deep intoxicated knowledge of the heavens, time ticked by second, Su Jin felt somewhat bored. This so-called tide of beasts was just like the combined copies he had challenged before. The attacking beasts came in waves in relatively large numbers, lacking the oppressive feeling of a real beast tide, but he understood that this was after all only a test, meant to accommodate most new lords. The real purpose was to select outstanding lords, not to eliminate candidates. Thus Su Jin directed the panther beasts to jump down from the city wall and move to where the beasts respawned, unleashing a torrent of slaughter. From the high platform in the gymnasium, the examiners watched as Su Jin's panther beasts, like a black torrent of steel, rampaged through the battlefield, violently slaughtering the beasts. Their eyes widened in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. Many had thought Su Jin's actions reckless, facing the level 20 beast horde without the aid of level 25 troops, which would surely have led to trouble. However, the scene before them completely exceeded their expectations. One examiner opened his mouth wide. These are level 20 beasts and he's slaughtering them like this? Another examiner with furrowed brows stared intently at the battle on the screen, murmuring to himself, why does this panther beast possess such terrifying combat power? Similar remarks occasionally echoed around, though these examiners, due to their insufficient status, didn't know much about Su Jin. Watching the scenes on the screen, they realized that they might have underestimated this young man. Ji Zhang looked equally surprised, squinting slightly as he carefully observed the fighting style of Su Jin's Black Panther beast. He thought to himself, over 95% hit rate on weak points. This young man is indeed not simple. It seems my earlier judgment was too hasty. Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and others showed relieved smiles. They were not surprised by Su Jin's performance. Amidst their astonishment, such a massacre was indeed not pleasant to watch. Gradually they lost interest in continuing to watch and started shifting their attention to other contestants in the assessment copies of other lords facing the onslaught of level 20 fierce beasts like a tidal wave. 90% of the candidates were utterly frantic. When their troops truly had no capacity to resist, the NPC troops inside the copy side and took over as the main force, killing the fierce beasts. This generation of youngsters has some issues. They can't fight well and they won't even speak up. A useless pride that, when real danger comes, often leads to the quickest deaths. Well, after all, they are still children with a long way to go. Compared to them, people like Qin Yan and Ji Beichang seemed utterly relaxed. They had already built good relationships with the NPC troops. When the fierce beasts invaded, the NPC troops immediately charged out to slaughter. Qin Yan and the others were more like supporters, assisting the NPC troops and responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. They could even occasionally pick off a severely wounded fierce beast or two. Although it didn't look very spectacular, at least they could find some fun in it. Unlike Su Jin's side, where it was a complete massacre from start to finish, making the level 25 hero unit Panda Abao only able to hang back and hit 666. As time ticked by, the second round of assessments soon reached its end. The leaderboard flickered brightly and the final rankings were freshly released. Almost all the candidates widened their eyes in disbelief because this time's rankings were incredibly shocking. First place, Su Jin with a score of 509. Second place, Shangwan Waner with a score of 205. Third place, Xin Yan with a score of 186. Fourth place, Ji Beichang with a score of 183. In the copy where Su Jin was, all 250 fierce beasts were killed by him alone, earning a bonus of 350 points and maintaining the lead. Shangwan Waner and Qin Yan had individually killed more fierce beasts than Ji Beichang, hence ranking above him. The moment the candidates saw Su Jin's score, it was as if someone had hit the pause button on their space. Their gazes uniformly turned towards the screen displaying Su Jin's score, their expressions filled with disbelief. Su Jin 509 points. How is this possible? His score is so high. A candidate exclaimed in a low voice, his tone filled with surprise and envy. How on earth are these points calculated? This is terrifying. Other candidates furrowed their brows, trying to figure out the reason behind his high score. Could it be that all 250 level 20 fierce beasts were killed by him alone without any help from NPC soldiers? Regardless, no one cares about that anymore. Since the scores have exploded like this and so much time has passed without any corrections from the examiners, the accuracy of the scores has been confirmed, almost at the same time. All the candidates couldn't help but remember the rumors from the internet yesterday. Many hurriedly reminded themselves, when I get home I must quickly delete those negative comments, especially those who felt at the gym entrance that Su Jin was just bragging. Now, they are almost digging their toes into a 3-bedroom apartment out of embarrassment. Young people are all about face. To say in front of others that someone is not capable only to find out it is they themselves who are not. How embarrassing. Compared to those with not so high scores, those who thought they were very capable are even more aware of the gap between them and Su Jin. As they say, the gap between geniuses only gets bigger. Take Shangwan Wanner for instance. How is this possible? His score is so high. She thought the fierce beasts she personally killed were already numerous enough to make her stand out among all candidates. However, compared to Su Jin's score, hers seemed pale in comparison. On the other hand, Qin Yen couldn't utter a word for a long while when he saw Su Jin score 159 points in the first round. Although he was somewhat surprised, he wasn't particularly shocked. After all he had seen with his own eyes, Su Jin's ability to clear the Scorpion Valley alone, killing these beasts, which were at most level 15, was not an issue for him. But the second round featured level 20 fierce beasts, and at once there were 50, totaling 250 beasts. Su Jin managed to slay them all without the aid of NPCs. Using only his own strength? Could it be he had used some trump card in advance? Qin Yen felt as if he had grasped the essence of the situation. If that's really the case, I won't hold back anymore. Meanwhile, Su Jin glanced at Shangwan Wanner's name on the leaderboard. It felt somewhat familiar, but he didn't pay much attention. After a brief look, he focused on other things. He exchanged the Lord energy he had gained from killing the fierce beasts for 10 wind and snow fighter jets. Looking at his remaining balance of only 2,100 she sighed softly. I'm broke. At that moment, the content of the third assessment appeared. Third assessment: as long as the Green Mountains are there, one need not fear running out of firewood. Task introduction: a level 30 elite two-headed ogre will start bombing the town in 30 minutes. After the bombing, ogres will be sent to pursue. Please organize the town's members to escape and protect all town members. If all town members die before the task ends, the task will be considered a failure. The final score will be determined by the number of town members who survive. Please choose the difficulty level of the pursuit: 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or 30 minutes. Without a second thought, Qin Yen resolutely chose the 30-minute difficulty. In his view, this level of difficulty would definitely involve killing more fierce beasts. As long as enough are killed, even if it's impossible to protect all the residents, the points accumulated in the end can still be quite high. Clenching his teeth, Qin Yen silently swore to surpass Su Jin in this assessment. Su Jin, even if your score is higher than mine now, I will catch up. A strong fighting spirit surged in Qin Yen's heart, igniting flames all over his body. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the assessment, becoming the first to choose the 30-minute difficulty level. Qin Yen, level 13 troop type, Demon Tribe Flame Demon, a king level troop type Flame Demon. Although he could no longer advance, it was still a very powerful troop type. However, with his level, he probably couldn't summon too many troops. He thought about relying on killing fierce beasts to obtain a large number of points. This method wasn't bad after all. The others shook their heads, smiling, as they too sensed Qin Yan's intentions. But they understood that in such assessments, everyone had their own strategies and choices. Qin Yan's choice, although risky, was not without reason. They didn't say much more, just quietly watched the choices of the other candidates. Following that, Shangwan Wanner chose the 10-minute difficulty. Her troop type was a magic assassin type, capable only of a burst of strength in one go. Without support, her sustained combat capability was relatively weak. Shangwan Wanner, level 13 troop type, human tribe poetess, a clever choice given her low level and insufficient number of troops. Her troop type indeed wasn't suited for prolonged combat. Women often focus more on stability, which wasn't surprising. At this moment, two more chose the 30-minute difficulty. Ji Bei Zhang, level 14 troop type, Beastman Bull Warrior Ji Boda, level 12 troop type, Beastman Slap Bear. The examiners took a closer look at these two uniquely named brothers. Seeing Ji Bei Zhang's level had reached 14, many examiners exclaimed in surprise. To rise to level 14 in just 3 days was indeed terrifying. Their eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. However, when they saw Ji Bei Zhang's troop type Bull Warrior, they also realized why. Bull Warrior was a versatile troop type, strong in meat shield capacity, control group damage output, stamina, and low in skill consumption. With such advantages, it was natural that his leveling speed was much faster than other troop types. What difficulty would Su Jin choose? Everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation. By now, most noteworthy leaders had made their choices, only Su Jin remained. At that moment, after hearing the rules of the third assessment, Su Jin suddenly thought of a very powerful tactic from Chinese history. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this tactic could be used here. Thus Su Jin decisively chose the 30-minute difficulty with the most fierce beasts. Su Jin level 16 troop type information, access denied, confidentiality level 3 stars. Even with the authority of the high examination his troop type couldn't be accessed. The result left the examiners exchanging puzzled and astonished glances. They looked at each other, each finding the same shock reflected in the other's eyes. Never before in the history of the assessments had there been a situation where the examiner's access was insufficient to review a candidate's military type. Even Ji Zhangchuan was taken aback, his mind filled with confusion and incomprehension. This shouldn't be right, he thought to himself. The authority level for the national exams is very high, even the owner of a human imperial weapon can make inquiries. How can Su Jin's military type have such high confidentiality? Ji Zhangchuan was baffled. But seeing the stern faces of several senior officials from Quancheng, he knew they wouldn't divulge anything, and no one dared to ask. Just then, someone accidentally glanced at Su Jin's level information. The number displayed made them speechless with shock. Level 16. How can his level be so high? An examiner exclaimed with a trembling voice. The other examiners nodded, staring at the number, their faces showing disbelief. They knew how incredible it was to have such a high level at this stage. Even with a 10% experience bonus from possessing a human imperial weapon, it shouldn't be this rapid. Those who knew more about Su Jin, like Lu Jinyan and Li Yunfei, couldn't help but smile slightly. They were eager to see what the expressions would be when everyone learned of Su Jin's true strength. Meanwhile, Su Jin had once again entered the familiar small town. "Hello, nice to see you again," greeted the drunken Panda A Bao, his eyes lazy and casual as if the reappearance of this young man was no surprise. Before Su Jin could respond, several human soldiers, scorched and anxious, hurried over. They bore signs of burns, their faces filled with urgency. "Lord, the situation is very unfavorable for us," one of the human soldiers gasped. "A level 30 ferocious beast, a two-headed ogre, is about to attack our town." Another soldier continued, "Its firebomb attack has a wide range, likely covering the entire town. We have no means to counter it. If it comes to it, we'll fight them to the death, even if we have to tear off a piece of flesh." The crisis was imminent and their nervousness was palpable, but none showed fear. Seeing that Su Jin remained silent, Panda A Bao edged closer, probing, "Young man, do you have any other plan?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other human soldiers also gathered expectantly on Su Jin. He nodded yes. "What should we do then?" they asked eagerly. "In just 29 minutes, that monstrosity will deploy its firebomb attack. The damage it causes is terrifying. We can't stop it." Su Jin shook his head, asking seriously, "Does that beast skill have a cooldown?" "Yes, a 2-hour cooldown." "How long will it take us to reach the beast's territory?" 10 minutes. "Good, that's enough," Su Jin said, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Within 10 minutes, gather all the townspeople. Once assembled, head to the border of the beast's territory. When the level 30 beast releases its firebomb, we strike into its lair. If our town is no longer livable, then we'll just have to clean out the beast and live in its home." Hearing Su Jin's strategy, not only did the human soldiers and Panda Obeo present react, but even those outside the scene like Lu Li and Ji were full of question marks. This plan indeed had high feasibility. However, the problem was that we seemed to lack the ability to kill that level 30 beast. One of the human soldiers suppressed the turmoil within his heart and scratched his head. "Apart from the firebomb, does the two-headed ogre have any other powerful skills?" "It has one that can increase the attack speed of its ogre underlings and another for close-range multi-attacks. But its attack range is short, its movement slow. Moreover, its physical attributes are poor, not even matching some level 25 beasts. As long as we keep pulling it along, why can't we kill it before the cooldown of the firebomb ends?" Su Jin said without hesitation. As for the two-headed ogre, he was all too familiar with it. After understanding its proficiency with the firebomb and knowing the cooldown, he was confident in dragging out the fight and killing it. Panda Obeo also caught on. "Impressive, leave that ugly monster to me when the time comes." Panda Obeo at level 25 versus a level 32-headed ogre that only has level 25 defenses. It seems we might actually have a chance for a counter kill. The human soldiers inside the town were boiling with excitement as they began to gather the residents. At the high platform in the gymnasium, it was as if a bomb had exploded. The examiners were full of admiration. At first, most thought Su Jin was a powerful candidate lacking in strategy, but after hearing his plan, they thought, "Wow, this kid is impressive. He's just not fully considered everything." But after Su Jin finished speaking, they completely changed their view of him. at such a young age. Not only was he strong, but his control of the situation and knowledge of the beasts were spot on. Moreover, his precision in combat was startling. One examiner couldn't help but mutter, "How does this kid's brain even work?" His eyes filled with amazement. He felt that even nearing 50 years old, he couldn't match Su Jin in many aspects. Another examiner kept nodding, remarking, "Sometimes people like him really deserve to be outstanding. Damn it, if it were me, I couldn't have thought of this method either." While the examiners were still admiring Su Jin's performance, the 30 minutes were up. "Roar, let me roar!" The two-headed ogre roared thunderously. Its ferocious face, illuminated by the burning bottles in its hands, looked even more terrifying. The veins on its arms bulged as it forcefully hurled the burning bottles. The bottles traced arcs in the air, pouring down towards the town. As they shattered, flames spread rapidly, the fiery tongues licking everything in their path. In an instant, the entire town was engulfed in a sea of fire. Buildings began to collapse under the high temperature and thick smoke billowed through the streets. The once peaceful and serene town had turned into a scene of apocalypse. At this moment, Su Jin and a group of human soldiers watched the scene unfold, a boundless rage rising within them. "Kill!" At the command, a human soldier resolutely blew the horn in his hand. The short, powerful notes formed a signal like the beat of battle drums, instantly resonating in the air. The spirited horn sound seemed to possess a magical power, making the blood of all human soldiers boil. Their eyes blazed with flames of war. Like wild horses breaking free, they charged ferociously into the territory of the beasts. Su Jin did not hesitate either. With a wave of his hand, all types of soldiers were released. The Tiger King led the Black Panther beasts as the main force. The metal beasts and the snowstorm fighters were responsible for protecting the human soldiers. Countless muzzles spewed flames. "Fire arrows!" shouted the metal beast. Upon receiving the order, the human archers began to shoot their arrows. Some soldiers even picked up stones from the ground and hurled them. "Form up, prepare to clear," continued the metal beast. Upon receiving the command, the human soldiers immediately sprang into action. With well-trained movements, they quickly dispersed, forming a tight battle formation. As the formation unfolded, a powerful aura emanated from them. This was the power of a top-tier formation. Even if they were not his own soldiers, as long as they wholeheartedly followed the metal beast's command, the starlight formation would also take effect. After just a few rounds of combat, the ogres suffered hundreds of casualties. Under the command of the metal beast, the human soldiers did not linger in battle. They hit and ran. The snowstorm fighters scouted for enemy positions, while the Tiger King and Black Panther beasts handled the main cleanup tasks. The whole set of actions was pleasing to watch, like enjoying flowers and fish. The examiners were all stunned, not just by the series of combat arts, but also by Su Jin's troops. Their gaze first fell on Su Jin's second troop type, the snowstorm fighters. Those fighters soared in the sky like steel eagles, their streamlined bodies full of a technological sense. They circled in the air, and the weapons on their wings were truly formidable. Everyone's eyes widened and mouths gaped open, but they were at a loss for words to express their inner thoughts. The only sounds were repeated exclamations of astonishment. Even Lu Jinyan and Li Yunfei, who had some understanding of Su Jin, were similarly astounded. A flood of questions filled their minds. Isn't it supposed to be at level 20 when a lord's troop type awakens for the second time? How could Su Jin summon them at this level already? Could this be a special function of the human path Imperial Arms? Moreover, this second troop type is a flying unit? Are those missiles on the wings like the big mushroom cloud missiles from the Sunset Plains? Good heavens, some people even rubbed their eyes involuntarily, hardly believing what they were seeing. Not only that, but as the Tiger King and the Metal Beast began to exhibit their unique traits, everyone realized that these were clearly performances only hero-level units could possess. The mechanical tribe has hero-level units? Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and others were puzzled. When did Su Jin acquire 2 hero-level troop types? Others were equally shocked. The mechanical tribe has hero-level units. Everyone was dumbstruck. An elderly lord even summoned his own troops, having them take medicine out of his pocket to steady himself while feeding him the medicine. He had to take it, his heart was beating far too fast. Others were not much better off. Ji Zhangchu took several deep breaths, but still couldn't calm down. He wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. After all, everything before their eyes was simply too astonishing. Let's just say this, based solely on what Su Jin has shown so far, as long as a little more effort is put in, he could maintain 50% of his current talent and develop further. No, it is certain, he will definitely be able to influence the world stage just like General AI. this is the upper limit of the mechanical tribe's troops. Just then Ji Zhangqiu managed to somewhat compose himself, though his voice still trembled as he spoke. Should we sign a confidentiality agreement? Just as Ji Zhangqiu uttered these words, a lean man appeared on the high platform. General AI, what brings you here? Everyone immediately stood up and saluted the newcomer. It was Ashley AI. Since he left the night before last, he had stayed nearby in the northern war zone of Quancheng. When the assessment started, he was the first to learn of Su Jin's troop information and immediately arranged his affairs to come here. Ashley AI waved his hand jokingly, saying, I came to see my grandson. Hearing this, everyone showed a knowing smile. After the laughter, Lu Zhenyan immediately turned serious and briefed Ashley AI about the recent events. Upon hearing this, the smile on Ashley AI's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a stern expression. He said solemnly, our generation crawls forward, all for the sake of making our country stronger. The descendants of our motherland can now stand tall. Unlike us, who had to hide and keep everything valuable out of sight for fear of it being known. He paused here, his gaze deepening. Things are different now. Today's China is not the China of the past. The young leaders of today are not the fallen generation. Ordinary leaders who do not seek trouble nor bring chaos to the nation make their contribution. Those with great potential are even ready to step forward. They do not wish to hide in the shadows like we did, silently bearing the pressure and forging ahead. Instead, they want to stand in the light and tell everyone that China has risen. Such choices should be respected. After all, China now has enough strength and confidence to protect them. At this point, Ashley's lips curled into a smile, his eyes twinkling with a cunning light. He whispered, of course, this does not mean that we will expose all our cards without reservation. In this complex and ever-changing world, it is necessary to keep some things reserved and strategically hidden. However, this burden is not for the young to bear. For now it remains our job, the older generation, to keep secrets. Meanwhile, Su Jin was leading an army of Black Iron Beast squadrons of fighters and human troops towards the core area of the monstrous territory. Old Bean, how many did you just kill? 5, you're not doing too well. I got 8. I am your father. Oh, father and son going into battle and the father can't keep up with the son. I'm just letting him win. Wait till we get to the core area, you'll see how many I take down. Ha! At that moment the faces of the human troops were lit with excitement. Their eyes filled with gratitude towards Su Jin reflected their dual identity, first as soldiers, human troops, and secondly as NPCs in the college entrance examination space, the ones to be protected. As soldiers with yellow skin and black hair, their blood is that of the battle soil. Though their bodies are strong, their spirits are not diminished. Though they are aged, their hearts are not old. They too wish to fight, to slay monsters. However, in the college entrance examination space, they have been NPCs for many years. Everyone treats them as objects to be protected. All leaders fear their deaths could affect their scores. No candidate wants to let them engage in battle. Only Su Jin understood them and was willing to let them join the fight. Even if they could only serve as support due to their modest abilities, they were quite satisfied. At least Su Jin made them feel needed and useful. It was precisely because of the human troops' recognition of Su Jin that the hidden mechanism of the exam was accidentally triggered again, increasing Su Jin's score by another 100 points. However, as of now, Su Jin was still unaware of this increase in points. As the team advanced, they reached a site of broken walls and ruins. The ground was covered with scorched red bricks and black char marks were scattered all around. This was the general setting of the place. Surprisingly contrary to what Su Jin and the human soldiers expected, there were no ferocious beasts everywhere. Instead, there was only a blue chubby creature with 2 heads half lying there sound asleep. Su Jin first checked its attributes. Elite boss, 2-headed ogre, level 30, spirit, 100,000 constitution, 8,000 strength, 8,000 agility, 1,000 skills. Explosion firebomb blood boil. Note, since it has 2 heads, all skills are cast twice, causing double damage, 80% chance of triple and 50% chance of quadruple. This guy was definitely a unique trickster, heavily skewed in its abilities. At just level 30, it possessed a strength of 8,000. Combined with its 100% double damage, not to mention these rookie lords taking the high exams, even some lords at level 30 or even 40 would be in dire straits if hit by its attack. However, for me it seemed not much of a challenge. Su Jin's mouth curved slightly upwards. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger King fiercely threw his saber-toothed sword. Who dares disturb my sleep? The 2-headed ogre's health bar instantly dropped a little. Its constitution was indeed very average. now at level 16 and equipped with the Blood Slayer. The Tiger King's ordinary attacks were enough to break its defense, but the two-headed ogre didn't know this. Compared to other beasts, this guy was somewhat clever, but that was about it still. At the intelligence level of a naive newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, picking up a mace beside him, he charged toward Su Jin. It was a short-legged run. Lord, quick, get out of the way. Seeing this scene, the faces of the human soldiers turned pale instantly, their eyes revealing an unmistakable panic. But they didn't hesitate for a moment. One by one they acted quickly without hesitation, swiftly placing themselves in front of Su Jin. Their actions, though hurried, were filled with resolution and determination. Their eyes shone with a readiness to face death, ready to use their bodies to forge a solid defense line for Su Jin. Damn it, seeing this, Su Jin, who was somewhat disinterested before, instantly perked up. He hadn't expected these human soldiers to be willing to make such a gesture for him, a mere passerby. Su Jin didn't hesitate either. With a thought, he ordered his troops to strike. Instantly, creatures like the Metal Beast, Black Panther Beast and Blizzard Fighter responded swiftly. Cannon fire poured down like a torrential rain, a dense web of firepower enveloping the two-headed ogre. Amidst this intense coverage of firepower, the Tiger King demonstrated his powerful strength worthy of a king-level hero. Storm Nebula split. With a flash like lightning, it charged towards the two-headed ogre and unleashed its ultimate move, the Storm Nebula Slash. Its saber-toothed fangs glinted with dazzling light, carrying immense power and speed as they traced stunning arcs through the air. Boom! Boom, boom, as the fangs made contact with the two-headed ogre multiple times, loud sounds erupted. The beast stood no chance against such a formidable assault. Its agility was so poor that it couldn't even touch a single hair on the Tiger King. After a series of smooth, quick combos, the battlefield fell silent, leaving only drifting smoke behind. What followed was the cheering of the many human warriors. And then, there was Pa the panda, somewhat dazedly saying, "Wait dude, is the boss already gone? You said you'd leave it to me. I haven't even made my move yet." Su Jin patted Pa on the shoulder. "No worries, you'll have plenty of opportunities to face such beasts. As for me, maybe not so much. Let me take this one." After saying this, he ignored Pa, who looked stunned, his expression frozen like an emoji. Su Jin then began to check the rewards he received from killing the level 30 elite beast, the two-headed ogre. Congratulations on killing the level 30 elite two-headed ogre. Gaining a ton of experience. Congratulations on obtaining 100000 Lord Energy. Congratulations on obtaining the Troop Skill Book, Multicasting. The notification wasn't lengthy, just 3 items, but each was remarkable. The experience gained from surpassing a level 14 elite beast, combined with the experience from previously clearing ordinary ogres and the bonus from the human emperor's weapon, all added up to directly advance Su Jin to level 17. All the Lord Energy combined amounted to 130,000. Of course, these rewards were just child's play. What truly surprised Su Jin was the Troop Skill Book, Multicasting. Troop Skill, Multi-casting effect, gives a 3% chance of casting a double spell and a 2% chance of casting a triple spell when releasing any skill. Note: no cooldown, no cost. It is said that having 3 heads can achieve up to 6 times casting. Su Jin couldn't help but gasp when he saw this skill. It truly contributed its tiny part to global warming. He couldn't be blamed for his excitement. This skill was clearly a natural talent of the two-headed ogre. The fact that it dropped was surprising enough. As a natural talent, its power was certainly notable. Not to mention the so-called sixfold casting, just the 3% chance of double casting alone as the skill level increased might even reach 15%. In other words, there was a 15% chance of causing double the damage, and this was additional double damage not conflicting with any vulnerability damage, critical hit damage or other miscellaneous damage bonuses. For this skill, Su Jin could only describe it in 2 words: divine skill. However, there was still one issue before him: who should use this skill? In his previous life he had never obtained a similar skill and was not very clear on what type of troop would maximize its value. Also, he was unsure if there were any mechanical beasts in the world of mechanical beasts that had multiple heads, like a 3-headed shark or a hydra. What if we allow the Tiger King to use it now, but by the time we really get it, it's no longer useful? That would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? Therefore, he plans to keep it for later. After all, with the principle of heaven rewards the diligent, no matter what skills he acquires, leveling them up to the max would be a breeze. Meanwhile, in the assessment copies of the others facing the fierce onslaught of numerous ogres and a group of human warriors who are clamoring to fight the ferocious beasts, 99% of the candidates are extremely irritated. "Oh, my ancestors, can't you just stay put, O Lord?" Teary-eyed said to a human warrior in front of him whose arm had been broken. He forcibly had his troops protect this injured warrior to prevent him from returning to the battle, watching the young lord's back as he continued to engage in the fight. The injured warrior looked at the rifle in his hands, his feelings complex. But we, in the past, no matter how powerful the enemy, never thought of retreating. Are we really incapable now? Similar scenarios were happening everywhere. After 10 minutes, when the time for the lowest difficulty level was up, it was a mix of joy and sorrow. Some candidates passed the assessment and were transported to the selection space, while others failed and were sent back to the gymnasium. Whose true projections are those? They can't be stopped, they just rush to their deaths. Isn't that the truth? Just a moment of carelessness, and regardless of age or gender, they all rushed forward and were instantly killed, some candidates complained. Just then, a voice suddenly rose. But the warriors of ancient Huaxia, weren't they just like them? No matter what dangers they faced, no matter how strong the enemies were, they were always the first to charge forward. If the nation were in trouble, if the home they deeply loved was destroyed, I believe I would do the same. I don't resent their actions, I only resent my own lack of ability. These words slowly echoed through the air. Everyone was stunned, the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. Their expressions changed from initial confusion to contemplation, then to shame, and finally one by one they clenched their fists, silently swearing an oath. Looking at the many novice lords below the stage, the few on the stage silently nodded. The children of Huaxia from ancient times to the present have never lacked responsibility. But perhaps it is too soon for them. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. Those who have reached this stage are the best of the best. When we can no longer fight, these young people will be the backbone of our country. The examiners nodded their heads, then turned to observe the copies of other candidates, with particular attention paid to those who chose the 30-minute difficulty level. The rage of fire, consuming all in its path, the flames roared, heralding destruction. Qin Yan commanded the infernal troops to activate their skills. The flames on their bodies blazed fiercely as powerful waves of fire burst forth from their mouths. The astonishing fire waves ravaged through the ogre ranks, scattering their formation in an instant. Some ogres were burned to ashes on the spot, while those fortunate enough to survive were severely weakened, their combat effectiveness greatly reduced. The explosive power of the infernal troops was indeed formidable, truly a talent. However, he was too eager for quick results, and I observed that he was slightly influenced by the demonic aura. It must be the pressure from Su Jin in university. He will have mentors to guide him slowly, so it should not be a significant issue. Following were the Ji brothers, Ji Beichang and Ji Boda, who also chose the 30-minute difficulty. Due to their troop types, they handled the ogre attacks with ease. Niu Zhantu and the Slap Bear took positions outside the human troops, relying on their strong defense and impressive offensive capabilities. Whenever an ogre approached, Niu Zhantu's column and the Slap Bear's paws were there to stop them, preventing any from getting close. After observing around, the examiners noted each lord's strengths and weaknesses in front of them. When the exam concluded, this information would be sent to the colleges chosen by each candidate, where school mentors would address these issues, aiding these novice lords in their growth. This is precisely why universities still exist even in the era of lords. Most new lords are ordinary people without special backgrounds or potential. To succeed, they truly need sage guidance. The mentors in the universities are generally the most powerful and knowledgeable lords these new lords will encounter in their lifetimes. With their help, these lords will undoubtedly avoid many detours. As time passed, the end of this assessment was drawing near. Whether they were transported to the selection space or the gymnasium, the candidates were somewhat eager. They were keen to see the scores of the top candidates, especially Su Jin, and to find out how many points they could achieve. Of course, what's more important was to confirm their own scores to see if they could get into the universities they desired and to check if they had surpassed their good brothers. As the saying goes, fear not only the hardship of your brothers but also their success in driving a Range Rover. It wasn't long before, as time came to an end, the leaderboard changed again. First place, Su Jin's score, 1709. Second place, Ji Beichang's score, 783. Third place, Qin Yan's score, 686. Fourth place, Ji Boda's score, 640. Fifth place, Shangguan Wanner's score, 605. Although it was clear that Su Jin could still maintain the lead, this score still caused a sensation. 1709 points, an increase of 1,200 points in this round alone. How is this achieved? According to the score displayed, killing all the ogres should yield 500 points and all human troops surviving should be 100 points, but where did the remaining 600 points come from? Could it be that he killed the level 30 double-headed ogre? Almost everyone who thought about it came to this realization: Su Jin actually managed to kill a level 30 two-headed ogre. Wait, is his troop really just iron rank? How can we even compete with him? With such a score he must have the national champion title in the bag. At that moment, whether it was the candidates who had been eliminated in the gymnasium or those who had already cleared the challenge in the choice space, everyone was shocked by this fact. Their mentality was somewhat similar to the classmates of President Lei back in the day. They were all from the same age group, attending similar schools, but while most were still spending the living allowances from their parents, President Lei had already made his first million. It wasn't just them, even seasoned earners like Ji Beichang and Qin Yan, who had made 100,000, felt the disparity. Dude, I just made 100,000, how did you suddenly get to a million? The gap just seemed to keep widening. What made it even harder to accept was their belief that if they could only make 100,000 it was due to their abilities being limited to that amount, whereas Su Jin, in an environment where one could only make 500,000, managed to earn twice as much. The stark reality mixed emotions among the young geniuses. At this time, Su Jin also felt a bit excited seeing his own score. Of course, his excitement was about the system task that was the center of attention. Completing this task would grant him the territory building Thunder Palace. Now, with his current score, as long as the exam ended, the task was surely completed. He had already started deducing the properties and powers of the Thunder Palace based on the territory buildings he had obtained in his previous life. Soon the rules for the fourth assessment appeared, interrupting Su Jin's thoughts. Fourth assessment. Breakthrough 1 by 1 description. After a half-hour rest, 9 level 20 blue wing bats under the command of the level 30 vicious beast purple wing bat king will converge. Upon successful convergence, the purple wing bat king will break the seal. Task participants, all candidates. Task reward, different scores based on team contribution. MVP additional reward, a bronze treasure chest. Note: due to the high difficulty of this level, the use of all equipment is allowed and it is a team-based assessment. Plus, there's the reward of a bronze treasure chest. Su Jin's eyes lit up, quite intrigued. The golden treasure chest he had previously obtained had contained a king-level special item, the Fire God Grenade Launcher. Even though this time the reward was only a bronze-level chest, with good luck there was a 1% chance of obtaining a platinum-level item. It was hard not to be tempted. As for the mentioned high difficulty, he didn't take it to heart at all. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform outside the arena, the judges focused their attention on Su Jin, speculating about his thoughts as they watched his performance. One of the examiners slightly squinted his eyes, gently stroking his chin and smiling thoughtfully as he shook his head. This kid, look at his posture, he seems to think the MVP award is already in the bag. Beside him, Li Yunfei crossed his arms and nodded slightly. If anyone could clear the level, who else could it be but him? However, another examiner furrowed his brows, his expression serious as he shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The problem is, this dungeon is extremely difficult, they might not clear it at all." This statement resonated with many of the examiners. The purple winged bat king was not like the two-headed ogre, a beast with significant flaws. Bestowed with the title of king, a level of 30, and the advantage of being an aerial beast, even if a single blue-winged bat isn't killed, its seal would be broken and it would receive a 20% boost to all its attributes. Even in a team dungeon, even with Su Jin present, many examiners felt it would be hard to clear, simply because this dungeon was not as easy as imagined. Even if all participants were divided into 9 teams, they might not be able to kill all 9 blue-winged bats within half an hour. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenyan gave a mysterious smile. By the way, have you all forgotten Su Jin's mechanical flying troops? At the same time, Su Jin and all the candidates who had cleared the third assessment felt a flash before their eyes. The next moment, they were mysteriously transported into the dungeon. The scene before them left them slightly stunned. In this dungeon space, 10 high towers stood imposingly. A purple tower, particularly eye-catching and emitting a mysterious glow, stood regally at the very center of the dungeon. The other 9 blue towers were scattered far around it. In front of some towers was a vast, boundless ocean, its waters shimmering, making it impossible to gauge the distance. Another tower was located next to a cliff beside them. The cliff soared into the sky, its end not visible, with steep and rugged surroundings that offered no path upwards. Meanwhile, a long string of introductions echoed in everyone's ears, detailing the dungeon. Several hundred words omitted. After listening, Su Jin nodded slightly, immediately understanding why all the candidates needed to form teams. He also devised a strategy for clearing the dungeon in his mind. The rest of the candidates were in uproar. Whether it was talents like Qin Yan or other ordinary new lords, they all felt somewhat overwhelmed. How are we supposed to clear this? Kill these 9 beasts and cross the ocean, climb over the cliff, pass through the swamp? Even half an hour might not be enough. My troops are rock walkers with strong climbing abilities, but this cliff is too high. I'm not confident I could reach it within half an hour. Just when everyone seemed troubled and overwhelmed, Shangwan Wanner saw Su Jin, who still appeared calm. She slightly lifted her chin and gracefully walked over to him. You must be Su Jin, right? Everyone else is so troubled, yet you remain so calm. Could it be that you have a good strategy? Seeing the beautiful face before him, a sense of déjà vu suddenly overwhelmed him. Su Jin slightly furrowed his brow, searching his mind for the source of a familiar sensation. Suddenly his eyes lit up. It's her. A wave of emotion surged through Su Jin as he remembered her. It was during a previous life when Huaxia, along with countries like Eagle Sauce, Little Sun Bear and White Elephant, conducted joint military exercises. Shangwan Wanner was his comrade in arms, her codename, Empress. However, the way Su Jin had just stared at Shangwan Wanner made it seem like he didn't want to share his thoughts with her. Shangwan Wanner's delicate brows slightly knitted together. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. She didn't want to seem too harsh, especially at this crucial moment when unity was needed. Before she could speak, Su Jin's voice reached her. His face showed a hint of apology as he slowly said, "Sorry, I just thought of something." Hearing Su Jin's words, Shangwan Wanner swallowed the words she was about to say. She looked at Su Jin, waiting for him to elaborate on his plan. The surrounding examinees, hearing Su Jin's words, also turned their attention to him. Some faces showed surprise, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Others were skeptical. After all, the problem they faced was truly challenging. They had just finished a brief discussion. Despite their numbers and having units that could cross cliffs and oceans, they couldn't find a way to defeat 9 blue wingbats in half an hour. Still, when Su Jin mentioned he had a plan, everyone quieted down in anticipation. One of the examinees couldn't help but ask, "Brother Su Jin, do you really have a plan?" "As far as I know, the 5th exam of the high school entrance examination is fixed each year. It pits the teams that passed the 4th exam from each province against each other. If this year our province didn't pass the 4th test, then..." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood his implication. At this moment, all eyes on Su Jin were filled with hope and anxiety. Su Jin, aware of the stakes, nodded slightly and directly proposed his solution. Why not just fly over? No matter how complex the environment or how many obstacles, the sky is always clear. As he thought it, beams of light twinkled and a series of majestic snowstorm fighter jets appeared in the sky, the jets with their sleek bodies and wings shining metallic under the sunlight, lined up neatly in the air, emitting a soft roar like a group of warriors ready to spring into action. Just a moment ago, many scoffed at Su Jin's words. "Fly over there? How? Isn't your initial unit type the Black Panther beast?" But the next second, everyone present was stunned. They watched as fighter jets slowly descended from midair, transformed into humanoid forms and shrank. Everyone's eyes widened. Qin Yan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Is this your unit type? When did you reach level 20? Everyone familiar with Su Jin also zeroed in on this critical point. As everyone knows, a lord should have 10 opportunities to awaken their unit type. Apart from the first one at level 1, there are 9 times from level 20 to 100. Su Jin's unit type was known to be the Black Panther beast. Although some people were unaware, everyone had come to know this during the recent discussion. Although Su Jin's strength had been well recognized after the recent university entrance exam, they hadn't expected that Su Jin could summon his second unit type already. Does this not mean he has already reached level 20? At this thought, almost everyone was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. After a moment, Shangwan Wanner suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you mean to say let your unit type carry us over?" Su Jin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Then he slowly laid out his plan. "Leave the remaining 3 points to me. Of course, to ensure fairness, everyone should gather at the central tower after killing the blue-wing bat, and then it's every man for himself." Hearing Su Jin's strategy, Ji Buchang spoke up, "Brother Su, that's quite the statement. We're already satisfied that you can lead us through. Just let us earn the clearance points, and it's enough that our province has people who clear. You can take the boss reward yourself, no one will compete with you." The others also expressed their agreement. Listening to everyone's words, Su Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. "No worries, you guys can try to deal some damage and earn some extra points too. after all your little damage won't split much experience." Everyone was filled with gratitude and spoke in unison. "Thanks brother Su, let's set off. The fighter jets will fly on their own," Sujin announced. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly boarded the fighter jets, after logging in the countdown. Started, 10, 7, 4, 1. As the countdown ended, the scenario officially began. Buzz, immediately after the engines of 72 Fuyue fighter jets roared, they rose from the ground like steel dragons, their powerful thrust instantly breaking through the air resistance. As they climbed higher, the people inside exclaimed in awe at the blue sky and white clouds that seemed so close, so high. There's no feeling of suffocation at all. Thrilling. Although the Fuyue fighter jets were only silver level, their agility was still very high. Moreover, their speed was even faster due to the transformation ratio of their flight units to movement speed, which is different from regular units. Obstacles like oceans and swamps, which might impede others, could not stop their advance at all. Watching as the crowd slowly departed, Sujin waved his hand and summoned the king tiger and the ironclad beast. He tied ropes around each of them, then attached the other ends to a fighter jet. In this way, the king tiger and the ironclad beast could each handle a direction towards the high towers. To prevent them from falling, Sujin instructed the 4 fighter jets, "Once we take off, operate in shifts, 2 below them and 2 beside them to hold onto, don't let them fall." King Tiger asked, "Can't I just fly over there myself?" Sujin replied, "Keep the sky wings of the tiger as a trump card for now." Ironclad beast inquired, "Can't I just roll over there myself?" Sujin responded, "What if it's a swamp or ocean? What if you get waterlogged?" The wind and snow fighter jet remarked, "So I'm the only one getting hurt here. These 2 guys weigh tons and I'm a fighter jet, not a transport plane." Sujin retorted, "No more complaints, let's go." Finally, Sujin boarded the last fighter jet. Like a rocket, it soared straight up towards the cliff top. The jet sped rapidly and soon Sujin reached the peak of the cliff. He habitually scanned the surroundings, observing the environment. A towering high tower stood majestically as if piercing the sky. The tower, built of ancient stones, emitted a mysterious and ancient aura. Sujin revealed a cryptic smile and then looked up slightly. At the top of the tower, a gigantic blue bat stood quietly, its massive body, shimmering blue fur glistening under the sunlight and sharp claws tightly gripping the edge of the tower. Upon noticing Sujin's arrival, the blue-winged bat roared, a sound like thunder echoing across the cliff's peak. It flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a strong wind, and immediately charged towards Sujin. Its eyes flickered with angry flames, seemingly eager to kill Sujin instantly. As the blue-winged bat dived, a powerful gust of wind hit Sujin, making his clothes whip around, but he remained unflustered. He quickly drew out his platinum-grade weapon, Breath of the Storm. The high-tech, silver-white gun shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight. As the blue-winged bat approached, Sujin immediately activated the skill Storm's Assault. His body turned into a streak of blue light zipping through the air at an incredibly fast speed. And in a blink he positioned himself at a strategic point on the high tower. Then provocatively Sujin hooked his finger at the bat. Seeing Sujin's provocative gesture, the blue-winged bat grew even angrier. It roared again, its wings flapping violently, and charged madly once more. Its massive body, like a high-speed cannonball, carried an endless threat. However, Sujin was prepared. With just a slight step back, he dodged the attack of the blue-winged bat. Not only that, but the latter also entered the place Sujin wanted it to go. The enormous body got stuck right there. Fighting these mindless beasts was truly uninteresting. Sujin shook his head and immediately activated the wind barrier skill. A huge barrier made of rapidly spinning air rose up instantly, completely trapping the blue-winged bat in its place. Its wings flapped wildly, trying to break free from this restraint. However, the wind barrier stood firm like a wall of bronze and iron, unmovable. With a defense of 5,000 points and a life value of 100,000 points, it would be a wonder if you could move the wind barrier. Sujin stood not far away, watching the trapped blue-winged bat, a slight victorious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was a common tactic used by many experienced lords. Positioning, as long as the environment was right, using such a technique could kill about 95% of ferocious beasts without injury. Clearly, the blue-winged bat had now reached a position from which it couldn't escape. Next, Sujin moved to a spot where he could hit the blue-winged bat's head with 100% accuracy. Then the breath of the wild wind was switched to machine gun mode. At this moment, Sujin's attack power was already high, and with the machine gun mode it could trigger the ice poison effect of the charming blue poison symbol more frequently. In just a short while, the blue-winged bat had already lost its ability to fight. Congratulations on killing the level 20 ferocious beast blue-winged bat, gaining 660 experience points. Congratulations on gaining 600 Lord energy. Congratulations to Lord Sujin for being the first to kill the blue-winged bat. An extra reward of 50,000 Lord energy. And are there more rewards? How nice! At this moment, on the high platform, several people witnessed the entire process of Sujin's battle. At the beginning, many people who knew Sujin well thought he would summon the Black Panther Beast. Using the Black Panther Beast's formation, it would be easy to eliminate the blue-winged bat, but they never expected Sujin to be so bold, as a lord, not letting the troops fight and doing it all by himself. For a moment they couldn't help but worry, but as they watched Sujin's entire battle process, they couldn't help but exclaim again and again at his combat awareness, feeling inferior. Li Yunfei slightly shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, at such a young age his combat sense was already comparable to that of a military king. Ashley nodded, slightly stroking his chin with his right hand. His gaze was also filled with amazement, his slightly squinted eyes showing his appreciation for Sujin. Lu Jingyun suddenly thought of the Sujin barrage that Sujin had used before and remarked sentimentally, perhaps there really are natural-born combat geniuses in this world. Amidst everyone's sighs, soon other teams also successfully reached their target locations. The strokes were like thunder, the power immense, the writing as sharp as a hooked iron brush. The control over the brush showed the subtlety of determining the rise and fall of fortunes, while the ink depicted the profundity of the six arts and its clarity. Shangguan Wan'er commanded the poetess to activate their skills. 200 poetesses glowed with a mysterious ink-colored light. As lines of dialogue appeared, they all transformed into beams of ink light, approaching the blue-winged bat at a very high speed. As the poets neared the blue-winged bat, they entered an unselectable state. Immediately after, countless ink bullets poured down like rain, striking the blue-winged bat relentlessly. With each hit, the bat's vitality waned until it finally succumbed to death. Meanwhile, the snowstorm fighter roared as it transported the metal beast to a nearby tower. Upon sighting the blue-winged bat, a cold glint shone in the metal beast's eyes, which glowed red. As it continued forward, it commanded in a deep, powerful voice, "Release here." The surrounding fighters quickly dispersed. The metal beast instantly broke free from its restraints and transformed into a spherical shape. Its body spun rapidly, resembling a massive metal cannonball. Driven by gravity, the metal beast descended at high speed. The air tore under the strain of its rapidly spinning body, emitting a sharp, whistling noise, striking the blue-winged bat like a falling meteor. The bat had no time to react before being crushed by the metal beast's formidable impact. The metal beast landed firmly, its body unfolding once more. It looked indifferently at the shattered remains of the blue-winged bat. On another front, the most populous team of lords aboard the snowstorm fighter slowly approached a high tower. The team leader, with a resolute gaze, looked down at the tower and the bat atop it. He declared loudly, "Based on our recent strategy, let's get to work." "Roger that," came the unanimous response, filled with fighting spirit. As the fighter descended, the lords summoned their own troops. In an instant, a variety of troops appeared, each unique in form. Some lords summoned towering, formidable orc warriors, others called forth nimble elven archers, and still others brought forth mysterious magical creatures. Without hesitation, they launched a group attack on the blue-winged bat. The orc warriors acted as shields, blocking attacks. Behind them, the elven archers and magical creatures continuously unleashed various attacks, damaging the blue-winged bat. Though the bat struggled valiantly, it was overwhelmed by the combined forces, including the snowstorm fighter. The fighter's quad guns spat out tongues of flame, quickly reducing the bat to nothing. The battle raged on. As the snowstorm fighter transported the lords to their respective positions, one by one the blue-winged bats fell. The examiners, who had previously claimed that even with strategic advances it would be difficult to clear the stage, were now retracting their statements. From the current situation, it was clear that this batch of candidates was set to clear the challenge with a 100% success rate. The rules of this simulation dictated that if all 9 blue-winged bats were defeated within half an hour, the final boss, the level 30 fierce purple-winged bat king, would be confined by the central tower's power. As long as the rate of damage exceeds the rate of healing, a bit more time will be enough to grind it down. Just when everyone had come to accept this truth, the fighter jet had already transported the Ji brothers team to the final tower. "Brother Jibei, are you sure about this? If we don't succeed in one strike, we'll have to wait another 10 minutes, and by then the pressure will be too great," Wu Linchang asked with a face full of skepticism. Relax, now we can use all the equipment." I can't handle it for half an hour, but 3 to 5 minutes is no problem, Ji Bei confidently responded with an air of having everything under control. Ji Boda chimed in from the side, trust me little brother. Although he can't last long continuously, he has many attempts, and adding them up it's quite sufficient, and the timing is also decent. I'm your brother, also you're the one who does it last, they bantered among themselves. Amidst the Ji brothers' conversation, the fighter jet thundered to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Get ready. Ji Bei quickly jumped out and immediately summoned his troop type, the Ox Warriors, totaling 180. Of these, 179 were already lined up in formation. One particularly large ox warrior, twice the size as the others, approached Wu Linchang. Standing next to this giant, whose arm was bigger than Wu Linchang himself, Wu nodded, then instantly triggered his special ability, teleporting the giant next to the blue-winged bat. The ox warrior was ready to attack even before being teleported. As soon as he arrived, the staff in his hand began to shimmer with runes. Despite being a fierce beast, the blue-winged bat, as its name suggests, could use ultrasonics for positioning and navigation, sensing its surroundings. With this ability, it instantly knew the distance, size and shape of the approaching ox warrior and his staff. Distance, 001 centimeters, size, shape, no longer mattered. With a loud bang, the bat's head made intimate contact with the staff of the ox warrior. The powerful impact, combined with the special force of the runes, knocked the blue-winged bat unconscious. Losing control, it plummeted from the top of the tower and crashed heavily to the ground. Now, strike, Ji Bei shouted. Before his words could fade, the first ox warrior approached the blue-winged bat, raised his staff high and smashed it down hard. With a resounding thud, the staff struck the blue-winged bat. The creature's consciousness, which was about to clear, plunged into disarray again under the blow. A dizzy icon instantly appeared above its head. Then a second ox warrior stepped forward, swinging down his staff with equal force. Another dull impact sound followed, and the blue-winged bat's body trembled slightly. A second dizzy icon appeared. In this manner, one ox warrior after another took turns stepping forward. The blue-winged bat had no capacity to resist, lying on the ground, enduring round after round of attacks from the ox warriors and other troops. Moments later, with the death of this blue-winged bat, all 9 blue-winged bats had been eliminated. The light atop the 9 towers dimmed in an instant, severing their mysterious connection with the central tower. Atop the central tower, the energy chains that had begun to loosen tightened once more. These chains, shimmering with a mystical light, tightly bound the purple-winged Bat King, rendering it completely incapable of escape. The purple-winged Bat King struggled furiously, letting out roars of anger to no avail. On the podium of the stadium, the examiners watched the scene unfold with smiles of satisfaction on their faces. They knew that this trial had been successfully completed. Every candidate who had made it this far was guaranteed at least a spot in a higher education institution. Yet, they were also aware that the college entrance examination was far from over. In Huaxia, the national college entrance exam was conducted simultaneously across all provinces. Each year, it was an unwritten rule that all candidates who passed the 4th assessment in their province would partake in a team-based friendly exchange. Depending on their rankings, candidates could earn additional bonus points. This was also a way to motivate them after the exchange, regardless of whether they ranked high or low. All needed to double their efforts to either catch up with those ahead or prevent others from overtaking them. If all went as expected, this year our region would be the first to pass the 4th assessment. Li Yunfei stood with his arms crossed, his eyes brimming with confidence and anticipation. However, it was too early to celebrate. They would have to wait for the results to be officially announced, as the progress of candidates from other provinces was still unknown. Lu Jinyun shook his head slightly, showing more caution in his demeanor. Yet he suddenly shifted, displaying a meaningful smile. But securing the first place in the grand competition will undoubtedly be ours, thanks to Su Jin alone. I can't even imagine how other provinces could possibly handle him. With these words, almost everyone present revealed a confident smile, their eyes shining with certainty. They seemed to already envision Su Jin leading the team to victory in the grand competition. Meanwhile, Su Jin and the other candidates had already reached the central tower. Nothing special there, just a larger tower imprisoning a purple bat. Humans, leave my territory. As Su Jin and the others approached, the purple-winged bat flapped its enormous wings vigorously, but could only stir up a gentle breeze, causing no harm to the group. The scene almost made everyone burst into laughter. Then almost all the other candidates spoke up at once. Brother Su, go ahead, we won't make a move, we might accidentally steal the kill otherwise. Hearing this, Su Jin waved his hand. It's fine, everyone can join in. No, getting the points for passing is enough for us, they replied. Yeah, we'll count on you to lead us to victory in the grand competition. Hearing their words, Su Jin didn't say much more. With a thought, 400 panther beasts appeared. As the panther beast formation unfolded, their machine guns began spraying flames. A second later, the once lively purple wingbat king was riddled with holes, devoid of life. Seeing this, some of the examinees swallowed the words they were about to speak. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, all turning to look at Su Jin. Was this really a lord who had awakened just 3 days ago? Everyone was now certain of Su Jin's ability to single-handedly kill a level 30 beast. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone knew. During the third assessment, Su Jin must have slain the two-headed ogre to score so highly. This unquestionably proved his capability to take down a level 30 fierce beast. But what now? Before we could even react, Su Jin had taken it down in a blink? A lord just 3 days into his awakening, instantly killing a level 30 fierce beast. Was this really reasonable? Was the purple wingbat king weak? It certainly wasn't weak, though as a flying creature its physique wasn't particularly strong, and despite being restricted by the tower from causing harm to the people, many present could have worn it down. Even Qin Yan, with the highest burst power among the troops, they were sure it would take at least 3 minutes to kill the purple wing Bat King. But Su Jin, it took him less than 3 seconds, just one round of shooting from the Black Panther beast, and he had taken it down without even using a skill. For a moment, all the examinees' eyes were wide and mouths open in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes unconsciously, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Silence enveloped the entire area. After a short while, bursts of amazed exclamations were heard. This is too incredible. Isn't the Black Panther beast just an iron tier troop? How could it be so powerful? It's unbelievable. Everyone was filled with shock and awe, gaining a whole new understanding of Su Jin's strength. If one were to describe it, it would be unfathomable, terrifyingly formidable, far ahead. Not just them, even on the high platform of the gymnasium, the examiners from various departments of Quan City were filled with admiration and appreciation when they looked at that dashing figure among the iron beasts. They realized that even if it were them, it would be hard to kill the purple wingbat king faster than Su Jin, and it might even be impossible to surpass him. I feel like a level 30 fierce beast isn't even worth his full effort, Lu Jinyun said with some emotion. Throughout the entire college entrance examination, observing Su Jin's every move, he had gained a deeper understanding of Su Jin's strength. He also believed that Su Jin already possessed the strength to face greater challenges and opportunities. Damn, you're lucky your kid is amazing too, Lu Jinyun said with a smile and a shake of his head, having made up his mind. At this moment, although everyone was shocked by Su Jin's instantaneous defeat of the purple wingbat king, Su Jin himself felt no surprise. After all, this was the might of the Black Panther beast's formation. At present, the most common Black Panther beasts now boast nearly 2,000 strength attributes, not to mention the variant Black Panther beasts with enhanced attributes. A formation of 400 Black Panther beasts can increase anti-air damage by 400%, facing level 30 flying beasts, which are physically inferior. It would be a surprise if they are not defeated instantly. The only pity is that, possibly due to the restrictions of the tower, the experience gained after defeating these creatures is not particularly high. Moreover, there are neither equipment nor skill books obtained from them. However, fortunately, an additional 100,000 Lord's energy is awarded upon their defeat, plus becoming the MVP of the entire fourth assessment is undoubtedly a certainty. Su Jin is quite satisfied with such gains. As for the bronze treasure chest, he does not plan to open it now. Instead, he first uses 198,000 Lord's energy to increase his number of snowstorm fighters to 200. Then Su Jin slightly lifts his chin as he looks around at the other candidates. Let's go prepare for the fifth assessment. Even though we are all family, I still have to show them who's the boss this year. After saying this, Su Jin's figure vanishes from the spot in an instant. Taiwan has always been a part of China from ancient times, an inseparable part of the territory. Despite various reasons that have delayed total unification, as China grows stronger, the voices of those who clamor for Taiwan's independence are increasingly diminished. This year is especially significant in history because it marks the first time Taiwan and mainland China are jointly hosting the college entrance examination. This also means that Taiwanese candidates will participate in friendly exchanges with candidates from other provinces of China. At this moment, on the island of Taiwan, in front of a large sandbox, stands a formidable figure with his hands behind his back. He gazes intently at the sandbox. After a moment, Linny slightly turns his head and asks the person next to him, "Has everything been checked? This is our first joint college entrance examination with the mainland, we cannot afford any mistakes." The person beside him bows slightly and respectfully replies, "General Lin, rest assured the connection channel has no issues. Once our candidates pass, they can engage in friendly exchanges with the mainland candidates." Linny frowns slightly and says sternly, "There are none of those annoying old things here. Don't say China, say motherland." The man quickly nods in agreement. "Yes, General Lin's teachings are correct. Our province's candidates will soon be able to compete with the candidates from other provinces of our country." Hearing this, Linny nods slightly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes, and then continues to focus on the sandbox. At this moment, the team of candidates from Taiwan has already gathered in front of the final assessment boss. This boss is a shark with 3 heads, its massive body exuding a chilling aura. However, due to restrictions, its power is limited. Despite this, the scene is inevitably tense as everyone in the candidate team focuses intently on the sealed 3-headed shark ahead. As the exam candidates exerted their efforts, the health of the 3-headed shark continued to dwindle. Many candidates now wore excited and anticipatory smiles on their faces. However, at this moment one figure stood out awkwardly in the crowd. It was a young man with a stern face, his eyes flickering with an almost imperceptible cunning. He slightly lowered his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye to ensure no one noticed his actions. Then he slowly raised his right hand, revealing a strangely shaped red item in his palm. This item oddly resembling a sanitary pad yet also reminiscent of a national flag was tightly clutched in his hand, his fingers whitening with tension. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Trouble. Linny, at the forefront of the arena, instantly caught this unusual behavior with his sharp eyes. His heart tightened and his face changed color as he exclaimed in alarm. But it was too late. The red item, akin to a key, instantly activated some powerful prohibition. An invisible force, like a surging tide, rapidly spread, firmly sealing the entire space. Linyi's eyes widened in desperation as he tried to break through the barrier, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the sealed area. Meanwhile, the previously sealed 3-headed shark was completely freed from its bonds under the impact of this force. Its massive body violently twisted, and its 3 huge heads rose high, emitting deafening roars. Its sharp teeth glittered menacingly in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. After activating the item, the young man showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he shouted for the unification of the motherland, "Take it down." With a sinister smile on his face, he charged directly at the 3-headed shark. The beast opened its massive jaws and bit the young man. His body was easily torn apart in the shark's mouth, blood splattering everywhere. His life ended abruptly, yet his face still held that eerie smile, as if his death was part of his plan. With the unsealing of the 3-headed shark, a powerful and terrifying aura instantly permeated the area. The orderly queue of candidates instantly plunged into extreme chaos. Panic-stricken, their faces filled with fear, some screamed and scrambled in all directions, desperately seeking to escape the monstrous creature. Others tried to organize a counterattack. Summoning their courage, they raised their weapons, advancing their troops to prepare for a deadly battle with the 3-headed shark. However, the now unsealed shark was too powerful. The candidates' attacks fell on it like eggs against a rock, utterly unable to breach its defenses. Even though some candidates were relatively strong and capable of inflicting considerable damage, the 3-headed shark merely needed to inhale deeply to swallow several types of soldiers, immediately recovering its condition. Moreover, it seemed as if this creature was guided by some mysterious force, as it did not attack the candidates. Its 3 massive heads rotated occasionally and its eyes flickered with a strange light, as if waiting for the right moment. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Every candidate's heart was in their throat, unsure of what terrifying event might occur next. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Linny felt a surge of anger rising from the depths of his heart. His eyes widened instantly, his angry gaze fixed on the rampant 3-headed shark within the sealed space. His cheeks puffed out in anger, making a creaking sound. These despicable beings, always resorting to underhanded tactics. Linny gritted his teeth, his voice filled with fury. At such a crucial moment, during a joint college entrance examination held between the Bay Island and the mainland to promote cross-strait exchanges and integration, such an incident should occur with the motives of those behind it becoming blatantly apparent. Moreover, the fact that such spies could participate in the college entrance exam clearly indicated what was at stake. Thinking this, Linny seemed to see the vile faces of the conspirators. his hands clenched tightly into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain, only the endless rage churning within him. At that moment, the master responsible for inspecting the array after careful examination reported solemnly to Linny, "General Lin, we have detected it. It is a rule-based array. The current rule only allows lords under level 20 to enter. If the array is damaged or the rules are violated, the three-headed shark will begin its slaughter. Given the shark's current strength, all the candidates would be annihilated within a minute. However, if we cannot decipher it, the shark will still attack in half an hour, and there is a certain probability it will be transported through the connection channel to the examination space." What? Hearing this, Lin Yi's anger deepened. He had not expected that those bastards could take things to such an extent, using the lives of so many novice lords as a threat, but he knew that now was not the time to be angry. Linny quickly calmed down and urgently instructed the communications personnel, "Immediately report the situation here to the mainland and request urgent support. Make sure the information is conveyed accurately." He also immediately convened a think tank to urgently discuss countermeasures. Yanjing, the capital of Huaxia and its political and cultural center, bore the nation's core missions and major responsibilities. Gathered here are the highest decision-makers of Huaxia and countless elite talents. The Lord's College entrance examination is undoubtedly a crucial platform for the new generation of lords to showcase their strength. Everyone understands the importance of this assessment, and each candidate gives their utmost to display their talents and potential. Among them, those who perform well are seen as the future of the nation by the higher-ups, especially after receiving news from Quanchang. Many gathered in a spacious and bright room decorated with solemn elegance, filled with a serious atmosphere. People sat together, their faces brimming with excitement and admiration. Suangua's son was even more outstanding than he had been at that age. An elderly man with white hair nodded slightly, his eyes full of gratification. Indeed, such performance was dazzling. Whether in strength or wisdom, he far surpassed his peers. Another middle-aged man in military uniform also nodded in praise. More importantly, he is not only an excellent lord, but the qualities he displays are also exceptionally outstanding. From the fourth examination, it is clear that he had the ability to pass alone, yet his approach was still comforting, ensuring his own interests were not compromised and allowing all candidates to feel involved and recognized. A government official also expressed his opinion. "Are you trying too hard to praise him? I must say something right." "Okay," everyone chimed in, praising Su Jin endlessly. But suddenly news of the Bay Island incident arrived. The room seemed instantly pressed with a tension button. The leaders' faces became stern. They were all too aware of the seriousness of the incident. It concerned not only the safety of the Bay Island candidates but also the unity and stability of the motherland. It felt like behind the scenes eagle sauce and foot basin chicken were up to no good again. But we have no clear evidence. These are matters for another time. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly organize forces and study methods to break the formations. At the same time, we must closely monitor changes in the international situation to prevent other powers from taking advantage of the chaos. The leaders discussed strategies for dealing with the Bay Island incident, issuing commands one after another. The entire Yanjing operated like a finely tuned massive machine. Inside the Quancheng Sports Hall, the examiners were still immersed in Su Jin's outstanding performance in the Lord's College entrance exam, excitedly discussing his various feats. However, just then a group of formidable individuals suddenly burst in. They exuded a powerful aura that was chilling. The examiners snapped out of their excitement, a wave of tension rising in their hearts. Recognizing these sudden intruders as leaders and experts from higher echelons rarely seen on normal days, the appearance of these individuals filled the examiners with confusion and unease. "What happened?" Li Yunfei asked nervously. The others also looked on with concerned eyes, waiting for the strong ones to respond. The faces of these mighty individuals were grave, their eyes conveying a sense of urgency and seriousness. One of the leaders, with a slight frown, spoke in a deep voice. "I am Yi Lingfeng, the head of the Special Operations Group in the northern war zone of Huaxia. A major incident has occurred on the Bay Island, and the situation is extremely critical. If things worsen, there's a chance it could affect all candidates. Currently, only Quancheng has access to the joint space, and we need to enter immediately." Upon hearing this news, everyone's heart tightened. Lu Zhenyan immediately sprang into action, adjusting the assessment space level as instructed. In his heart he silently prayed, "Let nothing go wrong, these candidates are the future of the nation, they cannot afford any mishaps." Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Lingfeng straightened up slightly and said calmly and forcefully, "There is no need for such panic and worry. Trust the nation, we now have sufficient capability to face any challenge. His words, like a calming anchor, gradually stabilized the hearts of the people. Following Lu Jianyun's completion of the setup under Yi Lingfeng's leadership, the entire Special Operations Group entered the assessment space, the fifth assessment space. This could also be considered a real world created based on the map of Huaxia. In non-combat states, it even allowed for free creation based on the entrance ideas. As Su Jin and others entered, the surrounding scenery thrilled them immensely. Most candidates, after a brief moment of awe, materialized their own home environments as they envisioned them lying in beds trying to recuperate physically and mentally during the tense intervals of the assessment. Su Jin, of course, didn't bother with such frivolities. He found a relatively quiet place and constructed a room. Entering it, he took out the bronze treasure chest he had obtained during the fourth assessment from the space. Then Su Jin repeated the operation he had performed last time in the treasure's secret realm of the Spider Queen. Of course, this time it was definitely more official. After completing all this, Su Jin spent 10,000 Lord energy to open the chest. Congratulations on obtaining a one-time special item, Instant Body Talisman. A one-time special item, a spatial type. Su Jin quickly checked its properties. Instant Body Talisman, one-time special item. Usage requirement, Lords below level 30 attributes, none effect, instantly teleports the user to within 30 meters of the nearest ferocious beast. Su Jin fell silent. He had initially thought this item would be powerful, but this, instantly teleporting near the closest ferocious beast, what use was that? For beasts he could defeat, he generally couldn't escape from them, rendering it useless. For beasts he couldn't defeat, using this item was akin to seeking death. Better keep it for now, might come in handy someday, Su Jin thought, somewhat helplessly shaking his head. Just then, the assessment area suddenly underwent violent upheavals. First, the ground shook violently, mountains began to collapse, and massive rocks tumbled down, stirring up clouds of dust into the air. The once clear lake water, as if drawn by a mysterious force, started flowing backwards, forming bizarre whirlpools. The clouds in the sky churned as if stirred by a fierce wind, turning dark and oppressive. The buildings that had been conjured by imagination vanished in an instant amidst the turmoil, as if they had never existed. Then powerful presences approached from all directions, bringing with them a heart-pounding oppression. Su Jin's heart tightened. He immediately realized that something was terribly wrong. He quickly stowed away his teleportation charm and ran without hesitation towards where the people were gathering. What's going on? Why does my butt hurt so much? What in the world is happening? Along the way, Su Jin saw other candidates panicking and fleeing in all directions. Some were pale, others stumbled as they ran, as if the apocalypse had arrived. A strong sense of unease surged within Su Jin, but he knew this was not the time to panic. Reaching the crowd, he quickly summoned all his troops and shouted loudly, "Everyone summon your troops and protect yourselves." His voice was firm and powerful, cutting through the noisy environment with clarity. Seeing Su Jin and hearing his voice, everyone seemed to find a pillar of strength. The frantic look in their eyes flickered with hope as they summoned their troops. In moments, various powerful troops appeared around the group, forming a solid defensive line. Everyone's gaze then turned to the sky, where a bizarre vortex had suddenly appeared. The vortex emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura that sent chills down everyone's spine. What's happening? Shangwan, Waner, Qin Yan and others approached Su Jin, their faces also filled with worry and confusion. Su Jin shook his head. Let's do what we must and trust in our country. The scene was like something out of a novel, and initially Su Jin was also nervous. After all, such a sudden and astonishing change was overwhelming, but soon he regained his composure because this is Huaxia. This great motherland will protect her children and will not let them come to harm. The presence of a strong person indeed affects the weaker ones. Just like in an ordinary office, when the boss is angry, the entire office atmosphere can instantly become tense and oppressive. Employees unconsciously curb their behavior, being extra careful not to do anything that might provoke the boss's anger. The same was true now. Su Jin's calm and confident demeanor influenced many. Gradually, everyone began to move beyond their initial panic. They started to reassess the situation, preparing to face the upcoming challenges. Then, from the eerie vortex in the sky, several figures slowly emerged. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to them, watching intently as the mysterious figures became clearer. As the figures became more visible, people saw that they were dressed in green camouflage uniforms, the splash of red on the camouflage uniform stood out vividly under the sunlight, instilling a sense of calm in everyone who saw it. the sight of soldiers spread out across the field, each contestant in a state of readiness for any potential danger, was reassuring. Yilingfeng's gaze slowly swept over the crowd before finally resting on Su Jin. Su Jin stood tall and resolute, his determination clear in his eyes, making him particularly conspicuous among the group. A hint of admiration flashed through Yilingfeng's eyes. It was rare for someone so young to remain calm and courageous in such a critical moment. However, Yilingfeng was well aware that this was a special time. There was no room for delay or relaxation. Without further ado, he commanded Number 6 organize an orderly retreat for the contestants. Immediately, a team member responded and began to arrange for the contestants to orderly evacuate from the assessment area. Although the contestants were somewhat puzzled and did not understand why they needed to suddenly evacuate, their absolute trust in the Huaxia soldiers led them to comply with the command smoothly and systematically. Once everyone had safely evacuated, Su Jin with a resolute expression approached Yilingfeng and solemnly presented a badge of honor. Number 597382, bearer of the Imperial Humanitarian Medal. In emergencies, I have the right to be fully informed. I know the situation is critical, but I also want to contribute. Only by understanding the situation fully can I coordinate effectively with your actions. His gaze was fixed intently on Yilingfeng, waiting for a response. Su Jin's actions were not without reason, nor were they intended to cause chaos. Rather, he had just received a system task: assist the warriors in breaking the formation, kill the three-headed shark. Reward: the lordship of the city of snow and wind. Realizing he could be of help, he was also reminded of snippets from his past life learned from Ashley about Su Jin. Knew he had to do something. It was not only his duty as a citizen of Huaxia but also his obligation as the bearer of the Imperial Humanitarian Medal. Yilingfeng looked at Su Jin with a serious expression and said gravely, a severe crisis has emerged on Bay Island and the situation is urgent. We need to concentrate our forces to respond. The lordship entrance exams will be temporarily suspended. Follow us to a safe zone and wait for further instructions. After a pause, Yilingfeng continued, you all represent the future of the nation. At this critical moment, we must ensure your safety. Now is not the time for too many explanations. Once the situation stabilizes, I will explain everything in detail. His words implicitly expressed a firm intention not to let Su Jin go forward. The warriors beside him, though silent, displayed the same sentiment with their slightly furrowed brows and tense expressions. They were well aware of the dangers of the mission and did not wish for someone as young and promising as Su Jin to take such a risk. Before Su Jin had a chance to speak, Yilingfeng was about to emphasize again the importance of not allowing Su Jin to participate in this operation. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, as if he had received some special message. Moments later, Yilingfeng's face became somewhat complex. He had just unexpectedly received a telepathic message from Ashley: let him go. This directive surprised Yilingfeng, but he also understood that Ashley's decision must have its profound reasons. Yilingfeng looked at Su Jin, his eyes filled with both concern and a hint of expectation. He remained silent for a while, then slowly said, if that's the case, Su Jin, you may go, but you must remember, take good care of yourself. Your safety is of great importance. The warriors around him, though still worried, could only obey the order. At the same time, in Yanjing, this ancient and solemn city was permeated with a tense and serious atmosphere. Due to the significant incident at Bay Island, the entire assessment space's oversight had been transferred to Yanjing. Inside the command center in Yanjing, a huge electronic screen clearly displayed every movement within the assessment space. Leaders of various levels and powerful lords from different fields sat together, staring at the screen with focused and serious expressions. Ashley, who had left Quancheng before the fourth assessment began, was among them. He looked solemn, seemingly explaining something to the others. Su Jin had the virtue of hard work rewarded by heaven and could play a crucial role at critical moments. The leaders and lords around, upon hearing Ashley's words, fell into brief contemplation. They understood the real meaning behind Ashley's words. Help? What help could he offer? His decision to send Su Jin was essentially using him as a last resort. If Yilingfeng's team failed to break the formation and to protect the exam candidates from Bay Province, only spirit plant masters below level 20 could enter. Ashley was indeed treating Su Jin as the last resort. Such a mission was too dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to very serious consequences. However, at such a critical moment, they also knew that having such a backup plan was not a bad thing. After some discussion and weighing the options, they finally decided to follow Ashley's suggestion and give Su Jin the opportunity to participate in the action without having him return. They also prepared various contingency plans to ensure his safety in special circumstances if his intervention was absolutely necessary. Assessment space. Along the way, Yilingfeng spoke to Su Jin with a solemn expression, narrating everything that had happened on Bay Island. His words were concise and clear, dissecting the complex situation piece by piece. Formations, three-headed sharks. Bay Province candidates. After listening, Su Jin also understood why the system had issued such a task. This incident, indeed, he could really help. Formations, am I a top formation master joking with you? Moments later, the group used the special passage of the assessment space and instantly arrived at the Bay Island area. A formation had locked down a section of Bay Island. Inside the lockdown area, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, seemingly also filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder. Lingfeng's expression was stern as he commanded, "All summon your troops and search for the perfect solution to break the formation." His voice, firm and powerful, echoed throughout the area. The warriors immediately sprang into action, each summoning their own kinds of troops. There were human formation masters in blue robes holding compasses, rune warriors in silver armor with mysterious runes on their foreheads, and elves in purple robes and hooded cloaks. Each of these types had profound knowledge about formations. Every troop focused intently on their task, busily searching for the way to break the formation. Everything seemed as if Su Jin did not exist. However, Su Jin was unaffected by being overlooked. He summoned the Jintai beast, and together they began to observe the energy fluctuations and operational modes of the formation, trying to find any vulnerabilities. Time slowly passed by. Whether it was the people in the assessment space, the high-ranking officials in Yanjing observing the situation, or the candidates in the crisis-stricken Bay Island, everyone was immersed in a highly tense atmosphere. Just then, the Jintai beast suddenly spoke, Lord, its voice breaking the silence. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn and they stopped what they were doing. The Jintai beast continued, "This formation is not the main body, and it has significant flaws. Thus, there is no perfect solution. There are three possible solutions. The first." After laying out all three solutions, Su Jin's eyes lit up. "So this instant movement charm is used here?" Yilingfeng's eyes widened immediately and he shouted, "Verify it quickly." Upon hearing Yilingfeng's command, the warriors around him quickly sprang into action. This time, with the solutions proposed by the Jintai beast, they only needed to match the answers to find the problems, making the work swift. The results came out one after another. Various troops nodded to their lords, confirming the truth of the Jintai beast's words while also looking at it in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how, despite being troops that relied on formations and having many brothers and sisters working together to explore, after so much time, they couldn't find any issues. Yet this metallic lump had found three solutions in such a short time, and all were correct, which was quite a blow to them. Meanwhile, the think tank in Yanjing also analyzed the three solutions proposed by the Jintai beast in the shortest possible time. Currently, the second solution seemed undoubtedly the best. The group gathered, discussing gravely. One of them nodded slightly, affirming indeed it would allow higher-level lords to enter, ensuring the highest safety factor. Yet another person furrowed their brows, voicing their concerns with apprehension. "The problem now is that once we enter, teleportation occurs at random. If our people are too far away to reach swiftly, it might inevitably lead to casualties among the Bay Island examinees." A brief silence fell, heavy with tension filling the air. After a few breaths, someone else spoke up, "But this is the most prudent method we have. Time is of the essence." Others murmured in agreement, discussing quietly. Finally, a commanding voice declared, "Casualties are inevitable among the lords. Delay could worsen things. Proceed with the plan." The decision was quickly communicated to Yilingfeng. Upon receiving the order, his expression grew even more resolute. He understood the difficulties of this approach, but also recognized it as the most appropriate under the circumstances. Despite the inevitable casualties it might cause, Yilingfeng took a deep breath, then turned around and addressed his troops and various military units loudly. "Implement the second plan, begin handling the formation." His voice was firm and resonant, echoing through the area. The troops sprang into action. Each military unit started to work on the formation as planned. The human formation masters focused intently on the array, their compasses flickering with light. The rune warriors sketched patterns in the air at peak speed. The mystical units continued to emit mysterious rays, analyzing and disrupting the formation deeply. Su Jin and the metal beast were also busy. The metal beast had already proven his capabilities with formations. Their task was to sever the sensory connection between the formation and its main body, arguably the most complex task. Any slight mistake could provoke the three-headed shark, potentially leading to even more severe consequences. During this tense moment, everyone was giving their all. They knew time was pressing and there was no room for slack. Only by swiftly handling the formation could they hope to save as many Bay Island examinees as possible. Meanwhile, at the sand table on Bay Island, Lingyi's face was etched with anxiety, his gaze fixed intently on the situation within the assessment space. His hands were clenched into fists and sweat beaded his forehead. His worries surged like a tide. With just 3 minutes left to the half-hour deadline, he felt powerless, his heart filled with prayers for a miracle in these final moments that could smoothly resolve the crisis. In the assessment space, after enduring prolonged psychological stress, the Bay Island examinees could no longer bear this state of sitting ducks. Gathering together, their eyes revealed a mix of resolution and courage. "We can't just wait here, we need to try something," one of them said. "Right from what I've observed, this three-headed shark doesn't attack us proactively, it seems to be waiting for something. We can use this to our advantage and attempt to take it down." Nods of agreement followed and they began to discuss various possible approaches. Despite being filled with fear, they knew they had to bravely attempt to break free from their predicament. Their voices trembled yet were filled with resolute determination. After the discussion, the Bay Island candidates swiftly sprang into action. Various types of soldiers appeared. The defensive troops resolutely took their positions at the forefront of the formation. With solemn expressions, they gripped their shields and other defensive gear tightly, their bodies tensed, ready to meet the onslaught. The ranged attackers positioned themselves steadily at the back, their fingers tightly pressed on the triggers of their crossbows or clutched their magic staves, their eyes blazing as they stared down the three-headed shark. "Attack!" With that command, the ranged attackers shouted in unison. Their weapons unleashed formidable power. Arrows whistled through the air like locusts, forming a dense volley that crisscrossed in the sky. Magical lights flickered in the air like dazzling fireworks, containing immense energy. However, frustratingly, these seemingly powerful attacks had no effect on the three-headed shark. Like throwing mud into the sea, they did nothing. The enormous beast didn't even flinch, its three heads raised high, eyes gleaming with a ruthless light. The scene before them plunged the candidates' hearts into despair. They knew that the unsealed three-headed shark was beyond their current capability to handle, yet despite the simultaneous attack of many troops, a whole bunch of zeros, there should have been at least a token amount of damage, a single-digit number even. The faint hope that had sparked among them was ruthlessly extinguished in that moment. By then the three-headed shark had absorbed enough water elements. All three of its heads aimed at the people and fiercely spewed out a powerful water elemental attack. The water jets poured down like a torrential rain, carrying immense force and destructive power. The defensive troops, although prepared, appeared so fragile in the face of this powerful attack. The water jets instantly penetrated their shields and armor. They didn't even have time to scream before they were all killed. Their bodies fell like leaves swept by a fierce wind, their blood staining the ground red. Fortunately, the three-headed shark did not attack the Lord. It seemed to be restrained by something. It merely continued to ruthlessly spew water, killing all the ranged troops. "Damn it, I don't believe this." The strongest candidate from Bay Island, Dong Tai, roared in anger. His frustration and resolve exploded at that moment. The Sharkman troops also appeared immediately. Agile and wielding sharp tridents under Dong Tai's command, the Sharkmen waved their weapons and quickly charged at the three-headed shark. Sword lights and shadows flickered in the air, intermingled with the glow of magic. However, when these attacks hit the three-headed shark, they only inflicted pitifully small three-digit damage. Faced with the enormous health pool of the three-headed shark, the damage dealt seemed pitifully low. Dong Tai's heart sank in an instant. This was the strongest attack of his shark warrior troops. Even a level 25 beast would have the capability to kill, yet against this three-headed shark, it only inflicted such minor damage. Boom! With a flick of its blade-like tail fin, the three-headed shark created a violent air current that swept towards the shark warriors with terrifying force. Caught off guard by such a swift and fierce attack, the shark warriors couldn't dodge in time and were forced to brace themselves. Crack! The sound of breaking tridents suddenly filled the air. Immediately after, a large number of shark warriors' health bars were wiped clean. "Damn it," Dong Tai cursed, but he was helpless and could only recall the remaining shark warriors. Fear, cold as the tide, surged once again into the hearts of every candidate present. At this critical moment, thanks to the efforts of Su Jin and others, the rules of the formation had changed. A powerful force began to flow within the formation. Complex runes flickered with strange lights and the lines, as if alive, started to rearrange and recombine themselves. The originally restricted assessment space, which only allowed entry to those below level 20, had now been modified to have no upper limit. This development invigorated Su Jin and the others. Without hesitation, led by Yi Lingfeng, everyone entered one after another. General Lin, the rules of the formation have changed, announced a formation master at the Bay Island sand table, who noticed the change immediately. Upon hearing this, the anxious faces of those present instantly showed surprise. Lin, trembling slightly with excitement, stared intently at the sand table showing the internal situation of the formation. His voice quivered as he said, "Great. They've gone in." Those around him also began excitedly discussing among themselves, "There's hope now. It's the warriors of Huaxia, they can definitely resolve this crisis." "Yes, I don't know why, but whenever I see them I feel an inexplicable sense of safety. I hope they can arrive quickly to rescue the candidates." Everyone spoke one after another, their words filled with expectations for Su Jin and others and a desire to resolve the crisis. In such tense moments, the successful entry of Su Jin and others was like a beam of hope in the darkness, slightly relaxing their heavy moods. However, as they turned their gaze to the sand table, a sudden change occurred. Due to the overwhelming strength of Yi Lingfeng and the others, the assessment space, which had limited capacity, reacted violently as they entered. The once relatively stable space began to become chaotic, like a lake surface disturbed by a thrown giant stone, rippling with layers of turmoil. This sudden change tightened everyone's hearts, and the joy that had just appeared on their faces was immediately replaced by worry. "Not good, the space is shaking so violently it will definitely affect the rescue progress," someone said with a trembling voice. Lenny quickly checked the distance between Yi Lingfeng and the location of the candidates, anxiously monitoring the situation. Someone was rapidly calculating, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment he cried out in despair, "It's too far, it will take at least a minute to get there." As soon as the words were uttered, a sense of unease filled the air. Another clenched his fists tightly, his face marked by frustration. A minute was too long. If the tri-headed shark became enraged by then, at least half of the candidates might perish. "What can we do?" someone asked, his voice laden with helplessness. "All we can do now is pray that the beast doesn't lose its temper too quickly and hope they can hold on a little longer." Everyone felt powerless, their eyes were glued to the sand table. At that moment, the normally calm tri-headed shark was also startled by the strong aura and the chaotic space. Moments later, the tri-headed shark began to retaliate without hesitation. Its massive and terrifying body trembled slightly as its three heads rose high, eyes flashing with anger and resolution. The surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, quickly converging towards it. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared in the ocean, the currents turbulent, emitting thunderous roars. The candidates on the Bay Island watched this scene in terror, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes filled with despair. Some were trembling uncontrollably, others gripped their weapons tightly as if this could somehow provide them with a sense of security. "What can we do? Are we really going to die here?" one of the candidates said, his voice trembling. "Don't be afraid, we have to believe that a miracle will happen," another candidate tried to comfort everyone, though fear was evident in his heart too. However, in front of the mighty tri-headed shark, their words seemed so pale and weak. They watched helplessly as the chaos in the ocean intensified. The huge water tornado, like a pillar of judgment at the end of the world, twisted wildly in the ocean. The currents surged forward with overwhelming force, bringing with them a suffocating pressure. The candidates didn't just sit there waiting for doom, they summoned their own troops in an attempt to block this impending disaster. Various troops appeared before them instantly. Towering and powerful warriors, agile and quick archers, and mysterious and enigmatic magicians, they bravely met the surging currents. Yet, in the face of nature's wild power, their resistance seemed so insignificant. The currents mercilessly swept over. Many troops didn't even have time to scream before being drowned. Their figures disappeared in the water in an instant, as if they had never existed. The seawater became even murkier, filled with the scent of death. At this moment, the energy in the tri-headed shark's mouth was almost fully gathered. The terrifying glow flickered between its three heads as if it could explode with world-destroying power at any moment. The candidates' hearts sank into a deep abyss of despair. They didn't know what else they could do, they could only watch as death approached step by step. Just when everyone was succumbing to despair, suddenly a figure plunged into the ocean. The person who arrived was Su Jin, who used the instant movement talisman obtained from the bronze treasure chest. With astonishing speed, he arrived 30 meters away from the three-headed shark. However, his luck wasn't that great. He landed right at the edge of a whirlpool and was spun around by the currents. Sujin exclaimed in his heart. I knew this thing was unreliable and now it's brought me here of all places. Yet with his extensive combat experience he quickly regained his composure. A sleek silver-white fighter jet appeared beside him. Without any hesitation Sujin jumped into it and like a bolt of white lightning the jet shot up into the sky. As he ascended Sujin spat out the water he had accidentally swallowed and swiftly adjusted his state. His gaze became incredibly determined, fixating on the three-headed shark below. Without a moment's hesitation he used the soul shock on the shark. A powerful psychic force burst forth from him like an invisible shockwave striking the three-headed shark. At this critical moment this force played a crucial role. The terrifying skill that the shark was about to release was abruptly interrupted. Its massive body shook violently as if hit by an invisible tremendous force. Subsequently a dizzying symbol appeared over the shark's heads and its three fierce heads began to wobble unstably. Additionally, it was afflicted with a state of fear, unnaturally swimming backwards. This scene stunned everyone watching. The contestants initially thought they were doomed, but the timely appearance of Sujin unexpectedly turned the tide. Hope reignited in their eyes as they intently watched Sujin and the three-headed shark filled with anticipation. From the sidelines, seeing Sujin's arrival, Linny and others felt a surge of joy. Hope sparkled in their eyes and they unconsciously exchanged glances, seeing expressions of surprise on each other's faces. However, this joy was short-lived. Suddenly someone pointed to the nearby level display, their voice trembling. 17. Level 17, this shout captured everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the sand table where among the level 33 three-headed shark and a group of level 13 contestants, the number 17 stood out conspicuously. At this moment everyone's hearts sank once again. Level 17. Facing a powerful level 33 three-headed shark, what could a level 17 lord possibly do? Their emotions rollercoastered from initial surprise to fear. Level 17, how can such a level stop a three-headed shark? One person said incredulously, his voice filled with despair. Yes, the shark is so powerful he has no ability to contend with it, another person added, shaking their head with a heavy tone. At that moment Lin Yi's voice resounded with conviction. No, we must have faith in our country. If the Chinese officials have allowed him to join, they must believe he is capable enough. At the very least he should be able to hold off for a while until others arrive. Meanwhile, within the assessment space, a candidate with a keen eye and special abilities had already spotted Sujin. With his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes and his distinct facial features, he's quite the handsome young man. So young and yet so dashing. Does he really possess the strength he's reputed to have? Surely he didn't just wander in by mistake. The candidate muttered under his breath, his tone rife with uncertainty. He had been hoping for a powerful and experienced senior to appear, someone who could crush the fearsome three-headed shark with overwhelming strength, instantly turning the tide and rescuing them from dire straits. However, seeing that Sujin was such a young and handsome man, doubts grew wildly in his mind like weeds. He then glanced at the revived three-headed shark. Its massive body seemed like a moving hill, each movement causing a violent agitation of the water. The three ferocious heads were raised high, their blood-red eyes flickering with a cruel light, exuding terror from every aspect. A young handsome man versus such a creature, anyone would think the former had no advantage at all. However, he wasn't overly pessimistic. Perhaps Sujin just appeared young but possessed extraordinary strength. Sujin, unaware of the doubts harbored by the candidates from Bay Island, didn't care. After all, in his view, actions were the best proof. Besides, someone had complimented him on being handsome. You've already complimented my looks, so I don't mind if you think I'm not up to the mark. Not to mention, Sujin was fully engaged in his standoff with the three-headed shark. This creature was indeed the most formidable enemy he had encountered since his rebirth, not to mention its myriad of skills. Just its attribute panel alone was proof of its strength. The attacks from the snowstorm fighter jets inflicted only single-digit damage on it, while a single strike from the shark could potentially dismantle a jet instantly. Nonetheless, as long as it could lose blood, he had a chance. You have no anti-aircraft means, I can wear you down. Sujin chuckled, a confident gleam in his eye. Without hesitation he summoned the remaining 199 fighter jets. These jets soared in the sky like steel birds, their metallic bodies gleaming harshly in the sunlight. They quickly approached the three-headed shark, their engines roaring like a call to battle. As they reached about 300 meters from the shark, Sujin decisively ordered, "Deploy electromagnetic charges in phases." Upon receiving the command, the jets accelerated instantly, shooting forward like arrows released from their bows. The leading jets changed direction, their bodies shimmering with silver light, charging towards the three-headed shark with unstoppable momentum. then drawing beautiful arcs they continued to climb towards the clouds, moving away from the shark. Thus one after another the jets swooped past, leaving behind trails of silver in the sky. Roar! Roar, roar! Provoked repeatedly, the three-headed shark flew into a rage, its massive body twisted violently as its three heads swung wildly. After a bellow, it spewed out a powerful energy wave. However, Sujin was well aware of its attack range. Every fighter jet that entered its range would immediately activate an electromagnetic charge, entering an unavoidable state and causing the shark's attacks to miss repeatedly. Enraged, the shark's massive body twisted fiercely, and the eyes on its three heads glinted with anger. It swiftly followed the leading Fengshue fighter jet, moving at high speed and causing huge waves in the sea. Then the three-headed shark leaped out of the water, its enormous body gleaming with a terrifying light in the sunlight. It opened its gaping maw, revealing knife-sharp teeth, attempting to bite the Fengshue fighter jet. However, the Fengshue fighter jet was incredibly agile, like a swift swallow. It quickly changed directions in the air, easily dodging the shark's attacks. Time and again, the shark lunged but missed every time, its fury reaching a peak. It continuously leaped and lunged, each movement filled with immense power, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The sea was churned into tumultuous waves, splashing water into the air. Yet the Fengshue fighter jet remained highly alert, utilizing its agility and speed to dodge the shark's attacks again and again. The other fighter jets also flew around constantly. Baptism by gunfire, electromagnetic charges. Although each attack did not cause significant damage, their presence still put pressure on the three-headed shark. The candidates from Bay Island watched nervously, filled with anticipation and worry. "You may be strong, but I fly high. What use is your strength if you can't hit me?" Sujin shook his head, smiling. He knew that his main mission was still to protect the candidates from Bay Island. Therefore, a group of fighter jets secretly broke away from the formation and flew in the opposite direction. The candidates, who had been anxiously watching the battle, suddenly saw the fighter jets flying towards them. After landing, the cabin doors opened quickly. Dong Tai was the first to react, shouting loudly, "Quick, get on the plane." The candidates were initially stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. They ran towards the fighter jets as if they were clutching at life-saving straws. The candidates quickly boarded the plane, filled with gratitude. Outside, Lin Yi and others were nervously watching the situation in the assessment space. When they saw the shark's attacks fail and the candidates successfully board the fighter jets and take off, they felt a strong sense of relief wash over them. At the same time, emotions of excitement, gratitude, and remorse spread among them. Someone spoke up first, his voice laden with deep apologies. "I had doubted his capabilities before, which was really inappropriate. Yes, we were truly mistaken. Without him, these candidates might have been in danger." The others nodded in agreement, filled with emotion. Given the current situation, it didn't matter whether Sujin could kill the three-headed shark or not. His own safety and that of all the candidates were already assured. Linny also felt a surge of emotion. He had just received a message from Yanjing learning that this level 17 lord was Sujin, a candidate from Quancheng this year. It suddenly occurred to him that a good friend's son, also named Sujin and from Quancheng, seemed to match. This description, this coincidence surprised him and brought a sense of inexplicable warmth to his heart. Thus Linny turned to Dong Yu beside him, raised an eyebrow and said, "Someone saved your son, aren't you going to show some gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Dong Yu was momentarily stunned, then realized who it was. Linny smiled slightly. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be Brother Su's son." Dong Yu's expression became complex, filled with surprise, emotion, and a hint of guilt towards Su Jin. He remembered his past with Su Enghua and his initial doubts about Su Jin, feeling regretful. He murmured to himself, "I really never expected that he would be Brother Su's son. Maybe this is the arrangement of fate." Lenny said thoughtfully, watching Su Jin in the assessment space, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Dong Yu nodded solemnly, secretly resolving to properly repay Su Jin for saving his son. At the same time, he felt genuinely happy and proud that Su Enghua had such a brave and outstanding son. Meanwhile, the three-headed shark on the sea surface, having repeatedly attacked but never hitting the fighter jets, grew increasingly desperate. Its three ferocious heads swung back and forth, its blood-red eyes flashing with anger and impatience. Each miss only fueled its rage further. It couldn't understand why these tiny flying machines were so elusive. Suddenly, it thought of the candidates on the shore who were originally in a state of panic. A cruel pleasure surged in its heart. It wanted to make these detestable humans pay. Thus, the shark turned around and swiftly headed back to the shore, prepared to kill the candidates to vent its fury. It swam through the water at a great speed, creating huge waves, clearly eager to witness the terrified expressions of the humans. However, upon reaching the shore, it was shocked to find that everyone had already boarded the fighter jets and taken off. The three-headed shark widened its eyes, unable to believe the scene before it. Roaring in anger, its voice echoed over the sea surface. But there was nothing it could do but roll in the sea water filled with resentment. With its huge body slamming into the ocean waves, the situation remained unchanged until Yilingfeng and his team rushed to the scene in haste. They immediately spotted the angry three-headed shark. Its enormous and fierce body with three heads glowing with rage puzzled Yilingfeng somewhat. However, as an experienced fighter, Yilingfeng quickly adjusted his state, ready to strike and kill the three-headed shark to resolve the imminent danger. But just as he was about to make his move, he heard Su Jin's firm voice, "Leader, ye hold back." Yilingfeng's action stopped instantly, his gaze turning towards Su Jin, a hint of confusion in his eyes. At that moment, Su Jin was sitting steadily in the fighter jet, waving at Yilingfeng. After catching his attention, seeing Su Jin's gesture, Yilingfeng gave a slight smile. His gaze swept across the sky, quickly grasping what might have happened here, but then his eyes widened in shock, his face showing a stunned expression. Fighter jets? Yilingfeng marveled inwardly. He watched the jets circling in the sky, filled with curiosity and surprise. These jets were nothing like the odd golden clump he had seen before. Yilingfeng couldn't help but ponder how many types of troops Su Jin possessed and how strong he really was. His mind was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Jin had his own calculations. If it had been some other beast, he might have settled for just assisting, scraping together a bit of damage. But with this three-headed shark, he felt he could grind it down. If he played the lead role in killing it, the experience gain would surely be much higher. I really want to level up. Su Jin's eyes were tightly locked on the three-headed shark below. He switched the Wind's Breath to machine gun mode and opened the window. Wind's Breath blasted out powerful fire bullets, pouring down on the three-headed shark like rain. At the same time, the other fighter jets were also active, spitting bullets relentlessly. Countless bullets formed a tight, impenetrable net of firepower enveloping the three-headed shark from all directions. The dense bullets continuously struck the shark, emitting bursts of dull sounds. As the bullets hit incessantly, the ice poison effect of the myelin poison charm was successfully triggered. Under this overwhelming firepower, the three-headed shark was put into severe distress. Its health dropped drastically like a breached dam as it roared in anger and twisted its massive body trying to dodge. But the added slowing effect of the ice poison made its situation even more difficult. The already hard-to-evade attacks became nearly impossible to escape from. The three-headed shark struggled desperately within the dense net of firepower, but it could not escape the relentless pursuit of bullets. Moreover, due to its large size, even if it tried to dive, its tail fin would still be visible above the water surface. This made it an easy target for the fighter jets, allowing them to lock on effortlessly. No matter how much the three-headed shark struggled, it was constantly suffering from damage. The continuously dropping health points seemed to declare its inevitable defeat, yet the three-headed shark was not willing to give up. It twisted its body wildly, attempting one last resistance. Its three heads roared up to the sky, emitting a deafening roar. The scales on its body suddenly stood on end as if to bounce all the bullets back. Following that, it swung its tail violently, creating a massive wave that surged towards the group of fighter jets. However, these waves posed only a limited threat to the jets soaring high in the sky. They easily dodged the impact of the waves and continued to maintain their combat posture in the sky. Attack continued. Su Jin watched the futile struggles of the three-headed shark below and shook his head with a smile. The squadron of fighter jets once again spewed out a dense barrage of bullets. Under this sustained assault, the roar of the three-headed shark gradually weakened. Its movements became slower and the light in its eyes began to fade. Finally, under another round of intense bullet fire, a huge white light floated from the enormous body of the three-headed shark. Congratulations on killing the level 33 beast, the three-headed shark, and gaining experience and lord energy. Congratulations on acquiring the troop skill, whirlpool control, and the platinum level equipment, Rage Stream Jet. Meanwhile, the Bay Island exam candidates who witnessed Su Jin killing the three-headed shark from beginning to end felt a surge of emotions. They were incredibly grateful. Grateful that Su Jin appeared at the crucial moment and saved them. Before this battle, so many of them faced the terrifying three-headed shark with no solution at all. Its fearsome defense and powerful attack made them feel deep despair and helplessness. Many even felt they could not escape this disaster and had prepared for the worst. However, Su Jin's arrival changed everything. he killed the three-headed shark with his own strength without a scratch, giving them a feeling of having survived a great peril. At the same time, without comparison, there's no harm. The huge gap in performance against the three-headed shark made them feel a strong sense of shame. At this moment, Su Jin paid no attention to their expressions. He was still happily watching his rapidly rising experience bar. Killing a level 33 beast at level 17 and almost 9,999% of the damage was done by himself. His experience points directly brought him from close to level 18 to level 19, just one level short of reaching level 20, which would unlock the opportunity for a troop awakening. Moreover, the three-headed shark had been through a lot. Seal's formations unsealing. The Lord energy contained within it was truly wow-worthy, amounting to as much as 200,000. One could say that even if it were just these rewards, they were enough to satisfy Su Jin. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng watched Su Jin leave the fighter jet, his face full of emotion. He shook his head slightly and marveled inwardly. To have such strength at such a young age was truly incredible. Yi Lingfeng was well aware of the power and value of a human path imperial weapon. To be the owner of such a weapon not only signifies extraordinary talent and potential but also commands immense respect. Su Jin, who not only possessed an imperial weapon but also demonstrated remarkable strength at such a young age, greatly impressed Yi Lingfeng. Including Su Jin, he had encountered 3 young bearers of imperial weapons. Heaven rewards the diligent, virtue carries weight in sealing the wolf and the Su. Among them, Su Jin's strength was arguably the strongest, even suggesting he had surpassed a whole level of capability. As Yi Lingfeng was reflecting on this, Su Jin's voice broke through his thoughts. Su Jin displayed the skill book Vortex Control and the platinum level gear Fury Stream Blaster that he acquired from defeating the three-headed shark, showing them to the group. After all, he had joined this mission unexpectedly. According to the rules, rewards from the mission were to be distributed based on contribution. Although he was the main force in defeating the three-headed shark, without Yi Lingfeng and others dealing with the formations, he wouldn't have arrived in time. Moreover, he was already more than satisfied with the experience and the territorial buildings of the city of Fenyue he had gained. Our mission was to protect the Bay Island examinees. What did we have to do with the three-headed shark? Yi Lingfeng immediately understood Su Jin's implication and continued. The rewards after the mission will be converted into contribution points, with the honor badges, equipment and props can be exchanged at various military supply stations. Hearing this, Su Jin chuckled. He wouldn't mind if the rewards were distributed evenly, though of course he would be happier if they were all given to him, as the strength of these items was undeniable. Military skill Vortex Control. Restriction: water attribute, hero level units. Effect: summons a powerful water vortex, drawing all enemies within a certain range towards the center of the vortex. Once the enemies are drawn into the center, they are unable to move, suffering 80% damage per second. Radius: 5 meters. Control duration: 3 seconds. Vortex duration: 8 seconds. Cooldown: 30 minutes. There's not much need to elaborate on this skill. Although the damage isn't high, it offers control and gathers enemies. If used in conjunction with large area attacks, like after releasing it, a Black Panther catapult or a Fenyue fighter jet firing a missile, the scene would certainly be spectacular. However, Su Jin currently did not possess a water element hero level unit, so this skill would just have to be set aside for now. Platinum weapon: the Fury Torrent Blaster, high capacity automatic shotgun. Requirements: strength attribute of over 800 attributes, strength plus 3,300 effects, capable of firing up to 9 powerful water stream shots simultaneously. Water stream shot contains 33 pellets. Additional skills: impact, Tide of Fury. Impact draws on the power of water elements to unleash a powerful water stream impact, causing 400% damage and a knockback effect on both the user and the target. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Tide of Fury draws on the power of water elements, temporarily increasing the ammunition capacity of the Fury Torrent Blaster and enhancing the spread coverage of each shot. Effect: ammunition capacity increases from 33 to 50 shots. Spread coverage increases by 30%, equals 33 pellets to 43 pellets. After use, each shot will only fire 1 pellet. This weapon truly caught Su Jin's eye like a treasure. The added 3,300 strength attribute is almost comparable to today's Tiger King, and it's a shotgun. What does a shotgun mean? Use the breath of the wind to close in with a fierce attack. Quickly switch to the Fury Torrent Blaster to launch the Tide of Fury and shoot. That's 43 instances of damage hitting simultaneously. Just imagining the effect feels incredibly wow. Although it's currently not usable, Su-jin is still very satisfied with these two items, thanks to all the warriors who stepped forward at the crucial moment. Just then Dong Yu's voice came. Su Yi and others turned back to look. They saw Lin Yi and Dong Yu, who had already handled their affairs, entering the assessment space. Both men sincerely thanked everyone. Yilingfeng slightly waved his hand, his expression calm, and said, "It's our duty, no need for thanks. Moreover, we are all one family. If our children face danger, how can the motherland stand by and watch?" Right, family doesn't speak of two houses. Lin Yi and Dong Yu agreed with Yilingfeng's words, but they still enthusiastically asked everyone to stay. Everyone, please honor us with your presence for a meal today. Let us express our gratitude. Yes, just a meal. I think it won't break any rules. Yilingfeng, however, decisively refused. No need, our mission is completed, we should return. Saying this, he gave an order. All units, the mission is completed, return. Following Yilingfeng's command, all warriors immediately took action. They marched with firm steps, displaying high discipline and execution. The uniform sound of their steps echoed in the air. Stepping into the vortex back to Quan City one by one, Su-jin, just as Su-jin was about to enter, Dong Yu suddenly shouted. Su-jin instinctively stopped, turning to look. He just saw Dong Yu fiercely throw something at him. Su-jin instinctively caught it. Before he could see what it was clearly, he was swept into the vortex by a force. As he left, the scene calmed down. Dong Yu watched the direction of everyone leaving, especially watching Su-jin's departing figure. Filled with emotion, he softly murmured, "So alike. Just like how Su-dage once saved my life. Su-dage's son saved my son's life." After a moment, inside Quan City Gymnasium, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Everyone's gaze was tightly focused on the mysterious vortex nearby. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, worry, and unrest, their hearts beating faster as time passed. From what they had learned through Qin Yan, Yilingfeng, and others, people like Lu Xinyan were acutely aware that Su-jin had taken on an extremely dangerous mission. Even with the presence of powerful fighters like Yilingfeng, it was impossible not to be anxious. Many murmured to themselves, how young is he? He just awakened his Lord Core a few days ago, not even level 20, and he's involved in such significant events. The figures on the stage paced back and forth, anxiously worried about Su-jin's safety but also comforted by his bravery and responsibility. However, at that moment they were powerless. Blind action could lead to more trouble or even make things worse. Thus, all they could do was silently pray for Su-jin to return safely. Finally, after a few dozen breaths, a hint of green emerged from the vortex, instantly capturing everyone's attention. One by one, inch figures slowly stepped out. Lu Xinyan and others immediately moved forward, their faces filled with eagerness and expectation. "Thank you," Yilingfeng saluted the crowd, acknowledging their assistance in the mission. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yilingfeng told Su-jin that contribution points would be distributed based on their contributions, then led the group of fighters away. "Are you hurt?" Lu Xinyan's voice rang out. His level was much higher than Su-jin's, so he could see any changes in Su-jin's level. Such advancement, along with Yilingfeng's recent words, made it clear that Su-jin had played a crucial role. Su-jin just smiled. "A few more times like this would be no problem, you cheeky boy," Lu Xinyan said, shaking his head with a smile. Still, he couldn't help but worry and used a detection spell to carefully check if Su-jin was cursed or anything of the sort. After all, it was clear that the event was orchestrated by those with malicious intent. Those people were cunning and ruthless. One had to be cautious. Meanwhile, below the stage, seeing Su-jin return safely, Qin Yan and others began to discuss fervently. Su-jin has really soared to the skies with this one, getting involved in such a big event. Yes, he might even make history. Even if not for this, with his strength, couldn't he have soared anyway? Seems like it. The crowd was abuzz with emotion. Although they were not fully aware of the specifics, they were no fools. From the details they could gather, it was clear something significant had happened. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Northern Battle Zone to deploy a special action team. Just as everyone was caught up in their thoughts, the Lord of Quancheng, Wang Haitian, arrived, looking somewhat tired but still unable to hide his excitement. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if carrying the glory and pride of the entire city of Quancheng. Due to special circumstances, the National College entrance examination had officially ended. His voice, loud and resolute, echoed through the gymnasium. As the first city in the nation to pass the 4th level of difficulty, all candidates who passed this level would receive an additional bonus ranging from 30 to 500 points. the news sent waves of excitement through the crowd of students, their faces barely able to contain their exhilaration. Is this really about extra points? Did I hear that right? 30 to 500 points? Is this even real? Rumor had it that during a previous incident in Jinling City eliminating a leader known as Foot Basin, Chicken could earn someone an extra 5 points. What was happening this time? A minimum of 30 points, who cares as long as we get the bonus points, that's all that matters. With these 30 points I might even make it to Mota University. The mood was instantly ignited, excitement and surprise spreading among the crowd. For them, these extra points meant more opportunities and a brighter future. Of course, everyone knew what Wang Haitian meant by the 30 to 500 range. The 500 points were for Su Jin. Everyone else got just 30 points. But even so, that did not stop their excitement. Wang Haitian watched the thrilled candidates, his face showing a gratified smile. This time, because of Su Jin and these lovely candidates, Quancheng had become famous nationwide. Even the persistent rival city Qingdao, which always clamored to be the capital of Shandong province, had to respectfully acknowledge them as Big Brother. He felt incredibly satisfied. Before long, with the coordination of various officials and military types, the final rankings for Quancheng and the entire province of Shandong were announced. Quancheng, first place, Su Jin's score, 3009. Second place, Xinyan's score, 916. Third place, Shangwan Wanner's score, 905. Shandong, first place, Su Jin's score, 3009. From Quancheng, second place, Ludania's score, 1210. From Dongyuan, third place, Xinyan's score, 916. From Quancheng, unquestionably whether in Quancheng or the entire province of Shandong, Su Jin's score was overwhelmingly the highest. The popular candidate Qin Yan only managed to secure second place in Quancheng and was even surpassed by someone named Lu Daniu in the provincial rankings. As these scores were announced city by city across Shandong, students outside of Quancheng were flabbergasted. My goodness, over 3,000 points. Could the rumors online actually be true? They said his initial military rank was just iron level, right? How did he manage this iron level? I think the growth potential of this rank is ridiculously high, otherwise even advancing to gold level couldn't achieve this feat. Not only these candidates but in the following 5 minutes. In Quancheng, Su Jin scored a staggering 3,009 points on the college entrance exam, a feat that spread like wildfire across the internet. Unlike previous occasions, this score came adorned with national and Shandong provincial official emblems, leaving nobody in doubt of its authenticity. Particularly among top universities, the reaction was akin to wolves spotting a lamb as they hurriedly made their way to Quancheng. However, in Quancheng itself, the reaction was relatively muted. After all, examiners and local authorities had anticipated such an outcome. Those in the know were not overly surprised by the events that had transpired. As for the local students, many took the results as a given, some even feeling accustomed to such achievements. The city's exam questions were the same for everyone, but the differences became evident from the second round, which didn't involve using NPC troops, the third round's defeat of a two-headed ogre, the fourth round's fighter troops, and the annihilation of the purple wingbat king by a single round of attacks from the Black Panther beast, including the missions undertaken by Su Jin. All these pointed to a vast gap between Su Jin and the rest. Even Qin Yan, who had once hoped to match Su Jin, was now thoroughly convinced of Su Jin's superiority. By the time the scores were published, it was already 5:30 p.m. Autumn brought a slight chill to Quancheng, the sun no longer blazing as students began to leave, thinning the crowds. Lu Jinyun walked home with Su Jin reaching around 6 o'clock. Upon entering, the lively voices of Yang Xiaoyun and her daughter immediately filled the room. Brother Jin, Lu Xiaoyun's voice, brimming with affection and joy, rang out first, followed by Yang Xiaoyun's warm greeting. Jin, you're back, dinner's almost ready, just sit and wait a bit. However, this warm scene made Lu Jinyun feel like he was invisible, stirring up a mix of indignation and dissatisfaction within him. Hello, I'm right here, can't you see me? Lu Jinyun raised his voice, trying to draw their attention. Lu Xiaoyun playfully stuck out her tongue at him, making a face before quickly running off, her lively demeanor both adorable and slightly frustrating. Yang Xiaoyun frowned and scolded Lu Jinyun, you're grown up, should I still need to teach you this? Come help out now. Despite his reluctance, Lu Jinyun could only comply, muttering something as he headed towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Su Jin quickly offered to help, but Yang Xiaoyun stopped him with a smile. No need, we can't have our top scholar doing chores. Su Jin, embarrassed, tried to refuse politely. Aunt Young, please don't say that. However, Yang Xiaoyun just shook her head, smiling. Don't be so modest, Ah Jin, you are the pride of Quancheng. Overhearing this at the kitchen door, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but roll his eyes and murmur, Humph, always praising him, but he still went into the kitchen to help prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Yanjing, a serious discussion was fervently underway. Representatives from various sides gathered to address the incident on Bay Island. After thorough analysis and investigation, it was confirmed with certainty that the incident was clandestinely instigated by Foot Basin Chicken and Eagle Sauce. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy, the expressions on people's faces gravely serious. They attempt to curb our development with such tactics, wishful thinking, exclaimed a participant, fists clenched tightly in indignation. Damn it, another burst out emotionally, slamming his hand on the table so hard that the documents trembled. His eyes wide with fury, veins on his forehead bulging, he blustered, let me curse first this time. Those little chicks better not surrender. I want to scatter all their egg yolks. Look, you're getting agitated again, said Ashley, frowning slightly. Speaking earnestly, we have the evidence we need and our actions are justified. He paused briefly, his expression grave as he continued, however, if we act now, they might already be prepared. Everyone nodded in agreement at Ashley's words. It was clear to all that in such a complex situation it was crucial to remain calm and rational and to carefully formulate a strategy without being swayed by emotions. Finally, after extensive deliberation, a significant conclusion was drawn. In about a month's time, the world would witness the mass production phase of the mythic mechanical equipment, the Dongfeng 11 missile. The Dongfeng 15 would also be successfully developed, and research on Dongfeng 16 was underway. Against this backdrop, it was decided that a power test of the Dongfeng 11 would be conducted on the border of Foot Basin Chicken. Of course, this is our country's newly researched equipment at the forefront of the world. There might be some deviations when the time comes, and those can't be controlled. Ashley's tone became more and more impassioned, as if he could already see the awe-inspiring scene. A great man once said, as far as the east wind blows, so extends our territory. However, our nation's comprehensive power is not yet able to ensure the safety of people in so many areas. Therefore, we must continue to invest in new lords and specialize in artificial mechanical equipment. We are different from all other countries. They strive to reach the summit of the world. We are returning to the summit. As Ashley spoke these uplifting words, everyone was invigorated. The experienced elders were moved to tears, recalling the difficult times of the past. Such aspirations were once unthinkable. Back then, the world's structure was vastly different. Initially, it wasn't the era of lords but belonged to the glorious age of professionals. At that time, every nation believed in the principle that more people meant greater strength. Even the mightiest of professionals, despite their exceptional abilities, will ultimately be worn down by tens of thousands of their peers. In those days, Huaxia, with its multitude of outstanding professionals and a spirit of unity, became recognized as the strongest nation in the world. Yet fate often shifts quietly. During the crucial period of transition to the era of lords, Huaxia was a step behind. This small delay brought unspeakable humiliations upon Huaxia during that time. No matter how strong a professional is, they are merely a more powerful type of soldier, incomparable to a lord who can summon thousands of troops. Such a disparity cast a shadow over past glories. But now everything has changed dramatically. Huaxia, with its tenacious spirit and relentless efforts, has returned to the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, Huaxia now possesses the most advanced technology in the world, artificial mechanical equipment, firmly placing it at the forefront of global development. This rapid progress has deeply stirred the emotions of the elderly who have witnessed the nation's ups and downs. Their feelings are indescribable, a complex mix of pride, relief, nostalgia, and excitement. Watching the nation grow stronger, their eyes sparkle with a light that seems to see the glory of the past shining once again, as well as a brighter, more splendid future. The passage of time has left its marks on their faces, but the fire of hope in their eyes burns ever more fiercely. Meanwhile, Su Jin has returned home. He sits quietly in his room, his gaze fixed intently on the safe in his hands. His face a mix of surprise and anticipation. This safe was left to him by his parents. As Lu Xinyan had said, if Su Jin chose the path of a lord and Lu felt his strength was sufficient, he could then take possession of the safe. Su Jin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could they really have left something for him? His thoughts drifted to memories of his parents, and the password to the safe seemed all the more mysterious. There's something about this password, Su Jin muttered softly. With great anticipation, he slowly extended his hand and began to enter the password. Each press of a button felt like a special ritual. As the final button was pressed, the safe clicked softly. Su-jin took a deep breath and slowly opened it. Inside was a letter from father to son, accessible only through a bloodline lock, indicating that only his direct descendants could read it. When you read this letter, you must be pretty strong already. Money? I definitely don't have any. My kind of soldier is ridiculously expensive. I barely have enough for myself, let alone to give you any. Of course, as my son, you won't starve. But if you're thinking about being some rich second generation, forget it. I started with nothing and made it this far without relying on your grandfather, and you can rely on yourself, not me. If you want something, go fight for it. Of course, you are my son after all. I can't treat you unfairly. Hidden space, do you wish to open it? Reading the content of the letter, it's definitely no mistake. Su-jin couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Apart from his own father, he really didn't know any other general who would act like this. However, when he saw the hidden space mentioned at the end of the envelope, a glint flashed in his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be those two items. Su-jin took a deep breath and chose to open it. As a faint light flickered, the hidden space slowly opened. Inside there lay something resembling an invitation and a crystal. Su-jin picked up the invitation first. The material of the invitation seemed very special, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Invitation to the Myriad Tribes Trial. After reaching level 30, this invitation allows entry into the Myriad Tribes Trial. Note, those guys in the Lord system are developing fast, dealing with them brings quick money. Simply put, the Myriad Tribes Trial mentioned in the invitation is a secret realm filled with fortune. In that place, the strong become stronger while the weak become fodder for the strong. This is because in this secret realm, killing other lords will grant one all the lord energy possessed by the deceased, as well as triple the experience points of killing a beast of the same level. The lord who survives till the end will also receive a powerful buff, +1 quality to all troops under their command. Su-jin in his previous life had entered the Myriad Tribes Trial at level 30 and successfully cleared it, which allowed him to reach level 90 in such a short time. Even then, he only barely cleared it, yet he received such a significant enhancement. One can imagine if one could rank among the top few in the trial, the gains would be tremendous. However, this trial restricts entry to those who are at least level 30. Now that he had it in hand, it could only be kept as a precious item for now. Su-jin temporarily put it away and turned his attention to the other crystal. This crystal was crystal clear, as if made from the purest condensed energy. Under the light, its interior seemed to have countless tiny lights twinkling and flowing like a dazzling starry sky. Professional crystal. Upon use, the Lord's body will receive a professional template. The value of this professional crystal is incredibly high. Due to the interruption of the legacy, it is now extremely scarce in the world. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value, and its worth is self-evident. The so-called professional, simply put, can be understood as a human race troop type, and the professional crystal allows the Lord to obtain a professional template possessing the power of human race troops. After use, not only does the Lord have the ability to summon troops for combat, the ability to better utilize Lord skills and Lord equipment can significantly enhance the single combat capability of a Lord. With each level up, there's at least a doubling in improvement. The impact of this is quite astonishing, needless to say. Imagine when fierce beasts or enemies think that defeating the Lord would easily devastate an entire army. They are shocked to find that this Lord is no longer the traditional figure who commands from behind the troops. Instead, he can fight alongside his soldiers, even becoming the core force in battle. This contrast catches the enemy off guard, disrupting their battle plans. Of course, this is for other lords. For Su-jin, the value of this is immeasurable because he possesses the energy amethyst skill. This second effect allows all troops to gain the Lord's own attributes. With a profession, the attributes gained upon leveling up are at least doubled. According to the profession of gunsman awakened in Su-jin's past life, the improvement could reach up to 5 times compared to now. Alas, it seems like his strength is inadvertently about to increase again. Su-jin looks at the profession crystal in his hand, feeling quite emotional. Without hesitation, Su-jin immediately uses the profession crystal. In that instant, a system prompt suddenly rings out, echoing in his mind: special conditions detected, profession evolving. This sudden prompt shakes Su-jin, filling him with anticipation. Then another message follows. Gunsman, Platinum, has received the Mechanical Frenzy certification. Upgraded to Mechanic, no tier. Su-jin's eyes widen, filled with surprise. This brand new profession title, Mechanic, makes him feel a powerful force surging within him. Although it currently shows no tier, he can feel the immense potential of this profession. Name: Su-jin, Mechanic. Lord, Spirit, 11,035, 15,015 Constitution, 3,802, 4,402 Strength, 2,041, 2,441 Agility, 2,151, 2,551 Active Skills, Ultimate Reserve Hidden Energy, Energy Amethyst, Mechanical Armament, Mechanical Ascension, Mechanical Armament, Mechanical Units transform into armaments, greatly strengthening the mechanical ascension, can be used on any mechanical unit, enhancing it comprehensively in all aspects. Appearance skills will undergo unknown changes. Duration 150 seconds. Cooldown 7 days. Note: combined with mechanical products enhancing personal attributes and growth attributes. Sujin gasps at the changes in his panel after becoming a mechanic. Whether it's spiritual power, constitution, strength, or agility, the enhancements are truly significant. Especially in terms of growth attributes, they have at least tripled compared to before. Also, according to the final note, it seems that the mechanic profession might also bind with mechanical products to further enhance personal attributes and growth attributes. After testing, Sujin found that species like the Tiger King cannot be bound. Could it be that this binding requires a battle armor suit? For some reason, Sujin suddenly thinks of the life choice mission he once undertook, which rewards a battle armor suit upon completion. The armor must also be a mechanical product. Certainly, what truly surprised Sujin wasn't just these things, it was also the skills he automatically mastered after transitioning into a mechanic. The skill mechanical armament shared a similar ingenuity with mech fusion. However, the combat unit was changed from mechanical soldiers to Sujin himself. Another impressive skill was mechanical ascension. The reason was simple: its cooldown was long. It could only be used once every 7 days. Even though Sujin wasn't entirely clear about the extent of its enhancement, he felt it must be astonishing. Of course, these things were just minor episodes of the day or unexpected gains. What truly needed attention were the 2 territorial buildings, the City of Snowstorm and the Thunder Temple, and the items Donyu had tossed to him before he left Bay Island. Sujin first opened the things Donyu had left him. What appeared before his eyes were 3 energy cores, a blue gemstone, and a note. Sujin picked up the note, which simply contained a bunch of words of thanks, some stories and relations between the other party and Sujin's father, and a specific instruction not to refuse them. The note ended with, "I know what kind of man your father is. I don't have much Lord energy on me right now. Use these for now, and if you ever run out, come find your uncle." A contact method was included at the end. When Sujin finished reading the note, he was certain that Donyu knew his father. However, this politeness was perhaps too much. Sujin first picked up the 3 energy cores. The so-called energy cores were an evolved version of energy crystals with a ratio to Lord energy of 1 to 1,000,000. 3 energy cores equated to 3 million Lord energy, which was more than enough for Sujin to spend extravagantly for a while. The blue gemstone was even more precious. It was entirely deep blue, like the profound ocean. Light circulated inside the gem, emitting a tranquil and mysterious aura. As a special one-time item, the heart of the ocean, its effect was, upon use, the Lord will 100% summon a water attribute troop unit, and it enhances the summon troops quality by +1. The value of the heart of the ocean was immeasurable because each Lord only has a 100% chance to summon a troop type the first time. From level 20 to 100, the 9 chances that follow are probabilistic. Therefore, items that can elevate the probability to 100% are extremely expensive. Not to mention, using the heart of the ocean could also enhance the quality of the next summon troop type by +1. Such features rendered its value beyond estimation. Just in time, Sujin was about to reach level 20, the opportunity to summon a troop type, and could utilize the heart of the ocean to enhance the success rate. Meanwhile, Sujin couldn't help thinking about the 100% chance of obtaining a water attribute troop, the new troop type plus Black Panther Beast plus Snowstorm Fighter Jet. It seems that the trio of land, sea, and air forces is about to assemble. Filled with anticipation, Sujin couldn't help but fantasize about the possibilities. Perhaps influenced by his thoughts, a new mission suddenly popped up in the system: command the 3 forces, possess the Army, Navy, and Air Force. 2/3 completed. The mission reward was a random diamond level hero unit summoning crystal. While this will really speed up leveling by 20 stages, Sujin thought, a wry smile spreading across his face as excitement twinkled in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, knowing all too well that such matters shouldn't be rushed. He understood that the most crucial thing at the moment was to collect the rewards from the other 2 missions. Upon collecting the rewards, a strong tremor suddenly shook his domain space. Subsequently, two massive buildings slowly rose. The first to catch his eye was the Wind and Snow City. It stood like a majestic iceberg towering into the clouds. Its walls, made of solid ice, exuded a bone-chilling frostiness. Blue lights flickered on the walls, as if magic of ice and snow was flowing through them. The huge city gates were tightly shut, giving off an indestructible aura. The Wind and Snow City, summonable, had several features. It could accommodate 150 flying units, 1/10 of the Lord's troop slots, enhance the attack power and agility of all flying units by 20%, and being a floating city, it was virtually inaccessible to non-flying units or those without strong anti-air capabilities. Following that, the Thunder Hall also unfolded before his eyes. It was a two-tiered structure with a spire-like top resembling a dignified tower equipped with devices akin to lightning rods. A golden energy sphere at the top was surrounded by lightning, forming a powerful lightning defense system that flashed with formidable energy. The overall color scheme was somber and mysterious, dominated by dark shades of gray and black. The Thunder Hall, summonable, had several key features. It could accommodate 500 troops, 1/3 of the Lord's troop slots, absorb lightning to form a defense network enhancing the Lord's physique by 50 times, unleash lightning strikes causing continuous damage with 4 times the Lord's attack power and an added paralysis effect, and it have the cost of Black Panther Beast troops in there. Equipment. As Su Jin watched the emergence of these two domain buildings, his heart was filled with emotion. These structures would undoubtedly serve as powerful aids on his path as a lord. Both the Wind and Snow City and the Thunder Hall held tremendous strategic significance. Together, they provided 650 troop slots. Coupled with his current 1501 troop slots that totaled 2,151, a lord under level 20 with over 2,000 troops was something Su Jin would hardly believe had he not seen it with his own eyes. The massive troop force would offer him substantial support in various battles. Moreover, the enhancements from both buildings significantly boosted Su Jin's current strength. The percentage increase from Wind and Snow City was immense, needless to say, and the halving of costs for the Black Panther Beast troops and all weapons equipment by the Thunder Hall was truly formidable. After all, a lord can be seen as a nation in its own right. When a nation goes to war, the economy is undoubtedly indispensable. With the advantage of the Thunder Palace, Su Jin will be even more adept at resource allocation and development. Furthermore, these two territorial buildings can be summoned. For other lords, summoning territorial buildings and troops is different. Summoning troops hardly costs anything, but summoning territorial buildings requires a huge amount of lord energy every second. However, Su Jin is different. With the effect of the energy amethyst level 3, he faces no such trouble. Whenever he wishes, he can continuously summon both buildings for combat. One can imagine when Su Jin encounters an unbeatable enemy, he can summon the Frost Snow City and most enemies would be helpless against it. Even if the enemy possesses strong anti-air capabilities or aerial units, they should meet the Thunder Palace, 50 times the constitution and 4 times the attack power. If electricity doesn't kill you, well, even now with enough troop slots and sufficient lord energy, Su Jin is not in a hurry to max out his troops. How should I put it? Just now during dinner, Lu Xinyan mentioned to him that the Lord Energy reward originally promised by Quan City had changed. Instead of the initial million Lord Energy reward, all the Lord Energy Su Jin currently needs will be covered by Quan City, and he will also receive other rewards like evolution stones. Naturally, Su Jin gladly agreed. After all, just to fill his newly acquired 2 territorial buildings with troops, he would need at least 133 million Lord Energy, and to fill all his current troop slots, it seems like it would require at least 5 million at the very least. Better to freeload first. Why spend your own money if you can freeload? The next day, sunlight pierced through the clouds and warmed the earth. This day was when the National College entrance examination rankings were officially announced. Countless people anxiously awaited this crucial moment. When the official news was released, Su Jin's name once again became a hot topic. His astonishing results and performance sparked passionate discussions and admiration among netizens. Riding this wave of popularity, if Su Jin chose to sell some merchandise, he could make at least $1 billion. However, Su Jin didn't pay much attention to these external noises. After briefly speaking with Lu Xinyan, he turned off his phone, cutting off the distracting world outside. Then Su Jin headed straight for the dungeon, his eyes filled with anticipation. His goal was simple. He was only a hair's breadth away from level 20 and couldn't wait to see what his new troop type would be. If the new troop Type was strong enough, he would have a clearer idea of how to arrange his current troop slots, thereby further enhancing his strength. In the level 30 dungeon of the Western Trial Grounds, the Foggy Swamp, a place where probably 80% of the lords would rather avoid, as a swamp terrain, the area was shrouded in pervasive fog which could confuse anyone who ventured in. The dangers lurking behind that fog were unknown. At any moment a ferocious beast might leap out with a roar, or one could inadvertently step into the swamp itself. The level of danger was extremely high, but for Su Jin this place was no different. Swamps? Sorry, I have fighter jets. Fog, ever heard of thermal imaging? Quick and decisive battle. At Su Jin's command 200 fighter jets soared like steel eagles, displaying formidable might. The roaring of the engines was thunderous, deafening. As the battle commenced, the weapon systems activated. Crisp sounds of gunfire echoed through the air, bullets tracing dazzling paths, carrying the scent of death towards the enemy. Above the battlefield, the hovering city of snow and wind stood like a fortress in the sky. With the battle underway, the 400 Black Panther beasts on the city walls hesitated not a moment to pull the triggers. Among them, the majestic figure of the Tiger King was particularly striking. Although it disliked guns, some things you might not use, but you can't be without. The Gold Iron Beast also showed no weakness. It commanded the Black Panther beasts in an orderly attack while continuously firing bullets itself. The bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, forming an impenetrable wall of firepower. Such powerful coverage made the level 30 swamp crocodiles utterly useless. The incessant beeping of alerts filled the ears. Su Jin, looking at his experience bar, murmured softly, clearing this dungeon should be enough to level up to 20. Meanwhile, at the Quanchang Western Training Ground, admissions directors from several top universities had already received news from Lu Xinyan and were waiting there, and from their clenched fists and pacing, it was clear they were very nervous. They wouldn't normally be this way for other candidates. After all, as admissions directors of top universities, they had a reputation to maintain. But this time, facing Su Jin, it was completely different. As top-tier universities, they were well aware of the specifics of this year's college entrance examination. Whichever university could enroll Su Jin would have their name appear on his resume, bringing immense benefits. Therefore, each admissions director present was pondering how to stand out in this fierce competition and successfully recruit Su Jin. Next to the anxious admissions directors, some lords recognized these university officials. Damn, isn't that the admissions director from the capital university? What kind of genius would make him come personally? A young lord whispered, his eyes filled with surprise. Not only that, but representatives from Magic City University, Yinjing University and Shanda University, aside from the National Defense University, people from all the famous universities were there. This was all for Su Jin, right? I'm almost sick with envy. Another lord nodded slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Wow, Su Jin is really amazing, isn't he? To have the admissions directors of several top universities personally waiting here for him. A female lord covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with amazement. Exactly, I wish I could be that impressive too. Another lord nearby sighed lightly, a look of longing in his eyes. Throughout the testing ground, similar conversations were everywhere. Though the voices were soft, they buzzed like bees, spreading through the air. These lords watched the nervous expressions of these important figures, all the while imagining just how formidable Su Jin must be to have these people come in person. After a few minutes, Lu Xinyan appeared at the Western testing ground. His face bore a hint of helplessness. In fact, he had already informed these people that Su Jin wanted to enter the National Defense University, but they simply wouldn't give up. He was at a loss. The moment Lu Xinyan appeared, all the admissions directors turned their heads towards him as if attracted by a magnet and quickly gathered around him. Li Minghui from the Capital University rushed to the front like an arrow released from a bow. His face bloomed with an eager and hopeful smile, and he spoke anxiously, Mr. Lu, could you please tell us when Su Jin will be coming out? We've been waiting here for a long time. Zhou Tao from Moda University was not to be outdone, following closely behind. Mr. Lu, our school highly values Su Jin. If he decides to step through our school's gates, we will definitely provide him with the most generous resources and unparalleled treatment. Another admissions director even pulled out promotional materials from his school from his chest, handing them over respectfully. He enthusiastically introduced Mr. Lu, please take a look at the many advantages of our school. These admissions directors, like a pack of hungry wolves, closely surrounded Lu Xinyan, each eagerly expressing their sincerity and anticipation. Their words intertwined, making the air seem hotter at that moment. Lu Jinyun smiled helplessly, his smile carrying a mix of understanding and helplessness. He looked at the eager admissions directors in front of him and slowly began to speak. Teachers, I understand your thoughts. Su Jin is indeed an excellent student and I see why you value his potential, but as Su Jin's elder I cannot interfere with the child's wishes. Then Lu Jinyun slightly turned his head to look aside, then continued, however, discussing this here might cause some disturbance as it's a busy place and not suitable for an in-depth conversation. How about this? Follow me to the room next door to wait. It's relatively quiet there and we can discuss matters properly. His proposal was both reasonable and considerate, making it hard to refuse. The admissions directors nodded in agreement upon hearing Lu Jinyun's words, recognizing the sensibility in his remarks about the inconvenience of their current location. Thus, led by Lu Jinyun, they moved towards an adjacent room, their hearts still brimming with anticipation for Su Jin. Upon arriving, Lu Jinyun had the staff serve tea and addressed the group. Please have a seat, everyone. Su Jin will be here in about 15 minutes. I need to attend to some official matters in the meantime. No worries, Minister Lu, please go ahead with your duties, we'll wait here. Li Minghui responded with a tone of respect, even as the admissions director of a prestigious university in the capital. He dared not be too presumptuous in front of Lu Jinyun. Not only was Lu a senior relative of Su Jin, but as a powerful official in the provincial capital, his status far exceeded that of an admissions director. Once Lu Jinyun had left, Li Minghui gently lifted his teacup and took a sip. He then slightly raised his head, his gaze slowly sweeping over the others, a faint smile appearing on his face. It's been quite some time since we've all gathered like this, hasn't it? Enough of the niceties, old Li Jiutao interrupted, waving his hand with a trace of impatience on his face. We all know why we are here, let our strengths speak for themselves. His words seemed to declare his determination and remind everyone of the intense competition ahead. Perhaps intimidated by Zhou Tao's forthright manner, many began to speculate silently about what promises Shanghai University might have made. The room fell quiet, however the silence was soon broken by Qian Hanru from Hashan University, who chuckled. Sometimes it's essential to target the right treatment. As he spoke, he pulled out a photograph. Su Jin's parents, General Su Wanghua and his wife, met and fell in love at our Hashan University. As descendants of our distinguished alumni, our policy. This revelation clearly unsettled many representatives. Seeing this, Li Minghui couldn't help but rub his temples. This is really tricky. Even though we are from the capital's university with strong heritage, how can we compete with the emotional attachment to the alma mater of his parents? He pondered, knowing that years of mention might have left an impression on Su Jin. Moreover, Heshan University's capabilities were no less formidable than theirs. With this in mind, Li Minghui promptly took out his phone to request higher subsidies from his institution. It was at this moment, as everyone seemed to be making similar moves, that the director from Quansheng University suddenly laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, aren't you aware that Su Jin's ultimate goal is the national defense? University, Zhou Tao, still brimming with confidence, retorted. Who doesn't know that? As long as we are sincere enough, a goal scored by a goalkeeper is truly spectacular. With these words, the room fell silent, with only the sound of fingers tapping on keyboards. Given Zhou Tao's performance, the preparations by Moda University must be extraordinary. This forced other universities still keen to compete to increase their subsidies further. Meanwhile, congratulations to the Lord for advancing to level 20 with increases of plus 1760 in mental strength, plus 330 in constitution, plus 176 in strength, and plus 132 in agility. A prompt appeared. Would you like to spend 10,000 Lord energy to summon a new troop type? As the prompt sounded, Su Jin officially stepped into the rank of level 20. However, he wasn't in a hurry to summon the new troop type. First, he took out the Heart of the Ocean and used it. With a confirmation, the Heart of the Ocean transformed into a streak of light. This summoning was entirely different from the previous two. A scene visible only to Su Jin appeared before him. He stared, completely absorbed by the vision. It was an immense, boundless ocean with deep blue waters and surging waves. Oddly shaped small boats struggled valiantly against fierce sharks in the tumultuous sea. The fishing boats were clearly at a disadvantage in size and strength. The sharks, with their gaping maws, continuously assaulted the boats. Yet, these boats did not retreat, they resiliently defended themselves, trying to sweep the sharks with various weapons mounted on them. Just then the roar of fighter jets filled the sky, the sound growing louder and deafeningly close. Following this, the previously disadvantaged fishing boats seemed to receive a signal, quickly grouping together in a coordinated and practiced maneuver. as the boats converged, a massive battleship began to take shape. This imposing warship cast a vast shadow over the sea with a wide platform on which the fighter jets landed precisely, quickly transforming into humanoid combat forms. Could this be an aircraft carrier? Su Jin was deeply moved by the sight before him. He didn't know what type of troops this vision foretold, but his heart was filled with anticipation. At this moment of excitement, the vision ended. A vortex appeared in front of Su Jin, and from it a small boat emerged slowly. The boat had a peculiar appearance. Its hull was silver gray with a metallic texture that shimmered coldly under the sunlight. The design was sleek and powerful, with the bow slightly raised like a sharp blade ready to slice through the waves. It also had extendable planks on the sides, allowing for modular reconfiguration. Furthermore, its armament was impressive, equipped with thrusters, anti-aircraft guns, radar and missile launchers. Its name was Lingxiao Craft, the small boat that could transform into an aircraft carrier. My troops have an aircraft carrier, Lord. In its robot form, the Lingxiao Craft now respectfully greeted him. Lingxiao Craft, Platinum level, upgradable, mythic potential, Spirit, 5430 Constitution, 4850 Strength, 678 Agility, 678, equipped with an anchor hammer, anti-aircraft guns, and Lingxiao Shield. Skills include Emergency Hidden Energy Reserve and Shield Guard Array. The Shield Guard Array can form a 100-unit formation, enhancing Constitution by 200%. With 500 units, it can transform into an aircraft carrier, enhancing Constitution by 1000%. In its robot form, the Lingxiao Craft presented a stunning and unique demeanor. It stood tall and proud, yet slightly cumbersome due to its array of weaponry, which also lent it an awe-inspiring presence. The anti-aircraft guns on its back resembled gigantic steel wings. Missile launchers on its shoulders looked like majestic armor. In its left hand it held a thick and sturdy shield, while the right gripped an anchor which more closely resembled a formidable warhammer, heavy and powerful. Su Jin was completely dumbstruck, taking a long while to come back to reality. It was actually a Lingxiao Craft. Jin Tai Beast and King Tiger spoke almost reflexively. Su Jin sharply turned his head. You know them? Jin Tai Beast nodded and began to explain. Simply put, there are three major forces in the Mechanical Beast Ocean: Yulan Capital, Jiulan City and Crocodile Scale Sandbank. The Lingxiao Craft is a minor soldier from Yulan Capital. The leaders are the destroyer, Xinlong Abyss, the frigate, Huai Plume the cruiser, Pufeng Chiu. He listed more names including Lanning Sha and Crocodile Armor General, adding to the already known Mechanical Clan's 6+1 and the Beast Clan's 3+2. My goodness, there are so many unsummoned hero-level units, Su Jin exclaimed, eager to continue. Seeing that he had completed the command the troops task, Su Jin immediately chose to receive his reward. After obtaining the Insight task reward, he fixed his gaze on the summoning crystal in his hand. Filled with anticipation, he took a deep breath and without hesitation used the summoning crystal again. The crystal in his hand trembled slightly. Suddenly a dazzling light burst forth from the crystal. Following that, the crystal shattered, instantly transforming into numerous splendid streams of light. These streams danced in the air like a group of lively sprites. At that moment a thunderous roar filled the air. I will dominate the skies, my enemies shall grovel at my feet. The voice echoed like thunder, filled with authority and dominance. With that roar, a mechanical tribe warrior, Supersonic, made his appearance. Supersonic stood erect, his body radiating a powerful aura. His frame shone with a silvery glow, his lines sleek and elegant, his gaze firm and piercing. Good heavens, has the lord of the city of snow and wind seen his home destroyed and run here? Su Jin's face broke into a smile as he began to check Supersonic's stats. Mech Tribe Supersonic, Diamond Level Hero, Spirit, 14830 Physique, 4724 Strength, 3240 Agility, 4722 Equipment, Greatsword, Quad Barrel, High-Speed Machine Gun, Wing Missiles. Active skills: Reserve Hidden Energy, Skybreaking Frost / Snowstorm, Frost Kill, Navigator. Skybreaking Frost / swings the energy greatsword, delivering a mixed physical / magical attack, 200% physical plus 50% frost damage. Snowstorm Frost Kill fires a continuous barrage of snowstorm missiles, causing sustained damage, 150% physical plus 30% frost damage. Navigator increases the agility of all troops by 30%. With this agility, the likelihood of escaping from an unbeatable enemy has greatly increased. Seeing the attribute of supersonic speed, Su Jin couldn't help but sigh. True to its name, supersonic, Its agility attribute is even 500 points higher than that of the king-level hero unit Tiger King, coupled with the hero aura he carries. It can further enhance the agility attribute. Undoubtedly, this maximizes mobility. Not only that, whether it's the appearance of the Lingxiao ships or the attributes added by Supersonic, the changes they bring are really significant. Exchanging for 500 Lingxiao ships could form an aircraft carrier. Such a battle fortress can play a huge role in the oceans. It can completely coordinate with panther beasts and fighter jets to control the airspace. Of course, the skills Su Jin obtained from the three-headed shark can also be used on the Lingxiao ships. When the Lingxiao ships activate the vortex control skill, it gathers the fierce beasts together. Supersonic can then launch area damage missiles, causing large-scale group damage. Tactics like these, where troops can complement each other and exert stronger strength, have already filled Su Jin's mind. He seemed to see a future battlefield where his troops, with perfect coordination, utterly defeat the enemy in a sweeping victory. All in all, regarding the new troop types and hero units unlocked at level 20, Su Jin is quite satisfied. So next, time to supplement the troops. As a flash of light twinkled, Su Jin left the instance, contented and mentally prepared to exchange for those troops. As he pondered and walked along, suddenly a familiar figure entered his sight. Su Jin quickly walked up. "Uncle Lu, what are you doing here?" Lu Xinyan smiled somewhat helplessly and said, "It's because of you. You were smart to turn off your phone. Those people couldn't find you, so they called me instead." There was a hint of complaint in Lu Xinyan's tone, but it was mostly pride. The admissions office, Su Jin guessed, slightly frowning. "Yes, Capital University, Yanjing University, Moda University, all the top universities have come." Lu Xinyan nodded. These universities are top-tier institutions domestically, and their keen interest in Su Jin is evident. Wasn't my choice the National Defense University? Why would they come? Su Jin was puzzled, as his goal has always been the National Defense University. Such news should be known to other universities as well. He was quite surprised by the arrival of other schools. "Let's go and see them first." Lu Xinyan did not directly answer Su Jin's question but suggested going to meet the admissions officers first. Su Jin nodded and followed him. Moments later, the two entered the reception room. As the door opened, the previously somewhat noisy reception room instantly quieted down. A group of people turned their gazes toward them. The prowess of these admissions directors was not to be underestimated, and they could naturally discern Su Jin's level 20. Upon seeing Su Jin's level, different people had different reactions. Some were filled with doubt, their brows slightly furrowed. They had some information about Su Jin. They knew that during the third assessment he had already revealed his capabilities with fighter jets and Black Panther beasts as his units. Such talents, combined with the beasts he had slain during the fourth assessment and the experience gained on Bay Island, should not have resulted in such a low level. Meanwhile, others showed their surprise, their eyes widening and mouths agape emitting a slight gasp. At such an age, in such a short time, 9,999,999% of lords would likely be around level 15 or even hovering below that, yet Su Jin had already reached level 20, a truly terrifying strength. For a moment, the atmosphere in the reception room became even more tense and subtle. The admissions directors from various top universities were reassessing Su Jin's value and potential. At this time, Su Jin was also surprised. His gaze slowly swept over those present, inwardly marveling. He had thought only a few university admissions personnel might come, but he hadn't expected so many, each of them quite capable, though not overtly so. He could feel a dangerously intense aura from them. Needless to say, he wouldn't stand a chance against any of them in a fight. Lu Xinyan, noticing the reactions of the crowd, cleared his throat and began to introduce the admissions directors to Su Jin. "Su Jin, this is Director Li from the Capital University, this is Director Qian from Heshan University, and this is Director Zhou from Modu University." Lu Xinyan introduced them one by one, and Su Jin listened attentively, nodding slightly from time to time. After the introductions, Su Jin politely greeted the admissions directors. "Hello, teachers." His voice was steady and strong, his eyes revealing both confidence and humility. He wasn't intimidated by the strong presence of the others. "Su student, we have all seen your performance in the college entrance examination," Li Minghui said with a smile, speaking first. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes full of admiration. "Rich in combat experience, very strong in abilities, and your leadership skills are impressive. However, I have one question." Li Minghui lavished praise on Su Jin from head to toe. However, as he spoke, it seemed as if something suddenly occurred to him and he stopped abruptly without stating his question. Seeing Su Jin's apologetic smile, it seemed he felt sorry for his abruptness. What Li Minghui didn't finish saying was clear to Su Jin, who was well prepared and directly addressed it. There's nothing that can't be said. At that time, I encountered a treasure-type secret realm first launch in Red Leaf Valley. Accidentally, a territorial building popped out of the treasure chest, and this building even came with its own troops. Just from a random treasure chest, a territorial building with troops was obtained. Su Jin's words left everyone present in shock. They exchanged looks, each seeing the deep astonishment in the other's eyes. Before arriving, they had all thoroughly researched Su Jin. They knew he had participated in the Red Leaf Valley operation and agreed with such statements, but the more they agreed, the more uneasy they felt. They pondered how many treasure chests they had opened themselves, not to mention hundreds, but growing up, they surely must have opened at least dozens, right? But do treasure chests really contain good things? While most people were internally complaining and feeling envious, Zhou Tao's eyes lit up. He suddenly pulled something out of his space and forcefully handed it to Su Jin. You must have just reached level 20 and haven't summoned new troops yet, right? Here, I have a special item that can increase the summoning success rate by 80% and also enhance the new troops' physical attributes by 10%. Zhou Tao's tone was urgent and sincere, suggesting that such a great item was suited for a talent like Su. Hearing Zhou Tao's words, Li Minghui and the others internally cried out in dismay. They hadn't expected Zhou Tao to be so decisive, directly offering such a precious special item to attract Su Jin. Their eyes revealed a hint of regret, lamenting that they hadn't prepared more attractive gifts in advance. Meanwhile, they were also shocked by the opulence of Moda University, which was not sparing any expense in recruiting Su Jin. They began to consider how they could compete without falling behind in this intense rivalry. However, holding the brown-green crystal in his hand, Su Jin felt somewhat awkward. He wondered whether he should accept it. After all, his goal was still the National Defense University, and he truly wasn't interested in Moda University. Accepting gifts from others without any real interest might be awkward. Thus Su Jin cautiously said, "Is there a possibility that I have already summoned new troops?" As he spoke, he displayed the panel of the Lingxiao ship. The Lingxiao ship was platinum grade with stats of 5,430 spirit, 4850 physique, 678 strength, and 678 agility. Though Su Jin only showed the basic panel, the layered panel including skills and other attributes was not displayed. Platinum grade, such a high physique. Everyone was amazed. The starting quality at platinum grade was already a very high level. Moreover, being a mechanical race unit, everyone present understood what that implied. Additionally, the physical attribute was extremely high. At just level 20, having a physique of 4,850 was truly incredible. Although there was still a significant gap compared to some boss-level beasts, comparisons shouldn't be made that way. No matter how formidable a boss-level beast may be, it is still just one entity. However, troop types can be summoned in large numbers. Therefore, comparisons should be made with other troop types. A constitution attribute of 4,850 is something many platinum-level defense troops might not achieve even at levels 25 or 30, yet Su Jin's Lingxiao ship has it at level 20. How could this not amaze everyone present? Chen Hanru from Heshan University was especially envious, and he quickly spoke up. Student Su, if you choose our Heshan University, we will offer an entrance subsidy of 10 million Lord Energy plus a full set of platinum level equipment. Additionally, any skill books you need from our school will be provided for free, and our school also has 10 million Lord Energy. Lu Zhenyan, standing nearby, felt a bit bitter when he saw this number. The rewards from Quancheng were at least 2 million and now it was 10 million. These universities really didn't seem to regard money as an object in their eagerness to recruit Su Jin, and with the offer of free skill books and many other benefits. All this made Lu Zhenyun somewhat regretful. What did he regret? He regretted believing the nonsense from Su Wanghua about pretending to be weaker than he was, holding back initially and then suddenly bursting forth. The early struggles were truly hard to endure until things started to improve approaching level 30. Now looking at Su Jin, who merely had to show a little potential to receive so many free benefits, if he could do it all over again he definitely wouldn't collude with that damned Su Wanghua, Lu Zhenyun thought to himself with a complex expression in his eyes. Student Su, don't rush your decision. First, listen to our offer, said Li Minghui from the Capital University, noticing Su's slightly surprised expression and speaking with a smile. If you come to our Capital University, we can provide you with various skill books and equipment. In addition, we will give you 15 million Lord energy and even a mechanical tribe's territorial building. Capital University, located in the capital, was indeed very wealthy. Such an offer already made many people give up as they simply couldn't match it. But still, many gritted their teeth and mentioned their own school's offers, trying to compete in other areas. Our school can provide you with the most advanced training facilities and a professional team of mentors. Joining our school, you will have the opportunity to participate in various high-level practical drills. Comments like these were made by the admissions directors of various universities. When the room quieted down, Zhou Tao, who had been silent, gave a disdainful smile and stated, "His school's offer. Are you really proud to offer such trivial things? If student Su chooses our school, this year's Magic City Dragon Rearing Program spot will be directly given to you." His words, like a bombshell, caused a stir in the room. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing the astonished looks on each other's faces. Not just that, the Dragon Rearing Program spot was given directly. He had played a trump card. Who could compete with that? Not only Lu Jingyun and the other directors, but even Su Jin felt he was reaching his limit. He had heard of the Dragon Nurturing Program before, which was a competition organized by Moda University in collaboration with the city of Modu. The winner would enjoy subsidies from the Dragon Nurturing Program, which offered quite generous terms. Whatever you want, just say it. If Modu has it, it's yours. If not, we'll find a way to get it for you. In some aspects, the Dragon Nurturing Program was even superior to the Solo Nuclear Weapon Program. However, if he remembered correctly, the first edition of this program was supposed to start in 2026, yet now, for his own sake, they were willing to implement it early. This clearly showed how highly Moda University valued him. Su Jin truly felt torn. The offer was incredibly tempting. Now, with the conditions from all parties laid out, which university would Su choose? All eyes were focused on him, waiting for his decision. Su Jin was lost in thought. His initial desire to attend the National Defense University was not only to acquire the Mech Fusion skill book, but also for two other reasons. First was the resources. The National Defense University was linked with the military, and outstanding students there could qualify to participate in the military's Solo Nuclear Weapon Program. Through selection, the military would provide the resources needed on your path to growth. Second was combat. The National Defense University was the only school in the country where the death rate exceeded the graduation rate, because after 3 months of training, 99% of the students would be deployed to the battlefield to slay ferocious beasts. These two advantages would undeniably accelerate his growth. But now, the conditions offered by Moda University were just as good as those of the National Defense University. In terms of resources, Moda was wealthy. In terms of combat, Moda was near the sea, which was home to many dangerous beasts. Even for the skill book, if requested through the Modu government, the military would likely not refuse. The atmosphere in the room was tense yet filled with anticipation, with all eyes fixed on Su Jin. They were all waiting for his response. Just then, a knock on the door rang out. The crisp sound was particularly striking in the quiet room. Everyone's gaze turned towards the door, filled with curiosity. The door slowly opened, and a tall figure in a crisp military uniform entered, looking smart and spirited. She stood firm, her gaze slowly sweeping across those present, finally resting on Su Jin. She slightly lifted her chin, her voice clear and strong. "Let me introduce myself, I am Lin Yu, the admissions director of the National Defense University." "Su Jin, I've heard much about you. On behalf of the National Defense University, I sincerely invite you to join us." Lin Yu's arrival made the already tense atmosphere even more delicate. The admissions officers from other universities exchanged glances, a bad premonition brewing within them. "I believe everyone has stated their conditions, but at our National Defense University we speak solely through strength." She lowered her voice, audible only to Su Jin. "Humanoid Emperor weapon, overwhelming power." Upon hearing this, Su Jin's pupils dilated in shock, hardly believing his ears. Humanoid Emperor weapon. He never imagined that National Defense University would offer such terms. However, a question arose in his mind: could one person possess two humanoid Emperor weapons? Lin Yu, perceptive of Su Jin's doubts, nodded slightly, asserting seriously, "Mr. Su Jin, my words hold no falsehood. Her late arrival was due to negotiations with the military and the capital's authorities. After discussions, all three parties agreed that if Su Jin could rank first in the assessment, he would exceptionally be allowed to own two humanoid Emperor weapons. Upon receiving this decision, Lin Yu hurried over immediately. Now, hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Jin made up his mind. "I choose National Defense University. There's no need to hesitate now." The effects of the humanoid Emperor weapon were simply too powerful with just the 10% extra experience gain, alone crushing all competition. Zhou Tao couldn't help but sigh. Although he was unaware of the final condition Lin Yu offered, he knew it must be something none of their schools could match, otherwise Su Jin wouldn't have been so resolute. Director Zhou. Watching Zhou Tao prepare to leave, Su Jin took out a crystal stone, but before he could finish, Zhou Tao understood his intention. Keep it, no matter which university you choose, you are still one of our brilliant young successors, and as a senior, why shouldn't I prepare some gifts for our juniors? Let's not give the impression to our foreign neighbors that we can't afford it. After saying that, Zhou Tao patted Su Jin's shoulder and walked away. Su Jin hadn't chosen Magi University but the Ji brothers and Shangguan Wan'er also had remarkable talents. He could still consider recruiting them. After all, they hadn't left for enrollment yet. It was worth spending more to win them over. Take care, everyone. Lin Yu smiled warmly as she saw off the teachers, then turned to Su Jin, handing him a pre-prepared honor badge. Mr. Su Jin, I needn't elaborate on the badge's function. In our university, it can. As for the individual nuclear weapon program assessment, going through the necessary formalities was still required. Su Jin nodded, understanding the point clearly. For him, this was hardly an issue. He merged the badge with his own, enhancing his attributes to all attributes plus 200. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Yu added, additionally you have 1 week to handle other matters. I will stay in Quancheng during this week and accompany you to the university for enrollment. Just contact me when you're ready to leave. Although Lin Yu was a woman, she was decisive in her actions. After leaving her contact information, she didn't linger and stood up to leave. So there they were, just Su Jin and Lu Jinyan left in the room. You really are something else, Lu Jinyan said somewhat emotionally. If it were me, I might have already jumped at the chance to join Modi University. He then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Qian Xingqian before turning to Su Jin. Come on, I'll go with you to the finance department to get what you need. As they walked, Su Jin felt a mix of emotions. He was still pondering the words of Lin Yu and those astonishing terms she offered. The human path imperial weapon, devastatingly powerful. If Su Jin remembered correctly, its name could also be known as the ultimate remedy for insufficient firepower syndrome, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, it was something he could acquire later, and overthinking now was pointless. Guided by Lu Jinyun, they soon arrived at the finance department of Quancheng, a building that looked unassuming. The exterior was solemn and majestic, constructed of stones that shimmered with the light of array formations. The surroundings were broad and tidy, hardly frequented by people, which added to its quietude. However, each individual here radiated a powerful aura. Every security guard, whether steady in step or deep in gaze, exhibited the demeanor of the strong. The head of security was an old man, ordinary at first glance, yet the occasional sharp glint in his slightly squinted eyes commanded respect. If Su Jin's memory served him right, this old man was Zhao Haishan, a formidable level 65 expert. Go ahead, your current privileges allow you access to the first layer, Zhao Haishan said with a hint of admiration, gesturing for Su Jin to enter. Thank you, senior. Su Jin bowed and stepped towards the interior of the finance department. As he walked, Su Jin calculated the Lord energy he currently needed. His spiritual power had reached 16968, adding the 565 military slots of Thunder Hall and 170 of the Snowstorm City. He still needed 1829 units to fill his ranks. The Lingxiao ship was quite expensive, needing 5,000 Lord energy to exchange, maybe a few more Black Panther catapults. 7 to 8 million Lord energy should suffice. Of course, Su Jin wasn't planning to take everything for free, although the most crucial thing was his own rapid growth. Enhancing the overall strength of the human race was still essential. After fighting so many dungeons and slaying so many fierce beasts during the college entrance exams, he had accumulated a vast array of equipment. These items were beneath him, so he might as well register and leave them there for other lords in Quancheng who needed them. Black Panther Beast, Diamond 1267 Thunder Hall, 1090 Snowstorm Fighter, Platinum 1000 Snowstorm City, 327 Lingxiao Ship, Platinum 1000 Black Panther Catapult, 100 Heroic Units, Tiger King Metal Beast Supersonic. Half an hour later, Su Jin stood there, his gaze slowly sweeping over the numerous troops that had filled the ranks before him. First were the 100 Black Panther catapults, which could also be described as walking 500 W units. Next, Su Jin's eyes settled on the platinum-grade wind and snow fighters. This batch was not only equipped with abundant energy crystals but also numerous evolution stones. after completing the exchange, Su Jin upgraded the wind and snow fighters to the platinum level, successfully unlocking cruise missiles. Looking at these powerful troops, Su Jin felt a sense of security. The reason he could possess so many troops was primarily due to the Flame Dragon armor. Having chosen the National Defense University, the procedures were officially handled well in advance. Soon after Su Jin entered the finance department, he received a notification that his life decision mission was completed. The random armor set reward granted him the Flame Dragon armor. Flame Dragon armor, quality, kingly, included a full set of armor: flame sword, flame dart, flame bow, and flame dragon steed. Attributes: spirit plus 30%, constitution plus 30%, strength plus 30%, agility plus 30%, skills. Demon Sealing / Fire Fist, Zen Seal, Super Acceleration, Fearless Seal, Demon Lowering Seal, Infinite Flame Darts. Note: the Flame Dragon armor, one of the 5 elements of fire. Collecting 5 sets would form the Emperor armor. The armor's power was astonishing, with all 4-dimensional attributes receiving noble percentage bonuses, each reaching an increase of 30%, a rarity in such high enhancements. The dazzling array of skills and various types of equipment greatly enhanced Su Jin's sense of security once again. More impressively, the Flame Dragon armor could be bound with a mechanic. Once bound, it could enhance Su Jin's own attributes significantly. For instance, his basic mental strength was doubled. Excluding the attributes provided by other equipment, it could reach 23520. Coupled with the armor not conflicting with the Cobweb Soft Armor Badge of Honor and Charm Blue Poison symbol, the mental strength attribute would be 23,520 plus 500 plus 200 times 135 is equal to 32,697. It was due to the powerful attributes and special abilities of the Flame Dragon armor that Su Jin was able to exchange for so many troops. Furthermore, after completing the binding, Su Jin was thrilled to find that his basic panel attributes had surpassed most of the troops. For a lord, this undoubtedly solved a big problem. Moreover, these attributes could be transmitted to all troops through the effects of the energy amethyst, vastly increasing each troop's attributes, a chain reaction of sorts. Su Jin's strength drove the power of his troops, and their strength in turn further enhanced Su Jin's capabilities. It can be said that the value of the mechanic, Flame Dragon armor, and energy amethyst continued to rise. Of course, such a massive exchange cost millions of lord energy. If taken directly, Su Jin felt it would be somewhat awkward. After all, obtaining these resources was certainly not an easy task. He didn't want to just take them without cause. As a result, Su Jin left his no longer wearable Thunder Feather suit, including various other pieces of equipment, registered at the Treasury Department. This included the most expensive item, the Thunder Feather wings. After all, think about it, the Flame Dragon steed can shoot bullets from its eyes, emit lasers from its mouth, and even fly. Compared to that, riding a Flame Dragon is much cooler than just having wings. 10 minutes later, after Su Jin had finished registering, he slowly left the Treasury Department and walked towards the school, ready to collect that 100,000 Lord energy. At this time, the Minister of the Treasury, Qian Shengqian, stood there looking at Lu Jingyan, his face showing a trace of emotion. He shook his head slightly and said slowly, "This young man really has principles." Then he frowned slightly and added, "But this level of consumption, ordinary people really can't afford it." Lu Jingyan couldn't help but smile helplessly at this remark. Indeed, a level 20 lord, without wasting any resources, would need to spend millions of lord energy just to fill his ranks. Who would believe that? However, Lu Jingyan knew that Qian Shengqian wasn't really concerned about these details. After all, this lord energy could be considered an investment. Investment is all about putting in resources up front and seeing returns later. Investing resources in Su Jin was a surefire profitable deal. Lu Jingyan said teasingly, "Old Qian, you're not one to suffer losses." He gestured slightly towards the equipment in the treasury with his chin raised. "Especially that set of Thunder Feather wings, you must fetch a sky-high price for them." Qian Shengqian's lips curved into a shrewd smile. He crossed his arms over his chest and said confidently, "Now I wouldn't give them to anyone else. Wait until this young man makes a bigger name for himself, just a bit of packaging and the value could easily multiply several times." Lu Jingyan, seeing Qian Shengqian's smug expression, didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only shake his head helplessly, issuing a long sigh. "Good grief, you really have it all figured out." Meanwhile, Su Jin had arrived at his high school. As soon as he entered the campus, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The principal and various teachers had been waiting for a long time and hurriedly came up to greet him as soon as they saw him. Clearly, this reward was not so easily obtained. taking photos with the principal and teachers, shooting promotional videos. One thing after another followed, keeping Sujin extremely busy. These activities took several hours, especially the group photo with all the teachers, which Sujin felt they could cherish for a lifetime. Of course, Sujin didn't feel annoyed or anything of the sort. The reason is quite simple: he was paid. When you're paid to do a job, isn't it only right to do it? Sujin's attitude was very calm. He understood that this was his duty. After leaving school, Sujin went to the market to buy some mechanical parts. Later, using his special skills as a mechanic along with the help of the metallic beast, he crafted a small robot. Due to the Russian lack of many materials, the robot wasn't particularly effective. Its functions included video calling, internet browsing, gaming, and medical care. The protective mode embedded within it could only defeat beasts of around level 8, however, these features were sufficient for a child. Sujin planned to give this as a farewell gift to Lu Xiaoyun. After finishing his work, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Packing up the metallic beast and taking the robot, Sujin left his home. 2 days later, in the early morning, under the watchful eyes of Lu Jinyun's family, Sujin, Linyu, Shangwan Wanner and 3 other students who had chosen to join the National Defense University slowly left Quancheng. The sunlight draped over them as if cloaking them in a golden glow. In this dangerous world where fierce beasts roamed, even in the relatively safe Huaxia, traveling between cities, especially across provinces, was no simple matter. Without reaching a certain level, whether by air, land, or even underground, there were significant risks. The operational cost of teleportation arrays was too high. Except in special circumstances, the frequency of their activation was limited to a few times a month, with the next activation scheduled 3 days later. Therefore, Linyu had chosen to stay in Quancheng, escorting Sujin and the others to the National Defense University to ensure their safety. Watching the group gradually move away, Lu Jinyan felt a mix of emotions. He squinted slightly, gazing into the distance, and slowly said, "Next time we meet, I will surprise everyone. Don't talk about next time, even now I." Yang Xiaoyun said, turning to look at Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun was playing with Xiaoyun classmate. "Master, I am here," called out the crisp voice of Xiaoyun classmate, as if responding to Lu Xiaoyun's call. Lu Xiaoyun crouched down, gently stroking the head of Xiaoyun classmate, her eyes filled with affection. The scene, though warm to an outsider, was utterly astonishing to Lu Yang, because Xiaoyun classmate was incredibly powerful. It only needed to consume 50-liter energy to allow a little girl with no strength to defeat level 8 fierce beasts. Moreover, this was crafted by Sujin in just half a day using some basic mechanical parts. If Sujin were to use stronger materials and further enhance his abilities, what he could create was beyond their wildest imaginations. At the same time, within the group heading to the National Defense University, Linyu was preparing to teach everyone some basic survival skills in the wild. Suddenly her attention was drawn to a black panther beast preparing to leap into the jungle. She paused, then carefully sensed the beast's aura, her face showing surprise. Turning to look at Sujin, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Level 21, Linyu's voice carried a hint of amazement. "You've leveled up again." Sujin nodded slightly, his expression calm but with a faint smile on his lips, almost as if it was an accident. Although Sujin hadn't gone out these past few days, he hadn't fallen behind in leveling up. He had challenged various instances. Although they weren't of high intensity, they had successfully helped him reach level 21. Witnessing this, Shangwan Wanner and the others had mixed feelings. They looked at Sujin with both admiration and helplessness in their eyes. "The better ones are still working harder than us. How are we supposed to keep playing?" One of them felt a surge of competitiveness and subconsciously wanted to summon his own troops to catch up with Sujin's pace. Just then Linyu quickly noticed this person's action and immediately shouted, "Stop! You're not ready for this yet." The person froze, puzzled, and looked at Linyu. Linyu scanned the group and explained seriously, "You're not a mechanical troop type, and at this stage you've had too little time in contact with your troops. Once the troops are too far from their lord, they can easily lose control. Moreover, there are beasts in this area that are at level 26. If you encounter danger, it's likely you won't get any support and will perish." Although somewhat unwilling, everyone understood the logic in her words. In this dangerous world, especially in the wilderness, rash actions could lead to unexpected consequences. The person could only reluctantly suppress his impulse. Meanwhile, his gaze towards Sujin grew even more complex. Linyu did not stop Sujin's actions, and he understood why. Sujin's troops wouldn't encounter danger in this area, but the more he understood, the greater the disparity he felt. "We're all about the same age, yet others can easily kill level 26 beasts, while I He sighed internally. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Stop comparing, or you won't be able to live on. Just when everyone was somewhat resigned to their fate, Lin Yu looked at Su Jin somewhat helplessly. He gave an awkward smile. Lin Yu didn't say much more. She knew that it was no longer appropriate to instruct at this moment. Thus, with a thought, she summoned her own troop type, the spirit feather guards from the elf race. Dressed in splendid armor, with wings gently flapping behind them, they exuded a powerful aura. Let's go, we need to get. They're early, there are other matters to arrange, Lin Yu said sternly. At her call, several spirit feather guards immediately obeyed, moving swiftly to everyone's side. Then effortlessly, they picked up Su Jin, Shangwan Wanner and the others, and with a flap of their wings, they ascended into the sky. The spirit feather guards flew at an extremely fast and steady pace. As they progressed through the air, they generated a transparent shield around them that not only blocked the harsh winds, but also provided some resistance against potential attacks. Lin Yu followed closely by the spirit feather guards, constantly monitoring the surroundings to ensure everyone's safety. They advanced swiftly through the sky, heading towards the National Defense University. After about 3 hours, under the escort of the spirit feather guards, the group finally arrived near the National Defense University located in Yanjing. With Lin Yu present, they encountered no dangers along the way. As they looked down at the increasingly clear view of the National Defense University campus, a wave of unique emotions surged through everyone. Although the university was also a part of Yanjing, its uniqueness warranted a location outside the city. It was situated in a relatively secluded area surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills. The architectural style of the campus was solemn and imposing, filled with the dignity and solemnity of a military academy. From above, the campus layout was neat, with various training facilities and academic buildings neatly interspersed, exuding a strong academic atmosphere and military essence. Since there were no special restrictions on flying over the National Defense University, the group gently landed at the entrance of the university. As soon as their feet touched the ground, it seemed as if they were drawn by an invisible force, captivated by the sight before them. Su Jin also curiously sized up the academy he was about to enter. In 2 words, impressive. On the side, Shangwan Wanner and others were equally stunned by the grandeur of the National Defense University. They widened their eyes, looking around here, and they're seemingly eager to take in every corner. Alright, there's not much to see. I'll take you to handle the formalities, said the admissions director. With the admissions director present, the processing of various formalities for Su Jin and others was rapid. In less than 5 minutes, all the paperwork was completed. Su Jin and Shangwan Wanner, the former being the top student from Quanchang and the latter ranked third, were both assigned to apartment-style dormitories, while the others were assigned to 6-person dormitories. Led by the class leader, Su Jin soon arrived at the door of his dormitory. Along the way, the class leader Wang Wei also shared some important notes about National Defense University. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be assigned to our class. Here's my contact information, you can reach out to me anytime if you need anything. Thanks, class leader, Su Jin said as Wang Wei left his contact details before departing. This being Su Jin's first time attending university, he felt a bit thrilled. After Wang Wei left, Su Jin shook his head, pushed open the door and entered. Although it was a 2-person dormitory, each person had their relatively independent space, complete with furniture, air conditioning, a refrigerator and a private bathroom. After settling his things, it was already time for lunch. Let's have lunch first, and then I need to visit Grandpa AI. The National Defense University was vastly different from other ordinary universities, due to a significant reform previously. All students would generally leave the campus after 3 months, heading to the front lines to confront ferocious beasts. As a result, the students were not left with much time to remain on campus. In light of this, the National Defense University, which originally boasted as many as 50 canteens, had significantly reduced their number to just 10 after some adjustments. Su Jin entered the canteen closest to the dormitory building. As he approached the entrance, a rich and thick aroma of meat assailed his nostrils like a surging tide. The food at the National Defense University was astonishingly good, whether it was vegetables or meat. Long-term consumption could enhance certain attributes for the eater. This extraordinary characteristic naturally made these dishes far from cheap. If these dishes were to be sold outside the university after being handled by various middlemen, along with added costs of transportation and processing, their prices would become extremely high. Even within the National Defense University, where no middleman dared to mark up prices due to national subsidies, a single lunch would still cost at least about 1 contribution point. The 300 contribution points given to new students upon admission were just enough for 3 months, therefore, a particularly striking phrase was written in the freshman handbook: at the National Defense University, want to be lazy, you can't even afford a meal at the canteen. However, Sujin certainly didn't have this problem. Contribution points for him seemed to be plentiful. During the Red Leaf Valley incident, he earned 1,000 contribution points, and in the Bay Island incident, he amassed as many as 30,000 contribution points in addition to the 1,000 points awarded upon admission. Not to mention anything else, achieving freedom in dining was definitely easy for him. Sujin shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the many delicacies. Eventually, he chose a juice that could enhance mental strength with long-term use and a beef rice that could increase physical constitution and strength. This meal cost him a total of 12 contribution points. As for the taste, well, how should he put it? He ate too quickly, didn't remember, so he hesitated not a bit and ordered a deluxe meal. The deluxe meal not only was filling but also took effect very quickly. 10 minutes later, mental strength +5, strength +1, constitution +1. Sujin left the canteen satisfied and full. Ailey was not only a high-ranking military officer but also a respected visiting professor at the National Defense University. The school had also specifically arranged a comfortable and pleasant residence for him here. After eating, Sujin spent about 20 minutes to arrive at Ailey's residence. The architectural style of the house was simple and generous yet imposing. The surrounding flowers and trees were appropriately adorned, giving a tranquil and comfortable feeling. Sujin went straight to the front door of Ailey's home. He didn't know what the other party was doing inside, as occasionally there were deep rumbling sounds, even causing Sujin to faintly feel the vibration under his feet. You finally came. Before Sujin could even knock, he heard Ailey's calm and powerful voice coming from inside the house. Immediately thereafter, the door opened automatically. At the same time, there seemed to be an inexplicable force, as if an invisible hand was pulling Sujin into the room. Sujin paused, slightly filled with confusion. He had no idea why the other party seemed so urgent. Led by this mysterious force, Sujin slowly entered a room. Inside, the first thing that caught his eye were two people standing in front of a heap of mechanical parts. One of them was tall and straight, dressed in a simple white lab coat. His short hair was black and neat, with slightly graying temples that added a touch of the passage of time. The other was comparatively younger, slightly thin but energetic. He wore a blue worksuit marked with various tool traces. Both were frowning slightly, holding various mechanical parts in their hands, carefully examining them while muttering to themselves. Automatic recognition, protective barrier, damage assessment. This design is too ingenious, simply a stroke of genius. Whoever created this robot is definitely a genius. However, we are almost replicating it 1-to-1, and it can reach the level of killing a level 15 beast, so why can't it be upgraded again? Behind them stood Ashley. Seeing this scene, Sujin instantly understood everything. He just hadn't expected it all to come so quickly. Come here, Ajin, come take a look. Seeing Sujin approach, a smile appeared on Ashley's face. As he spoke, he pointed to the robot beside him, gesturing Sujin to come over. At that moment, the two men also noticed Sujin's arrival. They simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes filled with puzzlement. Ashley looked at Sujin with a steady tone. Ajin, I called you here today to have a look at this robot. Hearing Ashley's words, the puzzlement in the hearts of the two men deepened. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt about Sujin. In their view, Sujin was just a young student fresh out of school. How could he possibly solve such a difficult problem? After all, even these experienced individuals had been researching for nearly 30 hours and still couldn't pinpoint the issue. However, out of respect for Ashley's status, they said nothing more. But from their expressions, it was clear they didn't trust Sujin. Yet Sujin remained composed. He slowly moved forward, his gaze calmly sweeping over the robot that was already taking shape. With just one look, Sujin spotted the problem. Simply put, the material, hardware and software of the entire robot had been upgraded, but the coordination between them did not meet the standards. Without any hesitation, Sujin quickly reached out. He adjusted the position of a component, lightly twisted another part, and then added a few more components. After a series of seemingly complicated but actually not simple operations, hello master, please give me a name. In an instant, the previously clueless machinery seemed to be infused with new vitality. The seemingly chaotic parts began to operate in an orderly manner, and the robot emitted a slight buzzing sound. Witnessing this scene, the expressions on the faces of the two men quickly changed. their eyes widen in astonishment, staring dumbfoundedly at Su Jin, their faces filled with disbelief. "Let's go test it out." Ashley's normally calm face now showed a look of surprise, and with a decisive wave of his hand, everyone vanished from the spot. A second later, a bright light appeared before Su Jin again. He found himself in a place that could scare children to tears. The room was very spacious, with cages lined up, each containing fierce beasts of various forms, some pacing restlessly, others roaring angrily, with the highest level reaching 40. "I have already looked into student Xiaoyun's data and watched the video of her killing a level 8 beast. Come on, let's see what this improved robot can do." Ashley stood there, his gaze filled with a hint of anticipation as he watched Su Jin. He had long received a message from Lu Jinyan. It was about a little girl with no strength at all using Xiaoyun's student to clear a level 5 copy in the video. In the entire video, Xiaoyun's student's performance in protection and killing was simply perfect. Initially, Ashley thought the video was fake, suspecting Lu Jinyan was just fooling around. After all, even the Dongfeng missile vehicles that China had spent years developing based on his Dongfeng missile required at least 1,000 people exerting force simultaneously and consuming billions of energy to be effective. Moreover, it was indiscriminate and could not effectively identify hostile targets. Although the killing power difference was significant, there was still a gap in technological comparison between the two. However, after the military's subsequent visits to verify, replicate data models, imitate, and conduct multiple tests, he had confirmed this fact and had been waiting for Su Jin's arrival. If it weren't for current affairs in the capital, he would have gone to personally bring Su Jin over. Faced with Ashley's request, Su Jin was eager to activate the second generation robot. Attack mode, target locked, accompanied by the robot's arms extending gun barrels. A dense barrage of energy bullets was fired. "Congratulations on killing level 15, 16, 17, 18 beasts. Congratulations on killing level 25 fierce wolf, gaining 1320 experience." Seeing this scene, the reactions of the few people varied. Ashley's eyes widened, filled with shock and delight. He hadn't expected the robot to become so powerful after Su Jin's adjustments. He had already easily defeated a level 25 beast. A strong surge of excitement welled up in his heart, as if he could see a future filled with hope. The tall, elderly man gaped in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Admiration shone in his eyes as he inwardly marveled at Su Jin's prowess. The relatively younger man jumped up excitedly. He waved his fists and cheered loudly. "Autonomous operation, easily killing a level 25 beast. This is incredible. This technology is unbeatable." His shout snapped the other two back to reality. "My young friend, I must sincerely apologize to you." The elderly man Liang Shou slowly began, his voice filled with remorse and sincerity. He bowed slightly to Su Jin, his expression earnest. Startled by this, Su Jin quickly stepped forward, extending his hands to steady Liang Shou. "Elder Liang, you flatter me too much. My understanding of this matter is merely due to luck. Achieving this level has been the result of everyone's collective effort. I believe that even without me, with your abilities, Elder Liang, you would eventually find a solution." Su Jin's eyes were clear as water, filled with sincerity and devoid of any arrogance or pride. He even showed deep respect for the old man before him. Hearing Su Jin's words, AIC's face grew increasingly smiley. His slightly uplifted lips and eyes brimming with relief seemed to silently say, "See, this is my good grandson." Liang Shou, however, was momentarily taken aback, his face showing a trace of surprise as he asked, "You know me?" Su Jin nodded vigorously, chuckling with a bright smile revealing his white teeth. "My father Suanguo was once assisted by you. He often mentions you in front of us young people, and I have also learned about some of your glorious deeds from my parents. Compared to the trivial things I tinker with, the projects you lead, Elder Liang, are truly crucial national assets." Liang Shou listened to Su Jin's words, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes before bursting into laughter. "So you are the son of that boy Nguo. I didn't expect you to have grown so much. You are humble and polite, much more composed than your father was at your age." Su Jin quickly waved his hand. "Elder Liang, you praise me too highly." Liang Shou shook his head slightly. "Young man, one must not underestimate oneself." The two chatted briefly more, then his eyes filled with anticipation. Liang Shou eagerly asked, "Quick, tell me, why couldn't we get it to start? Where exactly is the problem?" Beside him, Louis also looked expectantly at Su Jin, waiting for his response. Su Jin pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts before slowly beginning. Liang Shou and the other listened intently, nodding occasionally, their pens racing over their notebooks to record the key points. After Sujin finished explaining, Louis asked young friend Sujin, then what should we do to continue enhancing the robot? Sujin shook his head slightly, giving a wry smile that I am not sure of. These skills are all career crystals given to me by my father. Fortunately, they reacted with my troop type, allowing me to switch my job to a mechanic. I am still at a low level, lacking in spiritual power, and there's much knowledge I haven't fully unlocked yet. If I were to improve, the highest level of ferocious beasts I could kill would be around level 35-inch, but the consumption of resources would be significant. The three people present are all pivotal to the nation, and Sujin did not hide his thoughts from them. After making some adjustments, he spoke openly about everything he could. Subsequently, the group engaged in a deep and passionate discussion about various topics including Dongfeng missiles, Air Force and Navy weapons, mechs, robots, and more. Sujin, having been reborn, possesses memories of many technologies that Huaxiao will achieve in the future, coupled with his profession as a mechanic. His views in many areas were eye-opening for the others. After a while, Liang Shou stood up, his tone firm. If you ever find yourself unable to proceed with the individual nuclear weapons program, come find me. Our research institute will cover all the resources you need. After saying this, he left with Louis, both walking away with steady steps, leaving behind notebooks full of notes. In the large room, only Sujin and Ashley remained, along with half a room full of daunting beasts. Old Liang. Once he gets started on these topics, he just can't stop. Watching Liang Shou leave, admiration filled Ashley's eyes. He shook his head slightly and then turned to Sujin with a smile. How about it? Is your grandpa AI fast enough? With old Liang around, the master of withering and thriving is almost a certainty. Sujin chuckled and did not deny it. After all, that was a matter of the human emperor weapon, involving vast and complex issues. Even with Ashley's presence, even with the support of the National Defense University, he wasn't entirely confident. Therefore, to fully realize the words Lin Yu once said to him, he thought of utilizing Xiaoyan robots to get as much help as possible. He just didn't expect Lu Jinyan and Ashley's actions to be so swift. You really are smarter than your dad, and no one would blame you for acting this way. If it were your dad and someone agreed to his request and later someone disagreed, he would block their door, Ashley said, patting Sujin's shoulder affectionately. Are you free tonight? I'll call a few old friends and we can have a meal together to put your mind at ease. There's no need for a meal, having Grandpa AI around is enough, Sujin said, pointing at the ferocious beasts and looking somewhat sheepishly at Ashley. Look at these ferocious beasts. They are all yours. Ashley immediately understood Sujin's intentions and said without hesitation, kill as many as you can, the contribution points are on me. Thank you, Grandpa AI. Sujin nodded slightly upon hearing this, his heart filled with gratitude. Then he turned to look at those ferocious beasts, his eyes brimming with immense excitement. This is all free experience. After getting permission, Sujin licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation. With a thought, powerful waves of energy instantly spread out. Following the 3 hero-level units, the Tiger King, Supersonic, and the Metal Beast were summoned. Fortunately, the room was indeed large enough, and because it was the Lord era, to prevent someone from accidentally summoning troops indoors and causing the room to burst. 99% of the buildings employed special technology that allowed the troop size to be reduced. The normally 10-meter tall Tiger King and Supersonic were only about 2 meters tall here, allowing them to move freely. At the same time, a red glow emerged from Sujin's originally black combat suit. Then flames erupted like a surging tide from all over Sujin's body, filling the air with a scorching aura. The blazing flames seemed alive, constantly pulsing and transforming. The Flame Dragon formed close to Sujin. Flame Dragon armor unite. The battle erupted instantly, the scene exceptionally relaxed. The Tiger King's saber teeth, Supersonic's greatsword, the Metal Beast's sharp claws, and Sujin's blazing sword, flames, lightning, and the sound of metal clashing intertwined. The ferocious beasts in the cage had no chance against the powerful onslaught of Sujin and the 3 hero-level units. Some of the beasts tried to fight back. However, as soon as they made a move, they were restrained by the cage. The sturdy cage acted like an insurmountable barrier, rendering the beasts' counterattacks useless. They roared in anger, but could only struggle in vain within the cage. This guy is truly blessed. Seeing this scene, Ashley couldn't help but feel moved. Although his troops were also of the mechanical race, even as a level 98 lord with 1,000,000 troops, a mere gesture from any of his combat units could instantly annihilate all the ferocious beasts present with sheer momentum. Yet his troops could never perform intuitive dodging movements like Supersonic. Such a gap could not be bridged by levels. Meanwhile, When Ashley saw the armor suit Jean was wearing and his current attributes, he had a premonition. Even if he himself went back to level 30, no, even level 40, if he was not fully alert, he would undoubtedly be defeated by Su Jin in close combat. Even though he had seen countless outstanding talents in the past, the strength and potential displayed by Su Jin still left him utterly shocked. About 10 minutes passed. At this time only one level 40 ferocious beast remained in the room. It too sensed the approach of death, pacing nervously in the cage, emitting a low roar. However, its fate was already sealed. There is no place for the weak in front of the strong. A cold gleam flashed in Supersonic's eyes and its form instantly turned into a blue lightning. It leapt high, the blade in its hand glowing brightly, a burst of extreme coldness spreading instantly, breaking Ice Chop. With a supersonic shout, the blade carrying an endless chill fiercely slashed down at the level 40 beast, the cold light streak like lightning seeming to freeze the air itself. The beast had no time to react before a loud boom was heard. Its massive body thunderously fell to the ground, silent and still. Congratulations on slaying a level 40 beast and gaining 8,360 experience points. Congratulations to the Lord for advancing to level 23. Stats increased. Spirit plus 1,760. Constitution plus 330, inch strength plus 176, agility plus 132. Numerous high-level beasts were slain one by one. Moreover, Su Jin had already killed many beasts on his way here. The vast amount of experience provided by these beasts directly enabled Su Jin to advance to level 23. Since these beasts were under the constraint of a suppression formation, killing them did not yield Lord energy or equipment drops as it would under normal circumstances. It can even be said that such actions were strictly regulated by the rules. The experience gained and levels advanced in this way would see the attribute points gained by the Lord and his troops halved. Additionally, depending on the level of the beasts killed within a certain period, Su Jin must kill beasts of the same level again to reclaim these reduced attributes. It must be said such a method of leveling up carries high risks and is not advocated. However, for Su Jin, who had the capability to single-handedly slay level 40 beasts, such restrictions hardly mattered. And besides, this triggers a mission. Isn't that a good thing? Su Jin's gaze fell on a newly triggered system mission, his lips slightly curving upward. Patch the gaps. Slay level 22 to 40 beasts to compensate for the missing attributes at levels 22 and 23. Mission reward, Lord Energy 100000. Thank you, Grandpa AI. Su Jin once again expressed his gratitude to AI Sealy, his tone filled with sincerity. However, AI Sealy showed a somewhat profound expression and slowly said, Jin, I suggest that you might consider delaying the increase of your troop numbers. Without hero-level units, indeed the more troops the better, as they play a greater role in combat, but you are different. You already have 3 hero-level units and might have even more in the future. Sometimes focusing on cultivating hero-level units and equipping them with a full set of troop gear is also an effective way to enhance strength. After a pause, AI Sealy smiled and added, of course, if you've already found a path that suits you, then keep going. Even if you encounter setbacks or insurmountable problems, I'm here to support you, so don't be afraid. Hearing this, a warm current surged in Su Jin's heart. Grandpa AI, you're right. I will seriously consider your advice and adjust my development direction. Ashley nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. He took out his phone, tapped on the screen, and sent Su Jin a contact. With meaningful emphasis, he said, there are only a few days left until the official start of school. You don't have much to do these days, so you can go pioneering with this little guy. It's good for you to interact more with young people. At this point, Su Jin really didn't know what else to say except to express his gratitude. The capital, pioneering, young people, these 3 concepts combined clearly signaled one thing: progress. Alright, it's getting late, you should head back, said Ashley as he pushed the door open and walked out, with Su Jin following closely behind. They parted ways at the next intersection. Honestly, Su Jin responded to Ashley's suggestion at the time, but whether he would act on it was another matter entirely. Despite having to admit that Ashley's advice was sound, after all, the death of most types of soldiers, except for a few special ones, had severe consequences. It wasn't just about wasting the Lord's energy, there was also a high probability that the death of the soldiers could cause the collapse of the Lord's seat they occupied. Once a Lord's seat collapses, the Lord's mental strength loses its crucial support, which might lead to the dissipation of mental energy. Through the long river of history, there have been many instances where Lord's mental strength was depleted due to excessive soldier deaths, leading to brain death. therefore many lords after acquiring hero-level units would reduce the summoning of ordinary soldiers. However, for Su Jin these rules and regulations didn't quite suit him, especially after he acquired the mechanic profession and bound it with the flame dragon armor. His basic stats were terrifying: mental strength, 30,565. Constitution, 4,581. Inch strength, 2935. Agility, 2294. With such attributes his attack power was nearly comparable to supersonic speeds. That meant every soldier he summoned could add a supersonic attribute. Not to exploit this would be a waste. Of course, Ashley's advice was also a clear path. Sometimes investing a lot of resources in a few hero-level units could greatly enhance a lord's upper limit and increase the ability to defeat higher-level monsters, so Su Jin's choice was simple. He wanted both. He would both rapidly increase his troops and focus on cultivating hero-level units. As for Ashley's final suggestion about teaming up for pioneering, Su Jin did not refuse for 3 reasons. First, social obligations. Humans are highly social animals, and even with the backing of a nation, having more connections is always better. Second, the allure of pioneering, adventuring in new realms equals double experience, increased drop rates, and striking it rich. Su Jin was confident, among his peers, even those 2 years his senior, he believed he could secure over 90% of the experience inside any dungeon. Third, system tasks. Sunset Afterglow. Successfully pioneering the mysterious realm of Sunset Afterglow, the team is rewarded with diamond-level evolution crystals. Hidden challenge. Defeat the hidden boss within Sunset Afterglow to gain champion-level hero evolution crystals. To clear a mysterious realm and receive so many rewards, where else could one find such a profitable deal? With a boost of +5 in mental strength, +1 in strength, and +1 in agility, Su Jin left the cafeteria fully satisfied and headed towards the dormitory. As he approached his dorm room, he noticed the door was ajar. That was quick, he thought, slightly surprised. Su Jin had assumed that his roommate would arrive later, just like the other freshmen waiting for the teleportation matrix to activate. But he soon realized that those who could live in the apartment-style dorms during the freshman period were exceptional individuals who had fought their way through thousands of novice lords. It was normal for a school teacher to escort them, he hoped. His roommate wouldn't be an arrogant person or else. With a slight smile, Su Jin pushed the door open and discovered an unfamiliar figure in the room, a tall man with a proud face exuding arrogance and a dash of roguish charm, sitting on the sofa. The man barely lifted his eyelids upon seeing Su Jin enter. "Oh, you're my roommate," he said with a casual tone. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Hu Feiwei, the Hu from acting wildly against reason and the Feiwei also from acting wildly against reason." Su Jin frowned slightly but responded politely Su Jin and then turned to leave. "So you're the big shot from Lu province, Su Jin?" Hu Feiwei suddenly sat up upon hearing Su Jin's name, his eyes fixed on Su Jin with a hint of curiosity, murmuring, "Should be strong enough to be my roommate." Su Jin shook his head and sighed, not wanting to deal with this flamboyant individual. As he reached for his own room door, Hu Feiwei called out from behind, "Hey, Su Jin, don't rush off." His tone still carried that arrogant flair. Su Jin turned around with a furrowed brow. "What is it now? I'm like this, used to being brash in my words and actions. If I offend you, just bear with it a bit," Hu Feiwei said, then casually threw a bag to Su Jin, who caught it instinctively, his face full of confusion. Hu Feiwei's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "That's my arrogance fee for the month." As Su Jin opened the bag, it sparkled with light. A notification instantly sounded in his mind: Lord Energy plus 30W. Whatever Su Jin was about to say he swallowed back. His mind was swirling with thoughts as he finally remembered who had such a style of conducting themselves, arrogant in nature, frequently using money to insult others. Surnamed Huan, a student at the National Defense University, he was the son of China's wealthiest man, Hu Dafu, codenamed Flat Top Brother. Like Shangwan Wan'er, Hu Feiwei was also one of his teammates in the joint military exercise. According to his own account, he had been showing off his arrogance since he was 3 years old. Once he was old enough to remember and realized his family was wealthy, he was also endowed with the supreme glory of throwing money around. Precisely because he wanted his son's arrogant and overbearing nature to be slightly restrained, Hu Dafu forcibly sent him to the National Defense University. At this moment, Hu Feiwei, seeing Su Jin hesitate to speak, waved his hand nonchalantly. "Take it if I give it to you. Today I'm a bit cautious, because I'm afraid of getting beaten up. But once we get familiar, I might not be able to hold back." Hu Feiwei's tone was filled with confidence and carefreeness. "If you can't stand it anymore, just let me know and I'll fire up the SVIP." Su Jin looked at Hu Feiwei's arrogant yet unrestrained demeanor, feeling a complex emotion rising in his heart. On one hand, he felt somewhat helpless towards Hu Feiwei's reckless behavior. On the other hand, he had to admit that this guy indeed possessed a unique boldness. He also felt a bit of anticipation. Although Hu Feiwei's way of doing things hadn't completely changed in the future, it had been reduced by 50%. Su Jin was curious about what Hu Feiwei had endured during those 3 months, how many times he had been beaten to have undergone such a significant change. The next morning, a series of urgent knocks woke Su Jin from his deep sleep. Groggily checking the time, he wondered, why are we leaving so early? Before Su Jin could think further, Hu Feiwei's explosive voice boomed like thunder. Which damn fool is stopping me from sleeping? Shaking his head resignedly, Su Jin got up and went to the door. As he cracked open the door, he heard Hu Feiwei ranting while heading towards the door. Who is it? Early in the morning, can't you let people live? The visitor was a muscular, robust man named Lei Zhentian. He stood at the doorway, imposing like a towering iron tower, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Lei Zhentian frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Hu Feiwei's recent words. I really didn't want to bring you along for this expedition, he said, his voice booming, not hiding his reluctance. Hu Feiwei, hearing this, did not get angry. Instead, he shrugged nonchalantly. Do you think I want to be with you? I'd rather not bother with someone whose brains are as developed as his limbs. Saying this, he pulled a bag out of nowhere and tossed it over. The bag traced an arc in the air and landed precisely in the other's hand. Without a doubt, he was throwing money. Again. Watching the bag disappear from Lei Zhentian's hand, Hu Feiwei's lips curled into a smug smile. His arrogant manner seemed to declare his victory. Can we delay the expedition for a bit? Hu Feiwei lifted his chin, asking in a commanding tone. Lei Zhentian initially wanted to refuse, but thinking about the benefit he had just received, waiting a bit longer didn't seem too bad. All right. Hu Feiwei, pushing his luck, continued. Can you help me wash my hair? Upon hearing this, Lei Zhentian's eyes immediately bulged with fury. But Hu Feiwei remained calm and collected. He reached into his space again and pulled out a bag, shaking it in his hand as coins scattered about. Watching the bag, the rage on Lei Zhentian's face gradually subsided. Come on, we are all brothers. What's the harm in helping each other wash and blow dry our hair? Su Jin, standing by, couldn't help but feel emotional about the scene unfolding before him. Hu Feiwei's way of doing things was indeed both irritating and amusing. On one hand, his arrogance and reckless behavior made one frown, thinking him too willful and capricious. On the other hand, his straightforwardness and boldness earned him a measure of admiration at times. To many, no matter how wealthy his father was, Hu Feiwei's personality and way of handling things were greatly problematic. His arrogance and his method of solving everything with money seemed to run counter to widely accepted values. However, those who knew him well and those who saw through him understood that the coins he scattered were but a trifle to his father. The Hu family's wealth was unimaginably vast, and Hu Feiwei's extravagance hardly made a dent in the family assets. Moreover, his genuine manner of openly criticizing his own family's enterprises ironically made him a hallmark of authenticity, inadvertently boosting their reputation and paradoxically their profits. The recipients of Hu Feiwei's largesse were carefully chosen as well. On one hand, it included nobles who could match his antics, deepening their bonds through such interactions and creating opportunities for his father to network with their parents. On the other hand, it mostly consisted of commoner geniuses who could sometimes use the immediate relief his money provided. Given the wide scope of his coin tossing, if even 1 in 100 rose to prominence and felt indebted, it brought some benefit to the Hu family. The coins he scattered previously had earned back many times their value. Hu Feiwei's seemingly absurd actions were, in fact, inadvertently weaving a vast network of connections for his family. At the northeastern part of Yanjing, the shimmering waters of Mion Lake glistened. Near its banks, a vortex quietly swirled, displaying a mesmerizing scene akin to the lingering glow of a sunset. In front of this vortex, a man and a woman were engaged in a low discussion, the man showing a hint of annoyance. Just then Lei Zhentian, along with Su Jin and Hu Feiwei, approached quickly. Their footsteps broke the quietude of the lakeside, causing the duo to turn their heads. 3 big men dilly-dallying like old women, a woman complained, frowning. Her graceful figure and beautiful face, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and the impatience in her eyes were all evident. Before Hu Feiwei could finish his retort, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, Sun and Yang. His voice conveyed clear fear. His body trembled slightly as he instinctively took a small step back. Su Jin stood aside, observing the tension between the two, and sighed inwardly. It seemed this pioneering journey wouldn't be easy. However, he didn't say much. After all, it was just a level 30 secret realm pioneering. With the powerful combat strength of his troops, he was confident of handling any situation. Lei Zhentian frowned, seemingly displeased with Hu Feiwei's loss of composure at such a time. He worried that this might affect the progress of the expedition. Sun Kuo, hearing Hu Feiwei's call, furrowed her brows and glared at him. "Little mustache, if you keep babbling, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart." Hu Feiwei glanced around at the others, his nervous expression suddenly brightening. He quickly walked to Su Jin's side, lowered his voice, and said, "Buddy, help me teach her a lesson later." 500k. Hu Feiwei had learned of Su Jin's strength from some sources. At this moment, he clearly regarded Su Jin as his savior. Although Hu Feiwei spoke softly, everyone present was a lord with exceptional hearing, and they heard everything clearly. Sun Kor looked disdainfully at Hu Feiwei. "I was wondering why little mustache dared to talk to me like that today. So this is your spine? Looking for someone to teach me a lesson? You should look at your own weight." Her eyes were filled with contempt and her tone was mocking. Hu Feiwei's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to retort and could only stand there awkwardly. Truly a pair of happy foes, Su Jin thought, finding their interaction increasingly amusing. If it weren't for his rebirth, no one would believe that these two could end up together. Lei Zhentian frowned and coughed lightly. "Stop arguing, we have serious matters to attend to." His voice was not loud but carried an authority that quieted Sun Kor and Hu Feiwei. "This pioneering in the secret realm is highly dangerous. Everyone must remain highly vigilant." Lei Zhentian said seriously, "I am a bit older than you, and it's my responsibility to ensure your safety. Let's introduce ourselves first, then I will plan the strategy according to everyone's capabilities. I'll start." Lei Zhentian, level 30, troop types: Thunder Sprite, Rage Thunder Sprite, Thunder Shadow Heroes. Specialized in burst, group attack, and speed. Lei Zhentian's voice was steady and powerful, instilling a sense of his confidence and strength. His gaze firmly swept over everyone as if waiting for their responses. Then another man with a stern face stepped forward, slightly nodding as he said, "Sun Jinghong, level 29, troop types are Glacier Mammoth and Crystal Turtle, specialized in charges and defense." Following Hu Feiwei casually said, "Hu Feiwei, level 18, troop types are Golden Armor War God and Magic Missile Mage, good at both offense and defense." Sun Kor was not to be outdone. With her arms crossed over her chest, she lifted her chin and declared, "Sun Kor, level 18, class Heavy Artillery Marksman, specialized in single target burst damage and armor reduction." Then Su Jin stepped forward, his expression calm. "Su Jin, level 23, classes Black Panther Beast, Snowstorm Fighter, and Lingsha Ship, specialized in, well, I seem to be quite good at everything." After Su Jin finished introducing his levels and classes in a matter-of-fact tone, Hu Feiwei's expression remained unchanged. As the son of China's richest man, Hu Feiwei had access to unimaginable resources and a powerful backing. Not only did he possess various rare treasures and equipment, but he also mastered many powerful skills, including a special ability to see through others' levels. Therefore, he had a certain understanding of Su Jin's strength. However, in contrast to Hu Feiwei's calm, the others were visibly shocked upon hearing Su Jin's introduction. Whether it was Lei Zhentian, the experienced and powerful elder, or the young and promising Sun's siblings, their faces were filled with shock and confusion. "Why does he have 3 classes at level 23, they wondered. "But isn't that level a bit too high?" Sun Kor's eyes widened in disbelief. Her bright eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had seen something beyond her wildest imagination. "Level 23, no way, handsome, are you kidding?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by Su Jin's level. "Haven't you also just become a lord not long ago? How could you level up so fast?" Sun Kor found it hard to believe that Su Jin's level could be so high. In her mind, reaching level 18 was already an incredible feat. Although Su Jin, being the top scholar of Quan City, she felt might be a bit stronger than herself, she never imagined it would be by so much. "Handsome, how did you do it, leveling up so fast? Do you have any secrets?" Sun Kor asked, her eyes intently fixed on Su Jin, filled with curiosity. Seeing Sun Kor's demeanor, Hu Feiwei slightly frowned and muttered to himself about her excessive curiosity. He glanced at Su Jin and then turned to look at Sun Kor, his smile tinged with a hint of mockery. Sun Nyang, you better stop being nosy. Su Jin has his capabilities. Do you think everyone can be as noisy as you?" Sun Kor wanted to say more, but she was stopped by Sun Jinghong's voice. "Don't make a fuss." Sun Jinghong's tone carried a hint of reprimand. He frowned slightly, looking at Sun Kor with a gaze full of helplessness. "Oh, my ancestors, if you can't speak, then don't speak." Sun Kor felt wronged when her brother scolded her like this, and her lips puckered as she wanted to say something more, But seeing the stern look on Sun Jinghong's face, she ultimately swallowed the words that had reached her lips. Sun Jinghong turned to Su Jin with an apologetic smile on his face, his eyes filled with sincerity as if he felt guilty for his sister's impulsive actions. He slightly bowed and said, "My little sister is young and doesn't know how to speak properly. I hope Su Jin won't take it to heart." His humble demeanor made it hard for anyone to be angry with him. Su Jin nodded slightly, indicating that he didn't mind. After all, no matter how fast one's level increases, even if it's shared, others can't easily replicate it. Lei Tian cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. He then looked around at everyone present and slowly began to speak. "Now that everyone has introduced their situation, let me set out our strategy." 3 minutes later, the team was formed and they approached the gate to the secret realm, immediately initiating the teleportation. First expedition team to the secret realm. Sunset glow levels 15 to 30. Initial buffs: double experience, all beasts drop rate increased by 50%, guaranteed random quality treasure chest upon defeating the boss. First clear reward: black iron to gold level treasure chest, distributed according to contribution. Team members: Lei Tian, Su Jin. Lei Tian scanned everyone, making sure there were no issues, and then chose to enter. A flash of light twinkled and their figures instantly vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious building in Yanjing City, Hu Dafu looked at Ashley across from him, his face showing a touch of worry. With Xiao Tian and Jinghong in there, will it really be okay? He clasped his hands slightly, seemingly anxious about his son Hu Fei Wei and Su Jin's venture. After all, this was a level 30 secret realm and they were pioneering it, filled with many dangers and uncertainties. Ashley shook his head with a smile. "Old Hu, don't worry too much. With Lei Tian leading the team and Su Jin with them, there shouldn't be any major problems." Ashley's words carried a strong confidence. After all, he had witnessed Su Jin's ability to slay level 40 beasts just the day before. Back in the Sunset Glow secret realm, Hu Fei Wei exclaimed at the sight before him, "It's so beautiful." They were greeted by an expansive ocean with waves gently lapping at the shore, sending up bursts of sea spray. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting a warm and gentle glow across the sea, making the water shimmer. It was hard to believe that this was a secret realm and not a tourist spot. Su Jin slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze slowly sweeping around, alert. He was well aware that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it could be. "See, Skyland, the secret realm is more complex than I imagined." The experienced Lei Tian also noticed the white dots in the distant sky and the bubbles on the surface of the sea. His expression turned solemn as he quickly cautioned everyone, "Stay alert and be ready to handle any sudden situations." Before anyone could respond, the white griffins in the sky revealed themselves to all. They spread their massive wings, circling high above with a fierce and greedy look in their eyes. From the depths of the ocean, the corpse pigs began to show themselves too, their dark gray bodies shuttling across the sea surface, stirring up waves and emitting a nauseating stench. On land, a pride of lions roared as they attacked. They were majestic and ferocious, as if intent on devouring everyone present. Lei Tian swiftly summoned his own troops, shouting loudly, "Everyone, don't panic, follow the strategy we laid out before." But Su Jin had already noticed all these developments and was prepared. 2,000 Black Panther beasts and 1,000 snowstorm fighters were already in combat mode. Instantly, the sound erupted like a sudden downpour. Flames jetting out seemed to ignite the air itself, and the intense light flickered across the battlefield. The formation of 1,000 Black Panther beasts shimmered with flowing light. Every bullet that hit a griffin caused unspeakable damage, and their once arrogant demeanor was instantly suppressed. Huge bodies fell from the sky, crashing into the sea. The other 1,000 Black Panther beasts continuously spat out flames from their gun barrels, a dense network of firepower intertwined with bullets streaking through the air like meteors. The lions issued angry roars, but they too had to temporarily retreat from this overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, 1,000 fighters roared past in the sky, their figures swift as lightning. Missiles from the fighters fell like raindrops into the sea, creating huge splashes and explosions. The ocean was instantly turbulent, with waves splashing high. The powerful explosions inflicted numerous casualties among the corpse pigs. 3,000 troops unleashed their firepower simultaneously, achieving significant fire suppression. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this formidable firepower. The sounds of roaring explosions and roars mixed together, forming a stirring symphony of war. Seeing Su Jin's troops' powerful combat capabilities and their storm-like offensive posture, Hu Fei couldn't help but murmur to himself in amazement. His voice was soft yet filled with shock and emotion. Su Jin, hearing this, couldn't help but feel enlightened. He thought the phrase was incredibly apt. the intense momentum and deep meaning seemed tailor-made for him and his troops. However, on the surface Su Jin remained undisturbed. He slightly narrowed his eyes, the depths revealing calm and wisdom. After observing the situation clearly with a thought, 1,000 Lingxiao ships instantly appeared on the surface of the water, their arrival like divine soldiers descending from heaven, bringing a powerful sense of oppression. They swiftly and precisely assembled in formation, their movements uniform as if they had rehearsed countless times. Each Lingxiao warship found its exact position, coordinating seamlessly without a hint of disorder. As they joined together, a massive aircraft carrier gradually took shape. This colossal entity, akin to a moving fortress of steel, emanated an intimidating presence. With its sturdy hull, towering structures, and weapons gleaming coldly, it showcased its formidable power. The emergence of the aircraft carrier once again shifted the dynamics of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-aircraft guns roared into action, their thunderous blasts reverberating through the air. The intense vibrations seemed almost capable of tearing the sky apart. A dense barrage of fire, like a net of death, enveloped the griffins in the sky. Already retreating under the assault of the panther beast's formation, the griffins now fell even faster under the powerful artillery there. Massive bodies plummeting like meteors, marked by despair and reluctance. Simultaneously, the 1,000 Lingxiao warships forming the aircraft carrier could also unleash vortex control. A powerful surge of water instantly swirled, creating a gigantic whirlpool on the ocean surface. This vortex, like a vast black hole, emitted a mysterious and dangerous aura. Numerous corpse pigs were drawn to this powerful whirlpool. Their bodies tumbled and collided within, trapped in what seemed an inescapable nightmare. The sea was in chaos, filled with the desperate cries of the corpse pigs. Taking advantage of the beast's concentration, fighter jets in the sky mercilessly poured missiles into the center of the whirlpool. Light, light, light. The missiles rained down, exploding precisely within the vortex. The powerful impacts caused the waters of the whirlpool to surge even more fiercely. Countless corpse pigs perished instantly in the violent explosions, their bodies shattered and blood and flesh flying. The bodies of the corpse pigs tumbled with the currents, their blood spreading through the seawater, mixing with the smoke to change the color of the vortex. The clear seawater turned murky, taking on a sinister hue of dark red mixed with gray. Following this, as the last of the missiles from the fighter jets were expended, the jets drew elegant arcs in the sky, swiftly moving toward the massive aircraft carrier. Their movements were agile and decisive, like birds returning to their nest. As they descended, their bodies gleamed with light, beginning to transform. The streamlined form of the fighter jets gradually changed, mechanical parts swiftly reconfiguring. By the time they landed, they had transformed into humanoid robots. These robotic warriors, armed with large swords, stood imposingly. When the approaching corpse pigs neared the carrier, the warriors did not hesitate to swing their great swords. The swords swung through the air, each slash bringing a sharp flash of light, precisely striking the corpse pigs, repelling or slaying them. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier also had a powerful feature: it could perfectly coordinate with the fighter jets to reload their missiles. Streaks of light flickered as missiles were rapidly reloaded onto the fighter jets. Once reloaded, the jets took off again to continue the bombardment. The entire process was efficient and orderly, showcasing the highly coordinated capabilities among Su Jin's troops. Witnessing this scene, Hu Fei's eyes were filled with shock. He stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what he saw. The strength displayed by Su Jin's troops far exceeded his imagination. Their fierce firepower, decisive actions, and efficient collaboration amazed him. The son of a wealthy and experienced entrepreneur, the expressions of astonishment on the faces of Lei Zhentian and Sun Jinghong were even more profound. They had become lords a year before Su Jin, but the formidable firepower displayed by Su Jin's troops seemed unmatched in their eyes. Lei Zhentian, also a student at the National Defense University and a participant in some military special training, was especially shocked by the control Su Jin's troops had over the battlefield and their coordination, resembling a well-trained army of steel. Even some battalion, no, division-level lords might not achieve such excellence. Damn, the gap between people is really huge, Lei Zhentian thought, his face filled with astonishment and his heart with emotion. Sun Ke was shocked by the terrifying accuracy of Su Jin's troops. Her normally lively eyes were now wide open with disbelief. In her view, all of Su Jin's troops, whether they were targeting sea creatures, land creatures, or airborne entities, hit their targets without fail, except for shots that missed due to the beast's deaths. Not a single bullet went astray. Every shot struck a vital point. This terrifying fact deeply shocked Sun Kor, a lord who also used firearms as her troops' main attack method. She turned to her own troops and asked, Xiang, could you achieve this level of performance if you were in good condition? Sun Kor seemed eager for an affirmative answer from her own troops. However, the response she received was somewhat disappointing. Headshots with every shot without a single miss? I'm not there yet, replied Sun Xiang, her voice low and filled with helplessness. At this moment everyone had to admit that in this secret realm exploration they stood no chance against Su Jin for the top spot in output and contribution. However, being young and full of youthful energy and spirit, they were not disheartened by Su Jin's impressive performance. Instead, it ignited their fighting spirit. We can't fall too far behind, Lei Tian declared earnestly to the others, who nodded vigorously, their eyes also glowing with determination. They began directing their own troops to launch various attacks on the beasts. Suddenly, the battlefield became lively once again. Different types of troops showcased their unique characteristics and strength, engaging in fierce battles with the ferocious beasts. Let's push forward. I'll take care of the airborne and naval units, the rest are up to you, Su Jin said with a smile. He had no intention of monopolizing the experience within the secret realm. He had already exchanged for 143 Black Panther beasts, bringing the total to exactly 2,500. With the addition of the new Black Panther beasts, the morale of the entire team soared. Then, at Su Jin's command, the 2,500 Black Panther beasts simultaneously activated the Panther formation. Under Su Jin's direction, the aircraft carriers and fighter jets also set off towards the distant seas. Su Jin left the land and nearby sea beasts to the four others. Who needs plans anymore? Lei Tian couldn't help but smile wryly at the turn of events. The situation had completely shifted from his pre-entered secret realm action plan, all thanks to Su Jin. However, he harbored no ill feelings about it. After all, for a versatile player like Su Jin, Lei Tian's assigned task to him was to play freely and provide support whenever necessary. As time passed, the levels of the attacking beasts progressively increased. Starting from level 15, they slowly moved up to level 20, for Hu Feiwei and Sun Kor. This posed a bit of a challenge as their killing speed noticeably slowed. But in front of Su Jin, Lei Tian and Sun Jinghong, these beasts were still not much of a match. Despite some resistance, Su Jin alone cleared them faster than the combined efforts of the other four. Naturally, this once again amazed everyone. Of course, the most envious were those who saw Su Jin leisurely enjoying the scenery, his body suddenly flashing with a burst of white light. This kind of troop advantage we can only dream of, Lei Tian said somewhat sentimentally. I've decided. Once we return, I'm definitely going to smash out a hero-level unit. Hu Feiwei clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a firm determination. If they couldn't envy the troop advantage, then they would smash out hero-level units, letting hero troops command the battles. Just then, his Sun Kor suddenly shouted, Brother Jin, Brother Tian, it looks like a boss has appeared.